Hello everyone, welcome to What If Naruto Had Powers of Escanor and Became Gabriel Ace movie. Before we start, please go support Dragneel Slayer for writing that awesome fanfic. This is the translated version I made. There will be some mistaken character's gender, but of course Naruto is a male. It was not on his agenda to be pierced, caught in the middle of a dispute between crows and bats, where he would receive the fatal wound, leaving him at their mercy to get lost in the darkness that had surrounded him. Nor was it on his agenda that the most coveted voice in the world would bring him back to life thanks to one of his children. Naruto, the sin of pride, bearer of Shunshine. The ace of hearts. War had always taken the best, the innocent, the truly pure of heart, those who loved the lives of others more than their own, something that God himself had observed, sitting on the golden throne, bathed in the rays of the sun, of heaven, always locked in his room, unable to speak to his children, watching as the angels themselves fell in battle, or because they let themselves be carried away, drowning in their own sins that no one should let dominate them. Azazel was one of them, having 6 pairs of wings, something revealing within the angels themselves, forming within the seraphim, their first children. But he fell into the void, turning his wings like the night itself, allowing the sin of lust to possess him, and, without further ado, he showed no repentance. That pained God's chest, and he remained locked in his room, watching as more and more angels fell to earth, wrapped in shame, which he himself soon saw was replaced by hatred for him. Although he did not see this in Azazel, he knew that the one who was his son, who still was, looked at him in pain, perhaps hating him or perhaps not. The look that the fallen man gave revealed nothing. Odd, seeing the imminent war brewing beneath him, along with a group of angels themselves, led by a goddess, who would attempt to take his place. The archangels, those who were her first children, achieved victory over her, banishing her to the depths of the underworld itself, thanks to help from Lucifer himself. Although he didn't know it at the time, God himself had just made a grave mistake that, rather late in the day, would leave everyone there in jeopardy. But the leader of heaven himself had no time for that. He longed to create something that would guarantee the chance of lasting peace, something that would put them ahead of the evil in the world itself, something that would give them the strength to protect the people. This led the pure leader of the angels to decide to create the sacred gears, as well as the sacred swords, objects of supreme power that could only be used by humans, and would give them a subtle advantage over others in the wars to come. But what he didn't expect was to see how, in the same faction war, many humans were hunted and eliminated by the demons themselves, who seemed to realize the advantage they had in the first months of the war and decided to reduce it. That same thing affected him again, leaving the leader of the darkest angels locked in his room, not allowing anyone to enter, not even his daughter Gabriel, the closest to him. No, he didn't want her to see him like that, hurt by the deaths of people who shouldn't have taken part in the war in the first place. It truly devastated him, too much. For this very reason, as a last resort, he decided to create something that would give humans and angels victory in the future. Shunshine, his last and strongest grace created, thanks to the same sun that gave life to his world and the breath of the Dragon Kings. Yes, no one knew he had enlisted the help of the dragons, and they never would. That grace was the most powerful of all, and only one would wield it, but who? Then God himself knew when he touched that same grace, displaying a smile that hadn't appeared on his face in months of war and years of losing children. That grace, the power of the sun itself, would only accept those who were worthy, and he, even if he were its creator, could not tame it and give it to Michael or any of the other archangels. No, Shunshine was independent, as if it had taken on a life of its own, as soon as it was born from God himself. And that brought a smile to his face, as he looked at his last creation, the purest among them. It was his great pride, something that filled him with happiness, a happiness that increased when Grace herself disappeared from his hands, leaving to look for a bear. God then thought of one last thing to do. Create a gift for whoever Shunshine chose that would help him improve and fight beyond what he truly could. He spent most of the years during the war creating that gift, not knowing if the wielder of Shunshine had appeared in the world and what he would be doing if that had happened, though he would have been surprised if that had happened. He would have felt it. So, when that gift was in his hands, he knew he wouldn't see the bearer of his final grace. No, it was already a fact. Therefore, knowing, or rather predicting, that his own end was near, much to his own sorrow for leaving his children, God left a record of everything related to Shunshine on his desk, hoping that one of his children would find it and be able to help the bearer of that immense power. He didn't want the person who carried it to be rejected and hated without feeling any affection from anyone. He should let his children support whoever obtained grace. God closed the manuscript, a gold-bound book that he left on the desk itself, as he stood, taking the gift for the bearer of that gift. There was something he had also prepared for himself before finishing everything. Although he knew it would cause immense pain to his children, especially to the sweet and innocent Gabriel, the only seraph in heaven's highest echelons. It pained him to do this, but he had to do it. It was something only he and his son could do. He couldn't allow him to remain free, to appear in the middle of the war and take everyone with him. Even though he fought against demons and fallen, he didn't want them to meet such an end. He took the small golden book with silver leaves. 1,000 years later. He clenched his teeth tightly, swearing he could hear them grinding from the pressure he was applying. His stomach ached. His abdomen ached as he felt his back becoming wet with the blood escaping from his body and soaking it. He pressed his hand as best he could over the wound thanks to the movement of a fallen man. Yes, a raven-winged woman had left him in that position, staring up at the starry night sky, fighting to avoid unconsciousness, fighting to stay alive, remembering how he'd ended up there in the first place. He, an exemplary student despite being an orphan, with a job as a waiter to be able to pay for his housing, was dying simply for staying to see Hinata, a member of the perverted trio, while he was talking to a beautiful dark-haired girl who stabbed them both. Him for being in that place without being there, and himself for whatever reason, he wasn't too interested in knowing why he had been stabbed. He just ended up in the crossfire. He dragged her body behind a tree afterward, where he saw a scarlet red light and then a beautiful girl he barely recognized. Ria's Gremory, that beautiful, scarlet-haired maiden. He didn't understand anything she left behind, but soon, as he lay dying, he saw her disappear, taking the pervert with her. He cursed hell itself and Satan himself, wishing death upon everyone down there as he collapsed on the grass, hidden by the bushes, weeping, letting his own heart sink into the darkness of death itself. I don't want to die, I don't. I just need to live again, to feel the air on my face. Isn't it enough to be alone in the world? God, someone, just once, I just want one more time a purpose. I want to see what the world can give to someone like me, with nothing special backing them up, a person who has nothing to encourage them to be alive. I just want one more time, a normal life. I don't want to die alone, in the cold of the night. Those thoughts remained with the young teenager as he closed his eyes, his hand stretched toward the sky, as if waiting for someone to come down from it and take him, rescue him from his cold death and loneliness. But it was impossible. Not even God would save him. No one truly cared about him. He had no one in the world to back him up. Not a single blade of grass would wish him a better end or accompany him in these moments when blood flooded his mouth, escaping his body like slithering snakes, fleeing their prison. Her life was slowly fading away. It was leaving her with each breath. But then, a pale hand delicately took his, while the beautiful maiden's golden curls stirred in the light wind. The same maiden tightened her grip on the boy's hand, looking at him intently with eyes as blue as the sea bathed by the rays of the same sun, displaying a peaceful glow that she directed at the boy as she knelt, staining the hem of her beautiful white dress, in which she seemed to rest. The silvery light of the same moon, projected onto the maiden, revealed the beautiful and voluptuous body of the mass. The dress was slightly transparent, and anyone would have wished to be able to see the body of the same lady. He's so warm even when he's dying, she said to herself, letting go of the blonde-haired boy's arm and placing it on the boy's chest as he breathed slowly, dying before the woman's beautiful eyes. I truly wish I could help you, sweet boy, but I'm afraid it won't be possible. I cannot interfere in human affairs. Without further ado, the woman stood up and prepared to leave, giving the boy one last look, showing genuine sadness for what she was doing. As a seraphim, he held an important role in heaven itself, alongside his brother Michael, its leader, and he had to return. There was nothing he could do for the human teenager, despite all the pain it caused him. 12 white wings appeared behind the same woman, along with a beautiful halo above her head of a whitish-yellow color. When she was about to take off, something stopped her. My beautiful Gabriel, a deep voice spoke in her mind, causing the handsome seraphim to stop, tears welling up in both eyes. She stood completely still, trembling slightly at the voice she hadn't heard in 1,000 years. I would like to ask you for a small favor, tiny compared to what I usually ask for. Grant this young man your blessing, give him a place in heaven. Darling. Gabriel kept those beautiful eyes on his brother, while the archangel himself sat with a sad face, despite not showing this very thing. Michael Nai-sama, Gabriel herself murmured, her tone delicate, slow, as soft as the silk that ran down her body, forming the nightgown stained with that boy's blood. I really heard his voice. Michael, archangel of heaven, leader of the same after the death of his father, the one who had given them life, looked at his sister, not really showing any emotion. He never did. Not with Gabriel or his other siblings, always assuming that face that seemed depressed no matter what the situation. Father. Gabriel, it's time you put your mourning behind you. It's been over 1,000 years since our father died, and the pain remains with us all, sister. You must move on, the archangel declared, looking at Gabriel with a sweet smile, watching his sister's eyes slowly crystallize, threatening to cry. Michael knew the attachment his sister had to their father, how close they were. He simply couldn't let this continue, not after using the brave saint on a boy who hadn't even attended church once, about whom they knew nothing in the world. But the mistake had already been made, much to his chagrin, and he couldn't fix it. Father is dead, my sister. his voice couldn't reach you. But he talked to me. A sudden scream made Michael step back, surprised by his sister's words, his eyes wide open and shocked to see that Gabriel, the sweetest of all the seraphim, had shown frustration towards him, her brother and leader, by letting out a scream that could undoubtedly be heard throughout the 7 floors of heaven. It wasn't like that, he spoke calmly, looking carefully at his sister, watching as tears trickled down her face, falling to the ground, wetting her hand of soft, smooth skin. Gabriel moved her, covering her face, sobbing, sad, frustrated, uncontrollable after the words her brother had given her. She seemed certain that she had heard her father's voice, the one who died in the war so long ago. Had she truly dreamed those words? She had longed to hear her father, God, and that was why it seemed to her that she had heard his voice. Could it be so? Had she made a mistake with the boy? So, Gabriel, what letter is it? Gabriel sniffed, wiping his eyes, which were glistening with tears, as he looked at his older brother sitting there, looking at her sweetly, as if he were apologizing for having irritated her. She tried to smile herself, knowing that what she herself wanted to do wouldn't appear. The smile simply died before even giving any sign that it was on its way. It's my ace now, the seraph declared, keeping her crying under control. Michael showed slight reluctance upon learning the value of his sister's letter, sighing after a few seconds. There was nothing he could do, which frustrated him immensely. He only hoped that Gabriel hadn't been mistaken. Where is it? What's its name? Gabriel hiccuped slowly, still recovering from crying. A few tears fell down his pale, beautiful face. This is Naruto, a young man of no more than 17 years old, originally from Kuo. And, at this moment, he is unconscious, being cared for by my queen Griselda Quarta. Well, this is another crossover between DxD and Naruto, but with the addition of Nanatsu no Taizai, which will make it much more interesting. By the way, does anyone know how many floors of heaven there are and what their names are in DxD? It would be really helpful. I hope you like this fic, like the one about the perfect night. Greetings. Angel. She groaned as the light hit her face lightly, heating it, causing her to shift her body within the sheets, trying to hide from the sun that was keeping her from sleeping. Her entire body ached, even the strands of her hair, and she just needed a recovery nap. She didn't want anything else. Or at least, that's what she thought until the images of what had happened came flooding back, hitting her hard. The beautiful girl who had been on a date with his classmate Haim Misei had turned out to be something supernatural. Black wings grew from her back and she was able to create spears of light. Simply remembering that made the boy caress the area where one of them had landed. There wasn't even a meager scar on her torso. There was nothing on her body to indicate that she had been killed by that woman. He sighed, pulling back the sheet, running his hand through his golden hair, staring at a faintly golden ceiling. He frowned slightly, seeing that this wasn't his room, his home. He tilted his head, seeing a polished wooden table, where a small bucket of water and some blood-stained rags rested. Someone had saved him. He finally pulled back the thin sheets, revealing bandages stained with his blood covering his torso. That feeling of being squeezed now made sense. Someone had treated him, cleaning the wound itself and bandaging it completely, preventing it from becoming infected by dirt or bacteria in the air. He smiled sideways, standing up. As he took the first step, he fell to his knees, using his hands to keep his face from hitting the ground. He sighed at it. His legs had given way, trembling slightly, and hadn't supported him, forcing him to fall forward, a faint pain shooting through his body from top to bottom. It was frustrating. He clenched his fists and tried to stand, to get to his feet. But it was completely useless. His legs wouldn't support his weight, and he fell again. On the third attempt, delicate hands caught him, causing the boy to open his eyes, looking to the right, meeting beautiful blue eyes and a white face, which showed a beautiful smile, while his golden hair fell in graceful curls. "You're not recovered yet, Naru-chan," said the maid, showing her smile more, sounding with a sweet childish melodious voice to the teenager's ears. Naruto didn't respond, staring at the floor, a beautiful blush on his face. Sighing, he allowed the girl to drag him back to bed, constantly glancing at the blonde woman with him, feeling his face heat up. She was the most beautiful woman I had ever seen. Following his protector's instructions, Naruto lay down on the mattress, resting his body, staring up at the ceiling above them, his gaze constantly shifting to the maiden. She was now sitting beside him, looking at him with the sweetest smile he had ever seen, plastered on her slightly rounded face. He tried to speak, staring up at the ceiling. He didn't want the woman to think he was a pervert for staring at her every few seconds. But that face, those eyes, had captivated him too much. How did I get here? I don't remember anything after. He lightly touched the area where the spear of light hit him, noticing the bandages that covered the area. "Oh, I brought you, Naru-chan," the beautiful woman declared, placing a finger under her chin, taking a cute pose to the eyes of the sapphire-eyed blonde, blushing more. "I tried to take care of you for a while, but I had obligations to fulfill with my family." And no, calm down, the boy muttered, embarrassed. In the first place, it was never your obligation to take care of me. You weren't even supposed to rescue me and save me, to be honest. The maiden looked at first confused, turning to horror seconds later, genuinely disturbed by the implications of the sun-kissed boy's words, a mixture of sadness and fury. What are you saying? You can't think that. Get rid of those thoughts, right now. The woman shrieked, positioning herself on top of Naruto, staring at him. The boy began to blush fiercely, and the maid, realizing how she had acted, slid her body back into her seat, visibly ashamed of the action she had done without thinking. Just don't think that I shouldn't save you. Everyone must be saved. He lightly scratched his cheek with his finger, moved by the words the lady had given him, feeling his heartbeat slightly faster at them. He was pleased to find someone who wanted him alive. Oh okay, he murmured, more to himself than to his partner, looking across the room. I'll try not to think like that. But. Great, she interrupted, raising her arms, looking at the young man with a beautiful sparkle in her blue eyes, always keeping the smile on her face, never letting it fall for a second. She seemed too childlike, sweet, and pure to be a real woman. Was she dreaming? It was really quite possible. Oh, I'll introduce myself. I'm Gabriel. Naruto laughed lightly, blushing at how sweet the woman looked, acting like a simple child when it was clear she was older. A pleasure. I'm Naruto Escanor. Later, I'll explain by the name Naruto. I have, as in all my stories, to keep the secret and keep you hooked, right? The boy introduced himself, showing his teeth in a smile that pleased Gabriel. The seraph nodded, showing her own smile. Yes, a pleasure, she declared, clasping her hands. But there are many things I have to explain. Where do I begin? She murmured, looking to her right, her finger under her chin, assuming a thoughtful pose. Gabriel quickly recovered, nodding to herself at some unspoken question. You see, when I found you in that park, surrounded by blood, you were barely able to hold on to this world. And there really was little I could do myself, to be honest. So I did something we are not allowed to do lightly. I revived you. Naruto stared at the ceiling for nearly 3 seconds, without blinking, breathing, or moving. Though they were only a few seconds, those seconds felt like an eternity to the seraph as she kept her eyes on the golden-haired boy, waiting for his reaction. This one didn't take much longer. What? You revived me? But that's impossible. Gabriel showed his white teeth in a simple smile, seeing the disbelief on his new saint's face, lying there, holding the most confused look the seraph had ever seen in heaven. He gave a slight chuckle, while Naruto blushed slightly. It would be impossible, right, for humans, she said, standing up from her seat, unfurling 12 white feathered wings, leaving the teenager there, in shock. Naruto stared at the 6 pairs of wings, swearing they were the most beautiful thing he'd ever seen in the world. Then, he knew. That woman, that beautiful lady, was a true angel, hence her stunning beauty that left him spellbound. It's beautiful, she declared, closing her mouth as the words escaped, a barely audible whisper, but still heard by the woman in the room. Aye. Gabriel placed his hand on the boy's forehead, smiling sweetly. Calm down, my beautiful saint, she declared, causing the boy's tanned face to turn as red as it could go. He tried to hide under the sheets, but he couldn't. Gabriel never took his hand off the boy's face as he looked at him. You shouldn't fear me or worry that I might be offended. You could never harm me with your behavior or your words. Naruto couldn't help but press his face closer to his hand, feeling the warmth that the archangel gave off, not wanting to leave the woman's side for too long. It was a truly warm touch she gave him, and he seemed hooked on it. Why did you call me saint? Gabriel then tilted his face, staring at the door for a few seconds, then back at the boy. He lightly struck Naruto's cheek and made his wings disappear, leaving the room darker, much to the boy's sadness. Well, I didn't revive you as a normal person, I'm afraid, she stated, showing a distressed look. I used a brave saint, a method that allows us to reincarnate humans into angels. For several seconds, Gabriel feared he'd killed his new saint with the statement, watching as his face turned almost completely white and his gaze drifted off into the room. He tried to approach him. But when he reached for him, he reacted. Why? Am I an angel? He asked, looking at the seraph with confused eyes. Gabriel simply nodded at the boy's words, causing him to simply stand there. But I don't deserve to be an angel. No, I shouldn't be able to be in his presence, he declared, lowering his face, clenching his hands around the sheets, gripping them tightly, making Gabriel look at him, moving his arm, taking the blonde's face in his hands and smiling at him. Gabriel-sama. My beautiful saint, you must not undervalue yourself because of what happened in your previous life. You are now an angel in my direct service, one of the brave saints of hearts, the ace. Leave aside those dark thoughts and memories of your human life. Now, she murmured, making Naruto's wings appear next to the glowing halo, dropping feathers onto the same pillow. You are someone who can help people in need, my beautiful saint. Please, never undervalue or insult yourself again. You are precious to me and I do not wish to see you suffer at any time. It is something that pains me. Underworld. Purgatory. He moved his neck, letting it creak slightly as he looked at the darkness surrounding him with annoyance. Had they really been imprisoned there for over 1,000 years? No, they couldn't afford to stay there for even a second longer, at the mercy of the Mayu who had corrupted the underworld. Even that Lucifer was a joke, and he resented him. He wanted the complete destruction of that underworld, that nothing would remain of the paper demons. They were all mere trash. Father. The immense demon looked down, meeting the stoic gaze of his dark-haired son looking directly at him, as if searching for something to say. What do you want, Zeldris? Zeldris, the youngest son of the great demon king, of the true demons, knelt on the ground, bowing his head, letting his dark hair move slightly, covering one side of his face, showing submission to the demon. There is a breach that could be exploited, father, he declared in a calm voice, never raising his face to look at his father. I have sent a group of demons led by Calmadios. We believe that if we open the breach further, we could all escape from this place and take revenge against that biblical god and Lucifer, the one who usurped your position by creating these second-class demons. The demon king kept his gaze on his youngest son, showing no emotion towards his offspring, looking back at the dark space in front of him. Good, Zeldris. See that we can get out of this place. I want to take my place on the throne that bastard stole from me, creating this disgusting new race of demons. I truly hate Lucifer for what he's done. I will gut him, as well as that god and the goddess clan. They will all die when I, the demon king, step foot outside my prison. Take care of it, my son. Zeldris stood up, bowing slightly to his father, turning his body, and walking out of his father's sight. He noticed the sword at his left side, maintaining a calm gaze, his face emotionless. But Zeldris had his own thoughts about what to do. If they were to widen the gap and escape, the first thing they needed to do was recreate their kingdom, take over the entire underworld, and then free his father. And to do that, he had a plan. Soon, we, the 10 Commandments, will take what is ours. Tremble, world, for the fires of purgatory will once again blaze upon you before you know it. The Dragon of Wrath. Meliodas. Calmadios stood still, watching the fire surrounding him, the dead people lying on the ground in immense pools of their own blood. His face was impassive, but he showed a sharp smile when the screams of more humans reached his ears. All over the Norwegian sky, demons had appeared with the clear intention of collecting souls for their master, so that he would become stronger and breach the prison of the original demons. They had to escape from that prison and reclaim what was theirs. At first, Calmadios had thought they would appear in the underworld, something that had pleased and satisfied him, but it was replaced by confusion and uncertainty when they appeared next to a village of filthy humans. Although they couldn't kill low-class demons and use their souls, they would regain power by harvesting the souls of the filthy humans surrounding them. He, the commandment of mercy, would take what belonged to their king forever, wiping out all the false ones before him. He would do it, even if it cost him his very life. The original demon stepped forward, demonstrating how terrified humans should be, revealing his immense power. Calmadios could feel some of those foul beings trying to confront him with lightsabers. Were they allies of this biblical god? If so, he would kill them personally. He generated a mass of darkness, sending it hurtling toward those humans, knocking down several buildings in its path, staining the ground with fresh blood that others had already spilled. He swung his arm and caught a man's head, crushing it. He wore a white robe with a cross as red as his own blood. Calmadios simply laughed mockingly, seeing how weak those who were facing him were. Did they even deserve a measly minute of his time? With a simple gesture, the demons descended upon those soldiers of God, showing cruel faces, full of blood. He gave a cruel dark laugh. You humans will simply be our food, something that will allow us to bring our king back. Just die crying. That's all I ask. Heaven. 4th floor. Naruto kept his face blank, staring at the man in front of him, with blonde hair and green eyes wearing an extravagant suit as he brought a chicken wing to his mouth, letting the grease drip from the corner of his lips and wiping it with the back of his hand, showing enormous satisfaction at being able to eat something. That, simply, was strange for the new angel in heaven. Still. Don't worry about him, Naruto-san, a woman dressed as a nun requested, looking resignedly at the exorcist who continued eating, as if there was no one in front of him. He's always so carefree and prefers food to anything else. Naruto scratched his cheek, laughing nervously. He had only been in heaven for 2 days under the command of Lady Gabriel, who was his king, according to the clumsy explanations of the man who kept eating. Dulio Gesualdo, Joker of Lord Michael and, according to the nun at his side, Griselda Quarta, was the greatest saint yet, a man of his own power and loyal to heaven, even more than to his own fondness for the best food in the world. On the other hand, in Naruto's eyes, the former exorcist Griselda was even worse than Dulio himself, always fierce during sword training, wanting to undo any negative side he had. It was annoying in the blonde's eyes, but he didn't really want to fight her angrily. Because of that, he had already received several blows with superior strength and not even Gabriel helped him. So what do I do about magic training? I'll do it, Dulio said, setting the package of fried wings aside, smiling as he stroked his stomach, clearly satisfied after the meal he'd eaten. Despite the saint's flaws, he was renowned in heaven for his power and use of magic. That statement from Dulio himself kept the blonde quiet. You Dulio-sama? No sama. He shouted, stretching the cheek of the newly reincarnated angel, to the slight amusement of Lady Gabriel's queen, who hid her mouth with her hand, preventing them from seeing the smile. Dulio or Dulio Nai-chan is fine. Hi, the boy murmured, caressing his damaged cheek, showing a slightly annoyed look towards his fellow saint, who gave him a simple thumbs up. So, will you teach me? Of course. Before your king sends you on missions, you must be able to face the adversities of this supernatural world, such as fighting against other members of other factions, if necessary. An angel should never initiate hostilities, if possible. We must remain neutral until attacked. I understand, the reincarnated boy murmured, looking toward the door to the hall. Behind him, the wings stood majestic, with a halo above his head shining. Don't worry, I'll never do anything Lady Gabriel would regret. I'm only here to serve her, my savior. You look prettier when you calm down, Dulio declared, flashing a nervous smile at the boy's words and expression. He turned to his fellow saint. You can continue with your duties, Griselda. I'll take care of this for a while. Griselda nodded, bowing slightly and leaving the room, leaving the two male saints facing each other. The former exorcist summoned the lightsaber, smiling. Naruto then felt Dulio's power, freezing in place. It far surpassed his own, perhaps too much. He stood frozen, staring at the angel advancing toward him, shedding some of his aura, tormenting the newly reincarnated, standing there, doing nothing at all. That's too much. Your lack of experience is quite evident, he declared, undoing the lightsaber, showing an embarrassed smile. We'll start with the basics in these training sessions before you proceed to summon light magic weapons. Naruto scratched his cheek. And what would that be, Dulio? Michael's Joker smiled, giving him a thumbs up. Eat some delicious noodles, he smiled. What? Of Calmadios. The bearer of the commandment of mercy crushed the head of another of those exorcists, as they had called themselves, letting blood trickle down his foot, something very unpleasant but entertaining for the demon. A white sphere entered his mouth while he crushed another of them, rendering the lightsaber inert. Did you think they would be defeated with those weapons? Calmadios didn't know real humans were so deluded. Perhaps the paper demons were affected by those weapons, but he was a different kind of demon. He was one of the originals, one of the primals, a real one. He slammed the head of another of those Templars down on top of one of his companions, opening his mouth to swallow another of the white spheres. They didn't taste very good, but they were brimming with power. And that was what he needed to free his brothers and his king, to defeat the false demons and those angels, as well as the goddess clan. He was truly anxious. He raised his face, laughing, hearing explosions around him as the fire engulfed him. The children's cries fueled him even more to do this. It was so fun. He wanted more chaos, more blood, more victims, more. He was thrown into a burning house where he was buried in the rubble. He spat out some blood, stood up and emerged from the flames with a genuinely annoyed look at the one who had bothered him. He showed real astonishment. The blonde-haired boy, with an absurd hairdo on top of his head, stared at him with a blank expression, emerald eyes shining, carrying a sword on his back, the handle sticking out over his shoulder. He was wearing a white shirt, a red tie, and a sleeveless black vest over the same shirt, with white pants and black boots without socks. You, Calmadios, he greeted, waving two fingers of his right hand forward, smiling friendly. Sate. Looks like you've been causing some trouble around here, haven't you, old friend? Calmadios clicked his tongue, pushing aside the rubble and standing up, staring directly at the boy, who looked about 13 years old. He hated him. 2 of his brothers died because of him. Evil breath, he spat a flaming sphere towards his opponent, letting a thin line of blood fall down his temple. The blond man with emerald eyes took the handle of his sword, putting his right foot back, ready to draw it with his left hand. Full counter, total counterattack. He slammed the sword into the sphere of fire, sending it hurtling back toward its creator, twice its size. The commandment of mercy gritted his teeth, leaping upward, generating a mass of darkness that he moved toward the boy who had counterattacked him. He opened his eyes in surprise. He wasn't there. He grunted in pain as his right side was struck, sending him hurling against another burning building, collapsing on top of him. He cursed himself for not being careful against his former leader. He wiped away the blood and prepared to get to his feet. He received a kick that buried him in the ground, grunting from the pain of the blow, feeling the blood running down his face. "The bastard," he hissed, struggling to his feet. He succeeded, grabbing the small man's foot and slamming the boy into the ground, raising a light cloud of dust and creating a tremor that caught the attention of all the combatants. "You will die, traitor. Meliodas bastard." Meliodas smiled, jumping, dodging the four-armed demon's weapons, being separated by several meters, showing a light blood stain on his entire body. My clothes. I died." Meliodas landed a massive blow, laden with dark matter, against Meliodas, hoping he would die from the impact. This created a denser cloud of dust, causing the exorcists to fear for the young man. Even the demon was surprised when Meliodas stopped, stopping his forearms with a single hand, showing a crooked smile. You owe me a new outfit. Don't buck with me, Meliodas." Flames surrounded the blonde, obscuring the smoke and fire, further worrying the boy. Meliodas pulled his arms back, or rather, he tried to. He was flung up the boy's leg, crashing into what remained of a fountain in the town square, cursing as more blood ran down his face. Meliodas dispelled the flames, moving the broken sword with his left hand, his expression slightly bored. He placed it back in its sheath and wiped the dust that seemed to have accumulated on his clothes from the battle. "I really want more clothes. All because of you," he declared, showing an amused look when he heard the commandment's moans. He took a couple of steps, being cut off by two immense grey demons, who began to form powerful energy beams that they were preparing to fire at the boy. Sate. I'll have to." The powerful golden light dispelled at least a dozen demons, while a blonde man descended from the sky with 6 pairs of white wings. The seraph looked worried, staring at the scene with his 2 colored eyes. "I see that many souls have been stolen," the man clad in golden armor murmured, revealing his 12 wings and his handsome face, his blonde hair fluttering slightly in the wind. He fixed his eyes on Meliodas. "Meliodas-kun, the sin of wrath. You, Metatron-chan," he greeted, wiggling the fingers of his right hand as he looked toward where Meliodas had been. He had vanished, leaving behind a few of his followers, whom Seraphim himself had completely eliminated. "It seems it's all over." Metatron descended, pointing his spear at the young man with emerald eyes, looking at him suspiciously. He had never trusted the one who had betrayed his own people, so he could be with his beloved, even though his father had given him a chance, protecting them both from the clan of the goddesses and the demons. "I hope you had nothing to do with it, Meliodas-kun." "Oh no, of course not. I was just walking by and I saw the chaos those demons were causing. When I arrived, I faced Meliodas, one of the primal demons who broke free from Lucifer and God's seal," he declared, now showing a truly worried look that he directed at all the corpses. "I'm sorry I was late. I thought the demon clan would never leave purgatory. If Meliodas has managed to get out, he'll be looking for a way to open the seal and free the others. If that happens, both the goddesses and the primal demons will be on the ground. We can't allow them to run riot. Tell me heaven has something against this chaos." Metatron withdrew the spear, leaving Meliodas with his back to him. The memory of his father's diary came back to him. Maybe so. But first, we must find him. Light awakening. Sunshine. Naruto Escanor kept his gaze on the angels running back and forth, carrying important documents to what appeared to be Lord Michael's office, showing panicky faces that did not go unnoticed by him, who maintained his composure. He cared about his own. Since joining the angels as a saint of Lady Gabriel, he had grown fond of various angels from heaven, thus creating various bonds. It was fortunate to find several as kind as Dulio himself. If he had found another like Griselda, he might have considered staying there. That woman made heaven his personal hell. The various bruises at the end of training sessions proved it, and he had been with them for 2 weeks since he was named Gabriel's ace. But he hadn't been sent on any missions yet. I assumed it was because of his skill. Have you heard anything? It seems that Metatron-sama found Meliodas-sama fighting an original. Do you think they've broken free from the seal? Maybe. If so, I know Lady Gabriel and Lord Michael can handle it, especially if they find it. The 2 angels continued arguing as they passed by. Naruto didn't really take this as a big deal, continuing on his way. He didn't want to get in trouble for overhearing things he shouldn't. Apparently, Annabeth, Lady Gabriel's 9, isn't returning from England. But, apparently, fate had it otherwise. He spread his pair of white wings, looking seriously at the horizon. Anna was one of the only friends he had, and he was impulsive. Michael's office. Meliodas slumped into an armchair in the living room, staring with some boredom at those golden walls, watched by 3 12-winged angels, not feeling intimidated. If they had wanted to kill him, they would have done so already. He was in their territory, and he couldn't even fully engage them there. He was a demon, after all. "So, Sunshine? The lost grace?" he asked, not entirely sure he'd heard the Seraphim very well, still keeping a bored look on his face. He needed a beer right now. "Yes, it was the last grace created by our father, in the hopes that its bearer would appear and help us finish off the goddess clan and the demons. It truly was a surprise when you helped us, Meliodas Dono. There's no need for such formality, the primal demon declared, raising a thumb. We're friends, aren't we? Even though she died, I know God wasn't to blame. Both he and the others simply wanted to end the war. That's why I swore to help you. I swore it to Elizabeth and I will keep it. Michael smiled a little, watching the sadness pass through the demon's green eyes, feeling a little bad that his best friend was now suffering from loneliness. We must find Grace, Metatron declared, completely serious, knowing that if the old ones were freed, soon after the goddesses would also be freed, which would cause a civil war in heaven itself, since God was not there and his only strong point, his trump card, was that last power created by his father. How will we do it? Lady Gabriel asked, looking sideways at her brother, her sweet face directed at the angel with 12 white wings like herself. It's impossible to find Shunshine if she hasn't awakened. All we have to hope for is that she hasn't fallen to the side of darkness. Metatron looked at his sister. Impossible. The last Grace, from what father's journal indicated, was fully aware. He may never even find a worthy user, he declared, showing the faith he had in his father, representing his role as the voice of God, a role that Metatron himself wore with pride. If necessary, the Seraphim must be ready for battle in a dire case. He turned, looking at Meliodas. Will you help us, Meliodas-kun? I don't think we can face the originals without your help on the battlefield. Sate. It's fine, little Metatron. In any case, I must lend a hand. If my father and more of the commandments escape their seal, it will all be over for us, I'm afraid. I can't simply allow it, sitting idly by, declared the Dragon of Wrath, leaning back in his chair, taking a relaxed pose, despite standing in front of beings who could erase his existence. Clamadios is still roaming the human world, and that's why I must leave heaven soon. If I manage to stop the commandment, kill him, I will delay what the Demon King is doing, and thus, you will search for that bearer of God's most powerful grace. He would be our ace against the enemy forces. Michael nodded, turning his green eyes to his brother and sister. Metatron. Gabriel. I ask you to please mobilize your saints in search of the bearer of sunshine. It's a risky move, but I'll speak to the Mao about this. Mama, leave Surzich's Chan to me, Meliodas requested, showing a huge smile. It's better if one of the members of the coalition we've formed goes to speak to them on their field. Besides, I won't be restricted there, like here, if something happens. Don't take offense, Michael. I'm not, my friend, the golden-winged angel assured him, knowing full well that, in heaven, Meliodas' power was greatly diminished. If a battle broke out there, he had no doubt he could die, no matter how powerful he was. Just don't cause trouble. Only if those bales don't get in the way, and the Akatori don't, the blonde declared, putting on a chibi poker face and puffing out his cheeks slightly. Every time Meliodas went to the underworld, he'd had trouble with the demon elders, as well as the Bale and Phoenix clans. He never wanted to fight, but they were too proud to spite themselves. I'll do what I can to keep them out of line. Perfect, the current leader of heaven nodded, showing a pleased smile at his friend's words. He had known Meliodas for a long time, and Michael was never disappointed by the one who could have been the Demon King. By the way. I'll need a better sword. Gabriel looked at the handle sticking out of the boy's left shoulder, tilting her head, confused by the words that had come out of the blonde's mouth. Meliodas-sama. But don't you carry a sword? Meliodas blinked. This? He asked, unsheathing the broken sword with its dragon-shaped handle. It's a simple hilt, which serves to open the door to purgatory, I'm afraid. No one should have it, he declared, resheathing it, surprising the seraph and the voice of God, but not Michael. If you are looking for your sacred treasure, I believe Father will. England. In a huge national park. Annabeth, Lady Gabriel's 9, was showing signs of a struggle, bleeding from various parts of her body, her wings covered in blood stains and sparse feathering, indicating that someone had tried to tear them off. Her face was bleeding on the right side, while on the left, where a ruby-colored eye could be seen, tears were beginning to fall, continuing the small stream of tears. Honey-colored hair fell down her back in soft, shiny curls, although the clouds hid the sun that tried to rise to support that angel. In front of her, about 15 demons moved, all of them giant, gray in color and with dark red eyes, with the eyeballs completely black, giving a true demonic appearance. Behind these beings, the bodies of exorcists lay dead, along with some angels and even orphans from orphanages. No, she couldn't let more children die because of her incompetence. She had 4 wings. She could handle them. Just a little more and she'd take them down. He concentrated light magic in his hand, firing a sphere of it at the primal demon, creating an explosion and simultaneously raising an immense cloud of dust and smoke. He stood up, flapping his wings slightly and forcefully, trying to rise. He opened his eyes when a hand caught his leg, throwing it to the ground. He spat out blood when he hit, feeling his own back bend and even crack. He even believed the very wings he wore so proudly had broken from the impact. That hurt her. She didn't want to see more children die. Why? A huge flash scattered the grey demons, causing them to move away from the angel, who remained there, her vision blurred by exhaustion and by the same tears. She felt someone pick her up, seeing a familiar face. Naruto. An-chan, the reincarnated man murmured, looking sadly at his fellow saint. He turned his face, focusing his eyes, blazing with anger, on the demons. He shook his head, moving toward another of the angels standing there, tending to the wound. Leave. Take all the wounded out of here. Don't argue. I'll fight them, but I don't know if I can hold out. Tell Lady Gabriel that it was an honor to be in her service, even if it was for a short time. Without further ado, Naruto Escanor spread his pair of wings, ascending into the cloudy sky, hovering above the grey demons. They followed him as he conjured a sword of light in his hands, staring defiantly at all those who had harmed his friend. He felt his blood boiling beneath his skin, how he wanted to kill all those who had brought death, even to children. He would have fallen if it weren't for the enormous sacrifice he was making, and the fact that he didn't hate those demons or let himself be driven by blood. He only wanted the salvation of the few who remained alive. "Hikari no dance, light dancer," he muttered, disappearing, appearing behind the demons, while cuts caused by the sword of light appeared on their bodies. Blood began to rain from the sky, falling onto the ground. He turned his body, looking at his enemies. They seemed not to move. Until a fist hit him, crashing into several trees. Impossible. Demons are affected by light, they couldn't live after an attack, even if they had more than one heart, the boy said to himself, spitting, seeing his dirty white robe, torn by the powerful impact. He spread his wings again, avoiding several beams of light that tried to roast him, appearing among those demons with a lightsaber, executing the same movement, to no avail. They seemed resistant to divine attacks of his level. He would need more strength, but where would he get it? He couldn't think any longer when his face slammed into the ground, the work of one of those demons spitting out some blood and dirt. He cursed himself for being so careless. He moved, dodging the attacks of other primals, staying in front of them. He summoned several spears of light and launched them at the demons, generating various explosions all over the place. He was exhausting his magic, almost reaching zero. He still wasn't at the level of Dulio or Griselda, he couldn't even reach Annabeth. His vision went blank as one of the demons struck him, sending him flying much further, leaving a huge furrow in the ground, while trees were torn apart. Shit, at this rate I'm going to die. I can't keep using light attacks, and my physical power is definitely useless. They're all demons, but not like the ones Gabriel-sama told me about. What are they? Naruto slowly stood up, wiping the blood from his face, watching the demons advancing on him. Only 2 weeks had passed since he'd been reincarnated, and soon he would die again, all because he couldn't blame the children, exorcists, and angels he'd decided to save with this. He'd made the choice. If with his death all of them managed to live, he'd smile when he died, knowing he'd given his life for what he believed in. He spread his wings, letting the halo intensify. "Good," he murmured, generating a sword of light with his remaining strength, smiling as drops of blood fell from his body. He was proud. Who will be the first to die at Naruto-sama's hands? Small rays of light had been freed from the yoke of the clouds, reaching the young angel with wings reddened by the blood in his body. With a proud gaze and an unbreakable will, he faced 20 enemies he couldn't defeat, at least not now. But there would be no more time for him. I would die there. He smiled proudly, feeling how the sun itself seemed to want to cradle him in its arms, caressing his body, his very wings, undoing the cloudy weather that had been surrounding that place. He shot forward, slashing horizontally, sending 2 demons tumbling backward. He flew upward, dodging attacks from one of them above him, so that he was now above the primal demon, blocking the sun from the blank, lifeless gaze of the Greys. Naruto Escanor had begun to radiate heat, growing in size and musculature, generating power, as if he himself were a sun. He cracked his neck. "I feel my energies renewing, growing," declared the reincarnated, feeling his wounds being healed, letting out a light steam from his body. "I don't know what's happening, but I'll take advantage of it." He roared, sending more power to the lightsaber in his hands, looking witheringly at the Greys, showing eyes as blue as the sky itself. "We'll see. Hikari no dance." He disappeared from the sky, reappearing behind the 20 Greys, standing with his sword extended, showing a light more orange than golden, as if it were made from the sun itself. At first, nothing happened. Even Naruto feared that he had failed and that the renewed energy was a figment of his imagination. But within seconds, the Greys were torn apart by the cuts, showering down chunks of flesh and blood that had begun to char. Shunshine had been activated. Pride and pity. He showed slight surprise, still unwilling to turn around, hearing the Greys, the name he himself decided to give them because of their color, being torn to pieces. He heard the wind itself being cut, the pieces of putrid falling to the ground and turning to ash, disappearing from the scene, while trees were uprooted, shattered, by the mere movement of the reincarnated angel. I was surprised. He stretched his body, unwrapping the lightsaber, and looked at his work. There were several pools of blood, still with pieces of demon flesh, and even a head scattered about. He had wreaked havoc on that park. He would have to talk to Lady Gabriel about it, something he didn't want to do. That beautiful woman, she wouldn't be angry. She'd probably just giggle. Griselda, on the other hand. An angel defeated these greys, a shadowy, guttural voice murmured. Naruto twisted his body, too late. He was thrown backward by his opponent's immense arm, crashing into a pile of logs. I'm actually somewhat surprised. That's a feat I'd expect from the archangels and seraphim of your famed heaven, not from a mere grub. Naruto spat to the side, sending the tree trunk tumbling to the side. That blow was undoubtedly superior to the greys, it was clear to him. That enemy was superior, and he wouldn't know if he could beat him, even with that newfound power. I am an angel after all, and you are a vile demon. Oh? A vile demon? No, larva child. I am one of the 10 commandments. Calmadios of mercy. I am not one of those false demons out there now. I am an original, a primal one, and one of the closest to the demon king. Elmu Lucifer. In any case, I will destroy everything you stand for, mercy. I will surely exterminate you, for the good of the entire world, declared the unconscious wielder of Shunshine, letting the power of the sun itself envelop him once again, standing up, generating a new sort of light, more intense than the last. Keep that in mind. He shot forward, swinging his sword in a beam, creating a sickle of wind against his enemy, that original demon, as he had called himself. He opened his eyes in shock as Calmadio stood still, unaffected by the attack. However, the demon moved, kicking the angel's body, sending him flying. Naruto maneuvered, hovering in the air. Bye-bye. He crashed to the ground, courtesy of an elbow from the four-armed demon, falling on the same angel, crushing him with all his weight, enlarging the crater they had recently made. He moved his leg, crushing that larva. Inept angel. Who are you calling inept, inept? A fist erupted from the cloud of dust, slamming into the demon's chin, sending him flying. Calmadios couldn't maneuver or summon darkness, as several spears of light struck him. He was forced to take cover, cursing. He lowered his arms, only to be met by the reincarnated angel's fist, sending him soaring through the increasingly bright sky. Naruto stood there, flexing the fingers of the hand he'd used to punch the original. I feel like my power is growing with every passing second, he said to himself, staring at that fist. All that power coursing through his body felt good, like a continuous stream of fire that kept pumping through him. He clicked his tongue and cracked his neck. Nice hit, stinking Gaki Calmadios declared, appearing. Blood trickled down his chin as he held a dark mass in his hand. He smiled. But if you force me to use assault mode, I fear you'll die before you beg. Naruto raised an eyebrow, generating a sword of light. Yes. Well, that's not up to some inept low-class demon challenging Naruto-sama, the boy declared, revealing a second sword of light. Each time, those swords looked more like flames stolen from the sun itself. Hikari Nibumi no dance of light, second step. Calmadios moved his arms, forcing the darkness to cover him, feeling the cuts the boy had inflicted after those words softened slightly, though they left wounds on his body. The demon was clearly surprised. He swung his forearms, using his weapons, trying to destroy that larva, as he called it. Naruto Escanor joined both swords, generating an immense one, and launched the attack, hitting the original demon with a movement, sending him against the ground, wrapped in light and flames. That movement barely reduced his magic reserves. Calmadio spat out blood, but the smile never left his face. That larva was giving him a good fight, and he'd enjoy it until he ripped the wings from its cold, inert body. You're incredible, angel. I am Lady Gabriel's ace, he reported, exuding more and more power, causing the air around him to stale, as if it were a heat source. I simply dispose of the trash that she herself shouldn't touch. Ahahaha, the demon laughed, standing up, looking at the angel while showing his bloody teeth. Are you at the service of that bitch Gabriel? Hahaha. Naruto narrowed his eyes, staring with burning daggers at the demon. No matter how powerful he was, he would never let anyone mock the person he held dear and who had saved him. Never. I suggest you shut your mouth, you disgusting worm. You should be crawling and apologizing. Oh? The prince got angry. Well, let's see how long you can stand that disgusting pride of yours, larva. Calmadio sent dark matter against the angel, trying to trap him while he ran toward the enemy, swinging his weapons to cut the larva into pieces. Too bad Shunshine was what God himself longed for. Naruto appeared in front of Calmadios, sending him a kick, while the dark mass vanished due to the angel's interference. He spun around on the ground and delivered an elbow, causing the demon to hunch forward, spitting out a large amount of blood. He generated a sword of light and swung it, attempting to cut the original demon in two. Dark mass stopped his movement and Calmadios punched him in the solar plexus, sending him sprawling. He swung his leg and slammed the blonde's face into the ground. He spat a huge ball of flame at the angel, smiling at the sight of him engulfed in flames. He opened his eyes when the same angel punched him in the stomach, sending him backward, revealing an athletic torso with no wounds present. Naruto generated several spheres of light and struck the demon, burying it in the ground with them, generating an explosion that engulfed them both, with Naruto being the one who emerged unharmed, not even showing a drop of sweat. Calmadios stood up, seeing his right horn shattered by the movement. That infuriated him as much as it amused him. "There's someone I can't leave alive, kiddo," he declared, wiping the debris from his body, revealing the blood that trickled down it. A feral grin had appeared. "Fine, then." Dark mass enveloped him, taking the demons into assault mode, unleashing far more power than before, making the sapphire-eyed blonde gasp at such power. He didn't notice when the dark hand struck him, sending him tumbling backward, spitting blood from the blow. He skidded across the ground, blood dripping from his chin. He jumped, dodging another dark mass that Calmadios used to attack him. But it wasn't enough. Naruto felt a presence behind him, his eyes widening. Calmadios generated 4 dark matter fists, sending the reincarnated angel crashing to the ground with a massive blow, then unleashing a barrage of relentless and unstoppable blows. He laughed, gathering energy. Evil breath. The immense sphere of roaring flames escaped from the mouth of the primal demon, advancing ferociously towards its enemy, with 3 times the force expected. Calmadios wanted to win. Then the explosion arose. Sky. An angel ran through the halls of heaven, looking from side to side, dodging other angels who looked at him with a certain astonishment and confusion, not knowing what was happening to their companion and brother to cause him to be in such a hurry. But seeing the bloodstains on his wardrobe, no one dared say anything, remaining on the sidelines, although they did show their perplexity. Soon, that angel reached his destination, opening the door to Michael's office with fury, astonishing those who were there. Gabriel, Metatron, Meliodas and Michael himself. "Lord Michael," he said, his voice breaking. "Annabeth Whaleston has been found at last." "That's amazing," Gabriel declared, letting a smile appear on his face. "But several grey demons have killed various orphans and angels and also seriously injured Annabeth. But what worries us is the new saint." Gabriel looked at the messenger angel. "What's wrong with my ace? Has it caused any problems?" "He saved young Annabeth and the others, holding off the greys. We don't know if my lady is still alive." That news left the highest-ranking angel static, unable to take their eyes off the messenger, who felt as if he were out of place, seeing how small tears began to form in Lady Gabriel's eyes and immediately ran down her face, soaking her owner's clothing. Meliodas looked at all this in bewilderment until he decided to stand up, taking the sheath with his broken sword, cleaning the dust that had settled on his pants. "Mama, don't worry. I'll go see if I can bring that stray sheep back into the fold, Michael." Gabriel looked pleadingly at the demon. For her, it was too hard a blow to lose one of her beautiful saints. Battle between Naruto and Calmadios. Calmadios breathed heavily, observing the destruction he had caused with his attack, thus using a third of his own magic, destroying everything in his path, leaving trees engulfed in a sea of dancing flames before his eyes, while the original's wounds disappeared completely, leaving only a light trail of blood. He had enjoyed the battle. It had been over 1,000 years since anyone outside of the demon clan had managed to thwart him. Only the archangels of that stupid god humans had. But they never managed to kill him. There he was, still alive, despite the tough fight that larva had given him. It had been fun, but it was over. He'd gotten rid of a potential enemy in the wars to come, he knew that all too well. He took a step away from the battle zone when something stopped him there, his back to the immense crater. Suffocating heat. "Oh," spoke a thick voice from the crater, causing the same original demon to turn his body, looking inside it, seeing a standing figure, with white wings on his back, while his pants were torn and his torso completely exposed, with wounds that were healing as the seconds passed, leaving a light steam behind him, to the demon's amazement. "Are you leaving already? Impossible. How are you still alive?" he roared, releasing some power, enveloping his body in dark mass, entering assault mode again, releasing dark power. Naruto Escanor cracked his neck with a movement, laying his eyes on that demon, while a slight smile appeared on his face, full of pure arrogance. "Because I'm Naruto-sama, of course." "Muir." Evil breath. The angel smiled. A huge shower of flaming spheres began to fall upon the sapphire-eyed blonde. Naruto took a deep breath, inhaling some air into his lungs, not moving from that spot. "Helios," he murmured, beginning to gather energy in his right fist, all that he could muster, generating an immense concentration of heat in the same spot. "Fair, Helios justice." He swung his fist, launching a beam of light at the fire spheres, generating explosions around them, thus preventing Meliodas himself from seeing anything. Because of this, he was unable to evade Naruto's attack, feeling how the beam of light pierced his right shoulder and destroyed his lower right arm, leaving him with only 3 arms. This impressed the original demon, who let out a growl at his enemy's movement, seeing the blood escaping from his wound. Dark Mass moved to retrieve the arm and heal its summoner. "You'll pay for this," the demon hissed as he ascended into the sky, already meeting Naruto there. "What? Were you going somewhere, Mercy?" the reincarnated angel asked, flashing a crooked smile, letting the raw power escape from his body, driving the demon back. An immense sword of light was summoned by the one who had caused so many victims among angels and humans, causing the demon to grit his teeth. "If you have any last words, now is your time. Bastard," roared the original demon, creating an immense power around him, causing the dark matter to gather, increasing in shape, releasing more power than Naruto himself could have imagined, unless he was using the last grace of God, the one that would give salvation to all those who would soon be involved in a bloody war, unnecessary for the world itself, created only by ambitions, by revenge. "You will die today, stupid larva." Naruto snapped his fingers, looking down on the primal demon who was challenging him. He was convinced of his imminent victory, deluded. Now, he was feeling an immense power that almost no one could imagine. It made him feel superior to others, creating immense pride and arrogance toward anyone else. But that demon deserved no less. The Kari no Dance, Light Dancer. B.E. Naruto descended, unleashing the immense lash of light on Meliodas, while the same demon advanced towards the reincarnated angel, generating immense power with his dark mass, dealing the final blow, generating an immense explosion. Everything was destroyed within a huge radius, generating an immense heat wave. Sate, but what do we have here? The expected one. He opened his eyes, finding himself once again facing that golden ceiling he'd seen the other time he woke up, the one that welcomed him back into the world, but this time as an angel under the command of Lady Gabriel, the only female seraph, his golden-haired maid. So what had happened with the battle? His head was quite muddled, with images he barely understood and unsure if they had actually happened. Had he acted arrogantly? It was strange, but also amusing. He couldn't believe he'd spoken and looked so proudly at an original demon, as he called himself. Could they have something to do with the demon faction? He highly doubted it. From what Dulio had explained to him, within the demon faction, there were no demons capable of handling dark matter like this one. He sighed, running his hand over his face and sitting up in bed, blinking a few times. "Lady Gabriel?" he called to the seraph, showing genuine surprise at seeing the golden-curled maiden sitting in the chair next to his bed, holding a golden-covered book in her hands. Gabriel lifted his face from the pages, looking at the newly awakened saint, his eyes filled with confusion. The seraph put down the book and hugged her ace tightly, letting a few tears fall on his shoulder, surprising the sapphire-eyed blonde, who didn't know what to do. Should he hug her? Before he could move his arms, his mistress moved, keeping her hands on the boy's shoulders and looking at him with crystalline eyes from the same tears that ran down her cheeks, soaking the golden dress that the blonde was wearing, making Naruto feel terrible for what he had caused to his king when he took flight, not measuring the consequences of his actions. Naruto the angel murmured, hugging the reincarnated teenager again, making him blush slightly at the action of his king, but increasing the guilt that the boy himself felt at being hugged by her. "Don't do it again." Naruto closed his blue eyes, sighing, wrapping his arms around his king, deepening the hug, feeling the drops of her tears stain his bandages. He could clearly hear the woman's sobs, feeling increasingly miserable. "Sorry to interrupt." Both king and Ace separated, looking at the figure of Michael, the archangel in charge of heaven, looking at them with a slight smile. "Nai-sama." "Lord Michael," the blonde said, swallowing hard, knowing that the man could undoubtedly destroy him with a wave of his hand in his current state. Michael, noticing that the saint was nervous, even scared in his presence, decided to show a slight reassuring smile, trying to calm the boy as much as possible. "I see you're feeling better now. You've been out of the picture for about 2 weeks, Archangel said, chuckling as the boy looked shocked by what his leader had just said. "According to what Annabeth told us, you stayed behind to prevent the Greys from finishing them off, and you went there without authorization, right?" Naruto Escanor gulped, showing a nervous smile at his lord's words. "Yes, Lord Michael, it is all true. I marched on my own to England, knowing that I could be punished by you or my king for such a move, but there was no time. I knew you had a meeting, and when I heard some angels talking about what had happened to my companion, Saint, I decided to set out, knowing that I could die, though unaware of these demons." "What are they?" "The Greys are demons from the demon clan, the beings who form the underworld itself, superior to the Mayu and Lucifer himself. Clearly, the Greys are the weakest, or so we believe. We don't know much about this, I'm afraid. Just one more thing. They possess the 10 commandments, the most powerful group among them, capable of standing up to the current Mayu and even us. The saint kept his mouth closed for a few seconds, processing what the leader of heaven had said. So? Yes, we watched your battle from here, well one of our allies went to find you, Michael declared. Then, we saw you fight against one of those commandments, using truly amazing strength. But, I'm afraid, Calmadios has fled. We don't know exactly how he survived the collision of both attacks and left, leaving you lying unconscious. That's something that benefits us, declared the leader of heaven, looking at the sapphire-eyed boy, still showing his slight comforting smile, present all the time on his face, clearly with the aim of not making him nervous. This really is a problem. If one of the 10 commandments is on the loose, we will have to prepare thoroughly for the possibility that the others will soon be released. It is something I really do not like to admit, but there are few angels who can face them, declared the archangel, showing a regretful look, sighing. Naruto. Have you ever used that power before? Naruto Escanor blinked a few times, remembering that burning heat sensation throughout his body, unable to associate it with any other moment in his life, at least not his human life. The first time he had used that strength was when he faced those demons. No, Lord Michael. This was my first time, he replied humbly, keeping his gaze on his lord. Then the time has come to explain this power to you. Its name is Shunshine, the most powerful grace our father created in the hopes that it could repel any movement from 2 specific groups, which even current demons fear. The goddess clan and the demon clan. So far, we've only seen Calmadios, one of the 10 commandments, a member of the demon clan. But we can't rule out the possibility of a member of the goddess clan appearing. It's worrying, indeed. Within us, only 4 of us could face what seems to fall upon the world. And we can't just show ourselves in battle, he informed her, taking a seat in the chair Gabriel had occupied a few seconds ago, facing the teenager. And, since God is dead, no one can create graces that grant us an advantage. Therefore, it's very likely that a faction meeting will be held, involving ourselves, the fallen faction, and the current demon faction to discuss the matter. The primordial demons are not a topic to be taken lightly, I'm afraid. So, my lord Michael, do you mean that I carry with me a grace granted by God himself? Exactly, and not just any grace, but the strongest of them all. Shunshine, the last grace, the lost grace of God, never manifested itself until now. And, if we've discovered that you possess it, it's because of what's written about it in Father's journal, he declared, showing the gilt-covered book that Lady Gabriel had been reading, handing it to the sun-kissed boy. In this journal, Father explains a little about Shunshine, though not everything, I'm afraid. Just the main thing. It's a grace that grants unprecedented power to whoever possesses it, growing in power as noon approaches, drawing power from the sun itself. There's nothing more that Father explained about it or that we can decipher. It should be noted that you took Calmadios well despite this being your first time with the power, something that makes things easier for us. Naruto blinked, looking at Michael, somewhat confused. What do you mean, my lord Michael? Well, to intensify your training so you can use Shunshine freely without harming yourself, as well as finally defeat Calmadios. When you're in peak condition and with the grace under control, you'll be able to accomplish what many have failed to do. Eliminate a commandment. Father believed in the wielder of grace, and as his son, I will be no less. With nothing else to say, Michael left the room, leaving the ace completely thoughtful, his gaze fixed on that golden-covered book that rested in his hands, letting out a sigh. He had gone from being a human who had nothing, to an angel with the power to destroy the evils that stalked heaven, and even to be able to protect Earth. He had nothing left there, but he couldn't see more children covered in blood, crying for the death of their parents. He felt a squeeze on his hand and raised his face, revealing that he had begun to cry, looking into the blue eyes of Lady Gabriel, who smiled at him affectionately, trying to comfort her saint. I have faith in you, my beautiful saint. Not even Gabriel knew that those words would be treasured for eternity by that reincarnated angel. But Meliodas had never been a truly serious guy, always affable and clearly perverted, but the situation seemed to require a much more serious side than usual, something that seemed to bother him. Should he take the stance of a man with a stick up his ass? It wasn't something he himself desired, if he were honest. He loved being who he was and couldn't feel more frustrated when he had to stop being that way, taking on the mask of someone he wasn't. He then looked again at the figure in front of him. A man with hair as scarlet as blood itself, looking at him with a crooked smile, perhaps amused, making the primeval demon himself show a poker face. Was this guy really the current Lucifer? Yes, without a doubt the demon clan would hate them even more, seeing how the current demons didn't seem so terrifying. So, Meliodas-kun, to what do I owe the visit of such a powerful being within the world? I hope it's not to cause trouble, as you usually do. Those are things that ungrateful Bale forces me to do, followed by those Phoenix, although I hope his pride has fallen a bit, declared the Dragon of Wrath, showing a slight smile, remembering how a few hundred years ago, he plucked the previous Lord Phoenix. That memory, he had it engraved in his mind. I don't come for things about your pillars, Surziches-chan. I come for something more urgent. The Demon Clan. Surziches Lucifer showed, at first, a somewhat confused look, then one of terror, leaning forward, over his desk, to the surprise of his queen, who remained glued to the wall. You mean? It seems there's been a break in the seal placed on the Demon and Goddess clan, which has caused the release of Kalmadios, one of the 10 commandments, and Grisea primordial demons, allowing them to rampage through various villages across northern Europe, leaving behind countless victims, including children. Michael couldn't and won't handle this alone. There's a commandment on the loose with an army of grey demons. I tried to kill him myself, but he escaped due to Metatron's interference, clearly unintentional. I understand, Meliodas. So, what Michael requires is a meeting of the 3 factions, so we can reach a joint agreement and see what we do from now on with the other commandments, if they escape the seal, right? Yes. That would be the main thing. The secondary thing is to look for potentially powerful people within the factions, to create a group that can confront the possible threats of the demons and goddesses, as well as those of the Cows Brigade, the demon declared, appearing extremely calm. That really is the most important thing. We have 3 enemies, with 3 objectives to destroy the world. The question is, would you be willing to create an alliance to protect all the innocent? Or will you be guided by what those elderly advisors say? Heaven now has a potential angel capable of confronting the commandments, and I plan to recruit him. But the 2 of us won't be able to defeat all those armies alone. Surziches remained silent, staring up at the ceiling of the office, pondering the words the primal demon had spoken to him, becoming deeply troubled. Beyond the interests of the elders, the safety of the underworld came first, as did the safety of all those young demons who knew next to nothing about the world and still had plenty of room for improvement. The image of his younger sister flashed through his mind in a flash, his gaze now revealing an unwavering resolve. He sighed, leaning back in his chair and looking back at Meliodas, who was sipping his cup of tea, openly displeased with the beverage. It was abundantly clear to the Crimson Mau that what his friend needed was a good beer. Hell, even he needed her. Well, Meliodas, you have my full support on this. I'm glad to hear it. Surziches silenced the blonde, emerald-eyed demon by raising a hand, remaining completely serious. But on one condition. If my sister gets involved in this, I want you to protect her. Meliodas left the teacup on the table, empty. Of course. You have my word. Licking wounds. Naruto Escanor never believed he was too important to anyone to be shown that he really should stay alive, fighting for what he believed was right and even being able to find some true friends. Dulio Gesualdo, Michael's Joker, really wasn't a bad guy, always willing to have a good meal and do some training with him. Despite discovering that he had Shunshine as power and grace granted by God, he was no match for the wielder of the Zenith Tempest, the second strongest Longinus within the 13. And, although it was something that irritated him, his control over the grace was truly poor, being able to execute only the Heliosphere as a movement, in addition to his own used with light magic. But he wouldn't give up. He could feel that Gabriel, his king, was watching him in every training, and he himself didn't want to disappoint her. He flapped his wings, taking flight, hovering above the strongest exorcist, emitting a sliver of light. He conjured several spears, sending them tumbling toward his master. They froze, and with a snap of his finger, they shattered completely, causing the reincarnated saint to express frustration. He couldn't overcome that saint with light magic, and he couldn't fully utilize the power of his grace, which widened the gap between the 2 saints. Ah, come on Naruto. I want to eat, the saint declared, showing heaviness and continuing with the training. We've only been here for 2 minutes. But Itsuo tiring the strongest exorcist declared, deflecting several spears of light with his bare hands, taking the blade of light from the Sunshine wielder's sword and splitting it with only 2 fingers, elbowing the sapphire-eyed blonde, causing him to flinch back in agitation. Focus. I want cinnamon rolls today. Do you think Lord Michael and Lady Gabriel will let us go to the human world to eat? Naruto twitched one of his eyebrows, looking closely at the 10-winged angel, truly showing disgust towards him for what he said, always thinking about food. The sin of gluttony is condemned, Dulio. The 2 collided, creating a huge breeze that swept across the floor, attracting the attention of the angels passing by, their eyes wide open in amazement. Naruto had grown a few inches and his strength had increased, forcing Dulio to retreat, who was smiling crookedly at his apprentice's anger. He snapped his fingers, and the feet of the wielder of grace were frozen completely, preventing the young man from moving. Naruto frowned, creating 2 spears of light and firing them at his master. The wielder of the second strongest Longinus simply stopped both attacks with one hand, shattering his apprentice's light magic. though he opened his eyes in astonishment. Naruto closed his right fist, falling on Dulio with all the concentrated strength he possessed at that moment, unleashing a ferocious blow against his adversary, raising a wall of smoke and dust, covering both saints. Dulio emerged from the cloud unharmed. Meanwhile, the newly formed saint showed noticeable fatigue and some minor injuries, much to the amusement of the food-loving angel. "Mama, Naruto, you should calm down. Shunshine won't be that easy to control, I know it. Besides, you're facing one of those who could kill a commandment from heaven," declared the blonde with green eyes and dressed in priestly robes, showing a slight smile on his face. "Why don't we go eat? Seriously, I'm hungry." Naruto sighed, putting on the glasses Gabriel had given him, which were capable of controlling his power so that it wouldn't get out of hand during the day when he was around innocent people or other factions, allowing him to live a somewhat normal life. He retracted his wings and undid the spear of light he had summoned, completely frustrated. Seriously, how could anyone think about food at a time like this? Almadios, the current commandment of mercy, one of the primordial demons capable of devastating everything, was still loose and alive. If he had been able to concentrate any more of his power, he would be dead now. He would have to truly train to control Shunshine. He felt a hand patting his back, causing Naruto to look at his fellow saint, Michael's Joker. "Come on. Let's have a meal." Somewhere in Russia. Almadios struck the last of those humans, snatching his soul back into his body. It had taken him too long to muster all the power he'd lost against that angel who had nearly killed him. If he hadn't fled, Meliodas would have killed him. And he couldn't kill the child, that larva. He was genuinely a bit upset by that fact. But he had some power again, and it was still growing. As soon as he regained his full power and a little more, he would go to the underworld and destroy the entire seal. He knew the others would be waiting for him, and not on very good terms. He should have freed them weeks ago, but both the traitor and the angel were crucial in preventing him from doing so. He was pissed off. "I see you haven't recovered yet, Almadios." The giant four-armed demon looked to the side, finding himself wearing red armor with a dark gem in the center. He was 4 meters tall, carrying an immense double-sided spear, one side of which bore a harpoon and the other the shape of a battle-axe blade in his right hand. He exuded a power far superior to Almadios, at least at that moment. "Balland, the commandment of mercy," murmured, watching again as the Greys continued killing people, destroying the human village they were in. "What are you doing here? I didn't think anyone else would make it out of the seal." "The king ordered us to move, I'm afraid," Balland declared, gripping his weapon tightly, staring into the dancing flames surrounding the village. "I felt your power and another man's. And then your power waned. What happened?" "An angel battled me. A mere one-winged angel almost killed me," roared the demon of mercy, keeping a firm grip on his weapons, his gaze fixed on the dancing orange flames. It was truly interesting. He had the power of an archangel. "Oh. Then it was good to move, bringing some red demons and a couple of Albions with me," the commandment of truth declared, displaying a terrifying dark smile. "I think I'll enjoy tearing heaven to pieces when I gather enough power. Though the 4 archangels will be a nuisance to it. I shall fleece them and bathe in their blood." "Don't show off, Balland. We don't yet have the strength to launch an attack against heaven. No matter how many reds and greys we have, we still lack the power ourselves. And besides, Meliodas is lurking around here. A direct confrontation with him wouldn't be good either." Balland placed his left hand on his chin, assuming a thoughtful pose as he watched the chaos unfold before him, his ears filled with the screams of the slaughtered. A grim smile spread across his face, lingering for several seconds before he moved his spear. "Maybe I can't deal with Meliodas. But that angel who almost killed you, that's a different matter. I'm interested in his pair of wings." Almadios denied, turning his gaze back toward the massacre. "Don't do anything stupid, Balland. I'm trying to stay under the radar, attacking only coastal towns with no communication, diverting the faction's attention from me as much as possible, so Meliodas or the leaders don't find me. We must gather power and take the seal before we break out into war. We must be careful with all of this." The commandment of truth didn't answer, keeping his gaze on all the chaos surrounding them, filling the sky with loud screams and cries. Were there still humans alive? Balland showed a truly horrifying face, with a chilling smile on it, as an idea flashed through his head, sliding his hand along the length of his spear, wishing with every second to make that idea a reality as soon as possible. He knew there was no impediment. The archangels would be busy with Almadios, and Meliodas would surely be far away, in the underworld, where he felt right at home, or in some bar or tavern, drinking that beer he loved. He looked at the commandment of mercy, maintaining that smile on his face, resembling a helmet, with 2 horns, one on each side of his head. One of Almadios' horns, in Balland's eyes, seemed to have been severed in his battle with the angel. "Hey, Almadios, where's the angel's human base? I mean, where the exorcists are swarming like mere ants, waiting to be eaten by someone truly greater." The commandment of mercy looked at his battle brother, frowning, if he even had one. He stood up, revealing that he was several heads taller than Galland, the commandment of truth, in plain sight of all those humans screaming for their lives, while the Greys moved in, taking in their succulent meal that no one would want to waste, at least not as a demon. The Vatican. There's an army of that plague of warriors of God there. I'd even say there are several angels roaming freely outside of heaven, their home among humans. I don't understand why white-winged birds swarm around such an earthly place. Alan swung his spear, driving the harpoon into the ground, creating a small cloud of dust that rose into the sky, disappearing into the starry night, without anyone noticing. So, I have my goal. What are you talking about? Alan laughed briefly. Perhaps he wouldn't be in favor of the plans Calmadios wanted to carry out to bring the others back, and he wouldn't have to wait months to leave one by one. He had found a source of souls that he himself desired to possess, and he had no doubt would give him power against the enemies they would soon face. It would be a way to lick the wounds inflicted by Meliodas and the mysterious one-winged angel. But it would serve to weaken one of the enemy factions before the war. Was it the right thing to do? For Gallant of Truth, it was. He wished to bathe his halberd in the blood of all his enemies so that he could steal their sweet souls and offer them to his king so that he would break the seal that imprisoned them. It would be fun, wouldn't it? Alan had it in mind. Only, in addition to earning all the favorable points, he would entertain himself while Calmadios gathered souls in his own way, wreaking havoc throughout the human territory. Yes, he longed for blood and to see all those dead angels, with the bodies of exorcists lying on the ground, in large pools of their own blood. And it would undoubtedly be a glorious sight, seeing all those inert bodies lying in fresh pools of that wine-red liquid, slithering across the ground as if they were mere snakes escaping the prison of skin, bone, and muscle that had imprisoned them. He was so ecstatic to be able to fulfill that vision. He slid his hand over halberd, gripping the handle of the weapon tightly, letting it feel against his hand. Then, Calmadios, I have my mission. I will gather many souls from those pious ones, while I watch the blood trickle down my beloved halberd, leaving dismembered bodies all over the ground. I leave you with my troops. They aren't many, but with the Albions you could cause great damage, commandment of piety. Without further ado, Gallant made a huge leap, disappearing from the sight of the multi-armed giant, looking where the commandment of truth had been lost, leaving a crater behind it. Calmadios simply stood there, watching as the other primordial demon disappeared into the sky, leaving him there, surrounded by death, destruction, and fire, along with the cries of the humans, something that truly calmed him more than anything else. He shook his head in slight annoyance, sitting back down on that hill, knowing the trouble Gallant's actions would bring to his cause. He hoped Meliodas or one of the archangels wouldn't notice. This wasn't the time to lose anyone when they could gather enough and free the entire demon clan. You'd better not rush into anything, Gallant. Gallant of Truth. The starry night with a light cool air swept over Vatican City, where heaven had its headquarters on earth, serving as the operations center from which exorcists were contacted and sent on missions. It was always guarded by excellent followers of God, capable of using their own lives to remove any enemy from the area, preventing them from harming anything within, except people. But soon that resolve was put to the test. Alan, commandment of truth, a primal demon previously sealed within the demon clan, simply swooped down, destroying the entire plaza, taking several buildings with him in a single movement. He spun halberd around, generating a wild wind that destroyed several more houses on the right side, creating countless injuries and deaths. Opening his mouth, he simply swallowed those souls that would be lost. He was taking away the faithful from the angels. And that made him simply happy. He swung his spear, slashing through two ordinary police officers, leaving a massive gash ripping them in half, scattering their intestines across the ground. It was a sight no one would want to see. He shot out his arm, catching the head of a simple priest, looking at him with a smile. Oh, poor sinner. Your soul will simply satisfy my unsatisfied hunger for millennia, he said, opening his mouth. A white sphere passed from that poor man to Gallant, who crushed the man's head seconds later, letting the body fall, licking his lips. It seemed that his plan would be much more pleasurable than he had originally thought. That was more satisfying than in his own mind. He slid his hand down the shaft of his spear, moving it, piercing one of the exorcists with the harpoon tip of it, watching the blood drip from it. He was entranced by the blood and the killing. He needed more to hear those humans squeal like mere pigs. He threw his body, moving halberd swiftly, stopping a sword blade that tried to hit him, creating a crater under his feet, while a light wind was generated. Devil. Alan swung his free arm, generating dark matter, which he launched at the girl. He opened his eyes slightly as the same teenager, with blue hair and a streak of green, dodged his attack and launched herself at him again, swinging her sword of sacred power, trying to wound him. Without moving, the commandment of truth only spun halberd around, blocking the exorcist's movement for the second time, generating a bit of wind around her. At least you know what I am, Galen laughed, swinging his spear, forcing the swordswoman to retreat. You're so tender, my dear. Your blood will be something I'll taste slowly. Zenobia. Another girl spun around, revealing another of Excalibur's fragments. Excalibur mimic, resembling a katana with a golden guard. Two swords that could easily kill a low-level demon. That made Galen smile. We must prevent more people from dying. Shit. Who would have thought a demon would attack the Vatican when we're about to leave for Japan on a mission? The blue-haired woman asked, sliding her hands over the destruction, strengthening her grip. That being had withstood 2 blows from her sword and the spear she was carrying didn't look affected at all. Not a single crack was present on it, to her dismay. The wielders of holy swords, the commandment of truth mentioned, taking 2 steps, forcing both girls to raise their faces, seeing the sinister smile on that demonic helmet. Oh, this will go much better than expected. Taking souls, killing exorcists and angels, and taking those swords with me, thus preventing some disgusting human from using it again. It's all perfect, I'm afraid. I can't fail here. Both Zenobia and Irina opened their eyes as they were sent crashing into the other side of the crater, dropping their sacred weapons and spitting out some blood. That demon had moved swiftly, striking both teenagers. Alan began walking, his beloved halberd draped over his shoulder as he approached the 2 fragments of the legendary sword Excalibur. Though, from what he understood, there were 7 in total. He would take the other 5 fragments and leave devastation in his wake. Stop, Irina muttered, standing, blood trickling from the corner of her mouth, one arm hanging limp. Galen raised his face before taking the fragments, looking down at the teenager. That can't be used by filthy demons. She crashed to the ground, spitting blood, and was stepped on by the commandment of truth, who took satisfaction in the girl's moans of pain. He moved his foot, causing more pain, and grabbed one of her pigtails, raising her in front of him. You were going to say, filthy demons. I want to make it clear that I bathe at least once every 100 years, Galen pointed out, spanking the violet-eyed brunette, letting out a moan of pain. It's all so beautiful. I want to see more of your suffering. He separated from the exorcist, unconcerned, heading toward the sword fragments. He stopped, feeling an immense sacred power begin to gather, and a massive blade of light struck him, sending him hurtling to the other side of the crater. Zenobia grasped the handle of Durandal with some effort after the movement, panting slightly as beads of sweat trickled down her face. With slow steps, she ended up beside her companion, crouching down. Irina, she murmured, watching the blood trickle down her friend's face, making the blue-haired girl's eyes glaze over. I have to get you away from here. Are you leaving already? An amused voice asked, revealing Galen among the dust, letting light debris fall to the ground as he stood up, patting his shoulder, brushing away the dust that seemed to want to accumulate. There was not a scratch. We were both starting to have such a good time, Galen laughed, taking halberd with his right hand, unpinning it from the ground. He smiled sinisterly. Zenobia placed her companion on the ground, taking Durandal in her hands, looking directly at the commandment of truth, ready to fight. She would give her life for the swords, but most of all, for Irina. She wouldn't let her die just like that. She swung Durandal, colliding with halberd, generating an immense wind, gritting her teeth, being forced back by the force of that demon, retreating. She jumped, dodging the axe blade, which generated an immense furrow in the ground, raising dust that covered the exorcist's eyes, spitting blood when she was struck by the Ancient One's fist, crashing her to the ground. Her grip on Durandal loosened, releasing the sacred sword from her grasp. He screamed as Galen stomped on his arm, making it crack. At the very least, I'll take that giant blue sword. I sense a great power from the light, the demon declared, his smile widening as he looked closely at the exorcist. Let me introduce myself. I am Galen of Truth, of the 10 Commandments, serving the demon king of the demon clan. He pressed his foot against the girl's broken arm, causing her to moan in pain. This was too much fun, and he didn't want to let it go. Ara. It seems we arrived just as the action had already begun. Alan turned around, finding himself facing a smiling exorcist with blonde hair and green eyes, wearing church robes. The commandment of truth himself knew that the man gave off an immense aura. Beside him was another young man, with golden blonde hair and sapphire eyes, who wasn't even a cause for fear. Do more? Right on. Alan was amazed when he lost a blue-haired girl and the other, showing a smile, looking towards where that green-eyed man and his other companion were. Take them, Naruto. Don't engage in battle. But Dulio. Dulio Gesualdo denied, turning towards the primordial demon, revealing 10 white wings like the purity of God itself. No. I'll take care of it, please. Naruto took Irina in his arms, while Zenobia was on her knees, looking at the man so loved and respected in the church. It was an honor for anyone to be in his presence, no matter the circumstances. I'll take the fragments of Excalibur myself. You, protect these beautiful ladies. She whipped her wings, launching herself at Galland, while Naruto deposited Irina on the ground in an area that had not been affected by Galland's attack, under Zenovia's gaze. "She'll be fine, don't worry," the boy declared, creating a small golden circle of magic, applying some of it to the girl in order to stabilize her and prevent her from suffering worse or irreversible damage. "Good, that's enough." He turned his face, seeing Zenovia looking at him closely. He showed a slight smile, making the Durandal wielder blush. "My name is Naruto M. Escanor, ace of Lady Gabriel. It's a pleasure to meet you," he said, smiling widely, slightly closing his eyes behind those metallic glasses. The light blush settled on the exorcist's cheeks. "I am Zenovia Quarta. Are you something of a Griselda? She adopted me." "Why do you ask, Naruto-san?" The angel laughed lightly. "Because your tutor is someone tough with a sword," he replied calmly, receiving a smile from the swordswoman. Naruto stood up, applying the same magical procedure to the girl, being very careful. "I'm not as good as Raphael, but it'll do for now." "Thank you," the teenager murmured, squeezing his own arm. Naruto smiled, looking at the crater where Dulio would be facing the commandment. He didn't doubt his master, but he didn't know why, but he knew things would get more complicated as the battle dragged on. It was a feeling he had himself. "You're welcome, Zenovia." The girl looked down. Several explosions and some ice stalactites made both look towards the combat zone, watching as Michael's Joker moved through the sky, using his longinus to hold back the demon. Then, Naruto knew that Dulio wanted to take the Excalibur and get away, not directly confront a demon of immense power. Although he knew that the strongest exorcist could fight against the primordial, could he defeat him as the saint himself said. He hugged the girl, shielding her from the immense wind that swept over them, sending some dust and debris from the previous battle all over them. He raised his face, watching as Dulio approached them, leaving both fragments at his side, breathing heavily, leaving various battle scars visible, his blood dripping and his suit torn. "That demon, he's really tough," the angel declared, looking over to where Galland stood, waiting for them, with a few scratches all over his body. "I don't think I can beat him alone. He must have ingested many souls, I'm afraid." Naruto stared at the setting moon, clenching his fists. If it were daytime or they could hold out until the sun rose, they would be able to defeat the Ancient One using the power of Shunshine. But they didn't know if they could really hold out that long. "Lend me your sword," the sapphire-eyed man asked, looking at Zenovia for a few seconds. She hesitated for a few seconds, glancing sideways at Dulio, who simply shrugged with a smile. Zenovia Quarta held out the handle of Durandal to the reincarnated angel, who caught the sword without any problem, surprising the wielder and Michael's Joker himself, showing a new smile. "So Dulio, shoulder to shoulder?" Dulio Gesualdo stood beside the mustachioed blonde, removing the tattered clothing from his torso, leaving the skin exposed, with some damage caused by the battle. "Our first battle together," declared the wielder of the second strongest longinus, letting his smile widen. "But, none of this to Lady Gabriel, okay? If she finds out I dragged you into a battle against another Ancient One, and at night, too, I'm dead." "Sounds good to me, as long as you take me back for Raymond." "Now, perfect." Alan unstuck halberd, moving the spear towards both saints, showing an amused smile, releasing his power. Come for Gallant of Truth. Rays of Dawn." He slid his hands along the handle of Durandal as he delivered a direct blow against the commandment of truth, generating an immense wind that surrounded both combatants. He kept pace, flapping his pair of wings, pushing down with the sacred sword, trying to cut the demon in two with all his strength. Halberd moved, deflecting Durandal's broad, heavy blade, leaving a massive gap in the saint's defense. He was thrown from the impact of Galland's fist, slamming into the ground, raising a massive cloud of dust. The commandant swung his spear, deflecting the fire generated by the other saint advancing toward them, unleashing a series of spears of light wrapped in fire and lightning. He tightened his grip and slammed halberd into Dulio, sending the angel crashing into the other side of the crater, creating another cloud of smoke. Alan stretched out to his 4-meter height again, swinging his weapon. He drove the tip into the ground and pulling out a chunk of it, sending the enormous rock hurling at Naruto. He swung Durandal, slicing through the debris thrown by the enemy, receiving a firm grip from the demon, and finding himself slammed to the ground, spitting blood and uttering a few curses. Gallant of Truth tightened his grip, grinning. He dodging a massive lightning charge against him. "It seems you'll still fight me," the demon declared, appearing calm, unconcerned about being defeated. "There's no need for you to do so. You're not on my level. But I'll enjoy your blood dripping from my hands, haha." Naruto tightened his grip on Durandal, rising. Even if he couldn't use Sunshine, he wouldn't allow that demon to escape like the last one, causing more disasters throughout the human world. He couldn't afford it. He didn't want to see more people dead. Dulio wiped the blood running from his mouth. "If we weren't in a city, I'd use the entirety of Zenith Tempest to finish him off," the saint declared, showing that he was holding back in the battle. And it was true. He was only using a tiny fraction of the Longinus's power, so the disadvantage between him and Galand was due more to the environment than power itself. "What we'll do is push you back." Alan swung the weapon, blocking Durandal and a lightsaber wrapped in flames, feeling a great pressure on him, causing the ground beneath his feet to crack slightly, leaving him somewhat surprised by what both saints achieved. Distracted, Naruto slipped under the commandment's defense, slashing at it with all his might, slamming the primal demon into the other end. Dulio generated flames that he launched at it, completely surrounding it. Although they knew that wouldn't stop him. Dulio crashed to the ground, spitting blood from the impact. Above him, Galand was pleased to see the blood running down the saint's face, tightening his grip on halberd, raising it above his head, ready to execute the 10-winged angel. And he tried. Durandal moved, blocking halberd, generating a light breeze. Galand jerked his head, meeting a spear of light in his right eye. Screaming, the commandment threw himself off the exorcist, bringing the hand opposite the eye to a stop, feeling blood trickle between his fingers, slightly annoyed. He swung halberd, attempting to cut his opponent, only to find Durandal again preventing him from doing so. Frustrated, Galand kicked Naruto, sending him crashing into the ground. He generated dark mass, sending it slamming into the younger saint, hoping it would finish the angel off, grinning when he heard a groan of pain. Dulio was trapped by the hand of dark matter. Naruto ascended into the sky, charging magic on Durandal, generating an intense brightness that completely blinded anyone who looked directly, and plummeted against the commandment of truth, launching a slash charged with light magic, generating an explosion that filled the place with dust and light, preventing anyone from seeing the result of the impact made by Durandal and the youngest of all the saints in the sky. But the result was not what was expected. "Well, that was good," Galand murmured, coming into view as the light faded and the dust scattered. His left hand was blocking Durandal's blade before it could touch him, so the impact never affected him, leaving him unharmed by his opponent's move. "I think I underestimated you a little." Quickly, Galand of Truth threw Naruto into the sky, generating a powerful slash against the saint. Critical hit. Naruto Escanor crashed into a house, while a huge cut appeared on his torso, filling the poor angel with his own blood, leaving him badly injured for the moment, even dying. Alan planted his spear on the ground, walking towards the fallen Dulio, showing a satisfied smile. "I think you're alone now," he declared, grabbing the strongest exorcist by the hair and lifting him up in front of him, while smiling grimly. The wound above his eye had been completely healed thanks to his powers of the underworld. "I've really entertained you. But I must finish my work. With your deaths and the extraction of those fragments, heaven will lose a great advantage over us. It's a shame that the holy sword users are mere children. They don't know how to cut, poor things. You. An angel trying to insult you? You don't see this every day, to be honest. Won't you fall for it, little bird? If you do, your plumage will surely turn black, like those shitty crows," he declared, slamming Dulio into the ground, laughing softly at the exorcist's groan of pain. "It's a shame you can't use your full power, because of the people. And I won't see it again, I'm afraid." He swung his leg, stamping the man's head against the ground, moving his foot onto the crown of the green-eyed blonde's head, burying his face in the ground. "I enjoyed it too much." "Good," he began, noticing that the sun had begun to rise over the horizon, its rays falling on the primordial demon. "Is it daylight yet?" "Wow, time flies when you're having fun, doesn't it, my bird friend?" Galand asked, looking down, smiling. Then run. Run. Why should I, Mr. Bird?" Before he could finish his question, a powerful fist sent the demon crashing into the other side of the city, leaving a huge furrow across the street. Luckily, no houses or innocent people were affected. He bent down, picking up Dulio. "I really need Raymond," Naruto Escanor declared, his torso showing bloody marks but no wounds. "I'll take you to Zenobia and her friend. Afterwards, I'll simply hold off that demon until an archangel arrives. I don't have enough sunshine to win a fight outright, I'm afraid. And besides, we're at the dawn of a new day. My power isn't very high. I'll try to contact someone." Naruto placed his teacher next to Arena, being looked at by the blue-haired exorcist. "I take a little more Durandal." Without waiting for the girl's response, he grabbed the enormous blue sword, shooting out towards where Galand was, clenching his fist slightly, flexing his fingers, showing a serious look. He swung Durandal, unleashing a powerful sword blow at Galand and his halberd, generating an immense wind that shook everything, destroying trees in the process, causing the commandment to slide along the ground a few meters, surprised by the saint's sudden force. He jumped, dodging a slash that fell on him, creating a ditch with a blow. Naruto spun, throwing the sword and disappearing from Galand's sight. He dodged the sword, not realizing that the saint appeared behind him, taking the handle of the sword and sending a slash against his adversary charged with light and the power of sunshine, generating immense heat in the blade, hitting the commandment's back. Island of Truth crashed into the ground, feeling his back burn from the slash of light. Dark matter began healing him as he stood up and looked at the two-winged angel. "I see you're the one Calmadios told me about," the commandment said, standing up. He didn't seem worried as Naruto flew over him, Durandal in hand. "This makes it more interesting." "Maybe so, maybe not," the saint declared, descending to the ground. With a single movement, he removed his glasses, unleashing an immense power that grew as the seconds passed. "I can kill you. No matter how much you try to intimidate me, I won't run away. We'll see." Naruto threw a simple slash, sending immense force against Galand, generating a huge shockwave, causing the demon to retreat. He tried to move halberd, but he didn't manage to do so in time. Durandal sliced it in two, splitting the commandment of Truth's body, while a powerful explosion erupted behind it, leaving a huge ditch behind the commandment. Blood splattered the saint as he watched Galand reform, showing mild discomfort at being injured by that larva, as Calmadios called it. He had simply become complacent. He stood up, facing that angel, not showing the doubts that had begun to grow in his mind. He generated an immense mass of darkness and struck the saint with it, wishing to bury him, crush him with that mass of darkness. Light appeared and a beam of it tore off his head, causing him to fall to the ground. Again, the dark mass rebuilt his body. "Really, take this more seriously?" the bearer of the most powerful grace asked, taking a couple of steps, standing in front of Galand, looking him directly in the eyes, giving off more and more power, despite still being small in comparison. Galand of Truth swung his halberd, slashing with the axe blade, attempting to cut the angel in two. He was astonished to see how his own weapon was effortlessly stopped by Durandal, causing the demon to retreat, gritting his teeth and launching a series of thrusts at his opponent. Naruto Escanor, keeping pace with each and every one of its attacks, stopping the harpoon tip with his fingers, throwing the commandment back, taking advantage of the gap to launch a thrust. Shadows engulfed Durandal and Naruto jumped, taking the sacred sword with him, watching as Calmadios stood next to his partner. "I told you, Galand. You shouldn't rush into things without knowing our enemies." "Ahaha, I know. That bastard saint has taken two of my heart simply because I haven't taken him into account." Naruto cracked his neck, placing the sword on his shoulder, looking at the commandment of mercy and the commandment of truth, knowing that everything for him had become complicated with the arrival of another primal demon. As it was, he could face one of them for a while. Two was impossible. He slid his right hand over Durandal, his sapphire blue eyes focused on both primal demons, waiting for a reaction from them, feeling the power within him grow. It still wasn't enough to defeat them, he knew. Even though he eliminated two of Galand's hearts, it was more because he underestimated him than because of the demon's own power. Besides, the commandment of truth hadn't yet reached its full potential. He knew that. "Good," he began, drawing the gaze of both commandments to him. "How about leaving this at a draw? Well, it's true I won't be able to defeat both of them, more angels will soon arrive, including the seraphim and archangels, complicating your victory over my faction and your escape. I'm giving you a way to escape, even though I shouldn't, ensuring the lives of the people of Venice and ensuring you don't have to fight unnecessarily. You'll have more important things to do than fight an entire faction." Alan started to speak, but was silenced by Calmadios' arm, who glared at him menacingly. That angel was making a mistake and they should take advantage of it, not throw it overboard and be hunted by the angels. He looked at the saint, nodding. "Okay, angel, I accept your proposal." Naruto smiled, putting on his glasses. "Perfect then." Calmadios grabbed Galand and, pulling him, they both disappeared into the morning sky, leaving Naruto completely alone, watching as the sun revealed his entire body. "I need more control over Shunshine so I can fight them alone. A weapon wouldn't hurt. Well, I can wield holy swords like Durandal, it's not powerful enough. I need more." With those thoughts, Naruto Escanor left the place, flying towards where Dulio and the exorcists were. More commandments were making their appearance. Traveling to Kuo. He stood there, noticing the piercing of blue eyes like the sky itself, staring at him, not letting anything escape their visit, making Naruto laugh nervously as he watched a seraph move around him, scrutinizing his body without any shame, feeling as if he were some animal that would soon be sold. She stood in front of him, cupping his face and forcing him to look into those blue eyes that rivaled hers. They showed genuine concern, making the teenage saint feel like an idiot. He had worried his king again with his actions. Suddenly, the warmth that Seraphine's hands gave him was lost, and the blonde angel grabbed poor Dulio Gesualdo by the ear, who began to moan in pain. "How dare you confront a commandment in the city, Dulio? If you can't fight at your best, you could die." It. No complaints. "And you let Naruto fight alone?" He still can't use Sunshine to fully defeat a commandment. I'm sorry, Lady Gabriel. Forgive me. The exorcist begged louder, feeling the grip on his ear getting tighter, making the poor saint moan in pain, which caused a drop of sweat to appear on Naruto, who remained on the sidelines of the scene, next to Lord Michael, who was simply having a pleasant conversation with the young saint who wielded Sunshine. Naruto looked at the leader of the sky, who required his attention. So, you used Durandal against that gallant? Naruto nodded at Michael's question, remembering how he had taken the sacred sword in his hands, feeling it well as he held it. When the battle ended and he returned to Dulio and the exorcists, they had prostrated themselves before them, speaking of how honorable it was for them to be able to see two angels, the children of God. Then, before they continued talking, the blonde with sapphire eyes returned the sword to its owner, and she herself expressed her surprise at knowing that he had been able to use it perfectly, something that should be impossible for almost anyone. A very small percentage of exorcists had even been able to touch the handle of Durandal, so handling it without problems was something that fewer people had achieved. Only, I don't find her as mine, the young saint declared, turning his attention away from the argument between Dulio and Lady Gabriel, in which the seraph was mopping the floor with the poor joker. Even Michael was more lenient when it came to punishing his servants. I'm sorry I couldn't finish them off, Lord Michael. Or even get involved in the battle. But Dulio-sensei couldn't use his Longinus's powers to the fullest, and I feared he would die alongside the two exorcists. And I didn't want that. Many people and angels had already died. I didn't want anyone else to die by their hand. Michael nodded to the boy's questions, noticing how distressed he was from the tone of his voice. He had become heaven's hope for fighting the chaos that was coming to the factions, not just the angels. Even if things got worse, other mythologies would be affected by what was about to happen. The archangel was certain of this. He sensed it deep in his heart. And as an angel of God that he was, he didn't want to see more blood bathing the earth, as if they were simple red rivers. That's because you're not originally the wielder of Durandal, Naruto. Because of that, even though you can wield the sacred sword, you feel discomfort doing so and can't draw on the sword's full power. Technically, it's not your weapon, I'm sorry. Naruto nodded, not wanting to argue with his leader. If he couldn't use sacred weapons well, then he'd have to find another weapon he could wield perfectly, even if it was just a simple sword. He needed a weapon to use against the ancient ones, but creating a sacred weapon wasn't done in a day. It took years, something they didn't have. Sate, a voice murmured, drawing the gaze of the four angels. Naruto grabbed a massive broadsword. It was a giant broadsword. I hope it helps, Nishishishi. Meliodas said Michael, while Naruto kept looking at that immense sword. If he used Sunshine with that immense sword, he could undoubtedly sweep away half an army in one blow. It is Meliodas' sword when he was a demon. Only those who have seen the manga will know at first he thought it was going to be heavy, given the enormity of its blade and the thinness of the handle, being surprised to see that it was not so. How did it go with the Mau? Meliodas threw himself onto a sofa, leaving the broken sword in its sheath aside, crossing his legs, one over the other. Quite well, Michael, the primordial demon declared, looking at the leader of heaven with nothing more than a simple, small smile. It seemed that the punishment for poor Dulio was continuing, as the saint's screams indicated. No one would dare get in the way, even if the gluttonous angel was in trouble. Very few wanted to incur Lady Gabriel's wrath, including Michael himself. He's open to a meeting of factions. Faction meeting. Naruto-kun. Let me introduce you to one of my old friends and ally, Meliodas said the archangel, smiling weakly. Naruto reached out, gently squeezing the childlike man's hand, feeling a great magical pressure coming from him. He was strong, stronger than him at that moment. I'm Naruto M. Escanor. Meliodas, Nishishishi. Ayudaya. The three blondes looked towards where Dulio and Gabriel were, with a drop of sweat, seeing how the poor saint was, in other words, less gentle, massacred by the jovial and sweet Gabriel, making clear his annoyance against the saint-bearer of the Zenith Tempest for having taken the youngest of the saints to a battle against the commandments when he was not ready and did not know how to use his power. None of the three were willing to intervene, but instead began talking among themselves again. That sounds fantastic, Meliodas-kun Michael declared, sounding truly happy to be able to count on the Mau for a meeting sooner rather than later. They had been facing too many crises. The attacks of the Greys. The disappearance of 3 Excalibur fragments. The reappearance of the commandments. The deaths of exorcists and angels by these same people. Right now, heaven wasn't what it should be, and their power to deal with all these crises was practically scarce. They couldn't send an archangel or seraph after the commandments, and they couldn't be hunting down the Greys who were flooding the world right now. They alone wouldn't be able to do much, at least for the moment. That's good news in these times, Meliodas-kun. Are they that bad? I don't see any rain. The island of truth is free in the human world, the leader of heaven informed his friend, causing the dragon of wrath to look at him directly, paying attention. He directly attacked our headquarters in the human world. The Vatican. He nearly stole 2 fragments of Excalibur and killed too many exorcists and angels in the process, taking their souls forever. He's stronger now, and we don't know what will happen further down the line. Will a new commandment appear? We don't have the power to confront them, yet. Naruto lowered his head, knowing it was his fault for letting 2 commandments escape unharmed. But he couldn't face them either. He doubted he could hold his own against both of them, especially when his grace barely responded to him. He had to train hard to harness the power of Shunshine and rid the world of this chaos as soon as possible. But why him? He never wanted all this responsibility pressing down on his shoulders, sinking him down, leaving him almost breathless. He had been spared the taunts of his classmates and everything he had suffered in Kuo, but now he was burdened with being the bearer of Shunshine and one of the few who could directly confront a commandment in addition to being part of Lady Gabriel's group as her ace. Everything was getting more and more complicated. "Sate, so gallant," Meliodas said, laughing slightly. "Well, then I'll have to set off again. If I can stop those 2, it'll buy us some time until the other clan members show up. Though I'd take care of those problems at hand first, Michael. It's not nice to keep them piling up for later." "I wish it were easier done than said, Meliodas-kun," the angel declared, showing a rueful smile as the Ancient One stood up, dusting off his pants and taking the sheath with his sword, placing it behind him, on his back, with the handle over his left shoulder, indicating that he was left-handed. "I look forward to your fruitful journey, Meliodas." Sate, me too, old Michael. See you soon." Without saying anything else, waving goodbye, Meliodas left the room, leaving Michael next to Naruto, watching as a poor Dulio lay on the floor, covered in bruises, and Gabriel walked towards them, a smile plastered on her face. Naruto blushed slightly at this, seeing how beautiful the seraph was. "I see Meliodas has left, Nai-sama," the archangel said, smiling sweetly. Anyone would think that sweet lady had swept the floor with a poor man who had incurred her wrath. It seems he only came to deliver something to Naruto-kun and for information. Then he just left. And what brought you, Naruto-kun?" the king asked his ace. Looking at him sweetly, with those deep blue eyes like the sea itself. Naruto showed the archangel the enormous giant broadsword, making Gabriel place her index finger on her cheek, while slightly puffing out her cheeks and tilting her head, taking a tender pose in the eyes of the young saint while observing that sword that her ace showed her. Then, he seemed to remember something. "This is the sword father gave Meliodas-kun when he fought the goddess and demon clans, siding with all 3 factions. According to what father told me, it has a fraction of his power. I don't know if that's true. I didn't actually see him make it. Only what he himself told me when he gave it to Meliodas." "I understand, One-sama," Michael murmured, now looking at the sword in Naruto's hands, shaking his head slightly and showing a faint smile. "Then the sword has fallen into good hands, I'm afraid. It's something that truly comforts me." "Me too," Gabriel chirped, giving his saint a huge smile, while the latter showed a noticeable blush. Who could blame him? That seraph was the most beautiful woman he himself had ever seen. He shook his head, shaking off the thoughts that came to him. "Well, changing the subject, One-sama, it seems that before doing anything about those commandments and the trouble they will bring with them, we must do something about the theft of Excalibur from the church and the meeting of the factions, so we can then start some movement against the primordials. According to what Meliodas-kun informed me, he himself will take action in the matter, tracking Calmadios and Gallant, trying to kill them if possible, so that there are no more problems with this. It is a necessary measure, I'm afraid. Therefore, in order to defeat the worst threats looming over us, I think it's time to send someone to Kuo to support our exorcists as best as possible. The only question is who to send. Dulio must carry out investigations, and the other saints are unavailable, with everything that has happened and is happening throughout the world." While Michael and Gabriel thought, Naruto remained silent, his gaze lowered. Memories slowly appeared in his mind. A man stubbing out a cigarette on his thigh. A woman hitting his face. Blood dripping down his face during a school dance. Many different memories slowly entered his mind from that time in Kuo when he was human. Even at the currently co-ed academy, he wasn't well received by many students. Many simply ignored him, and a few hit him and belittled him. That was his hell on earth. Just by closing my eyes, I could feel it all as if I were living it all over again. Slowly, a tear escaped from her eye, being wiped away by her hand. "Lady Gabriel," he spoke, drawing the gaze of both archangels to him, making him feel nervous and almost burst into tears. If they continued to stare at him, he would probably collapse right then and there, and he couldn't afford for his king to know about his past, not now. "I can take on the mission and help the exorcists. I know Kuo, so tracking the thieves would be easier and prevent a direct confrontation with the Gremory and Citri in the area. Also, I must withdraw from the academy. I've already been away for a little over 2 months, so it would be good to introduce myself before more rumors spread about me and cause problems when I'm supposed to make an appearance. Oh. I forgot you were human before and you should want to be with your own people, Gabriel murmured, embarrassed by it, being scolded by Michael, making the younger saint laugh, who shook his head. Don't worry. I really have nothing in the human world tying me down. Now then, I'll give my life for the exorcists you've sent, and if I think it necessary, I'll let the thieves have the Excalibur. I won't allow any more innocent people to die. Those words, full of passion, of an unbreakable will, made the cheeks of Seraphim Gabriel blush, who felt the purity and warmth in the heart of her saint, her as. Good, Naruto M. Escanor. Your next mission will be to take care of both exorcists and ensure they don't die needlessly. I hope you can handle it and don't fight unnecessarily. Michael's words would soon be tainted. Anna. She folded her wings, making them disappear completely, dispelling her angelic halo, and entered, shoving her shoulder against the immense wooden door of that abandoned church. She entered with slow steps, noticing the damp smell that filled the entire room. There was a faint scent of dried blood that reached her nostrils, making her wrinkle her nose slightly. Using only his right arm, he grabbed one of the benches there, turning it around and positioning it so he could sit and rest while he waited for the two exorcists to join the Kuo demons the next day. He never believed there were demons lurking in his hometown. He just didn't like it. He sat down on the newly placed bench, leaving the immense and ridiculous giant sword resting against it while he began to think. He had already faced 2 of the commandments, so there were still 8 of them to appear, and even Shunshine seemed unstable against him, not granting him the power he needed to eliminate them, something that bothered him. He knew that if he used grace well, he would finish them off. Even Dulio was able to finish off Galland, but he was slowed down by being in a city. The territory and the appearance of his companion gave the commandment a chance to escape, something he now regretted. But it wouldn't have been able to take them on. From what he felt, even when he used most of Shunshine, he only managed to use a quarter of its total power. Why would that be? If God were still alive, everything would surely be easier. Do you think so, bearer of the grace of the sun? Naruto stood up, looking around, searching for whoever had spoken. That voice was so serious, wise, and warm that Saint himself thought he had imagined it. He was alone in that church, at least until the exorcists arrived. Now I hear voices. This is ridiculous, he declared, covering his face with his right hand, trying to relax from the voice he heard. As ridiculous as it is, I don't think so. Meliodas was right to remember his promise to me. The voice declared, causing the young angel to open his eyes, his mouth clenching, his whole body tensing. Where was the person talking to him? With everything he was going through, it was only natural to lose his sanity. Was he finally going crazy after so many years of pain? A sad smile appeared on his face. How easy it would have been to die. It's never easy to die, boy, the voice declared. A tall figure began to materialize in front of the blonde, causing him to stare in awe as the figure itself was enveloped in an immense divine aura, making even Michael's, or the entire archangels and seraphim, look ridiculous. Did you truly wish to die, bearer of my strongest grace? I can grant your wish, but think carefully. If I do, Shunshine will not appear again for a while, even thousands of years. Do you wish to doom the world? Naruto then realized he was crying. Hearing that voice, seeing the towering figure before him, he could relive everything he had suffered until his arrival with Gabriel, when she revived him to make him her ace of hearts, a saint. But who? It's not time to talk yet. I'll grant you something, given the opportunity. When the time is right, I'll return to you, and Shunshine will make you unstoppable. Keep working like this, Naruto Male Escanor, descendant of the archangel of the goddess clan, male, and descendant of the great hero of the holy war, wielder of unparalleled power, Escanor. We shall meet again, my son. The saint couldn't do anything, watching the figure fade away and feeling a warmth strike his own heart, making him feel joyful, slightly euphoric with a simple touch of that divine, sacred energy. He felt renewed, and he didn't understand why. He sighed, leaving that being aside. It was someone too powerful, beyond everyone in heaven itself, which left him confused. Could it be some entity created by God before creating Michael and the others? It could certainly be a secret weapon of God's, just as he created Shunshine. But, it seemed to know Michael's friend, Meliodas. Now, that doubt would haunt his mind until the questions were answered. He raised his face, seeing 2 figures advancing towards him, carrying what appeared to be long boxes. He showed no surprise. But a slight smile appeared on his face, seeing the 2 girls walking towards him. Zenobia Quarta and Irina Shidm, the exorcists who had fought against Galland in the Vatican, risking their own lives. He gestured with his arm in greeting, seeing the wide-eyed blue-haired girl, who quickly knelt before him, followed by the brunette, both submissive to the saint, who simply laughed softly. Why did priests force people to do this? It bothered him that some people showed him so much respect simply for being an angel. He didn't like it. It almost seemed as if they were superior, when, in reality, they were even worse than them. Because of their failures, many people died and they did nothing when devotees like the Inquisition appeared. He clicked his tongue, crouching down and forcing both of them to stand in front of him, showing a slight smile. "No need to kneel, please," the saint assured, looking embarrassed and nervous. He didn't usually deal with exorcists. That was the role of Dulio, his teacher, along with Griselda. They both dealt with all things of that nature. "I'll introduce myself. I'm Naruto M. Escanor, your personal guard for the duration of the mission. Therefore, whether the swords are recovered or not, as long as you two are still alive, the mission will be complete." Zenovia looked at the angel in disbelief, glancing sideways at her companion, confirming that she too was surprised by the angel's words, trying not to show it, but without success. Naruto had seen their faces, understanding their surprise. He gave a slight chuckle. "I'm sorry you can't bow down before me. But honestly, that's not my style," the angel declared, dismissing anything they were going to say with a simple gesture. "It's fine for the church itself to protect the Excalibur and want them safer destroyed. But leaving two exorcists unprotected seems a bit too much, especially considering what this mission means, both for the church and for the entire world." "You're referring to that commandment of truth, right?" Zenovia asked, knowing that her companion wouldn't open her mouth in front of an angel. At least, not for the moment, which she herself was grateful for. "Exactly. The 10 Commandments plus all those grey demons can cause more damage than Kakebiel himself stealing the swords. And, as we saw, the holy swords didn't manage to affect Galen much, which leaves us slightly unprotected. We must recover the fragments without any deaths and then we'll figure out what to do with those demons." "Do you think Lucifer himself sent them, Naruto-sama?" Irina asked, showing a slightly confused look, and one of Naruto's eyebrows twitched, annoyed. He just called him Sama, an honorific he didn't like at all. He didn't consider himself superior to anyone and he didn't see why anyone should treat him that way. "No. In fact, Mao Lucifer will soon meet with Lord Michael in order to form a united front against the commandments and the primordial demons." "Primals?" they both asked, confused by the word used by Saint himself, who sighed. "They are demons who existed before the original Lucifer. He, along with God, imprisoned the demon and goddess clans so they wouldn't cause more deaths in the world. Because of this, they are much more powerful than the current ones and could cause a real disaster, something we really don't want. For now, only our faction has been oppressed by their power, but we have some who will face them. Dulio-sama and you. Right. Edo yes, Irina," he murmured, scratching his cheek, somewhat nervous by the attitude of the girl with violet eyes. She was too cheerful and noisy, almost reminding him of Lady Gabriel when they were together, when the seraph caressed his face and showed genuine concern for him. That made his heart flutter happily, and he didn't know why. He only thought about helping his king until she herself wanted to get rid of him. "I hoped it would never happen." Naruto saw. "Just Naruto," he cut off the blue-haired exorcist, showing her a slight smile. "Naruto, so when will we meet with the Kuo demons?" "The Cult Research Club." He kept his back pressed against the wall of that old building, his gaze lowered, strands of hair slightly covering his blue eyes, always alert to the movements of those demons. Gremory and Citri. Both clans seemed to have their heirs there, watching over Kuo for the underworld. Something that churned his stomach until his mouth began to taste of bile. He lightly wiped his mouth, being discreetly observed by everyone there. "So," a crimson-haired girl began, turning her gaze to the two exorcists, "you were asking us to stay out of everything until you complete the mission. It's absurd. There are only 2 of you against Kakebiel. He surely has allies. You'll only be handing over 2 more fragments to the fallen." Naruto, out of the corner of his eye, saw the blonde member of the Gremory group seem to tense at the mention of the sacred swords. Could it have had something to do with them? "In any case, there's no need for the demons to worry about us," Gremory-san Zenovia hissed, squinting at the reed. "Still, this is territory of my clan and the Citri." He frowned, staring at the red-haired demon, clenching his fists while keeping them hidden, crossed over his chest. He was trying to calm down. He really was. But the Mayu sister's words irritated him too much. Who did this brat think she was? She was a conceited, overly spoiled princess. "Therefore, we ask for your permission, Gremory-san. Although you know very well that we will not care. We will not allow Kakebiel to complete his plans. If you do not want to give us permission, we will do it anyways," Zenovia declared, trying to get up while Irina looked worried. "That would cause problems with the underworld, exorcist. This is the..." The sigh cut short the Scarlet Girl's words, causing all the demons to shift their eyes towards Naruto. He had peeled his back from the wall, staring at Zenovia. The exorcist wielder of Excalibur destruction simply sat back down, closing her eyes. "You guys really are a broken record," the Sunshine wielder declared, taking a step forward, approaching the back of the sofa where his companions were. He looked and was really annoyed. The demons were too territorial, without thinking about the humans who had lived there for generations. That attitude disgusted him. He hated their arrogance. Why not kill them? It would be so easy. He simply didn't want a war where innocents died. Otherwise, Ria's Gremory's head would be adorning his room right now. Don't talk to Bucho like that, roared a brunette, taking a step forward despite being faced with Excalibur wielders. However, they didn't know he was an angel. Naruto glanced at the boy. Haim Misei. Because of him, he had died. Because of him, he was no longer human. Because of him, he would no longer have a family. That shitty little bastard had thrown him into a place he didn't want to belong, where he felt so weak, with a huge gap between his comrades because of that shitty teenager. He was carrying something he didn't want. He never wanted sunshine in the first place. He only wanted a family, the love of a mother, a father, a sister, a brother, a girlfriend, a child, but that kid, with his idiocy, had taken everything from him. Because of him, because of Ria's, he had nothing. His eyes sharpened as his fist clenched. "You," he hissed, drawing eyes to him. Finally, he had him in front of him. Finally, he could rip his head off. And, it was daytime, Saturday, barely 10 in the morning. He could destroy him, kill them. That's what he wanted. "You bucking brat, bastard," he growled, disappearing from everyone's sight. The next thing they saw was Naruto slamming Issei against the wall, causing it to crack. The Gremory members stood up, surprised. "Let it go." Naruto didn't hear Ria's Gremory scream. No, it was better not to listen to the shrieks of the little devils trying to act strong. They were nothing like them, the commandments. Yes, they were fake. They weren't real demons. They looked like paper. "Because of you," he growled, tightening his grip on the member of the Gremory entourage, watching as the boy struggled, a red gauntlet appearing. "Because of you, I was killed, Haim Misei. And I will take your life as payment." Boost. He felt himself being ripped from the boy, shot through the wall, landing in what seemed to be the courtyard of that girl's academy, his clothes in disarray, stained with dust and sand. He moved his arm, wiping away the blood that trickled from the corner of his lips. It had been a good blow, but not like Calmadio's, like Galen's, like Dulio's, Griselda's. They hit harder than that fourth-rate pervert. Yes, he would kill him. He had made the decision to do so. But, it would fall. "I'm sorry, Gabriel. It seems, I can't help you anymore. I'm simply a burden. I was never meant to be reborn as an angel, like your ace. I'm unnecessary to the world. And I don't even know why I'm descended from two such important people. Male. Escanor. Who the hell am I?" Tears began to stream down her cheeks as she felt her soul and heart darken. Yes, he would try to kill Haim Misei before leaving. He took everything from her. Wings black as night. Issei stroked his throat. Thanks to his quick movement, he'd gotten rid of that lunatic. Had he died because of him? What was the point? He'd never killed anyone, damn it. He glanced at the exorcists. They seemed surprised. Too surprised. Issei murmured from beside him, gently caressing her pawn's face, making the Sekiryu smile at the affection his king was giving him. He was happy, although more confused by what the boy who accompanied the exorcists had tried to do to him. Rias glared at them angrily. "Can you give me an explanation? Is this how you ask for permission?" Zenobia and Irina stared at each other, not knowing what to say. The angel's words had sounded so hollow, lifeless, that they didn't seem to come from him. Before, he had sounded cheerful when he was with them, or even when he had fought against that being in the Vatican. No, this wasn't Naruto. Us. "You don't need to take it out on them, you Gremory bastard," a hollow, furious, hoarse voice declared. Everyone stared at the hole in the clubhouse, seeing the figure of Naruto Escanor, shining in the sun shining on his back. The blonde smirked, removing the glasses that had covered his face, crushing them with his foot. "I'll kill your pawn. He owes me a life." Rias frowned, looking at that boy. "Issei no Tihaizo nada." "Oh? Are you sure?" The sunshine wielder asked mockingly, removing the shirt covering his torso. "It would soon be ruined anyway. This, a fallen angel did this to me because of your pawn, demon." They all saw the scar on the young man's abdomen, gasping at the sight the boy was giving them. "That doesn't indicate that. It was that bastard's girlfriend. Your beloved Rainer, the one who killed you." "Oh, but you," the boy murmured coldly, "Ria's Gremory saved you." Rias and her entire peerage were stunned. How did he know about this? "You." "I was at the park. I got the wound because I was in the wrong place when some bucking perverted bastard tried to stick it in the girl," the angel declared, closing his eyes, breathing deeply, and opening them, revealing cold blue eyes, devoid of life or emotion. "Because of you, I ended up losing everything, for being an angel. Now, I can't have what I want, and it's all because of you." Tears fell from the young man's face. Naruto Irina muttered, trying to leave, but was stopped by Zenobia. The Durandal wielder glared at the Gremories. She didn't know exactly what was happening, but she could see the devastation in the one who had helped them so much. "At first, I didn't know it was you guys. No, how could I know when I was in Kuo, even that brat thought he was better than me, and that's why I spent my time alone, an outcast. He declared, laughing coldly, letting his icy laughter hit everyone present. I'm sick of this. If you were someone else, if you weren't here, I wouldn't have to boil with rage while you look happy. You took away everything I wanted. Now, I'm an angel. No, I can no longer be someone pure. I'm a fallen angel because of the hatred I had kept inside you, Mise. And, before I leave, before I see the disappointment that life gave me, I will kill you. All of you, if necessary. He revealed the dark black feathered wings, causing the exorcists to cover their mouths with their hands. Irina, while the other only sadly watched this fact. I never knew how to control myself, the blonde declared, tossing his torn shirt aside, staring sadly at the dark feathers that fell behind him as he showed off his wings. He had hurt Gabriel with his blind revenge. But he never wanted to be an angel and carry sunshine. He just wanted love, to be loved. He blocked with his hand the brown-haired boy's gloved fist, generating an immense wind pressure that separated the Grimoire and the exorcists, while the booster gear wearer launched blow after blow. Naruto simply moved the boy, leaving a huge egg in his defense, and, with a simple karate chop, sent the child to the ground, creating a crater from the teenager's impact. He now swung his left hand, blocking the fist of a white-haired loli. Tickle. She glared at the Nekomata, causing her to flinch. She slid forward, swinging her arm, and slammed her elbow into the girl, sending her sprawling to the ground with that simple movement, watching as she spat blood from her mouth. Am I really the bearer of a grace? It's a curse. He raised his right hand, stopping the Grimoire Knight's sword, tightening his grip, watching as the blade crunched into 1,000 pieces that fell from his hand. He moved his body away, dodging another blade and swung his leg, kneeing the gray-eyed boy, feeling nothing. They're just demons. Demons that took everything from me. An immense lightning bolt, along with a sphere of dark energy with red edges, sent him flying from the building, bleeding slightly from his torso. He kept his head down, his dark wings flapping slightly, staring at the ground for a few seconds. He swung both arms, blocking the loli's fist and the knight's sword. But he couldn't stop the Sekiryote's powerful punch, and he was thrown back. The tree creaked from the impact, falling on top of him. I really want to kill them, those who took everything from me, but I can't finish destroying Gabriel. I've already hurt her with all of this. I'm no longer her ace. Just another fallen one. Using the strength of his bent legs and the power of his arms, he raised a shattered tree above him, swinging it like a powerful bat, striking the 3 attackers. He watched as the academy was torn apart by the 3 bodies. He hoped they wouldn't get up. I wanted to kill them. He turned his face, watching as Riaz and his queen summoned their magic, probably hoping to hit him with it, to finish him off once and for all. Perhaps it would be for the best. His death. It just stood there. He waited for his death. I wanted to disappear. He opened his eyes, watching as both exorcists deflected the spells of Grimoire's demons, thus preventing them from hitting him and eliminating him before sunshine had more effect on him. Why? I'm fallen now. Why protect me? He frowned, wrapping both arms around the young women, jumping, dodging the massive magical attack that the Grimoire and her brunette queen launched at him. He breathed somewhat calmly, although it showed frustration. With the blood present on both girls, he had realized what he had started, simply for his revenge. He had even shattered Gabriel's glasses. Naruto, Irina murmured, displaying a distressed look like she'd never seen on anyone other than Gabriel. You never wanted to be an angel. No, she replied in a murmur, audible only to the 2 exorcists. The Grimoire clan had gathered and stood before them, ready for combat. I just wanted a family. And, when I died from being in the same place as Issei, I was reincarnated as an angel without my wanting it. With my black wings, I can now have children, although I don't know if angels can have children. But, when I had white ones, I couldn't betray my king. Now that doesn't matter. Revenge sent me to the ground, I fell. He moved both of them, placing them behind him, using his left arm to stop Ria's Grimoire's fear of destruction. The energy was powerful, too much for a normal young woman. But she was a demon, the sister of a Mau. They were beyond ordinary. He braced his legs and, using his other hand, grabbed the sphere, beginning to squeeze it, bursting it as if it were a simple balloon. The energy sent a wave of wind that shattered the windows of the entire academy, even cracking the walls. That was undoubtedly amazing. Naruto raised his hands and saw them bleeding. Light steam began to rise toward the sky as the wings closed. I'm a monster. She clenched her fists, letting more tears fall, worrying both exorcists. She couldn't stay there. She didn't want to stay there. She didn't have the face to see Lady Gabriel or Lord Michael. She wouldn't even be able to see Griselda or that stupid Dulio. He betrayed them. He was an ungrateful bastard. He knew them. He should have died. Why did Gabriel save him? His sweet Gabriel. Too naive, innocent, childlike, a pure angel in every way. Why does she care about him, a mere piece of trash? I'm trash. I suggest you stop fighting, declared a calm voice, attracting the attention of the Grimoires and the exorcists. Naruto simply stood there, ready to leave the place in a second. The urge to kill Hinata went away when he saw the injuries on Zenobia and Irina. This will cause more problems than satisfaction. They started it. They're bastards, especially the fallen one. Issei roared, annoyed by what the former angel had done to him. He'd attacked him for no reason. I won't allow you to talk about him like that, Issei-kun, Irina declared, taking a defiant step, revealing the Excalibur mimic, sharpening her gaze towards her childhood friend, surprising him, who stepped back at her gesture, annoyed. Riaz, said the girl who had just arrived with her entourage, assessing the situation, noticing the angel with wings as black as the night itself. Naruto M. Escanor. I never expected you to be alive after all this time without hearing from you. Sona, the blonde murmured, not looking up, feeling worse and worse. I'm sorry. I caused trouble because of my desire for blood, because of my desire for who I died for. I'm sorry. She flapped her wings, disappearing in a curtain of air and dust, leaving two exorcists worried. Irina was tearful, while the Durandal wielder looked directly at Issei, feeling enraged. There's no need for the discussion to continue, Sona declared, looking at both sides, then focusing on the two girls from the church. If you would accompany me, please. The Mau Lucifer has granted me the authority to fix what has been caused here, in his name. We will come to an agreement for both parties and thus not cause more problems, she declared, appearing calm, slightly moving her glasses with her index finger, replacing them over her purple eyes. Riaz, please accompany us. Leave your entourage here. They are not necessary. Without further ado, the four teenagers proceeded to walk away from Grimoire's entourage, leaving a frustrated Issei behind. But who was he? I didn't know Sona Kaichu knew him. It seems he wasn't very popular around here, Kiba declared, looking up at the sky, watching a black feather descend towards them. The desperate pain that dragged you to where you shouldn't be, breaking your promises. I hope that by the time I see you, we'll both have solved our problems, Naruto. I wish for a fight to measure myself against you, the knight declared, taking the black feather in his hands. He had to destroy the Excalibur. Abandoned church. She descended, generating a slight echo of the wind hitting the walls, folding her wings, but not making them disappear. Her halo had completely vanished. There, leaning against a bench, was the giant broadsword Meliodas had given her. So, have you fallen, bearer of the sunshine? He stopped in his tracks, hearing the voice of that figure he'd seen the other night, and froze. He quickly recovered, keeping his head down, feeling his chest ache. Yes, she murmured, letting the pain transfer to her interlocutor while hiding the sadness in her eyes, using the strands of her golden hair. I have failed Gabriel. I am not the chosen one of the sunshine, the one they expected. I am only garbage. A piece of trash who carries and will carry the burden of God, to his chagrin. Only with your death will this burden be passed on to someone else. What will you do? I will fight the elder demons, but not as an angel or a fallen one, but as a human, he declared, flapping his wings. He took up a sword, and with 1/2 to be precise, both wings vanished as he screamed in agony, falling to his knees, bleeding from his back, tasting the warm red liquid. I will carry what was given to me until my death. I will rid heaven of the commandments and all those who attack them from the shadows. I am not worthy, never was, to stand by Gabriel's side. Do you love her? Too much, I'm afraid. She's the only one who's cared about me in years, and I repay her like this, he said, feeling disgusting and defeated. What will you do about the exorcist issue? Although I know that the governor of Grigori loves his brother and will surely want him back alive, he murmured, taking the handle of that sword too large for a human, I will kill him for the damage he has caused. And, if that starts a war, I will kill Azazel and every fallen one if necessary. I am, after all, Naruto Escanor, bearer of God's grace, sunshine, the one that should have fallen into better hands, but fell into mine, a trash of a human and angel who has damaged what he loves. Now, as penance, I will fight until nothing is left of me. Angel without wings. Zenobia remained on her knees, lightly stroking Irina's hair, showing too much frustration to be able to speak. Wounds were visible on her body, while the exorcist uniform was torn and stained. Her eyes remained dull, far from the light of all hope. How could she have it? Since the meeting with the demons, everything went wrong. Freed Selzin easily defeated them and put the Grimoires in check, while Valper Galilei spoke with Kiba, destroying that boy. And, finally, the same wayward exorcist stole the fragments of Excalibur from them, fleeing when the other members of the Grimoire clan and Citri appeared. But it didn't end there. They marched to Kuo Academy to fight, and Kakabiel himself used Cerberus, summoning them from hell itself, while fallen angels seemed to gather like crows above them, waiting. The fight was truly difficult. Despite achieving balance breaker, Kiba couldn't defeat many enemies until he exhausted himself. Kaneko was the same. Asia only healed. Issei reached his limit fighting against Gabriel himself, the one who orchestrated everything. The Kendo let her rage get the better of her, losing the battle. Irina was injured by Freed, and she herself, the wielder of Durandal, was defeated by the Cerberus summoned by the same cadre of the Fallen. Yes, they were finished. But the glance, Zenobia Corda could see them. Despair was in their eyes. Even if the Citri came in to help them, they were finished from the start. There wouldn't even be time for the Mau to arrive. She continued stroking her friend's hair, who slowly opened her eyes, crying. God died, and everyone loses hope, Muhaja, Kakabia laughed from the sky, while Freed stood with the new Excalibur in hand, laughing at what his lord had said. Valper remained silent. Everything is so perfect. With your death, war will come. Thank you for that. Yes, Kakabiel wanted war. And he would get it. Who could stop him now? They even lost the angel who would have helped them. He lost himself in revenge and left, leaving them forever. It was the end and the beginning of a war. Dude, your laugh is annoying, a calm voice declared, echoing footsteps. Stepping out of the shadows, Naruto Escanor showed himself, carrying the enormous sword resting on his shoulder, wearing a black sleeveless shirt and tight jeans, with dark boots. He kept his clear eyes fixed on the fallen man who was flying over the academy. The fingers of his hand ran over the handle of the giant broadsword, moving it slightly, raising some wind. Have you ever heard yourself, fallen angel Kakabiel, leader of Grigori? You're so annoying. Ow. A small human has come before me, insulting my pride as a great fallen being. Soon the war will begin and I myself will finish off those insolent humans, Kakabiel declared, allowing the boy to reveal the 10 dark wings. This disgusted him. He himself had fallen a few days ago. Well, this is no longer fun, Valper declared, looking at his lord out of the corner of his eye. We must finish here, Lord Kakabiel. Preparations for forming the army are necessary. Calm down, Valper. Kao's brigade will provide us with what we need for our objective, the cadre declared, generating a spear of light, pointing it at Ria's Gremory. Now, die to me. And he threw it, laughing. The sigh was heard, and the human placed himself between the Mau Lucifer's sister and the spear, making the fallen man laugh even more. He swung the immense sword, tightening his grip hand with a powerful movement, striking the spear itself, generating a slight light, but sending the attack back to its owner. Kakabiel moved, letting the attack pass. You're annoying. I'm Naruto Escanor. Of course, my essence is to be annoying to clowns like you. It's a shame it's nighttime, the sapphire-eyed blonde murmured. Everyone was now looking at him, surprised by his presence. They hadn't even noticed his voice until he stood in front of the Scarlet Girl, waving that sword. I hope the voice is right. Are you talking to yourself, kid? Naruto didn't answer, closing his eyes for a few seconds, concentrating while being observed. This ability, I can only use it this once. After that, my power will only last when the sun is out. It's the only way to defeat Kakabiel for good. I'll look for a way to use sunshine at night later on, he said to himself, opening those clear eyes, as if they were a sea bathed by the rays of the sun. That smile returned to his face. I usually do, Crow, he declared, as he began to emanate heat, causing Ria's, the closest one along with a very injured Issei, to move away, feeling that heat like the sun itself. Now then, your head will soon adorn my museum of phenomena. Freed, Kakabiel hissed. Freed Selzen lunged forward with that Excalibur in his hand, displaying a deranged grin, ready to finish off the one who had angered his master. He brandished the sword, generating a perpendicular arc, ready to kill that intruder. He was in shock. Naruto's hand stopped the blade as he grew a few inches taller and his own body gained muscle. Who are you little fool, attacking Naruto-sama? He asked, swinging the giant broadsword at Freed. He leaped back, freeing the Excalibur, watching as a huge 3-headed dog, larger than the others, stood between the rapist exorcist and the bearer of the sunshine. Cerberus didn't wait for the former angel to be ready, running towards him, ready to use its 3 heads to completely destroy him. He raised the sword with both hands, looking closely at the creature. Bye-bye. He brought it down, unleashing an immense downward slash that split the ground and the Cerberus in two, generating a light shower of blood over the blonde and astonishing the enemies. He swung the sword, seeing the blood-stained blade, raising calm eyes. He had grown taller. What the F-buck are you? Fred shrieked, pointing the rebuilt Excalibur at him, showing true fear, while Kakabiel himself maintained a calm look, with a small smile on his disgusting face. Naruto Escanor declared the former ace of Gabriel, dropping the immense sword, taking the handle in one hand, ready to throw a semicircular slash. The one that will kill you. Fucking bastard. Freed launched himself at Naruto, letting his rage consume him, ready to kill the idiot who was ruining his plans, or trying to. He did wield the Excalibur, after all. Pieces fell to the ground as the former exorcist's body was split in two. A simple movement and the blonde man finished off Fried Selzen, thus erasing his presence from the world, relieving the many souls who were wandering in search of justice. That rapist had died. You're too interesting, boy. Have you been to heaven? Naruto placed a bleeding sword on his shoulder, looking at the cadre with his blue eyes. I was an angel serving Lady Gabriel. Then I fell because of my desire for revenge, flooding my own heart with hatred, or rather, releasing the hatred I had. And, finally, I am human. I tore off my black feathered wings, which reminded me of the harm I did to that person who watched over me, even though I did not do it myself, the blonde answered, taking a few steps forward. By that point, Zenobia was crying, as was Irina. Rias remained shadowed and Issei clenched his fists. Biba shook his head, and Kaneko seemed stoic, but with a sheen of tears at the edges of those hazel eyes. Asia was crying her eyes out. Now, I am an angel without wings who can serve her lady without remorse, going so far as to do what I must do, without worrying about the wings that could separate us so much in the heavens. I am simply heaven's sword, its shield against those like you, Cadre Kakabiel. Ahaha, it's you. The bearer of God's final grace, the weapon he himself created. You carry sunshine with you. Do not mock the one who gave everything to save you, stupid crow. Those wings you wear will soon be torn off. Bakabiel looked with interest at the former angel, the former youngest saint in heaven. You know you're going to start getting my brother Azazel after you, right? Naruto swung his sword, pointing at his enemy, growing a little bigger. I'll kill him, if he's so naive. You've already killed many. All you deserve is death, not imprisonment, he clarified, launching himself at the fallen one, swinging his weapon. Lightsaber stopped his attack, generating a light wind that stirred everyone's hair, especially the girls. How had he jumped so high? Arrogant. I'm proud, yes, but I'll kill you. Great heat. He concentrated the energy he possessed within himself into the palm of his left hand and struck a tremendous blow at the cadre, sending him crashing to the ground, raising a cloud of dust as Kakabiel himself groaned, feeling his body burn from that blow against him. What had that been? He stood up, meeting Naruto's cold eyes on himself. How the buck? He received a kick to his face, remaining embedded in the ground, letting out a grunt at the unexpected blow from the bearer of the sunshine, who remained on top of him, charging another blow. Great heat. He sank Kakabiel several meters into the ground, creating a deep crater. He didn't seem bothered by the tremendous impact, remaining at the edge of the crater, staring at the wounded Grigori leader, spitting blood. That had been satisfying. My lord Kakabiel, Valper muttered, trying to go there, being stopped by Kiba and Zenobia, both carrying their swords. TCH. Naruto calmly walked towards Kakabiel, not paying attention to all the fallen angels watching the scene, really hesitating whether to fight that guy or run away. Listen, Naruto said, continuing to walk towards the wounded Kakabiel, showing nothing and not looking at anyone, but heading towards the fallen. If you leave, Azazel will receive you. But, Kakabiel will die, whether you interfere or not. That made the fallen flee from there in terror. Yes, they would follow the same cadre, but not to that death, not at the hands of the one who bore the lost grace. He stopped in front of the fallen, showing no remorse for what he was about to do, moving his sword with all the calm in the world, letting out some of the heat that his body carried. Yes, he was about to explode. He wanted Kakabiel's head in his hands, and clearly, he would have it, even if he had to fight every single one of the fallen in existence, including Azazel. You bastard. What are you? He kicked the fallen man's chest, causing him to fall to the ground, bleeding from various wounds all over his body, looking into blue eyes illuminated by determination, the same that had occupied Naruto M. Escanor's soul when he spoke to that being in the abandoned church. And it was a powerful determination, one that would not be quenched. A human, with a curse that will weigh on him for eternity, Kakabiel, someone who is a shadow. I am a person denied the possession of what he loves, by the simple whim of fate. Someone blinded by revenge. I am the one who will take your head. You'll start the war. But that's what you want, isn't it? This way, I can finish off your brothers, those who have harmed my people more than you know, he declared, moving his sword, placing the tip of the blade against the fallen man's chest, almost piercing him. Luckily, it had continued to grow. But you won't live it. You won't enjoy what you desire, because you will be dead. I won't allow anyone to let you live. I'm sorry, Kakabiel, cadre of the Grigori. That which you so desire will be taken from you, just as I will. But you will not suffer eternally. I will. And he lowered his sword. Eyes obscured by his golden hair, he saw the fallen angel's blood splashing on his chest, not caring, his hands remaining on the handle of his sword, seeing the red trail under that bearer of 10 wings as black as the night itself. It was disgusting. Rather than flaunt those wings that would remind him of his fall, his defiance of his mistress, her suffering, his betrayal, he simply chose to cut them off, to get rid of it before it sank him further. Now he was human again. The ace of Gabriel had disappeared as soon as he appeared, leaving the seraph completely alone. He was not an angel. It wasn't one with wings, at least. Farewell. He kept his hands on the handle of that enormous sword, his forehead pressed against it, sitting on the most decent pew in that abandoned church, thinking, remembering what he felt last night when he killed Gabriel. There was no remorse or doubt, that much he was sure of, but there was simply nothing there. He was indifferent to the death of that enemy, or even freed. But Valper escaped his justice. One of three. No, he had to find him and kill him. He was no longer an angel. He was no longer fallen. He cut his wings forever, and he would never be able to fly, to see the face of his beloved Gabriel again. A sweet smile spread across his tired, distraught face. He'd broken promises he'd made, and that hurt more than anything. He'd broken the promise he'd made to Dulio. The one he'd made to Gabriel, to never abandon her. The one he'd made to himself, to protect that sweet seraph. He had simply broken too many promises. Naruto. The former ace raised his head, finding a smiling Arena standing in front of him, next to Zenobia. He was glad that both exorcists were okay after Gabriel. He grew worried when he saw them there, looking directly at him. They. In arms wrapped around his neck and he blushed, feeling Arena's breasts against his torso, the girl's fine skin pressed against his. Without thinking much, he wrapped his free arm around the girl's waist and hugged her. Years without a hug and this one felt so right. You shouldn't worry, Zenobia declared, patting her former angel friend on the shoulder. We'll give a report of what happened and perhaps Lord Michael will give you back your wings. Naruto fell silent, feeling the brown-haired girl's arms. Did he really want to be an angel again? He had no doubt he wanted to be by Gabriel's side. But now wasn't the time. Later, heaven would need the power of the bringer of sunshine, and he didn't control that power, given and created by God. He would only be a burden to all those who wanted to do good. First, he had to manage his power. There's no need, Zenobia. I don't want to be an angel, at least not right now. I'm not ready to face Lady Gabriel right now. I made mistakes, and I own up to it. But before I ask for forgiveness, before they accept me back, I must accept myself, he declared, giving a weak smile to the blue-haired girl, who returned the gesture. She had been worried about how the boy had taken everything. But he seemed to be better, at least somewhat. Thank you for your concern, Zenobia. And you, Arena. You don't have to be thankful. Declared the brunette with violet eyes, tightening her grip on the former angel somewhat tightly, making him laugh at the girl's gesture. She was too cheerful and emotional. She was warm, in a different way, Gabriel. Arena, you're special, she laughed at the blush on her friend's face, hugging her again. Her eyes flew to the Durandal wielder, smiling. You too, sword girl. Says the guy who has to stretch to win, the girl mocked, making Arena and, immediately, Naruto laugh. It wasn't that she wasn't entirely right. Thanks to you, we're alive, twice over. Naruto shook his head slightly, releasing Arena from the hug, causing the girl to step back, blushing in the blue-eyed boy's arms. No one had ever hugged her like he did. It felt warm. Well, literally Naruto M. Escanor, he was a walking sun. Don't be thankful. You owe me something. What? The sunshine wielder smiled maliciously, looking at the two exorcists in front of him, pointing at them both, while thinking. Yes, at least he would enjoy it later. I want a date with both of them. He just showed his teeth in a wide smile, seeing how red they both turned at what he said. The Sky. Gabriel kept the cushion pressed against her chest, hugging it so it wouldn't leave her. She felt lost, hurt. Her heart was pounding, but not with happiness. That anguish about her young and precious saint had become reality when a message from him reached her. He had fallen. She had lost herself in the desire for revenge as soon as she saw Issei and Ria's in Kuo, turning her wings black as night, and she could no longer go to heaven. She had lost her precious ace, and she couldn't feel less hurt, devastated by it, and she didn't know the reason. Another of the angels fell due to worldly desires, and she could do nothing. Now, heaven didn't have the bearer of sunshine, making them weak in the face of what was coming. Many angels will die, taking exorcists with them. And she didn't want that. She hugged the pillow on her bed, burying her face in it, releasing the tears she hadn't shed when her father, God, died. She thought she wouldn't have any left. Could she lose someone important again? She'd been the hardest hit by the loss of her father, and now she was losing Naruto, her beautiful, pure-hearted saint. But he was plunged into darkness. Why was this happening to her? She wept loudly into her pillow, releasing all the rage she had felt in those few seconds, wanting to scream at the heavens themselves. But she was a seraph and couldn't do it. And no matter how much she talked to her brothers, they would never understand. Because of her, because she had allowed Naruto to go to the place where he had been harmed, they had lost their best chance against the commandments and the primordial demons. She should have understood her saint's feelings. But she never did, never asked him how it felt to be an angel, if he wanted to be one. He forced him to be a saint without his input. She forced him to follow her because she had saved his life. She was just a. My child, you should calm those dark thoughts of yours. Do you really think that way, Naruto will come back? Asked a soft voice that stopped the blonde archangel's cries. She remained still, breathing heavily, while the words of that voice entered her mind. Father. It's been too long, my sweet and beautiful Gabriel. How long has it been? 1,000 years or so. I'm too old to even remember something of such little importance, my child. Declared that thick powerful ancient voice. Lady Gabriel raised her face slightly, staring at a figure surrounded by a golden aura, leaving her breathless. She couldn't see his face. But that voice was unmistakably that of her father, the one who had created heaven and the angels themselves. The one who had sacrificed himself to close Trihexa so that no one would suffer, so that everyone could return to their homes after the faction war. How could he be there? Father, she murmured, trying to touch him. God, however, he pulled away, smiling slightly at his daughter's gesture, shaking his head slightly, knowing what the Seraphim wanted to do. No, little angel, you can't touch me. If you do, I'll disappear and I won't be able to talk about some things I need to tell you, but only to you, do you understand? Yes, father, the girl answered, lying back in bed, looking at that figure surrounded by the purest aura that the archangel had felt for a long time. Good. Where to start? The commandments have begun to escape, though they can't all do so at the same time. Every time one breaks out of the seal, a period of time must pass before another can escape. And each time one of these breaks out, the time is extended, a necessary advantage, he explained, making Gabriel pay as much attention as possible. The information his father was giving him could help them in the very near future. For now, Calmadios, commandment of mercy, and Galland, commandment of truth, are the ones who have escaped the seal, causing real chaos, in my opinion. They have a small army of red and grey primordial demons, which gives them an advantage over you, I'm afraid. Very few within the three factions could stand against them, and even fewer against the commandments. Therefore, for far too long, I have been gathering intelligence from those who might be able to help us fight the coming chaos, from the demon clan, the goddess clan, and Rizavum Live and Lucifer. 3 enemies who will not hesitate to unite against you, I fear. Gabriel gasped, knowing what the world might soon face. But how will we stop them? For now, by eliminating the commandments outside the seal, we could prevent them from creating more chaos and attempting to open the seal that encloses the rest. We certainly can't allow the Demon King to escape, not with everything that's coming from Rizavum, my child. Therefore, I've borrowed something you love. The archangel brought her hand to her mouth, placing her index finger under her chin, thinking about what her father could have taken from her. But she couldn't get anywhere. What could he have taken from her? I don't understand, father. What have you taken from me? What is this thing I love? I borrowed your sapphire-eyed saint, the bearer of my lost grace, the bearer of sunshine. I know it seems illogical, but it was easy to convince your saint to follow me. Don't take it the wrong way, my sweet girl, it might only slow him down from what's coming, and surely neither you nor Michael would let him do anything. He'll come back to you, I promise. Really, father? Will he come back? God remained silent for several seconds, watching the tears streaming down the face of his daughter, the most beautiful of the angels in heaven. Had he done a good deed by taking her precious ace away? But now he couldn't back down. There was too much he had to do, and he needed the help of the bearer of the sunshine for his plans, as well as the help of Meliodas. Both would be very useful to him during this time. He couldn't allow the tears of Gabriel, his most beloved seraph, to prevent him from achieving what heaven now needed. But not only them. The fallen and demons needed what he was about to do. The world needed it. So, repeating those words in his mind, God looked into his daughter's eyes, flashing a crooked smile, trying to convey some calm to the seraph's pure and beautiful heart. He didn't want to see her suffer, no more. She had already suffered when he died. Sigh. Yes, my beautiful Gabriel. Your adoring ace will return when the time calls, when you need him most. It's not for nothing that he is the bearer of the grace of the sun, created by the breath of the Dragon Kings and by the energy of the sun itself. But now, Naruto's path is separated from yours by too much. He needs to find himself while also seeking the strength to accept and use his power. Now, he is not who he should be, my sweet angel. Thus give him time and he will return to you, stronger, greater, as a true bearer of the sunshine. I will take care of everything related to him. You will not regret it. Gabriel bit her lower lip, trying not to cry, not to demand her father return her ace. She'd already lost so many of her own and she didn't want to lose her youngest saint. She needed Naruto by her side, but she herself knew the circumstances the supernatural world was going through. They couldn't just let that happen. They had to stop the commandments, Rizavum, and the goddess clan. Even if they didn't know if they had the strength to face 3 such powerful enemies. They didn't have an army that could stand up to even the weakest of the primordial demons. Before they could confront them, they needed to create a response force. Alright, father. Thank you, my little angel. I also have two more things to tell you. First, tell your brother I looked under the desk. He should concentrate his magic in his hand and apply it right to the center of it, but underneath. That will help you a lot in the future, not just now. The next thing is that you must locate all the sacred gears possible before the war starts. I know the Sekiryuite is on the Gremory side, but it's not enough. They need more Longinus on their side and other sacred gears to defeat the demon clan. It's necessary, but you must talk to Azazel. He knows a lot about this and can help you in this matter. One last thing. Naruto sends you a hug and says he's sorry for not having kept his promises. That's his goodbye, I'm afraid. But as I said, he will return. Now then, I'm leaving now. I need to talk to someone from the mage faction before it gets too late. Take care, my little angel. He smiled. After those words, the enormous figure began to fade away, leaving Lady Gabriel completely alone. She began to cry again, unable to hug Naruto or say goodbye. It was so painful. But then she remembered something her father had told her. Odo Baka. You told me not to tell anyone we talked. How do I tell Michael about the desk? Baka. The fall of piety. Palmadio swung one of his immense arms, tearing off the head of one of those fake demons, displaying a cruel twisted truly horrendous smile, while blood trickled from both corners of his mouth. He seemed to have been chewing something and was now swallowing it, wiping the blood from his mouth with the back of one of his four hands. Sometimes, having so many arms wasn't as advantageous as it seemed. They served him well in battle when necessary, but sometimes he wondered if he could just have two. It would be much easier to fight and accomplish many other things that way. He belched as he threw away the inert body of that human, showing no compassion for it. That entire village, like all the others he passed through, was reduced to nothing but dust, ashes. Nothing remained of them except blood and lifeless bodies. He loved that more than doing nothing. And the angels hadn't bothered him again. Had they realized they were mere grubs? I hope Galand isn't causing a world of destruction. We don't need unnecessary attention, said Mercy to herself, rising from the hill from where she watched the destruction of that small, insignificant town. It had been at least a week since the two commandments had separated, each going their separate ways, each taking some demons with them to use in battle. They didn't want to waste power facing insignificant beings like humans, demons, and angels who wanted them dead. It's a shame that the current demons were a mere illusion of the real ones, that they weren't like them, the old ones. They'd be useless in a real battle, and Kalmadios knew that. Are you leaving so soon, Mercy? A calm voice asked, as the echo of footsteps became present, attracting the attention of the commandment of Mercy, turning his head towards a figure advancing under the rays of the dawn sun, causing the demon to squint as he looked at that boy. At least you'll have time for me, right? The larva that tried to kill me, the demon muttered, grabbing the four weapons he had near him, unleashing some of his power, using assault mode from the start, knowing that this angel wasn't something to be trifled with. No, this angel could kill him if he was careless. It was a mistake to leave him alive after their first confrontation. He should remedy that mistake. Of course, Naruto-sama will kill you, Naruto declared, removing the glasses granted by that entity, releasing some of his growing power, watching as the ground itself trembled from the release of energy. I hope you don't hold a grudge against me. I'll rip that head off yours. Palmadios launched himself into battle, generating dark matter which he used to strike the Shunshine wielder, attempting to bury him in the ground. He swung his upper right arm, striking the angel in the abdomen, sending him tumbling across the field, landing in a deep river. He leaped, ready to use his fire against the boy. He opened his eyes when they hit his chin. Naruto Escanor moved in the air, standing behind the giant demon, concentrating energy in the palm of his hand, dealing a strong blow to the center of it, sending the commandment against the river from which he himself had come, falling on the edge of it, with the sword on his shoulder. He swung the weapon, splitting a powerful ball of flame in two, and used his left arm to cover himself, feeling the force of Kalmadio's blow, sending him skidding across the ground, leaving marks in the earth. He raised his face, seeing an immense dark mass strike him, burying him in the earth, raising some dust, cracking the ground itself, and creating a tremor. He spat blood as the dark fist released him, trying to get up. He groaned as Kalmadio's kick connected, sending him rolling on the ground with, most likely, several broken ribs. He tried to get up, but the shadow of the giant demon stood between him and the sun. He had raised his arms, generating dark mass, and brought the blow down. A strong earthquake shook all of Norway. Suddenly, Kalmadios fell back, struck by the boy's elbow, spitting blood. He recoiled, not knowing how the blonde man was still alive after the tremendous blow he had given him, using all his power against him. He felt his only unharmed horn being pulled and ended up crashing to the ground while his opponent was in the middle of the night, falling toward him, sword ready. Naruto swung the enormous sword in an immense swing, generating a vortex of wind that tore everything around 100 meters, striking the demon that was in the crater. He walked away, placing the sword on his shoulder, showing no damage beyond his torn clothing. He brushed some dust off his shoulder with his hand, staring at the dense cloud covering his enemy, keeping his eyes wide open. "Bastard," a voice growled. A towering figure formed within the cloud, revealing Calmadio seconds later. The black mass healed, closing and replacing the parts of the commandment, leaving it as good as new, despite the immense blow received by the bearer of the sunshine. Naruto just raised an eyebrow. "That was good, I have to admit. But I'm taking you with me." "Well, I am Naruto-sama of course," he declared, moving the giant sword, pointing at the commandment of mercy, not showing to be intimidated by the power that the demon unleashed. "Something like your instinct and power could not scare me, I regretted." He swung his sword, striking the immense dark mass hurtling toward him. He moved his head, matching Calmadio's speed, and raised his left hand, blocking the demon's fist. He felt an impressive force whipping him up and down, creating an immense wind behind him that uprooted trees completely, leaving a vast meadow clear of any vegetation. It seemed the demon was harboring power. He placed the sword between himself and the demon, watching as another dark fist struck the steel, trying to break the sword Meliodas had given him. It was trying to kill him with one blow, and he wasn't going to allow it. Growing a little taller, he used more force, applying it to the demon's hand he had imprisoned, hearing the crunch of it, even though it was larger than his own. He was an immense being, of course. A demon nearly 30 meters tall. But he was Naruto male Escanor. He used a little more force, throwing the demon to the right, separating himself from his opponent, watching as it rolled on the ground, creating various marks. Then, raising his head, he saw it. Several trees were falling toward him, intending either to trap him or kill him. He crouched, placing both hands on the handle of his sword, and, taking a deep breath, swung the weapon, slashing at each of the trees that were about to crush him. Something the commandment foresaw, appearing in front of the former angel, striking him with two arms with a right to left blow, as if it were an axe cutting down a tree, launching Naruto with tremendous momentum. He maneuvered through the air, landing on his feet, skidding, leaving marks in the ground as he slid. He spat out some blood and wiped it with his free hand, seeing the blood on it. "You're tough, human," the demon declared, looking at a battered Naruto, watching as the wounds released some steam and healed. "It's not very common for a one-winged angel to last very long." "I'm not an angel anymore," the boy declared, looking at the demon, releasing some of his power. "I'm human. I always was. It's almost mid-morning, kid. I want to finish and eat." "Almost mid-morning, huh? Then I'll finish you off." Calmadios laughed lightly, watching Naruto make those statements towards him. "How good?" He opened his eyes, feeling his body being cut and thrown backward. He tried to move his arms, seeing blood pouring from them. He'd lost two in a second and hadn't realized it. Who was that guy? He felt his chest tighten from the blow of the former angel's palm, sending him hurtling backward, crashing into the hill where he'd been sitting a few hours ago, feeling his own body being mashed into mush by a simple movement from his enemy, spitting out some blood after the same blow, staining himself. He tried to get up, summoning dark matter to regenerate his body, seeing something that made him hesitate. An immense sun was looming over him. "You know, not knowing when to give up will be your end, for the good of the world and everyone," a mocking voice declared, drawing his gaze. On that flaming sphere like the sun itself, stood Naruto male Escanor, displaying a serious look, without smiles, without light in his eyes. He was going to end an evil for the world, and he didn't have time to simply smile at his enemy. "This will be your end, demon. Ha 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 ha. If that's what you wish, it's for my own good. But even if it were truly my end, do you think Galand would let you live when he finds out? Or the other commandments in service to our king? You're too naive, bird boy. Your own end is more likely to be closer than mine, and you don't know it. You're a fool. You can't defeat us." The blonde boy's right eyebrow twitched. "I can't defeat you? Who decided that? You're nothing but a plague that must be consumed by the sun, disappear from this world, and never return, because otherwise, it would defeat you again. I won't allow you to leave here unharmed, much less alive, no matter how much your brother commandment comes, or if you send those second-rate bastards my way. I'll even kill the demon king himself if he stands in the way of your end. I will definitely do it, you disgusting second-rate demon. But this move, the sun will overshadow your darkness, erase it from the world. Cruel sun." Swinging his arm, he throws the miniature sun towards Calmadios, who summons all the dark matter he has access to, using all the strength he possesses for the sake of the demons, strengthening his legs, trying to recover his other two arms. He sent the dark matter against that sun, wanting to extinguish it, wanting to destroy that angel who was trying to destroy it. It was a demon, a great old one, a commandment. He would kill that insect with all his power and rage. The sun and the darkness fought for seconds that felt like hours, while both combatants watched. The commandment felt the ground beneath him give way, dragging him backward, sweating slightly, watching as the dark matter itself dispersed, giving way to that radiant sphere of fire and light that would strike him. I wouldn't allow it. Evil. Too late. Cruel's son hit Calmadio's full on, sending him crashing to the ground, screaming, feeling his own body burning, incinerated by the flames that were trying to exterminate him, erase him from the world. But he couldn't leave now. He had to return to his king, wipe out the false demons, exterminate the angels and that god, and then take all the humans as slaves, as food. The world would be his. He strained, touching the fierce sun that was burning him with both hands, using both legs to try to return that massive fire to its user. Why you won't kill me? I'll take you with me. Naruto kept his gaze fixed on Calmadio's, watching as the commandment itself tried to fight, to avoid being incinerated by that radiant sun that wanted to consume him. He was a good fighter. He was persistent. But his end was already decided. I'm sorry. Pride Flare he roared, clenching his left fist, his expression emotionless. He felt nothing watching that guy die. He was a demon. A huge explosion occurred in the place, creating a huge fire, releasing all that heat and flames inside the small sun, completely covering the commandment of mercy, without Naruto himself being able to see anything. He dropped to the ground, landing in the center of the blazing sea. He swung his sword, generating an immense wind that partially extinguished the fiery tide surrounding him, leaving a clearing filled with ash and embers. He placed the sword back on his shoulder and walked to the center of the explosion, seeing a small crater from which a huge column of black smoke rose. Fearlessly, knowing that if the demon lived, it would be weak, he slipped in to see if Calmadio's was still alive. He hoped the attack had at least left him completely damaged. But the gesture, the smoke cleared, revealing the charred body of the demon, which wasn't moving. Its magical power had vanished, indicating that it was dead. Just in case. He swung the immense sword, placing himself over the permanently incinerated demon, and pierced its chest. 7 times. Once for each heart the primordial demons had, not wanting it to come back to life. Blood splattered on him, but he didn't care. He swung his sword, wiping away the demon's putrid blood, and placed it on his shoulder, reducing its size and power. There was no need to activate Shunshine now. There was no need with Calmadio's dead. The commandment was dead. Chaos Brigade. He kept his hands on the handle of his sword, his blue eyes staring at all the destruction he had caused in his fight against the commandment. The entire area was devastated, with uprooted trees and several craters pocked into the ground, revealing grass blackened by ash. Cruel's son had caused more destruction than he had once imagined. But he had managed to completely destroy one of the commandments, thus reducing its power. He swung his arm, feeling it creak. Well, now I have to leave here, he said to himself, placing the sword on his back while maintaining his imposing figure. He overflowed with power and heat in torrents, causing the grass to scorch slightly. He had to find a way to control the power he carried. But how would he do it? Naruto no longer had the support of heaven, of anyone, really. Now he would have to wander the streets alone, facing the members of the demon clan. He scratched the back of his neck, maintaining a calm gaze, watching as the sun had begun to set, passing midday. His power was slowly beginning to diminish. He managed to defeat Gabriel thanks to the help of that voice, which granted him the power to use Shunshine at night. But only for one day. That was truly great, managing to save his friends Zenovia and Irina. You're interesting, a monotonous voice said, devoid of any emotion, causing the former angel to tense up, noticing an immense power behind him, making him sweat slightly. I'm interested in you. He turned his head slowly, staring with wide eyes at a girl dressed in a gothic style, with dull, lustrous black eyes and pointy elven ears. Her black hair fell to her back as she floated slightly, staring directly at the bearer of the grace of the sun, not blinking. It was truly strange for the former angel, who was completely tense from feeling that overwhelming power, capable of crushing him. It was more overwhelming than the commandments themselves. He backed away from the apathetic-looking girl, her dull, black eyes staring at him unblinkingly, a faint expression of confusion on her face. Naruto swore the girl was sizing him up and down, never taking her eyes off him. He would have drawn his sword if that presence hadn't truly frozen him in place, waiting to be reduced to nothing. It seems you don't talk much, the girl murmured, approaching, circling the boy, staring at him without taking her eyes off him. Or is it because my power overwhelms you? I hope it's the latter. I wish to speak with you, wingless angel. Naruto raised one eyebrow, his blue eyes fixed on the girl of immense power. He swallowed and tried to speak, but couldn't quite manage it right away. It took him several seconds to get used to the immense atmosphere that this gothic girl provoked. It was even more powerful than the one Gabriel or Michael produced. No one could match that girl's. Beads of sweat fell from his face. Yeah well, he murmured, keeping his nerves at bay. If he hadn't, he might have stuttered, and nothing would have come out of his mouth. Yes, a little girl was keeping the bearer of the lost grace, the most powerful grace god created when he was alive, at bay. Adding to the fact that the sun was passing midday, his power was now diminishing, while that brunette's was constant, falling on his shoulders, almost sinking him into the ground. He swore he could hear it creaking from the pressure that the girl exerted. I've never run into someone like you. That's obvious, Angel, she murmured, stopping her eye examination on the boy, looking directly into his face. There is no one like me. Perhaps, just one more. The Great Red, the dragon of the apocalypse, who has taken away my home, the dimensional gap, she explained, while looking at the sky. Naruto supposed that right now, the girl was trying to imagine the Great Red. I am Office, the dragon of infinity, the Ouroboros. It is a pleasure to meet you, Naruto May Escanor, wielder of the power of the sun, and the Dragon King, she introduced herself, without showing a mere smile. In the eyes of Gabriel's former ace, that girl who was a dragon god, was too similar to a mannequin, showing no emotion whatsoever. Those black eyes like bottomless pits indicated that there was almost no glimmer of emotion or even life. They were black, opaque, showing nothing that would indicate to Naruto that Office was even alive. It's a pleasure, he said, keeping a few feet away. The closer he got, the more pressure he felt. How could someone possibly have such power? It was impossible to imagine. And what do you wish of me? You're a dragon god, so you didn't come here simply to tell me your troubles. Office nodded slightly, not taking her eyes off the blue ones of the bearer of grace. I want you to join me, the girl said, pointing at the golden-haired boy. Join the Cows Brigade and help me drive the Great Red from my home. If you do, I'll do anything for your own good, wingless angel. I'll even destroy what you hate or give you what you love. He frowned, moving his arm to his chin, lightly caressing it, keeping a hard gaze on that girl. According to the voice of his sword, Naruto still doesn't know who it is. There were 3 enemies he had to defeat. The Demon Clan. The Goddess Clan. And Rizavum Live and Lucifer, someone who wished to create destruction throughout the world. And that was something Naruto didn't want. And according to the information he had gathered, that demon was in the Cows Brigade. Why would I join a group that desires the destruction of the entire world and the elimination of peace? I was an angel for a brief period of time, and I don't plan on doing anything that would hurt my former companions. No, my desire is to protect her, even though I'm no longer in heaven. Office said nothing for a few seconds, absorbing Naruto's words. She didn't understand how anyone, angel, demon, or human, could go to such lengths to protect someone they loved so much. She didn't know what love was. She didn't know anything about any emotion. Well. Then don't offer me anything to be by your side, Office, he said, his voice cold and hard as steel, taking the handle of the immense sword on his back, with his hair stirring slightly, covering his ice-cold eyes for a few seconds. The change in attitude surprised a dragon of infinity, who opened his eyes slightly. I don't control the Cows Brigade directly, and what they do isn't really relevant to me, he said, his voice clear. What you do isn't relevant to me, Naruto. I only wish for your help against Great Red, for you to help me, specifically. Your relationship with the rest of the group is irrelevant to me. As far as I'm concerned, you can destroy them when Great Red falls. Interesting. This dragon god isn't what I thought. There are no emotions in her or him, whatever, but she gives off an immense power that would definitely be enough to kill me. And it wouldn't take too long, he said to himself, keeping his eyes on the gothic-looking girl, who was floating slightly, her eyes on him, her hair fluttering slightly in the light wind. Then I'll join you, he said, relaxing his posture, undoing the icy gaze he was directing at his interlocutor. But on one simple condition, Office. What do you want, Angel? I want you to help me completely destroy the Demon and Goddess Clan, without questions or objections. Anyone loyal to you must help me, apart from yourself. If you accept, I will swear loyalty to you right now and join your group, on the condition that I may move freely throughout the world if I wish and be part of a special group loyal only to you, the Dragon of Infinity. Fair enough, Sun Bear, the girl said, nodding slightly at the Sunshine Bearer's words, thus agreeing to be of help to him and to create a group that Naruto would be part of. Although she already had the right members. She only needed one more member. But for now, with that angel, it would be more than enough. I accept your terms and conditions, wingless angel. She slid her hand down the handle of her sword, leaving it still on his back. All the tension between them had completely vanished. Everything seemed to have relaxed between the dragon god and the angel who brought grace. And Naruto was grateful for that. He didn't think he could stand any longer under the pressure the girl exerted. He scratched the back of his neck. So, what do we do now? She opened her eyes when a portal opened next to the girl, generating a light wind that sucked in the nearby leaves, as if it were a simple black hole. Now, Naruto, let's go to the Cows Brigade base. Unknown location. Cows Brigade base. The portal opened in what appeared to be a massive dining room, drawing everyone's gaze towards the opening in space, ready for any enemies to emerge from the same dark portal. From it, two figures emerged. The petite gothic lowly office and Gabriel's former ace, Naruto male Escanor. The latter shifted his eyes, watching as every person in the room watched them, as the tension seemed to fade, giving way to relaxation as those people returned to their duties. Naruto laid his blue eyes on a dragon biting its own flesh, the symbol of the Ouroboros. It seemed that this was the Chaos Brigade's headquarters, their main base, completely filled with what he himself would call soldiers. Though their power was ephemeral compared to that of Office and himself. While the sun lasted, he could undoubtedly take out a fraction of them all. If it were morning, he would certainly wipe out the entire place. There was no one of note. Office, Naya. Chirped a girl with hair as black as the night itself, with hazel eyes with slanted pupils like a cat's. Two adorable cat ears flapped on her head while two tails wagged happily. Her breasts were noticeable in the kimono as she moved happily between them, moving her eyes all over the former angel's body. Who is he, Naya? Naruto, Office replied, looking at the long, black-haired, squirming girl. He's your new partner, Kuroka. Kuroka widened her eyes, looking directly into the blonde teenager's blue eyes, approaching the bearer of the sunshine, smiling sideways, showing her white teeth, making Naruto step back, blushing at the closeness of that girl. He had never been close to women before being reincarnated, and now he had too many. Even he himself had changed over time. Great, Naya. The girl shouted, waving both cattails with the same happiness she felt. I'm Kuroka, a Nekomata Nekashu of the Imkai, she introduced herself, stretching her right arm towards the blonde-haired teenager. He accepted the hand, noticing the softness of the Nekomata's skin, blushing slightly. The pleasure, the former angel murmured, not expecting Kuroka to hug him tightly, pressing her breasts against his torso, making him blush even more. The brunette pulled away, leaving a healthy space between them. Take him with the others, Kuroka. From now on, he's part of your team. The Nekomata nodded, grabbing the boy's hand and pulling him inside the base, smiling broadly, as Naruto simply let himself be guided, offering no resistance, feeling the warmth of her skin. He had to admit that the girl was beautiful, but she wasn't as beautiful as Lady Gabriel. But his love for her couldn't be acknowledged, no matter how much he wanted it to be. He knew perfectly well that Gabriel wouldn't fall for him. And that killed him, it burned inside him. The two members of the Chaos Brigade appeared in another room, smaller than the previous one, where there were about 3 more people apart from the two of them. A boy with short spiky dark hair, wearing armor and carrying a staff. A well-dressed boy with pale blonde hair and a ponytail on the left side. And a girl with golden blonde hair, dressed like a schoolgirl and wearing a witch's hat. Kuroka led him to the table, where the 3 of them sat, staring at him. He felt the bespectacled boy analyzing him, ready to do anything if he did something that might affect them. With just one look, Naruto knew. Kuroka, who is he? The well-dressed boy asked, letting the fork fall onto the table with a slight clatter, looking seriously at the former angel. Naruto. Our new partner, Naya, the Nekomata said cheerfully, smiling broadly. You should treat him well, Arthur. The man named Arthur just clicked his tongue, returning to his food, but still paying attention to the wielder of the sun's grace. Naruto simply said nothing, letting Kuroka do the talking. Hekaki. So Office-sama has gained a new addition to our group, the one carrying a cane declared, smiling as he moved his eyes towards the blonde, there being no hostility in them, only a healthy amusement that connected with a part of the old Naruto, before being reincarnated. I am Biku, descendant of Sun Wukong. It is a pleasure to meet you, Naruto. Biku extended his hand, just as Kuroka had done moments before, without getting up from his seat, forcing the blue-eyed blonde to bend down slightly, accepting the hand of his new partner. I'm wondering the same. Now, the blonde-haired teenager stirred, looking at him with a weak nervous smile, likely due to her shyness, causing the blonde to raise an eyebrow, watching as a slight blush appeared on the girl's golden face. She was very pretty in the eyes of the former angel, now glad that he no longer had to endure the fall of such thoughts. I am LaFay Pendragon, Arthur's sister, descendant of King Arthur and Morgan Le Fay. She introduced herself, completely excited, grabbing his arm several times, shaking it strongly and happily, missing Naruto, who could do nothing but accept the girl's grip. It's a pleasure to meet a new friend, Naruto-sama. You can call me Faye, if you like. Okay, the boy muttered, smiling nervously at the girl's enormous enthusiasm, who still hadn't let go of his hand, making Naruto actually slightly uncomfortable by the girl's attitude. Can you let me go? Seriously, this is weird. Oh. Sorry, Le Fay murmured, blushing in embarrassment, letting go of the former angel's hand, who sighed gratefully for it. These 4 were his teammates for a time, until he left the brigade. They didn't seem like bad people. But it wouldn't hurt to keep his guard up so no one would attack him. He knew that inside there were too many who hated the underworld and surely heaven. They wanted a war. At least, that's what Kakabiel wanted when he almost killed the Citri and Gremory heiresses, as well as Zenobia and Irina. And he didn't want a war. He had a lot to do. Without further ado, he let out a huge sigh and flashed an imperceptible smile. It seemed his stay with the Cows Brigade might be extended. After all, he had made a deal. Hero faction. Naruto got out of his bunk, rubbing his head with his right hand. He had barely been able to sleep because of his nerves. He had begun to feel a truly powerful and unpleasant presence. He didn't know who it belonged to. But he didn't like it at all. It was too dark, even darker than Calmadio's. At least he was a demon. But he knew this presence was human. He took his boots and, after putting them on, placed the enormous sword on his back, moving his arms and cracking his neck. Ready, he grabbed the doorknob and proceeded to leave his room. Naruto-sama. The bearer of the sunshine raised one of his eyebrows, turning his face with his hand on his neck, seeing the young golden-haired witch smiling at him, with a witch's hat on her hair, looking with huge blue eyes at the boy, who stepped back slightly. Naruto-sama. Yes. Lefei chirped, jumping happily in front of the sun-haired teenager, her eyes shining brightly, impossible to extinguish. Even for Naruto, it was too much joy for a girl. He had never experienced joy at such a level. Slowly, she stroked his hand where it had been burned by a cigarette years ago, when he was just a child. Office-sama has assigned me to guide you through the base. She wants you to familiarize yourself with everyone in the brigade. He nodded, following the cheerful girl through the corridors of the base. It seemed to be a military one, and it was likely underground, away from sunlight. There, she wouldn't be able to access her full power if something happened. And with the commandments on the loose, plus the demon clan's demonic armies unleashed around the world, she needed to find a way to access her full power. With the sword she carried, she wouldn't be able to fight fully. She needed a new weapon as soon as possible, preferably one that was linked to her power. He kept his eyes on Lefei. He sighed, knowing that was impossible. God was the one who created his power, and he was probably the only one capable of creating such a weapon, or even armor. He was tired of wearing casual clothes, always destroying them. He needed more combat-resistant clothing. Otherwise, all his money would be spent on clothes. Especially now that he wasn't in heaven. At least there, he didn't need money, and he could access durable clothing, at least more than that of humans. The memory of Gabriel flashed across his face, making him smile sideways as he followed the young witch, who seemed to be talking, pointing from side to side, very excited. He didn't want to think about her. He knew he had disappointed her when he had let himself be carried away by revenge, becoming a fallen man for a time, just a few seconds, tearing off his wings shortly after. He couldn't wear black wings, knowing it would be a shame to his queen. That hurt him, a lot. Knowing that he would never be reciprocated by that beautiful golden-haired girl, because she was an angel, one of the first, with the strength to face a commandment on her own. He loved her too much, and had sworn never to harm her. An oath he had broken because of his lust for blood. Naruto-sama. The witch shouted, pinching the boy's cheek, causing him to let out a soft moan at the action of his guide, who had puffed out her cheeks, showing her annoyance. You weren't paying any attention. Naruto scratched his head, placing his other hand on top of the girl's, giving her a soft smile to calm her down. Although angry, she looked too cute for him. Maybe he should forget about Gabriel. It would be the best thing for him, a new member of the Cows Brigade. I'm sorry, Fei-chan, he said, embarrassed, showing a slight blush of embarrassment for having ignored the girl, who seemed to have lost some of that cheerful sparkle she seemed to have in her blue eyes. Now he felt worse seeing how she seemed to lose the cheerful sparkle in her gaze. He moved his hand and forced the teenager to raise her face. Don't be angry, Fei-chan. I'm sorry for overlooking you and ruining your joy by showing me the facilities. It wasn't my intention, but my mind was elsewhere. Lefei shook her head, turning away her face, blushing. It's okay. Now Naruto smiled, seeing his guide's face, which had turned as red as a tomato. He let out a small laugh, trying to contain himself so as not to embarrass the girl further. She was already too red to get any redder. He patted the girl's head, smiling. Lefei, a cold, mocking voice greeted, attracting the gaze of the former angel and the witch. The latter took a couple of steps back, showing some fear at the presence of the black-haired young man carrying a spear. It's a pleasure to see you again. How cow, she murmured, her voice almost breaking, causing Naruto to raise an eyebrow, glancing at the young man. Now he understood where that darkness came from. That boy was pure evil. Did you think about what I told you? Me too. Belonging to the hero faction and being my partner is something that will do you good, Lefei, said the boy in Chinese school clothes, taking a couple of steps, showing a confident smile as he extended his arm. Tell me, what did you decide? If you're worried about your brother, I'll definitely give him a hard time. Naruto, seeing that Lefei seemed overwhelmed, placed himself between them, turning his back to the witch, causing Cao Cao to stop his walk, looking at the former angel with interest, sliding his hand down his spear. I suggest you leave her, boy, he declared, gritting his teeth, sharpening his gaze, while his right arm moved back, ready to grab his immense sword. It seems your presence is not pleasant for my friend. Cao laughed, looking at the blue-eyed blonde. Oh? And who are you? He asked, flashing a mocking smile, no doubt provoking Naruto. Step back. This doesn't concern you. Naruto swung his sword, ready to fight this strange evil emanating figure. He noticed a hand clutching the back of his clothes. He shifted his eyes, looking at the worried Lefei. She had lowered her gaze. Don't. They're from the hero faction, the largest faction in the Cow's brigade and one of the most powerful. He's Cao, their leader, the strongest of the heroes. He looked back ahead as Cao's laughter escaped his throat. Little Lefei, I am certainly pleased that you hold me in such high regard. Everything she has said is true. The hero faction is the strongest of the brigade and the largest. We hate all supernatural beings, and we prove to be more powerful than them despite being only human, declared the teenager, with a spear on his shoulder, looking disdainfully at Naruto. Now that you know who I am, will you follow in my path? The problem is, you're in mine, the sapphire-eyed blonde replied, swinging his sword, ready to launch himself into combat against a dark-haired man with a mocking gaze. He couldn't use Sunshine's powers, but he still had his physical strength. He had no doubts. If that guy attacked, he would. Okay. To clear something up. I am the wielder of one of the 13 Longinus, the true Longinus, the most powerful of them all, the spear that killed the son of God. Yes, bearer of one of the 13 buns, the blond man muttered, sighing heavily, dropping his sword slightly, sliding his feet, taking an offensive stance against Cao, looking him straight in the eyes. I don't care what weapon you use, brat. I never back down from a fight. Less so if you intimidate a lady like little Fei-chan. Proud and idiot. If you want to die, I'll take you to the grave, you stupid insignificant demon. Don't you even realize I'm human? You give off dark energy, kid, Cao replied, moving the true Longinus, delivering a quick stab, passing through the right side of Naruto's face, giving him a cut on his cheek, letting blood run down it. Naruto said nothing and did not move, remaining static, his eyes fixed on the leader of the hero faction, showing no fear. You called me a demon, bastard, he snarled, bringing the sword up to a height, staring coldly at the hero. The latter attempted to retract his spear in time. The sword swung down swiftly, and the two weapons collided, unleashing a wave of wind that cracked the base's floor, surprising Lefei. Pieces of metal fell to the ground, crashing against the floor. Only the hilt remained in the former angel's hands. His weapon had been shattered, surprising him. Oh, the demonic power has disappeared, Cao muttered, his spear back in his hands, looking at the unarmed blue-eyed blonde man with a hilt in his hands. Now it will be easier for me to kill you. He swung his spear, thrusting at the teenager. Naruto swung the hilt, lowering his body at the same time and launching himself at the completely unarmed Cao. The hero was surprised by the blonde's speed. He swung his left arm, but he was too late, taking the golden-haired youth's punch, sending him back several meters, spitting out some blood. How had he moved so fast? He tried to hit the boy with the true Longinus, watching as the blonde evaded the blow, surprising him again. He was on the same level as him. No, it couldn't be. He gritted his teeth, gripping his weapon, ready to attack him with everything he had. He swung his weapon, forcing the blonde to move, which was exactly what Cao wanted, moving at the same time as Naruto, delivering a powerful blow to the blue-eyed boy, throwing him back several meters, his hand on his stomach. Naruto let out a low growl, staring at the black-haired hero with cold eyes. He couldn't face him without a weapon, and he certainly wasn't going to let him get near Lefei just like that. He didn't like that guy at all. He definitely didn't like that guy at all. Cao placed a spear on his shoulder, showing a haughty smile. Let's leave this, kid. Now, Lefei, where were we? Oh, yes. I want an answer to my proposal. Naruto grunted, dropping to his knees, feeling the pain shoot through his body. The blow from Cao had affected him even more. That boy wasn't normal. He liked that smug mocking boy less and less. I don't want to belong to your group, Lefei declared, showing a submissive aura, with her gaze lowered, hiding her eyes with her golden hair, trying not to look at the hero's face. Cao walked toward the girl, ignoring Naruto, as if she were nothing to him, as if she were a simple mosquito that didn't affect him in the slightest. This pissed him off. He needed a simple ray of sunlight. A weapon that would act with his grace and with which he could dismember that bastard hero. And that, my beautiful Fei-chan? Asked the wielder of the true Longinus, using the index finger of his left hand to lift the face of the blonde teenager. Your power can be good for my faction, Lefei. Besides, you are beautiful. Lefei tensed, feeling the finger under her chin. She didn't want to be around that guy. She was truly terrified. She wanted him to go away. Cao smiled sideways, bringing his face closer to the golden-haired girl. You would be treated very well. He brought his face closer, about to kiss the girl. How the hero stopped, frowning, turning his face to look at who had interrupted his approach with his beautiful effet. Biku stood beside the kneeling Naruto, with a less than kind look, carrying his BM staff resting on his shoulder, with his armor on, fixing his eyes on the hero. Stay away from Lefei, please. I don't want to start a confrontation with you in this place. If we destroy the base, Office will surely be angry, and now she is not around to stop us from destroying it. Do you want to fight? Cao clicked his tongue in annoyance, pulling away from the teenage descendant of King Arthur and looking at the Yaokai descendant of Sun Wukong. The monkey was right. They couldn't start a battle inside the Cow's brigade base. At least not yet. He'd like to face that guy. Teach him the lesson of his life. If possible, he'd run him through with his spear. Fine cute boy, the hero muttered, placing the true Longinus on his shoulder, smiling slightly, looking with sharp eyes at the armored boy. I don't want to anger Office-sama. After all, I still need her help. Cao began to walk. Biku let the hero walk past him, not moving. He kept his eyes on his companion, Lefei, still positioned next to Naruto, not moving an inch. Next time, you won't be so lucky, declared the bearer of the true Longinus, disappearing into the corridors of the base, leaving the three there. A simple chat. He blinked several times, taking in the pure white surroundings, without a single blemish or stain. He moved his head, looking from side to side, trying to see if there was anyone or anything he could reference. There was nothing but white everywhere, nothing else, not a plant, not an insect, not even a single flower petal. He walked toward what he thought was the front, hearing his own footsteps echoing in the room and ringing in his ears, alert for something to happen, anything at all. He needed something to take the pure white color out of the place, a color that gave him a bad feeling. But the question was, how did he get there? The last thing he remembered was going to sleep after returning from his mission with Kuroka and the others, only to encounter Cao and some of his followers. That sent him into a furious rage. You're still emotional, a calm, smiling voice declared, attracting the blue eyes of the golden-haired boy. In front of him, he sat on a golden throne, wearing a white toga, revealing an immense white beard and matching white hair. His golden eyes rested on the boy walking in front of him, shining at his presence. A small smile appeared on the lips of the man, who was over 2 meters tall, sitting on that throne, dressed in that immaculate toga. Naruto male Escanor. It is a true honor to meet you in person. Naruto frowned, stopping his steps, standing 3 meters away from that man, his blue eyes on the golden ones of the bearded man. Who are you? What is this place? The man remained unfazed, remaining silent, the smile on his face undisturbed by anything. The bearer of grace would have tried to use his power, if only he could. That place seemed to seal his power. That, or it was the man sitting on the throne himself who was preventing him from accessing it. He felt strange in front of the immense man. Well, I thought you'd recognize my voice, Naruto, the immense figure said, letting out a shrill laugh, making the boy take a couple of steps back. I'm God. He opened his eyes wide, staring at that giant figure who had called himself God before him. God. He murmured, incredulous at the man's words, looking at him in perplexity. Yes, I am God, the one who created the angels, the one who caused the war between the factions to end when I sealed Trihixa away from everyone. That ended the war, God declared, watching Naruto's reaction with amusement, seeing the glimmer of confusion dancing in his sapphire blue eyes. I was also the one who caused the creation of your grace, former angel of my sweet Gabriel. Naruto male Escanor shook his head, trying to absorb all those words that God had said. Is that Trihixa powerful? Oh, yes, quite a bit. All those you face are mere gnats next to him. I simply sealed him away. No one has been able to kill him over time, he replied, toying with a lock of his white hair. That is why I created your grace, the grace of the sun, the most powerful of all graces, even more so than the Longinus. Yes, the Longinus evolved to reach their maximum power. But the Shunshine is already 100% powerful. It only depends on the wielder whether or not they reach their full power. And you, little boy, have been holding back. You could achieve the power everyone desires. But you don't. Well, now you have no choice but to do so if you wish to save Gabriel when the war begins. The death of that commandment has delayed the release of the others. And my efforts to close the seal have prevented another from leaving. But the primordial demons roam the world, causing deaths, accumulating souls to give to Galand, and thus free the rest of his clan. The former angel remained silent, letting the words sink in, etching themselves into his mind. God was talking too much about things he didn't understand. What could possibly start a war? Well, the war had already begun, with the Cow's Brigade's movements and the loose demon clan members. Even the actions of Galand and Calmadios had taken their toll, leaving the Vatican in tatters, with angels and exorcists dead, along with people who had nothing to do with it. And he himself was involved, even if he didn't want to be. Through promises and through his own power, given by that celestial being. So. Let's just say Shunshine is an insurance policy to keep the world in order, Naruto. It was created to save the world when a war broke out. But this power had a downside. Only he would accept its wielder. He couldn't be forced to be with a person he didn't want, almost as if he had a conscience of his own, God declared, looking closely at the boy for a few seconds. And he chose you, someone capable of standing up after being beaten, burned, raped, hated, disowned by his family, with no one to hug him once, and always being invisible in his academy. The truth is, your life was cruel, too cruel for my liking. How is it possible that such a loving girl ended up cheating on you, pretending to rape her, and almost making you end up in prison? A life that was too hectic and unpleasant. How is your right hand feeling after receiving that cigarette from that guy from the foster home? Naruto unconsciously moved his left hand to his right, caressing the spot where the cigarette had caught fire. It had been a few years since then, but it still lingered in his mind. Everything God had told him about had to do with his past, his time before he met Gabriel, before she had rescued him. Good. Do you feel guilty for falling and abandoning Gabriel? He raised his face, which he had kept down. Yes. I broke my promise. God chuckled, pointing at the golden-haired boy. Seconds later, 4 golden wings appeared on the teenager's back, causing him to open his eyes. He felt the ace mark reactivate within him, feeling more powerful than he had a few seconds ago, brimming with energy. How? I am God, the man declared, laughing joyfully, raising his head to the ceiling, making his laughter echo throughout the empty space. I created the angels. Now, you are an angel again. One who won't fall so easily. Gabriel will be pleased. Wait a second. What do you mean I won't fall? Well, I don't want everything to end up like the last time we talked. Those golden wings will never turn black unless you get carried away by something really bad. So be careful and don't go crazy, he said, laughing afterward, making the golden-winged angel frown at his words. I need you in top condition. God's last words made the boy understand. He needed him to fight in the war, wielding all the power that was his from the beginning. Shunshine must have been like an angel's, and God was making sure of it by returning him to that state. Sate, a jovial voice murmured, making Naruto turn his face, while God showed his teeth between his lips again, forming that smile. Sorry I'm late. I told you we were late, and yet you kept drinking, said the voice of a woman, slightly annoyed, looking at Naruto with her eyes, without removing that analytical shine that danced in her golden eyes, while a smile seemed to want to appear on her face. Oh, Meliodas and Merlin, you're finally here, she said, her smile still intact, looking at the two of them. The sin of wrath and the sin of gluttony. Merlin, my dear, have you brought what I asked you to keep? The beautiful, slender woman with short dark hair snapped her fingers, causing an elongated object to appear, wrapped in a white blanket, levitating off the ground as if it weighed nothing. Another snap, and the object fell, creating a small crater in that spot, indicating that it weighed more than it appeared. It was hard to keep it hidden. It radiated too much power for a simple weapon. Simple? Hahaha, Merlin, I see you didn't analyze it. I like that. You kept your word not to analyze it. But this weapon, it's the weapon of the sun, the one that carries its same power, the only one capable of matching the grace of the sun, he declared, moving his eyes and settling on Naruto. Meliodas and Merlin looked at the young man, who began to walk, his blue eyes fixed on the covered weapon. He moved his arm, unwrapping an enormous one-handed axe, with all its weight in front, ornately decorated. It was golden, beautiful. Slowly, he ran his fingers along the handle of the weapon, noticing that it radiated heat. It even seemed to want to absorb the heat he himself emanated. I present to you Rita, your battle partner, God said, catching Naruto's eye. Only you can wield this weapon. Take your weapon, Naruto male Escanor. Merlin opened his eyes wide, shifting them toward the boy. Naruto moved his right arm, grasping Rita by the handle, feeling an immense heat course through his body, like his own power was trapped in that axe, and they weren't even in sunlight. It was overwhelming, too much. He even thought he'd suffocate from that power. He lifted it with a simple movement, placing it on his shoulder, feeling the extra weight, very different from that sword he had carried with him, and the one Cao himself had destroyed in their little confrontation. He had humiliated him, believing himself to be so great, oppressing Lefay. That image filled him with a fury he didn't want to feel, a fury he had tried to suppress, but which seemed to surface. So what are we doing here? Meliodas asked, his eyes on God. The giant man stared back at the primal demon, holding his gaze. Naruto will be the last member of the 7 deadly sins, the bearer of the sin of pride, the symbol of the lion, the divine being assured, showing sparks in those golden eyes, keeping his gaze on the blonde-haired demon. Naruto turned his head, looking directly at God after hearing what he'd said about his next role within a group that, judging by the name, apparently only had about 7 members. His own work seemed to pile up with every second he spent in that place. But could it all be a dream? Everything felt too real for it to be a simple dream he wouldn't remember later. He blinked a couple of times when he felt a heat on his back. A huge orange lion tattoo appeared on his back. It felt warm, as if rays of sunlight were hitting his skin. Oh, looks like the chat is over. See you another time, Naruto. Everything began to blur. He forced himself to blink, trying to make that white spot present, but failing, cursing himself. At the 10th blink, instead of the white room, what his blue eyes focused on was the dark ceiling of his room inside the Cow's Brigade base. He brought a hand to his face, running it across it, stretching with that simple gesture. Was it all just a dream? It was too real to be. Is God still alive? I thought he died in the war. Does Gabriel know? Several questions were swirling through his mind, giving him a headache. It had all been too real for it to be just a dream. But it certainly was. He tried to stand up, feeling an extra weight in his right hand. He shook his head, his eyes resting on that ornate golden axe, with its enormous blade. That weapon was Rita, the weapon of the sun. He frowned for a few seconds, sitting down on the cot, moving his weapon and placing it in front of him, releasing it. Concentrating, as he hadn't done in a long time, he tried to summon his angel wings. He wasn't 100% sure he would succeed, but he wanted to try. Within seconds, 2 pairs of golden wings appeared, while a halo of light appeared above his head, feeling the power course through him. It felt good to have those wings, the ones he lost out of revenge. So, it was all real. But how did I get there with the axe? How did I even get out of my room? It's all too strange, he said to himself, expressing doubt about the events caused by God. He lightly stroked her neck, looking down at the floor, his blue eyes shining with confusion. It had been a very strange nap for him. Things from the past had come back to his mind. But now, he had new strength. Plan of the goddesses. Dust and debris littered the battlefield, covering the participants in tremendous destruction. Suddenly, from the cloud of dust, a figure emerged, flapping 4 golden wings and rising into the sky. It revealed an athletic figure beneath the moonlight, staring with blue eyes at whoever was within the dust. It swung its sword of light, unleashing a shower of arrows at whatever was inside. The winged figure's enemy also emerged from the cloud of dust, revealing Galen of Truth, who wore a crooked smile, amused by the ongoing battle. Halberd moved, slashing a dagger of light that was meant to pierce through him. This is fun, Angel. Naruto stopped moving his wings, remaining in the air, with a lightsaber in his hand. Are you having fun? The angel asked, staring hard at the commandment. It had been too much of a coincidence that the demon was exactly where he was supposed to carry out his mission. Did they have a traitor within the brigade? He couldn't use Shunshine to completely destroy his enemy now. And his control over the powers of light certainly wasn't at a great level. Certainly not since he stopped being one some time ago. He swung his sword, blocking his enemy's axe, feeling how his body seemed to be destroyed by the force of his enemy's blow itself. They both stared at each other. You tire me out. And you amuse me. Alan pressed forward, sending the angel tumbling to the ground with his might, creating a crater in it. Naruto tried to get up, but the demon's foot sent him back to the ground, feeling like his torso had been crushed by a ton of weight. It felt like air wasn't reaching his lungs, making it hard to breathe. He gritted his teeth, glaring with fierce fury at the commandment of truth, who was displaying that grin that bothered him so much. Divine Axe Rita. The commandment raised an eyebrow at the shout, laughing afterward. Have you lost your mind, kid? Naruto undid the lightsaber, smiling sideways, raising his hand to the sky. Before answering the demon, an object fell from the sky, forcing Galen to step aside, surprised. Slowly, the descendant of Mael and Escanor stood up, giving off energy, much more than seconds before. In his hand, an ornate golden axe was present, radiating power, the same as the golden-haired boy, who planted his blue eyes on the commandment, smirking. He had begun to grow, demonstrating superior power. Although sunshine needed the sun, the new power granted by God, the moonshine, acted with the lunar light of the night. But it was an inferior power to the sun, because it did not receive the power of the sun directly, but through the silver star of light. It would not serve to eliminate great enemies. But it could fight the commandments as equals. Although, according to its creator, the moonshine, it could still grow. It was a grace that could still evolve. Now, you bucking demon, I'll split you in two, he declared, with Rita on his shoulder, giving Galen a proud look, who was flashing a huge grin. He was looking forward to a top-notch battle. And that second-rate angel could definitely give him one. They both went to launch themselves at each other when a powerful magical attack forced them to separate, both showing surprise. They turned their heads, finding themselves facing a tall, pale figure with a set of wings unlike those of an angel. Atop its thick neck were 3 heads, causing Naruto to show a look of disgust. The goddess clan, Galen muttered, looking annoyed. He tightened his grip on Halberd, alerting the golden-winged angel. That 3-faced enemy was a member of the goddess clan, the enemies of God in heaven. The foul commandments, the strange angel hissed, looking at Naruto seconds later. Help me finish him off, angel. I, as one of the archangels, must. Naruto swung Rita, generating an immense wind, sending a powerful slash at the angel, attempting to cut him. The angel resisted the blow, using his left hand. He didn't seem worried. He showed astonishment. Do you dare to attack me, little angel? He asked Naruto, showing a greater arrogance than Naruto's, who seemed pissed off, seeing that multiple Astra figure. I, the great Tarmiel, will judge your insolence. Oh, Galen muttered, taking a step back. Are you going to piss off an archangel of the goddess clan? He didn't listen, exuding power, giving everything he had against that strange angel. He would split him in half. But if the commandment also fought, everything would go down the drain. He couldn't face them both. Arc. Tarmiel swung his arm, launching his ability at Naruto. Naruto was unable to move, taking the attack full on, feeling how the spell seemed to want to disintegrate him. But nothing happened, leaving the archangel surprised to see how his enemy resisted the attack. Without expecting it, Tarmiel launched himself at the descendant of Male, hitting him full on with his forearm, causing the bearer of the sunshine to drop his weapon, rolling on the ground, feeling how his neck had tried to snap in two. He stood up, deflecting the archangel's next blow, landing one in the stomach with all his strength, causing his enemy to hunch forward, spitting and bleeding. He swung his other arm, trying to land another blow against Tarmiel. But Tarmiel blocked the movement, headbutting him, disorienting him. He grabbed the young man by the throat and slammed him into the ground, pressing his fingers tightly against the neck of the insubordinate angel. Ha! Never, in over 1,000 years, has an angel been able to defeat an archangel, child. You will die without anyone remembering you, Tarmiel declared, flashing a deranged smile as he leaned closer to the blonde youth. I will erase you from this world. Naruto tightened his grip on the archangel's forearm, forcing him to release his neck. His blue eyes blazed with fire. To me, you, a member of the goddess clan, are nothing, he declared, as a small sun slowly formed in his left hand. He placed it between them and punched the archangel in the stomach, sending it skyward, causing it to explode as he closed his hand. It wasn't as powerful as it was during the day. But it would guarantee him survival in battles of this caliber. I had to thank God later. He stood up, reaching out, catching the Rita axe in his hand, feeling the power course through the weapon itself, reaching him. He looked up at the sky, seeing Tarmiel still standing, unharmed. Surprise seemed to show on all three of his faces. No one must have faced him in a long time, except for the demons. I'll kill you, insolent angel. The archangel launched himself at Naruto, generating a sword of light. Rita moved and blocked the weapon of light, generating a light wind. Tarmiel's force sent the bearer of the sunshine backward, leaving the marks of his feet in the ground, looking surprised. He moved, letting the blade of light pass, in turn moving Rita towards Tarmiel's abdomen, hitting him full on with the blade of his axe, causing blood to stain the blade of the sacred treasure. Before the archangel could react, the fist of the descendant of Male hit the archangel in the middle of the face, sending him against a tree, which creaked, falling on Tarmiel. Super slash. With his right arm, he raised Rita, bringing a powerful axe blow down on the fallen Tarmiel, leaving a furrow in the ground, turning the tree that hid the archangel into splinters. But the same member of the goddess clan had taken flight, dodging the blow delivered by the angel. He flapped his wings, unharmed. Dried blood stained his robes. You're delaying the inevitable, traitor. I follow the will of God, not of some upstart, Naruto declared furiously, unleashing a killer instinct, letting his muscles grow slightly, reaching over 2 meters in height. It wasn't the power of the sun. But it would serve him well. You're the traitor, Tarmiel. The archangel just laughed. That old man is the upstart. The supreme deity is the legitimate leader of heaven. Tarmiel swung his arm, sending a shower of daggers of light toward the golden four-winged angel, who covered himself with Rita, hoping not to take too much damage. By the time he realized it, another weapon had intervened, dispelling the light daggers. Galen was at Naruto's side, moving halberd. It seems our fight is over, the commandment declared, seeing Tarmiel's growing power. For today, I'd like to help you. You, helping me? Naruto asked, revealing his face after putting Rita down, looking directly at Galen. The commandment showed no hesitation, looking at the archangel. Believe me, I don't want to help an angel. But these guys, they're more annoying than you. They both stepped aside, letting the spear of light pierce through the ground, creating a cloud of dust. Naruto slid across the ground, swinging his axe, ready to strike Tarmiel. But Tarmiel appeared in front of him, with a sword of light ready to pierce him through and through. Galen swung his halberd, blocking the sword, and Naruto seized the moment to raise Rita, ready to bring an axe down on Tarmiel. The archangel tilted his body, letting the axe blade pass by his side. He prepared to use arc on both of them. But Galen swung his weapon, striking the archangel in the chest and sending him sprawling to the ground. He leaped and swung down with a mighty blow, hoping to destroy the goddess clan member. Dust covered the triple-faced man's body, preventing the commandment from seeing if he was still alive. A blade of light pierced him from the side, causing him to spit blood in surprise. Tarmiel moved, emerging from the cloud of dust, revealing the mark of Galen's axe in the ground, to the side of the Archangel's face. It hadn't harmed him. He threw the commandment aside, dodging Rita's blade as it swung helplessly past him. Naruto skidded behind Tarmiel, generating a small sun, launching it at the Archangel, striking him in the back and launching him forward. Naruto quickly appeared in front of Tarmiel, karate chopping the Archangel, sending him to the ground. At the same time, he jumped into the air, swinging Rita, throwing her at his enemy, hoping to hit him square in the face. The golden weapon struck the goddess clan member's chest, surprising him and the commandment, who watched the fight in amazement. Naruto Escanor clenched his right fist, stretching his arm. Charge and fire. The powerful blast of flame erupted from Rita, surrounding Tarmiel, causing him to scream in pain, wrapped in flames like the sun. Male's descendant swooped down, slamming his fist into the Archangel's chest, hitting Rita herself squarely, burying the weapon deeper into the goddess clan member's torso, causing him to spit blood. Tarmiel shook his head, kneeling, seeing that weapon buried in his chest, forming a huge wound, allowing blood to escape. Blood escaped from his lips, trickling down his chin. Die. Naruto squeezed Rita, pushing her deeper into the Archangel's chest, his eyes blazing, wanting to kill him once and for all, to leave nothing of him. He wanted to destroy him, to erase him from the world. Tarmiel gritted his teeth, feeling the blade slowly sink into his chest, feeling the blood trickle down it, staining and filling his own mouth. He felt the rust of that liquid flooding his mouth. The sensation sickened him. That an upstart believed he had the power to kill him infuriated him. Bastard. Naruto Escanor smiled arrogantly as the fire surrounded that weapon again, passing through its wielder, creating a rather large cruel sun, larger than the ones he had made, raising it above his head, looking sternly at that Archangel, exuding arrogance from every pore of his body. I know. But you're no one against me. You'll die for having judged unnecessarily, for believing yourself superior to the true angels, following an upstart like the supreme deity. I swear, I'll tear off his head, just as I'll tear off yours right now. Cruel Sunday. He threw the burning sphere at Tarmiel, watching as the miniature sun itself struck Rita, burying it deeper into the Archangel's chest, as it grew, surrounding the member of the goddess clan, who showed fear, feeling the heat of the sun itself. Uea. Pride flare. He closed his hand when the cruel sun and Tarmiel were far away, causing the technique that imitated the sun itself to explode, melting everything around, creating a fire in that forest, making entire trees disappear. Naruto Escanor slid his body, seeing Tarmiel lying on his back, with Rita on his chest. Then a harpoon appeared piercing his torso. It seems that our society has finally gone. Alan smiled. Splendor of the sun. A metallic taste ran through his mouth as he spat out blood, kneeling, staring at the destroyed ground, with strands of pale blonde hair over his face, while clenching his fists, dragging dirt with his hands, panting. From his chest, scarlet drops trickled down a harpoon that pierced him from behind. Maliciously, Galen of Truth removed halberd with great force, delighting in the angel's grunts of pain. Naruto Escanor was there, defeated, kneeling with blood escaping from his chest, pierced. He would have gotten up if that demon had not cut off his right leg with a swift precise slash. So, Lord Angel, what do you want me to cut off from you now? Or who? I know, those second-rate archangels, servants of your god, declared the 4-meter-tall demon, laughing, sitting in front of the bearer of grace, on an immense rose, with his hands under his chin, laughing darkly, looking into the angel's dull eyes. It would be perfect to see your face when I kill your people. But, I mustn't let you escape from here. You could ruin my plans, and my lord is impatient. Naruto tilted his head, closing his eyes against a haze that had appeared in them, clouding his mind, and causing the boy to shrink back into his original body. The moonshine wasn't that powerful. But he was tired of relying on a power that only worked during daylight hours. He glared at the demon, gritting his bleeding teeth, placing his hand on his knee, and raising his arm. Rita reached his limb and gripped it tightly, steam rising from his severed leg. He returned to normal, leaving the angel whole, who unfurled 4 golden wings, making Galen smile. He tore halberd from his body, tightening his grip on the demon's weapon, staring at him with blue almost golden eyes. Slowly, the wound in his chest closed as power grew within the teenager. Light rays of sunlight filtered through the thick branches of the trees, bathing the golden angel in light, multiplying his power, causing the ground beneath his feet to crack. I'll have your head ripped off, you bucking bastard, he hissed, tightening his grip on Rita and swinging her to the right. He swung an axe at Galen, destroying everything behind the demon, leaving a wasteland completely empty, causing the demon himself to raise an eyebrow. He brought his arm up, stopping the blade of the boy's ornate axe, feeling heat escape from the weapon. He tried to move away. But the blonde's fist sent him back, blood spewing from his mouth. How had he gotten so strong in a mere instant? He raised his head, watching as Naruto fell on top of him, Rita in hand, slashing downward, probably wanting to cut him in two. Galen simply stepped aside, watching as the blade sliced through the ground entirely, leaving a fissure of molten rock, raising steam from the ground, creating ash as dark as the night itself. Run away if you don't want to die. An angel cannot kill freely. Slowly, Naruto stood up, swinging his heavy axe, the one that only he could lift, tearing off the clothes that covered his torso, revealing the orange lion tattoo in all its splendor on his back, while placing Rita on his shoulder, looking disinterestedly at the primal demon, showing a slight mocking smile. "I'm not an angel," he declared, flapping his golden wings, sending some feathers flying at the surprised Galland, who covered his face with his arm, hoping the feathers would vanish. "I'm the angel. Super slash." Alan moved, fortunately, seeing how the landscape was changing again, revealing shattered trees and frightened animals. A simple movement by that boy, who seemed to grow larger by the second, had destroyed the other half of the forest, leaving them in a wasteland with nothing but the two of them, surrounded by tree stumps. Naruto moved Rita, placing her on his shoulder, looking at the demon with disdain. "Get out, insect. Naruto-sama, I'll destroy your body next time." Alan of Truth took his weapon, looking at the angel full of pride, clenching his teeth and his hands on the handle of the halberd, showing fury in his dark eyes, if those hollows in his armored head were eyes. "How dare you, you disgusting angel." Rita shook it, giving off some heat over the place, sharpening the gaze she directed at the demon of truth, smiling sideways, gripping the handle of her enormous ornate golden-colored axe. "Show some respect, trash," Naruto ordered, his lightly tanned face widening with that confident grin. "Or I'll rip those hearts out of your filthy body. Try it." A second. Just a second was all it took for the wielder of the grace of the sun to strike the demon, sending him tumbling backward and crashing into the ground with a powerful elbow. He hadn't even used his fist to strike the wielder of the commandment of truth, who was gasping in surprise, blood trickling from his mouth. The foot crushed his chest, forcing him to drop his weapon, and, forced to lie there, he looked directly at the angel, seeing his blue eyes, covered by light golden hair once again. "What were you saying?" he asked, placing his sacred treasure on his shoulder, smiling heartily. "Even if you betrayed me after the fight with that bird, you won't be able to kill me. At least, not you. What makes you different from other angels? That I was specially created by God to kill you, you and all those who harm the peace," he declared, moving away from the collapsed Galland, walking with his back to the demon, knowing that it wouldn't attack him. Why would it? He had made it clear that if he made a meager move to attack him, he would kill him. And believe me when I tell you that until now I have held back. Against Calmadios. Against you. Against Gabriel. Ever since I obtained this power, I have held back, letting everyone trample me, he informed, putting Rita down, turning around, looking again at the demon. But, in his blue eyes, there was a slight golden glint that seemed to gain strength as he spoke, while some feathers fell from his wings as he flapped them. "That is over, Gallant of Truth. Now, I will kill if necessary. I will not hold back, whether the sun is in the sky or its sister the moon replaces it." Alan stood up, taking hold of the halberd's shaft, looking at the boy who had grown in hide and muscle, seeming tougher, stronger, a true warrior. He tried to attack, but a simple finger from the blonde stopped the weapon, causing the demon to open his eyes. Before he knew it, one of his 7 hearts was out, leaking blood onto the ground, oozing from Naruto's hand, who crushed the organ mercilessly. He swung his body, grasping the halberd in both hands, slashing downward at the angel. Naruto tilted his body, letting the weapon pass by him, and kicked Galland in the face, sending him tumbling backward. He didn't know how or when. But another heart was in the boy's hand, being crushed. "Bastard. Believe me, I would have killed you by now if I wanted to," the boy declared, releasing the demon's mangled organ, letting it fall to the ground in a mass of purple blood. "You're so boring. I'll kill you. Do it." Halberd and Rita collided, generating an immense wind that shook the fallen trees, shattering them, leaving only splinters on the ground as the animals fled the scene. Tightening his iron grip, Galland tried to tower over Naruto, using all his strength, wanting to crush him. But the angel, without much effort, was standing, feeling the ground shatter beneath his feet, yawning. He swung his axe, letting Halberd move, and jumped to the side, letting the blade of the weapon pass. He halted his leap and launched himself at the commandment, swinging Rita in a crescent-shaped slash, forcing the demon to cover himself with his own weapon. He was thrown backward, seeing cracks in his weapon, amazed at what a measly angel could accomplish. "You're tough, birdie," the commandment acknowledged, snapping Halberd in two, taking the harpoon side in his left hand and the axe side in his right, taking a battle stance. "But I'm tougher." Critical over. The pressure fell upon Naruto Escanor, inciting him to kneel on the ground when a slightly pink light covered the demon of the commandments completely, generating wind and intrigue in the bearer of grace, who looked at Galland, waiting to see what he was doing. He smiled as he saw how the commandment emerged from that light, wrapped in slightly different armor, giving off more power than it initially seemed to have. "Have you changed your hairstyle?" Galland didn't reply, steam billowing from his mouth as he tightened his grip on the halberd's remains. In an instant, he was upon Naruto, kicking his body, piercing him first with the harpoon in his left hand and then slashing at his chest with the axe in his right hand. He then grabbed the blonde's head and smashed it into the ground countless times, splattering blood on the ground and his armor, licking his face, tasting the blood of that golden-winged angel. "Your wings will be my trophy." He moved his left arm, bringing his hand closer to the boy's upper right wing, grinning madly as drops of blood trickled down his armor. He had finished that insolent man in a second. He was nothing to him. He opened his eyes when a hand gripped his left wrist tightly. "Do you know that God himself gave me these wings? I don't want you to stain them with your filthy hands." Blood rained down on Naruto as he pierced Galland's chest, taking out the demon's third heart, causing him to flinch away in surprise. The wielder of grace stood up, removing the harpoon and axe from his body, letting him heal at his own pace, taking hold of Rita's handle again, then letting go. As Naruto walked slowly, approaching the primal demon, showing nothing but a crooked smile on his sharp tanned face. "Someone filled with darkness could never kill me," he declared, standing next to the commandment. The fourth heart of that enormous being was ripped out like the previous ones, easily and without real risk to the golden-winged angel, who looked bored at the demon. "I hate you." "You're right," Naruto replied, releasing the fourth heart, wiping the blood away with his pants leg and looking at the sun on the horizon, growing larger as it rose, allowing more rays to embrace it, giving it their warmth and power. He sighed, staring at the commandment's back. He had to end this now. "But you won't live to return that hatred." Slowly, a small sun formed in the palm of the grace bearer's right hand, radiating heat, forcing the commandment to retreat, staring directly at his enemy, displaying true terror. Never, in all the confrontations he'd had over the millennia, had anyone managed to push him to such extremes, making him use critical over and still lose 4 hearts in a matter of moments to someone who shouldn't have been so capable when it came to combat. That angel was too different from all those who adorned his walls. "You won't live long," the commandment declared, staring with suppressed rage at the golden-haired, sapphire-eyed boy standing before him, his 2 pairs of golden wings trailing behind him, revealing the halo above his head. "My lord will kill you all. And your god is not here to stop him." Hay should give Galland a point. God had been, along with Lucifer, one of those charged with defeating the Demon King and the Supreme Deity. Without them, who were the most powerful, they wouldn't be able to defeat those beings if they returned to life. They could literally destroy the world, and he didn't know anyone who could stand against them. He tightened his grip on the handle of his sacred treasure, breathing calmly, raising the cruel sun in his hand slightly, staring directly at the commandment, not a glimmer of mercy showing in those sapphire-colored eyes. "We'll see how we deal with the boss cockroach. He'll kill you." She swung her arm, aiming the attack at Galland, covering his eyes with strands of hair. "Maybe yes, maybe no. Are you an idiot? No one can defeat him. They could only lock him up in that place. Not even God could defeat him," Galland shouted angrily, looking at the golden-winged angel with true contempt. "But I'm not God. I'm the sun. The sun that will soon go out." He fired the cruel sun at Galland, watching as the commandment of truth stood there doing nothing, waiting for the attack to hit it full on and disintegrate it from the face of the earth. Full counter. The mass of orange fire, becoming twice as large, hit Naruto Escanor full on. Fuego completely surrounded him. God's weapon. Alan turned his head in surprise, feeling the heat hitting him. He heard the crackling of the miasma flames as the grass burned, turning into dark ash. The sun had shone directly on the angel who had ripped out his hearts. "Doing what Meliodas used to do has used up my magic," a cheerful voice declared as a tall man appeared, his gray hair disheveled, revealing the demonic mark on his face. His smile seemed to widen as he watched, with black eyes, the mass of orange fire burn that little bird. "I don't think I can execute that tremendous full counter again." "Brother," another dark-haired demon spoke, dressed in crimson robes and with gauntlets on his arms. "It was excessive to perform that move on a measly angel." "I was going to kill Galland," the tall man declared, staring at the mass of orange fire with disinterest, as if it were nothing, his eyes turning back to his little brother. "Zeldris, shouldn't you stretch a little? We just left that cursed dimension." Zeldris, the Demon King's middle son, snorted in annoyance, leaning back against a rock he'd been left standing after the battle between Galland and Naruto. He was bored, eager to raise the underworld once they regained their full power. When they did, they would reclaim their home. "But you've wasted your magical power," Zeldris growled, staring slightly into the flames, puffing. There was no power emerging from that flaming mass. let's go before. They opened their eyes as the burning mass disappeared, revealing a tall golden-haired figure with 2 blue orbs on his face. The young man swung the immense axe he held in his hand, generating a strong wind as the blade seemed to cut through the air itself. Zeldris covered his face, while the gray-haired man stared at the boy with interest. Before he could do anything, he received a punch, sending him flying. Zeldris went to grab his sword, but the axe nearly severed his head. He was inches away. And it would have if the immense 4-armed giant hadn't squashed that mosquito. I don't usually say it, but thanks Droll. Droll was about to answer as he crushed the golden-haired youth. He felt his hands burning and was forced to let go. He shook his head, focusing his blue eyes as he swung the axe, striking the giant in the chest and sending him sprawling to the ground. The boy fell on top of him, grasping the weapon, staring directly into Zeldris's dark eyes. "Friends of yours, Galland?" he asked, drawing the Rita axe, letting drops of blood trickle down its blade as he leaped, dodging the giant's arm, flapping his golden wings, letting feathers fall upon the demon. "I can crush you all now." "Truly, proud," declared the gray-haired man, looking at the golden-winged boy, taking his sword, looking defiantly at the angel. If anyone looked closely, they would see cracks along the blade of the primordial demon's weapon. That was because he couldn't use full counter the same way his brother Meliodas did, and if he did, his weapons would end up damaged, or he would even damage himself. "I think I like it." "Estarossa," Zeldris tried to call, seeing his brother's desire to fight. But the commandment didn't listen, shooting towards the angel, gripping his sword in both hands, a huge grin on his face. Before the eyes of the entire commandments, the Demon King's youngest son was sent crashing to the ground by a karate chop from his rival, causing a massive tremor and cracks forming in the ground. "Brother." Naruto ignored the demon, looking at Galland, spinning Rita towards the commandment of truth. He tightened his grip on the handle as his power emerged from deep within. He was about to launch himself at him when a powerful flare hit him, making him flinch, his hand covering his face. Shaken, Naruto didn't see the dark matter claw that struck him, sending him slamming into the ground. He felt his body, more specifically his spine, tremble from the attack, spitting blood upon impact. He thought he heard some of his bones seem to fracture after the combined movement of 2 of his enemies. Monspeet. Derriers. Both demons looked at the chaos, showing off their power. They went to launch themselves at the fallen Naruto, ready to tear him to pieces. Large hands grabbed their faces, slamming them into the ground, while a smile appeared on the face of the bearer of the grace of the sun. He twisted his body, throwing the man against Zeldris, while dragging the so-called Derriere along the ground, by the head, raising his arm, so that his weapon reached, and, as his fingers touched, he threw Rita against Droll, hoping that it would pass through the giant's body, while he stomped on the woman's head, leaving her face covered in blood. Rita flew, crashing into a giant hornet, which seemed to be summoned by the butterfly-winged demon. "Gloxinia. Calm down Droll, I'll cover you." Gloxinia decided to get rid of her enemy's axe. But she didn't wait for it to return to its owner, who grabbed Rita's handle as if it were nothing, causing his arm to move backward, simultaneously throwing Derriere against the hornet. Cruel sun. The orange sun crashed into the demon and the hornet, generating a column of smoke, causing the fairy to widen her eyes at such a move on the enemy's part. Therefore, absorbed as she was, she couldn't repel Naruto's slash, which made a deep cut in her torso, making her spit blood. Seconds later, she received a strong kick, sending her crashing to the ground. But there, Droll caught him, not wanting his friend to come to any further harm. "She's a monster," Derriere snarled, still alive, bleeding from her face as she regenerated. "How did she take out Monspeet and Estarossa like it was nothing? She took my move and Monspeet's move right on the chin." "It's Gabriel's ace," Galland spoke, holding a newly rebuilt halberd, looking at the golden 4-winged angel with a halo above his head, hovering over them as if they were mere insects. "He killed Calmadios in a brutal confrontation and helped me finish off Tarmiel when he tracked us down. To be honest, he ended up defeating him himself, I don't know how." "Then we must take him off the board," Zeldris declared, taking his sword, taking a step forward, frowning, as the demonic mark covered his face more, in all its splendor. But a hand stopped him. "Leave this to me, brother," Estarossa requested, walking slowly, smiling slightly, his power growing. He stopped in front of the angel, looking up at him. Even though he was no longer flying and they were face to face, the boy was immense to him. "So, little bird, what is your name?" "Naruto Escanor," he replied, looking down, forcing Estarossa to lean back. He had spoken loudly, so he wouldn't have to repeat his name to anyone else. "And I am the one who will bury you here and now." Unable to avoid it, Estarossa received an axe blow that nearly cut him in two, causing him to open his eyes. As he went to regenerate, a foot connected with him, sending him tumbling backward. At the same time, he saw the golden-haired boy fly, grabbing his weapon in one hand, whipping it back, and throwing it toward him. Given the trajectory, it would hit him and he wouldn't want to be headless, even for a few miserable moments. Dark matter formed, deflecting the axe, allowing the commandment to slide across the ground, rising to his feet in a slightly crouched position. A hook caught him, hunching him forward, causing him to spit blood in surprise. Naruto had moved as he swung the axe at his target, in case it missed. He grabbed the gray-haired man's neck and raised his right hand, summoning Rita, who flew toward him, landing in his grasp. Before he could send the downward slash, Estarossa broke free, delivering a double kick to his chest, sending him tumbling backward. He raised the sacred treasure given to him by God, thus stopping Gloxinia's spear inches from his right eye. He swung it, sending the weapon crashing to the ground, simultaneously deflecting a kick from Dirieri and sending Rita flying upward, severing Droll's upper arms, which he had been using to crush him. But he took Zeldris's blow full on, spitting blood, being sent backward by Dirieri's second blow, and receiving another blistering hug from Monspeed, which sent him to the ground, leaving his trousers in tatters. He stood up just in time to see Estarossa standing in front of him, hand raised, looking directly at him. Rebellion, swords of rebellion. 7 black swords appeared around Naruto. Unable to react, he opened his eyes as the blades pierced his body from 7 different points. He fell to his knees, feeling the blood trickle down his torso and neck, gasping at the wounds. He struggled to breathe and keep his eyes on his enemies. Cough, he spat blood at the commandment's feet, causing it to grunt in disgust. He lifted his foot, sending the bearer of grace slamming headlong into the ground. Just a single blow, perfectly timed, would finish off this mindless beast, Estarossa declared, laughing openly, not noticing the slight steam escaping his enemy's body. Now, with a single touch of my sword, a single cut, your life will be over, and no one will remember the idiot who faced the 10 commandments alone, a mere bird that got lost. Black flames began to form in the commandment's hand, while that bored gaze rested on the blond man covered in swords all over his body, with blood dripping from each of his wounds. Estarossa approached, drawing back his arm, not wanting to burn the blue-eyed angel yet, looking at him with a mocking smile. Did you say something? Naruto raised his face. A face that showed a proud smile, while his eyes turned golden. His muscles swelled as he grew another few inches, and the heat seemed to melt the dark swords piercing the golden-haired boy. Yes. Shut up. Rita moved, striking the commandment's chest, creating a cut that ran vertically from right to left across Estarossa's body, generating a shower of blood that fell on the golden-winged angel. Naruto smiled, lowering his head, crouching, before the surprised gaze of the gray-haired man. He clenched his left hand tightly, forming a fist, and dealt a blow directly to the center of his enemy's chest, generating a small slingshot of wind, sending the primal demon back, along with his companions. Slowly, he stood up, his wounds closing completely, showing a crooked confident smile, looking at the 10 commandments, the elite force of the demon clan. I think it's time for the games to end, insects. Naruto-sama must purge you from this world, he declared, looking down on them, leaving his wings uncovered, sending some golden feathers against the demons. They looked at him in astonishment, not believing that someone of such caliber was in front of them, giving battle to all of them, Estarossa and Zeldris included, although the latter had not yet shown his full power against the angel. To be honest, the only one who gave battle to Escanor was Zeldris of the commandments, and the one I like the most. The ground began to burn beneath the feet of that giant. I'm going to finish some of you off. Try it. Shouted a defiant 5-meter-tall purple Hulk, a giant in all his splendor, with a strange mouth on his chest, while the demonic mark seemed to gain strength. I'll kill you. The demon launched himself at Naruto, stretching out his right arm, wanting to crush him, hoping to succeed, looking directly at the golden-winged angel. Frodrin. Naruto could have flown, dodging the attack from his 5-meter-long enemy. But he decided to take it head-on, receiving that desperate movement of the commandment head-on, looking at him directly, with those eyes that, instead of blue, had turned golden, increasing the brightness of the halo above his head, while the very wings of that angel seemed to gain strength. Frodrin struck the angel, closing his huge hand over the boy, smiling confidently, watching as drops of blood fell from the inside of his hand. I squashed it. That bug is gone. I don't think so, a voice inside the purple monster's hand said. Seconds later, the hand was destroyed, sending blood spraying throughout the combat zone, revealing a smiling Naruto, Rita in his hand, radiating heat, taller and more powerful than a few seconds before. He wiped away a few drops of the liquid that ran down his face, flapping his wings as his blonde hair returned to its original hue. This insect is tougher. Bastard. Frodrin received an axe blow to the chest in a split second. Naruto's figure appeared behind the commandment, his axe swung to the right, showing that he had made some move against the primal demon. 2 seconds later, more blood escaped from that immense wound, leaving a gash in the commandment's chest. His mouth appeared to have been ripped open by the axe blow. "You're slow, in mind and body," the ace declared, tightening his grip on the handle of his prized Rita, letting the drops of blood evaporate at the mere touch of his skin. He turned his head, staring at the back of the Hulk. "I don't know how all of you escaped purgatory. But I will send you there, piece by piece. As if you could." Naruto sharpened his gaze as solar energy surged out from him in all its intensity. The earth turned liquid, melting, sending up light pillars of steam that covered his body. His pants shrank to nothing. Above his head, as he spread the golden wings that God had given him, was an enormous ball of fire, resembling a real sun. He raised his hand. "But this move, I hope to take you all to hell itself. Greatest son." He lowered his arm, unleashing that burning mass on his enemies, noticing how everything turned orange, how it filled with flames. He had unleashed his devastating power. He was a weapon. He was the weapon of God. Drop. He lowered his arm, admiring the immense sea of orange flames ravaging the entire plain, turning all grass and trees within 100 kilometers. It was clear to him that if no one had seen his battle before, they would now. He had just turned what had once been a forest into fire, causing immense black smoke to rise into the sky, mingling with the clouds. He placed Rita on his shoulder, letting the golden strands of her hair flutter in the wind as a heavy rain fell, contrasting with the fire, causing steam to escape from the angel's body as the drops hit him. With a simple snap, her body was covered by white pants, while the breastplate covered her torso, leaving her wings free to flap in the sky, releasing golden feathers that fell to the ground with each movement of her wings. For a few seconds, he stared at his hand. He remembered the sensation, all that warmth, all that power, that had overwhelmed him. When he released it in that movement, he was so satisfied that he couldn't suppress a smile on his face. Truly, he was God's weapon, his last chance against the Demon King and the Supreme Deity. He was the one who wielded the power of the sun itself. "It's really hot," Estarosa's voice declared, drawing the golden-winged angel's attention. Naruto looked over, seeing the commandment bare-chested, with light burn marks closing all over his body. "You've killed Frodran." "That's what I wanted," Naruto pointed out, waving his weapon. "With your death, a thorn will be torn from this world." Estarosa drew his broken sword, smiling at his enemy. He cracked his neck, while black flames surrounded him. "Do you really think you're going to beat us? You really are." He laughed, pointing at the angel with the sword. "You're very funny. Where did you get that golden breastplate and that strange outfit?" Naruto didn't answer. He wore a golden breastplate with a red gem in the center, resembling a ruby. He wore a maroon skirt over black pants that reached his golden greaves. He had acquired an angel armor, which God himself gave him when he had that conversation where he gained his full power, a few days ago. "My father gave it to me," Naruto declared, flapping his wings, looking at the commandment of love with his eyes, which had stopped being blue, to take on that golden power that his orb sometimes took on when he fought at 100%. "It's durable. We'll see." Estarosa appeared behind the angel, slashing with his sword, laughing. His weapon collided with Rita, causing it to shatter completely upon impact with the sacred treasure. Taking advantage of the gap, Naruto kicked the demon into the sea of flames, simultaneously sending a pitch-black claw and a harpoon flying past. Iriari and Galan had launched themselves into battle, watching as their comrade was struck down. Naruto defended himself, using Rita to block the halberd with all his might and using his left arm to stop the other commandment's claws. Akuinchim, Purgatory Flame Bird. Seeing that Naruto had several gaps in his defense, Monspi cast a powerful flame spell, which took the form of a mighty bird with flames of purgatory itself, falling from the sky towards the three standing there. His companions moved aside, and the bird struck the winged angel, sending him to the ground, surrounded by fire, crashing into it. Alan fell, taking halberd, and swung at Naruto, hoping to hit the angel's body. Blood splattered the area, but it wasn't the blonde's. The fifth heart was ripped from the commandment of truth's body by the halberd itself, when the wielder of grace reversed the demon's movement, applying force and piercing it with his own weapon. He took the head of the commandment, kneeling before it, and slammed it against the ground, shattering a rock in the area and raising a gust of wind. He grabbed Rita's hand, moving it, stopping Gloxinia's spear with the handle of his weapon, looking at her through the long strands of golden hair that whipped against him. He tightened his grip on his weapon and braced himself, drawing back his left arm, generating heat. Helio's fair. She struck the commandment with that movement, creating a powerful beam of light that left a furrow in the ground, while fatally wounding the former fairy king, causing him to flinch back, taking slow steps, his hand against his torso. Blood trickled down the fairy's chin. He fell to his knees as the wounds healed. He raised Rita above him, ready to execute Gloxinia with the movement. But two dark shapes appeared at his sides, causing Naruto to flap his wings, ascend, dodging Droll's hands with overwhelming speed, and landing right in front of the giant's face, who hadn't expected the speed of his enemy. The vertical slash hit him square in the face, causing him to throw his hands over his face, covering the wound, moving away from the young man with blonde hair who was flying in front of him. Naruto Escanor swung Rita vertically, stopping Zeldris's sword blade inches away from striking him. The force of the leader of the commandment sent him tumbling backward, while Zeldris himself was forced to do the same. "You're a nuisance." "I think the same of you," the angel replied, looking at the commandment of mercy with those golden orbs. Zeldris had to accept that the angel seemed to grow in power with each passing second, raising an immense heat he hadn't felt even when he was in purgatory. "I must get rid of you, now that I can." Zeldris stepped aside, letting Rita fly through the sky. He turned his face in time to receive the angel's uppercut, which sent him higher into the sky, being met by the figure of Naruto, who generated a small cruel sun with which he struck the commandment, sending it crashing into the still-living sea of flames, swallowing the body of the Demon King's son in its predatory jaws. He ducked, letting the thin claws of a pink-haired woman who had attacked him from the ground pass by. What the wielder of grace didn't know was that the move was a distraction for the next move. Bro leaped forward, grabbing Naruto with one hand. Being unarmed, he couldn't sever the giant's fingers, giving him time to execute his intended move. He threw the angel at Gloxinia, who impaled the golden-eyed blonde through the chest, causing him to spit out blood. The Fairy King lifted the boy, slamming him to the ground and sending him tumbling into the flames as he drove his spear deeper, watching Naruto writhe. His armor had been pierced by the Fairy King's sacred weapon. Gloxinia jumped, leaving Basquia's pinned to her enemy's chest. Zanbarazan, miserable scattering strike. Allen of Truth, using his beloved halberd, launched blows at the surrounding area, sending as many as he could at the fire-encircled angel, creating shockwaves that extinguished the flames themselves, all the while a smile appeared on his face. Blood seemed to splatter all over the ground around the battle itself. With a masterful move, 4 of the commandments had brought down their enemy, inflicting mortal wounds that would prevent him from standing for a long time. The crunching sound was heard, attracting the attention of the 4 attackers, and in a split second, Galen was headless, with both ends of Basquia's piercing the body of the commandment of truth, releasing a massive amount of blood, which surprised them. Gloxinia went to see how his weapon appeared like that, being greeted by a suffocating heat that made him gasp, taking several steps back, looking at the imposing figure of Naruto Escanor with Galen's head under his right hand. "I think this is yours." She threw her head, which rolled towards the feet of the young pink-haired woman, surprised by the killing prowess possessed by someone who should have been powerful. She raised her face, watching Naruto flap his golden wings bathed in blood. "Are you really an angel?" Naruto smiled at the commandment's question, looking behind him at Galen's lifeless body, still impaled by the powerful Basquia's weapon, which was now ineffective in combat, but served to keep the commandment of truth standing, or at least its empty body. Before the eyes of the 3 commandments now before him, he dropped Galen's last heart. The remaining ones were pierced by both ends of the Fairy King's spear. "Yes. I'm an angel," he replied, looking again at the woman wrapped in dark matter, seeing a glimmer of doubt appear in her eyes, distrust of his words. Everyone would be distrustful. She claimed to be an angel, yet here she was, fighting against the commandments, when she should be helping people. Although, indirectly, killing those demons would save people or rather, the inhabitants of the underworld. "How did you break Basquia's?" Gloxinia asked haltingly, still staring at the fragments of her weapon piercing her companion's body. She had moved to look at him. But Naruto's imposing figure stood between him and his weapon. Are you an idiot, talking butterfly? I just bent it when I grabbed it by the shaft and it broke. Your weapon is crap." Gloxinia gasped, knowing that the angel had insulted her weapon, made from one of the branches of her sacred tree, her most powerful yet. That boy was mocking them as if they were mere children. But how could she not? He had brought them to the brink, killing first Frodrin and now Galen with a move none of them had expected, displaying his growing strength and speed. No one, during all these millennia, has been able to destroy the weapon of a Fairy King with their hands, Gloxinia stammered, watching with her eyes the pieces that crossed Galen's body, moving them towards Naruto's imposing figure. "And you arrive, and you make the impossible possible. You shouldn't exist. Go cry in the river." Naruto kicked the commandment's face, sending it crashing to the ground. He tilted his body, letting Melascula's claws pass through harmlessly, opening a gap for the angel to slam into the beautiful woman's face, sending her flying to the other side of the makeshift clearing. He raised his face, crouching, as the truly imposing figure of Droll loomed over him, his fists forming a powerful hammer, ready to strike, crushing his opponent. Naruto Escanor jumped back, seeing how the giant's hands, in the form of powerful fists, crushed the ground, generating an immense crater, raising some wind and dust that blinded the bearer of grace for a few seconds. Enough time to receive a swipe from Dirieri, sending him rolling on the ground. He jumped, doing a backflip, dodging Monspeet's flames, spinning in the air, landing behind Estarossa, who seemed to be recovering from the flames. He quickly moved his hand, generating a cruel sun that impacted the commandment of Love's back, sending it flying along with the others. He closed his hand, using Pride Flare, causing the cruel sun to explode, generating an immense heat, which seemed to slightly melt the ground, destroying any possibility of vegetation returning to that place. He turned his body away, watching as the blade of Zeldris's sword passed in front of him, almost grazing him. He spun, feinting, dodging a second slash, grabbing the arm of the Commandment of Mercy himself, sending him tumbling to the ground. As he tried to get up, he took a full-blown knee, shattering his nose, causing a small trickle of blood to fall from his nostrils to his chin. "What the hell, you're definitely too annoying," the angel declared, looking at a kneeling Zeldris. He was covering his face with his right hand, crunching his nose, and replacing it. When he was ready, he stood up, uncovering his face. "Just like I said. You, for an angel, are quite strange," Zeldris declared, pulling his sword from the ground and looking at his enemy. He cracked his neck, staring at the bearer of grace. He looked larger and more powerful than he had a few seconds ago. "I have not seen any of your people covered in blood like you. I am a warrior, the angel of the sun," the boy declared, raising his hand to the sky. Rita flew, landing in the same hand. She grasped the handle of the weapon, swinging it swiftly, striking the ground with it, looking with those golden eyes at the commandment. "The fall of the commandments has arrived." Zeldris of Mercy. He was the son of the Demon King, trained by one of the first and most powerful demons of his clan. He wielded a fragment of his father's power, plus the power of his commandment. And, just in case things got tough, he would take Galen's commandment and that of Frodrin, who had both left the battlefield dead. He would use all his resources to stop that angel, too powerful for their plans. "I see, you're going all out, Zeldris, aren't you?" Naruto asked, remaining calm, as some golden feathers fell to the ground when he flapped his wings slightly to clear away the clouds of dust that were flying towards them. "That's my name," the demon replied, taking hold of the handle of his sword, breathing calmly. He had wanted to save some of his power, to face the Mau and eliminate them, leaving the other lower-class demons unprotected. But he couldn't simply let that guy pass by as if nothing had happened when he had killed 3 commandments. Calmadios, Frodrin, and Galand. He had to stop it himself. "I hope you're ready to die, Angel." "Well, I've been hearing that a lot lately," Naruto declared sarcastically, a slight smile on his lips, looking at the primordial directly, as if he weren't one of the most powerful beings in the world, considering he was thousands of years old. "I hope you fulfill it." Zeldris lunged at his enemy, swinging his sword. Rita met the demon's blade, colliding, raising a huge cloud of dust that surrounded them both for a few seconds, while the clash of metal echoed, causing the other commandments to look at their leader's battle. Naruto was thrown backward, covering himself with Rita. Zeldris appeared in the sky, extending his left arm against the angel, unleashing a thick jet of flame as black as the void itself. Naruto stopped, planting his feet on the ground, moving Rita back, gripping its handle tightly. He swung the massive axe against the massive flames, slicing it in two, staring defiantly at the commandment. That would be a real fight. Zeldris gritted his teeth, unleashing a series of flames, each one darker, more intense, and more vicious. Naruto simply moved Rita from side to side, slicing through the same flames, staring at his enemy, covering his eyes with a few casual strands of golden hair. His eyes, blue again, showed a fierce determination in the face of this battle. A determination that would not be broken so easily. Naruto took flight, launching himself at the king's son, moving Rita to the side, ready to slash at the dark-haired man. He kept his eyes on the commandment, dodging the flames that tried to burn him. Using his speed, he appeared behind the demon, raising his mighty axe, emitting immense heat, alerting Zeldris himself. He turned too late, receiving a powerful slash that not only cut him, but also sent him crashing to the ground, spitting blood and dislodging his sword. Slowly, he stood up, his wounds healed by the same dark matter, looking up at the angel above him, shedding those golden feathers, with that graceful smile on his face. He shook his head, straightening, taking the sword in his right hand, swinging it. It had been a moment of contact. A powerful contact. Zeldris, taking a deep breath, launched himself at the wielder of the same sun, swinging his sword, slashing through the air several times. At first, Naruto didn't know what the demon was doing until he felt several cuts appear on his body. He launched quick thrusts, sending the resulting wind rushing back at him, trying to injure him. Worried about not receiving a fatal cut, the sword of the Commandment of Mercy pierced his left shoulder, placing them face to face, their black eyes colliding with their slightly golden blue ones. They stared directly into each other's eyes, their faces touching. Zeldris twisted his sword, widening the wound on Naruto's body. The angel gritted his teeth, releasing Rita, swinging his arm, and grabbing the demon's head. Surprised, the king's son was unable to stop his enemy's powerful headbutt, which opened a gap, staining both of them with blood. Forced to do so, he released his sword, still embedded in the angel, wiping away the blood that trickled down his face. He hadn't expected that. Without fear or concern, Naruto ripped the sword from his shoulder, throwing it to the ground as his wound disappeared with a light vapor behind it. "You have a good regeneration," Zeldris declared, showing a lopsided, defiant smile at the imposing angel standing in front of him, with 2 pairs of wings. "I'm not complaining." Naruto moved his arm several times. It had fully regenerated, and there seemed to be no trace left from the stab. He shook his head, cracking it with his right hand, cupping the back of his neck and stroking it lightly. "I still maintain that you're strange," declared Zeldris, now recovered, looking at his enemy. "You're not common among the angels." "Nor you among the demons," Naruto himself replied, shrugging his shoulders and spreading his wings. "But that won't fix this situation." Without further ado, the two engaged in hand-to-hand combat, clashing fists, unleashing power from every pore of their bodies, staring at each other, never losing sight of their opponent. They moved quickly, too quickly, escaping the sight of someone with powers less than the commandments, and they would only be able to see faint shadows streaking across the sky for milliseconds, enough to believe it was a mere hallucination. But it wasn't. Naruto Escanor was fighting with Zeldris, bearer of the commandment of mercy, using all his power at the moment, showing off his strength, hoping that a gap would open in the enemy's defense and deal a fatal blow. But this happened on the other side. Zeldris took advantage of the gap, landing a powerful punch in the blonde's stomach, leading to a series of combos against the angel. He grabbed the blonde by the head and descended at a dizzying speed, slamming the angel into the ground while sending a torrent of flames from purgatory, creating a perfect bed for the bearer of the grace of the sun. The dark-skinned man slid away, separating himself from the place engulfed in dark flames, grasping his sword, staring at his enemy's golden axe. It was impossible for him to have survived that movement, much less if he had fallen headlong into a sea of flames as black as night itself. No one had survived them. Rita, before Zeldris's gaze, flew away, being grabbed by Naruto's enormous hand, who walked through the flames, the burn slowly closing. The golden breastplate he wore seemed somewhat black due to the ashes, and the skirt tied around his waist had been slightly burned, reducing its size quite a bit. The pants, at least, didn't seem to have been damaged. "You are immortal." He didn't answer, instead moving his sacred treasure, raising a gust of wind that extinguished the immense flames, surprising the commandment beyond measure. No one, save a demon, had ever accomplished such a feat. This angel was special. "More or less," he replied, breathing calmly, looking at the Demon King's middle son, not blinking for even a second, holding his gaze. "I don't even know the exact extent of my powers, to be honest. I still have much, too much, to discover about my grace." Zeldris drew his sword again, staring at the angel before him, taking a calming breath, in time with the beating of his 7 hearts. He frowned and gritted his teeth in a menacing expression, trying to instill fear in Naruto himself, unaware that this didn't terrify him, and never would. He simply moved Rita, launching a slash of wind at the commandment, being repelled by it, which tightened its grip on the handle of its sword, sliding its feet along the ground, looking at the golden-winged angel with those dark eyes like the night itself without stars or moon, breathing calmly, keeping its body relaxed, with its hand on the handle of its sword, slightly crouched, ready to shoot out towards its enemy. "So, let's find out how far you go, weapon of God." Zeldris lunged at the angel, swinging his sword. "If you say so." Naruto charged at the commandment, dragging Rita along with him, and brought down a heavy slash on the demon. The axe blade collided with the ground, causing a massive tremor, creating fissures, and raising dust. Zeldris had stepped aside. The commandment of mercy took advantage of the countless gaps in Naruto's defenses to deliver vicious, devastating slashes that would have killed anyone else. But to the sun-bearer himself, they were nothing more than mere scratches. As he delivered the final blow, the blonde's left hand caught the blade of the demon's sword, surprising him. He tried to pull away. And he succeeded. But it was by the angel's right forearm, which struck him, leaving his sword at anyone's mercy. He was thrown from the blow, spitting blood. Naruto grabbed Zeldris's leg before he could move further, securing his position, creating a tension that hit the demon, making him tremble slightly, feeling his body shake, and using his strength, he threw the dark-haired young man against the ground, creating a crater, staining it with the demon's blood. Before he could get up, Naruto raised his leg, stepping on Zeldris himself, sinking the crater on which the commandment was further. "I believe my strength is greater than yours, demon," Naruto declared, moving his foot away from Zeldris's head, revealing how the commandment was bleeding, but still breathing, with some difficulty. "You will die like the others." Zeldris, in pain, fell to his knees, revealing blood running down his face, somewhat shattered by the blow the angel had inflicted. He was forced to close his right eye because of the same blood, gritting his teeth as the dark matter repaired all the damage that guy had caused. Who was he? He had survived countless attacks, emerging with injuries that would have killed another angel. But they didn't seem to affect him at all. He regenerated in seconds and charged again, showing no fear of dying, despite going at half speed. Yes, he knew that boy was holding back. He hadn't used his solar magic yet. But he would take advantage of it. Perhaps you would kill another but not me, the dark-haired man replied, now standing, wiping the blood that ran down his chin, looking at the bearer of the sacred treasure Rita, the one who was the symbol of the lion. As you said, I am not like the other demons or even the other commandments. Naruto tilted his head, looking at the boy. Are you worse? Zeldris didn't answer, taking out 2 hidden orbs, looking at the blonde-haired youth, while a thin smile appeared on his face, becoming sharper, wilder. I am the son of the Demon King, he declared, keeping his gaze on the angel, being observed by the other commandments, waiting to see what was happening. And, as such, I have access to powers that my other companions do not have. I am, here, the only one capable of killing you, if I myself want and is already affirmed, raising the 2 spheres with strange runes for the angel. Before the questioning look of the blonde, those fears ended up being swallowed by the commandment of mercy, making him look like an idiot in the eyes of Naruto, who simply smiled, a smile that was erased when the power suddenly emerged from Zeldris, making the ground tremble violently, forcing the angel to take flight, looking at the commandment. You see? Now I possess 3 commandments. What would it be like if I possessed all 10? If I was already powerful, now I will take every possible precaution. I will eliminate you, even if I have to use everything in me. I want you dead. Before everyone's eyes, various cuts appeared all over Naruto's body in a flash, leaving him surprised by the speed of his opponent. Zeldris stood behind the angel, his sword covered in blood, his face calm, with wisps of blood over his closed eyelids. It seemed as if it had nothing to do with him. At the second, the son of the Demon King, the current leader of the 10 Commandments, the elite force of the Demon Clan, attacked his opponent, piercing his chest in 2 different places, reappearing in front of the blue-eyed man, kneeing him, sending him backward, with 2 prominent sword slashes on both sides, from which blood fell. Naruto tried to get up, doing a somersault. But 2 legs struck his back, sending him sprawling. He'd been forced to let go of Rita during the exchange of blows. He moved his foot onto the back of the blonde's neck, burying his face in the ground. You see? You'll die, angel. Naruto unleashed his power, forcing Zeldris to release him as the heat suffocated him. Naruto grabbed Rita and slashed at his opponent's chest, sending him several meters back, bleeding. But he didn't seem worried. He was smiling. That's it, fight. Ominous nebula. Helplessly, Naruto watched as Zeldris's darkness emerged from its host, creating what looked like a dark whirlwind around them both, forcing the wielder of the grace to use his axe as a support, avoiding being swallowed and destroyed by the spell. He had to do something, or he would be eliminated forever. If he fell into that darkness, nothing would remain of him. I'll use everything, Naruto. Zeldris shouted, keeping his gaze fixed on the angel, showing a superior smile. I am Zeldris of Mercy, after all. The one. He blew some blood, caressing his cheek. Above him stood Zeldris, staring at him with eyes brimming with power. Dark, powerful, the eyes of the commandment of mercy, they had stopped the wielder of grace. They radiated power. Immense power. Relying on his own power, before the blonde could do anything, Zeldris moved, grabbing the angel's head and slamming it into the ground countless times. Naruto tightened his grip on the commandment of mercy's arm, trying to stop it from using him as a dummy. But the demon, knowing of the angel's strength, moved quickly and forcefully, unleashing black flames that struck the boy, sending him tumbling backward. The sun-bearer slid across the ground, moving his hand, stopping the commandment of mercy's fist, taking a slash from its sword instead, creating a nasty wound across his chest. Zeldris, seeing the wound, struck the spot a few times, tracing the same wound he had just inflicted, making Naruto spit blood, collapsing, kneeling before his enemy. I think this is the end of you, the leader of the commandments declared, looking down on the kneeling Naruto, though by an inch, nothing more, he seemed shorter than Zeldris now, as if he were nothing. Now, little angel, you are nothing. He raised his arm, generating more black flames, enveloping his entire arm, before the eyes of the blonde, who slightly raised his face, receiving the rays of the sun, right in his face, comforting him, healing him. What time is it? Zeldris frowned, about to hit his enemy with a move, looking at the angel as if he were crazy. 11:59, Melascula replied, being glared at by Zeldris's dark eyes. Oh, come on, that's the last you'll hear. Naruto lightly clenched his fists, looking at the commandment, with no wound present on his body, radiating heat, raising light clouds of steam around him. I think my end is far from over. Swiftly, he struck Zeldris in the chest, sending him flying across the clearing, crashing into a nearby mountain. He began to rise, looking indifferently at the other commandments, raising his hand. Rita stood on it as Droll and Gloxinia launched themselves into battle. A slash sent both of them to the ground, a huge wound across their chests, creating a few pools of blood. He swung the axe, blocking Estaros's high kick with the handle. He drew his left arm back, generating a cruel sun, ready to hit the commandment of love with it. Blackout, dark regression. The sun went out, surprising the angel. Melascula took advantage of this moment by creating dark tentacles that completely surrounded Naruto's body, stopping him. Monspeet then launched a devastating dark flame, hitting the angel directly before he broke free from his bonds, creating a massive pillar of flame. Funny. A huge rock fell from the sky, entering the pillar through the center, crushing whatever was inside it and undoing the whirlwind of flames as it generated a wave of wind and dust, forcing the commandments to cover their faces, preventing the same dust from entering their eyes. How is it possible that he does not grow old before my commandment? He's immortal, an angel, Zeldris replied, staring at the enormous rock crushing his enemy. He shifted his sword, sheathing it with a subtle, light movement. And, something God gave him, prevents our commandments from affecting him. What are you basing this on, brother? Zeldris didn't answer, watching as the rock slowly cracked, revealing seconds later the blonde-haired boy who was causing him so much trouble. Because, the Greyroad commandment must have affected him, whether he was an angel or not. And it doesn't, he replied, watching as a warm aura escaped from the young man's body, who looked at the remaining 8 commandments with bright blue eyes. With his left hand, he cracked his neck. I think it's noon, he commented, walking, taking Rita in his right hand, increasing in size, increasing his power to a new level almost impossible to match. So what? Dirieri asked, disgusted, wrapping her body in dark matter, ready to launch into battle. Those 3 simple words brought a huge smile to the face of the blonde-haired teenager, who placed the axe on his shoulder, looking down at the commandments. Don't you understand? The sun is at its zenith, he commented casually, walking toward his enemies, lightly swinging his axe, revealing the blade in full. That's when the sun is at its strongest. Barely giving them time to react, Greyroad and Melascula were cut in half with a simple swing of the axe, generating an immense wave of wind, which created a furrow in the earth, destroying everything behind the corpses of both commandments. He planted his feet firmly on the ground and slammed his fist into Estaros's chest, sending him flying, leaving him in the center of Droll and Gloxinia, both ready to kill him. The giant raised his arms, unleashing a blow that would crush him. Before the others' eyes, Naruto stopped the powerful blow with a single hand, increasing his power in seconds, suffocating the Fairy King and the King of the Giants, bending them with that overwhelming power. Flames completely surrounded the golden-winged angel. But they disappeared with a flutter of their wings, revealing the broad back of the boy with spiky golden hair, who tightened his grip on Rita's handle. He swung the axe, throwing it at Monspeet and Dirieri, forcing them both to step aside, leaving the weapon free to pass, and giving Naruto just enough time to strike Droll, smashing his head into the ground, covering it completely in blood. He spun around, deflecting the fairy's attack and running him through with a single hand. He leaped, dodging Estaros's flames, disappearing from his sight. The commandment of love sought out the angel, fury blazing in his eyes. Ninja art. 1,000 years of death. He smiled. He slammed his fingers against the commandment's rear end, sending it flying. He grinned, seeing how he'd used that ridiculous move against his enemy. He didn't know why, but he found it amusing. Rita took and blocked Zeldris's blade, separating the weapon, to reunite it, thus creating a fight of continuous lashes, raising dust, wind, creating minor wounds on both, which healed as the seconds passed. Ominous nebula. He felt the pressure return as the attack struck him again. But, before the incredulous gaze of Zeldris, the Demon King's son, Naruto simply grew, taking on immense size and power, unleashing a suffocating heat over the leader of the commandments. The one Naruto growled, raising his body, becoming a giant in the eyes of Zeldris himself, who saw how his spell had no effect against that angel of disproportionate size. His own power had increased, surpassing several times that of Zeldris himself, who was forced to use the 3 commandments that he had with him, in addition to the power of his parents. Seekin Escanor, Divine Sword of Escanor. Unable to move, Zeldris took the blow, crashing helplessly to the ground, generating an immense tremor that shook the entire world. Or at least, that's what the commandments thought. Bastard. Saisu Escanor, Escanor's Divine Spear. Using a simple finger, he struck Estaros's chest, sending him away, while he spat blood from his mouth, and several crunches were heard around the place, causing the others to look at that titanic angel, who simply looked at his enemies. All smiles had vanished. Droll, seeing that he was the only one who could compete against that mass, without thinking too much, threw himself into battle, dragging a trunk of an immense oak that had been uprooted earlier, during one of the many assaults. He swung said trunk, hoping to hit that massive mass. Naruto's immense hand easily stopped the trunk, splitting it with a simple squeeze of the same hand, sending splinters against the giant's face. Seeing his confusion, Escanor struck the commandment's chest with a powerful right hook, slamming it directly into the ground, hearing him cough, looking for something to breathe. The angel sighed, seeing the commandments before him, as if they were mere ants. He felt unstoppable, and he was. 13 seconds left. About 40-something left. He grabbed the lifeless bodies of Melascula and Guerrero with one hand, created a cruel sun in the other, and slammed it against them, shattering them into nothingness, revealing 2 white spheres like the ones Zeldris had eaten. He grabbed them and stored them in a magical flask Office herself had given him. He couldn't allow Zeldris to use it. He moved his hand, stopping Naruto's sword, seeing Zeldris's eyes flash with rage. He lunged, bypassing Naruto's defense, grabbing his sword again, trying to plunge it into the angel's eye. Saisu Escanor. With his finger, he slammed the leader of the commandments back into the ground, causing him to spit blood, just like Estarossa himself. He raised his right hand, while with his left, he crushed his enemy's sword. Slowly, a tiny sun began to form, growing larger with each passing second. Zeldris stood up, admiring the image that the sun created of that angel of titanic proportions in front of them, with his wings spread, golden, dropping some feathers, and with a halo over his head. Bastard. I know, the boy replied, smiling arrogantly, seeing both brothers defeated, while the others just stood there, watching what Naruto would do. But I can't allow you to do what you're planning. I'm sorry. I must exterminate you. Zeldris attempted to launch himself at Naruto again, swinging his arm into a fist, ready to strike the angel himself. The angel's arm caught him, sending him crashing back to the ground with that simple gesture. He kicked the commandment of mercy along with his own, only to be caught by Dirieri. You. Greatest son. He raised his arm. The enormous sphere of fire rose with him, towering above them all, emitting an immense heat that seemed to melt the ground and burn the very plants to a crisp. That movement was being empowered by the full power of the Sun Bearer. Escanor looked down at his defeated enemies. There were only seconds left. He moved his arm, and that sphere of orange fire engulfed everything, leaving nothing in the eyes of the angel, who flapped his wings, while behind him, everything turned black with smoke and ash. No one would know what had happened there. Walking through that ash-covered place, with the sky completely black, was an elderly man, somewhat short, with a white beard, mustache, and pointy hair. He moved a cane as he walked, taking small steps, looking at the place. With his left hand, he stroked his beard, looking at everything. He muttered, looking at 6 fallen bodies, badly burned but still alive, with vital signs present in their bodies. But one of them, the dark-haired one, was more injured, unconscious, not even moving to breathe. So, what is this caused by the god's weapon? Another man with long black hair, tied in a ponytail that covered his right eye, had appeared from the short white-haired man. He had a long mustache on his face and carried 2 swords, one on each side of his waist. Zeldris-sama, he murmured, bending down and touching the Demon King's son's neck. Is he that powerful? Not as much as we are, the white-haired man declared, looking at his companion. Cusack, the king has ordered us to take the rest of the commandments to purgatory for their recovery, especially that of his son, he said, looking closely at his companion, admiring seconds later all the destruction that angel had caused. And we must recover the 2 commandments that disgusting bird has taken. Chandler, he murmured, looking at Zeldris. He had been his master, creating a bond with a young demon. Now, he wanted the destruction, limb from limb, of Escanor. Feelings? He remained seated on his cot, leaving Rita to one side, leaning against the table, letting out heavy sighs. It had been at least a week since he'd faced the commandments, taking about 4 of them with him, as far as he knew, and snatching from that Zeldris man about 2 of those white spheres, which were the power of those primordial demons. But the question was, how had they escaped purgatory? This wasn't normal. They must have remained imprisoned for a little longer. But with a single stroke, those thoughts vanished from his mind and he sank down onto the cot, sighing. His time with the Cows Brigade seemed to have dragged on longer than he'd hoped, with little interest in staying there. He had to return to Gabriel's side as soon as possible. He knew it all too well. Someone had sold him out to the commandments while on one of his missions for office, and whoever it was would clearly try again. Only now, the commandments themselves had dwindled in number and power, while his own seemed to have increased. He still didn't understand why, but his control over the Shunshine seemed to have increased throughout that battle, increasing the heat he felt under his skin, his strength. And with that battle, the inequality between the moonshine and the sunshine had become clear. The power God had given him to fight at night was obsolete. It didn't nearly reach the magnitude of power the grace of the sun granted him every time he used it. He slapped his face with his hand, trying to block out the light that was entering his room. He seemed to have been daydreaming for a few minutes, but he'd actually been up until dawn, which meant another sleepless night. He needed to take some time off if he wanted to be at his best when the old ones attacked the world again. He knew they would. They were just licking their wounds. He was certain they were still alive. If I had killed them, this wouldn't be happening now, he told himself, staring at the ceiling, brushing his blonde locks from his forehead with the back of his hand, feeling guilty for leaving 6 of the elite force of demons alive, knowing that it could be the difference in the coming battle. Cow's brigade. Riz of them. He knew that the descendant of the original Mao Lucifer would be involved in all of this from the start, which created more enemies than he could handle on his own. Perhaps the time had come to rejoin his own people in heaven, something that wouldn't please Office too much, but that was clearly necessary, seeing what was coming. He tried to get up from the cot, hearing it creak under his weight. He struggled to look at that bed without wondering how it couldn't end up on fire. Without meaning to, his body radiated a powerful amount of heat, enough to burn down an entire floor. He was a walking sun. He fed off the sun. Knocking was heard at his door, just as he was sitting on the edge of the same bed. "Come in," he said, his voice thick, as if he hadn't spoken for a long time, moving his eyes toward the entrance, seeing a head of blonde hair he knew all too well. "Fei-chan. What are you doing here?" Slowly, the teenager entered the blonde's room, fiddling with her toes, staring at her bare feet. Naruto didn't understand how the girl could walk around barefoot. In all the time he'd been there, he'd never seen her wearing shoes, boots, sandals, or any other type of footwear. Her feet had been bare, revealing smooth white skin, with tiny toes that looked like an angel's. In comparison, Naruto was twice the size of the golden-haired blue-eyed witch. And not only because he grew during the day, but in his base state, Escanor's descendant was already tall, reaching 6 feet 2 inches. Male's blood seemed to banish the cowardly side of his innkeeper ancestor. Well, she murmured, blushing. LeFay was shy, or had acquired that attitude towards the boy in front of her. Although she was normally very talkative and charming, she always lost her voice when the angel appeared, displaying that radiant smile on his face, wide, white, illuminating the entire place where he passed. He was, in the girl's eyes, someone warm, capable of eliminating all the darkness from a place just with his presence. You just had to look at him. Normally, the hero faction was gloomy and cast hostile glances at Office's special team, as Naruto had called them. When the blonde appeared in the room, smiling, showing his white teeth, everything disappeared and the team could behave normally, no matter how many members of the hero faction there were. You're blushing, Fei-chan. Are you okay? LeFay blushed even more, playing with her hair, tangling it around her index finger several times, looking away, making herself look tender in the eyes of Gabriel's ace, who felt the need to protect the girl standing in front of him, showing that blushed face, kawaii in his eyes. He wasn't a fan of what the Cow's brigade was doing, getting out of control, not seeming to be on Office's side. But that special group, which included Kuroka, Biku, Arthur, and his sister LeFay, were special to the boy, even more so the little witch, who was tenderness incarnate, reminding him somehow of Gabriel, who had always been kind to him and never wanted to hurt him. They were both sweet, and although it was hard for both of them to admit it, especially the Archangel, they were talkative, too much for some. "Why yes," the sister of the wielder of a fragment of the Excalibur murmured, still watching as their fingers intertwined with each other, her face blushing. "It's just that." LeFay took a deep breath, trying to calm the nerves that had settled on her heart, making it beat so hard, pumping so fast, it almost seemed as if it were about to burst out of her body. Still flushed, a drop of sweat trickled down her face and fell onto the back of her hand, barely noticed by the girl herself, so focused was she on not fainting. She closed her eyes, slowly regaining control of herself, breathing calmly, slowing her heart rate, matching its beat to her breathing, stopping the hyperventilation that was about to set in. She clasped her hands together, raising her sweet flushed face, revealing a brilliant glow in her enormous blue eyes, which seemed to swallow everything they saw, as if it were the ocean itself. Me too. She was still stuttering, her nerves betraying her. Despite having made the decision, she still felt a knot forming in her stomach that prevented her from speaking, no matter how hard she tried to mention what she wanted to say to her partner, who remained sitting on the edge of her bunk, calm, looking at her with a small smile on his face, slightly pointed, without any baby fat present on it, revealing strong arms and a torso covered by a tight sleeveless shirt. Giving the innocent LeFay eyes a view that many girls would covet. And it was something that complicated the situation, after all. "Calm down, Fei-chan," the blonde man pleaded, placing one of his enormous hands on the girl's shoulder, causing her to jump in shock, taking a step back, surprised, blushing at the feeling of the boy's heel on her. She hadn't expected that action from the golden-winged angel. "You don't seem like yourself today. Are you okay? Should I take you to Arthur?" "No." She squealed in reply, covering her mouth as she realized the scream she'd let out echoing through the room, bouncing off the walls. "Th. Naruto laughed softly, looking down at the girl, his head bowed again, staring at her hands. He placed his own hand on one of the witch's shoulders again, this time without her flinching. "Hey, calm down, LeFay." He knelt in front of the teenager, able to see the young woman's blushing face, covered by thick strands of her blonde hair, which fell forward as her head was bowed. With one hand, he lifted her face, using his finger placed under the girl's chin. "Take a deep breath, Fei-chan, and tell me what's wrong." "It's no problem. I'll wait for whatever it is," he assured, widening that smile on his face, making the same girl's blush gradually grow. To anyone else, what was happening to the young woman was all too obvious. But Naruto, being too dense, couldn't perceive the feelings his presence evoked in the girl in front of him. He was too much of an idiot in those matters. "I like you." A scream filled the hallway and the angel's ears, who stood perplexed, his hand on the little witch's shoulder, staring into space, perhaps at the wall behind the same teenager. Without another word, LeFay left the room, leaving behind a static-faced Naruto, his gaze blank, kneeling with his arm outstretched, as if he were still hovering over the girl. He looked like a statue. It was easier to kill commandments than that. Feelings weren't his thing. "Darling." He sighed, placing several documents on the golden table and leaning back in his enormous throne, staring at the equally golden ceiling. Everything in that place was filled with the purest gold in the world, if one could say that. And while for humans that was a luxury, for angels it held no monetary value or interest. After all, it was built by his father before he died. A few goals in the gold brought him back to the world, leaving his own thoughts behind. "Come in," he murmured, leaning back on the table, assuming a slightly serious pose in case someone important entered his office. The door opened, revealing the only female archangel, wearing the white toga she usually wore, spreading her 12 white wings, dropping light feathers to the floor with each step. Above her golden hair, a golden halo was present. "Gabriel." "Ani-sama," the woman greeted in turn, giving her older brother a small smile. Michael was too worried when his sister's ace fell and then tore off her wings, leaving them in the abandoned church of Kuo. After all, although she didn't want to admit it and they didn't seem very close, his sister had created a bond with that young saint with blue eyes and golden hair. She almost seemed like a copy of Gabriel herself in the eyes of the leader of heaven. "I have some reports." But he was glad when he saw his sister standing again, smiling, with that radiant aura about her. She had lost her father, like everyone else, a long time ago, and it took her a while to get over it. At first, Michael expected his sister to shut herself away when Naruto disappeared completely, filling her soul with darkness, and nothing was known about him, not even the reason for it. Only that he confronted the Grimoires and disappeared, although he was the one who caused Kakebiel's death, which is surprising, given that he was a one-winged angel and didn't seem to wield grace. "Thank you very much, sister," the angel said, showing a small smile. Although his face sometimes showed sadness, Michael was cheerful. It was understandable that his eyes, once illuminated by the light, sometimes looked sad. He had a lot to carry, taking his father's place high in the sky. In a few weeks, there will be the meeting of the factions. With this whole primeval demon thing, the case in the underworld has been too much. And with the destruction of the Vatican, we're too exposed, I'm afraid. And now, with the… "Don't worry, Ani-sama," Gabriel cut in, smiling sweetly at his older brother, displaying a huge smile that would have made any other man blush. Few could resist the lascivious thoughts that arose from seeing the most beautiful woman in heaven, except for the angels themselves. Naruto, it seemed, was the only one who didn't see her as meat, after Dulio and Griselda. "I don't think there will be many problems. It seems the primeval demons and the commandments were defeated by the Angel of the Sun, as some who saw the end of the battle have called him." "Angel?" "Wait, Naruto. Wait, he got wings again. 2 pairs of golden wings, according to the angels who witnessed the battle. He killed 4 commandments, Ani-sama, using the power father granted him. Grace has taken hold within him." Michael blinked, showing slight astonishment at his sister's words. How was it possible for a fallen angel to have wings again? They were golden, too. The angels with golden wings had disappeared, leaving only him. Only his father could grant them golden wings, the ultimate power within heaven itself. It was all so strange. But they were glad the boy was back among them. Now, all they had to do was find him, let him know they weren't angry with him. But with the arrival of the reunion, they had postponed the search for their comrade. "Thank you, sister. Still there's something else." "Traitor." He stood, staring at the door the girl had left through, blinking slightly, trying to process the words his friend had spoken. Through his blue orbs, he stared at the wooden door, the splinters of which prevented him from following her. Not just the door, but the words. She liked him, that's what LeFay had told him in her sweet voice, with those blue eyes that looked like a sun-drenched sea, and he didn't know how to respond. Was there anything to say? What could he say? He was speechless, feeling his throat completely dry, processing the words of the girl who had left. Even if he denied it, LeFay was beautiful, very sweet, almost like an angel on earth, something that seemed too ironic. He was an angel, and he wasn't like the Pendragon. He let out a sigh, sinking back onto his cot, hearing it creak beneath his weight, cupping his face in his hand, pushing back his messy hair, forcing his mind to analyze LeFay's words. I like you. With those two words, his heart didn't know what to do, his mind spiraled into chaos, and he couldn't manage anything himself. He had never liked anyone before and didn't know how to manage everything his heart seemed to want to do. No, he couldn't feel real love, or so he thought. How could he love? Had he ever done it before? He bit his lower lip, running his hand over his face, sighing through his teeth, trying to find a way to not hurt, not too much, poor LeFay Pendragon. He loved someone else, someone much better than him, and it couldn't be reciprocated. After all, he loved a true angel, and love between angels would only cause the downfall of both of them, something he didn't want. Unwittingly, a feeling began to grow in his heart that was too strong, and it hurt too much. It was easier to fight the commandments and the old ones than to accept everything he felt right now. But he couldn't hurt poor Faye, who had been sincere with him, using what she felt in her pure and beautiful heart. He didn't want to damage what she felt and make her cry. That would be something he wouldn't be able to forgive himself for. One single tear from the girl, and he'd be a piece of shit. He denied it, standing up. He wasn't good at managing his feelings at all. A battle was 100 times easier for him than being able to figure out what he felt for someone. Anger, hatred, and the desire to fight were more manageable for him. Fear and uncertainty had been so rare or non-existent in those days that he didn't know how to manage them, how to face them head-on. With one decision, one possible answer, or one unequivocal statement, someone could get hurt. And he didn't want to hurt anyone's feelings, much less LeFay Pendragon, who had treated him so well, who had shown him that there were still good people in the world. If anyone was an angel on earth, it was her, sweet LeFay, always smiling, showing her enormous white teeth to others. He sighed, expelling all the air his lungs had been holding, while searching his mind for a way to avoid hurting one of the most important people in his life. Rita was less burdensome than the fear he had of hurting poor, always cheerful Faye. He didn't want to be the cause of the lack of that smile. He gritted his teeth, sighing through them, staring at the splintered door, shaking his head slightly, his messy golden hair tossing. He was an angel, a pure being in the eyes of the biblical faction. But he had been a man, a human just a couple of months ago, and now he had to deal with things he shouldn't even know about. He had died because of a fallen man, for having been there at a time he shouldn't have been, and he was brought back to life by the hand of an archangel, who had made him his ace using the brave saint to turn him into an angel, a soldier at his command, and, without him even expecting it, a feeling of love had begun to grow towards his king. A love that had no place in heaven, and that led him to use the small shred of hatred he felt for Issei, the teenager for whom he died, when he saw him at that meeting. And the desire to kill him flooded his soul, making him a fallen man, an impure man, revealing wings as black as the night itself. With that, he tore them off while crying silently in that dark, damp, abandoned church that stank of urine. All of this had led him to this place, to follow Office when she fought a commandment, once again abandoning his beloved king, who would surely be disappointed. And in the process, he had increased his power, becoming an angel again, now with 4 golden wings. Something he himself didn't believe he deserved. He had let darkness appear in his heart. But God had given him everything back. He even gave him a weapon that could withstand the sunshine, the grace of the sun that had appeared within him. It was even more complicated than when he didn't receive the love and friendship he would have liked. Why is everything so complicated? I don't want to hurt Faye, the boy said to himself, shaking his head again, tossing his blonde hair. His hair had grown a few inches, reaching his shoulders and falling lightly over his forehead. His body, once thin and slightly pale, had now become more tanned and stronger, revealing an athletic build, free of any fat. He cracked his neck and left his room, walking toward the dining room, where all the members of the Cows Brigade were having breakfast. His performance in eliminating the commandments had gone too well thanks to the sunshine. He noticed his full power, reaching its zenith. He felt and was invincible. A sensation anyone would wish to have. But he also noticed the instability of his power, as if it hadn't reached 100% completely. What could be the reason for that? He clenched his fists, walking down the long hallway, paying no attention to anything around him, letting out a sigh. He had too much on his mind, and he felt it ache, like his temples throbbed. So much thinking, and he hadn't managed to find a way to complete his power with sunshine, nor to avoid harming poor Faye, descendant of Morgana. He wanted to take on too much on his own, but there was no one to talk to who could help him clear his mind. Gabriel wasn't there, his sweet king who had given him care and love, making him feel the same when he shouldn't have. Soon, without wanting it, his wings would be black again, no matter how much God helped him. He wanted to get rid of those feelings. It was easy to feel fear, to want to be loved. But it became complicated when he began to love without being able to bring it to fruition. Nothing could exist between the two inhabitants of heaven. If they tried, they would fall. Frustration was growing in him, too much. He swung his arms, slamming the dining room doors, and was met with a rather unpleasant sight. Members of the Cows Brigade were scattered all over the place, lying in pools of fresh blood, their eyes wide open. He heard a click. He tilted his body, letting numerous swords pass through that would have pierced him. He raised his left hand, grabbing the blade of a sword a blonde girl was wielding, trying to pierce him. He braced his legs, shifting his torso, throwing the blonde to the right. He watched as she spun around, landing on her feet. The angel boy, the blue-eyed girl laughed. She was wearing a girl's gakurin, with orange armor over it. She wore a crooked smile on her slightly golden face. I've never seen you in person. Naruto didn't take his eyes off the swordswoman, noticing how she was accumulating magic. She was Jean, the descendant of Joan of Arc. An expert in sword combat, she wielded a sacred gear that allowed her to create holy swords. Blade blacksmith. Jean. Oh. You know me, the girl chirped, tilting her head as she closed her blue eyes, revealing a sweet, happy face. In the angel's mind, all he could think about was how pretty she looked. I'm proud that. Shut your mouth, the golden blonde hissed, taking a step forward, letting the heat flood the room and forcing Jean to take 2 steps back, sweating slightly. What have you done? Jean pressed her lips together, forming a thin line on her face. Then she showed a small smile, taking a step forward, swinging her sword while also drawing her rapier, ready to transform that strong body into a mere sieve. We just removed some dirt, the girl declared, focusing her joyless eyes on Naruto's, who returned an angry look. I see, he murmured, glancing at the lifeless bodies, praying that Lefay hadn't suffered the same fate as the rest of them. Even Kuroka, Arthur, and the monkey boy should be alive. If not, that woman would be torn apart by him. She was going to be now, but if her friends had received injuries, she'd die with a single blow from his sacred treasure. He didn't want to, but anger was rising in him. Who else is helping you? The descendant of Joan of Arc showed no fear at his deep voice, baring her teeth between her thin lips, waving her sacred gear and rapier, ready to attack the blonde, who was not intimidated by the blonde's cold eyes. Oh well, the one helping me is much more powerful than you could ever be, my little feathered friend. The blacksmith moved, generating holy swords that tried to pierce the boy. Naruto raised his leg, stomping hard on the ground, creating a tremor that shattered Jean's movement, who opened her eyes when she saw the splinters of her swords. How? The descendant of Mael and Escanor smirked with growing arrogance, taking another step forward, clenching his right fist, while the air bent before him, revealing itself. Simple. I'm stronger, he muttered, drawing his right arm back and unleashing a powerful punch, generating a wave of wind that forced Jean to step back, sweating slightly, showing true fear at the movement. Jean. Get out of the way. Naruto turned his head, seeing a fist inches from his face. A second, and an explosion sent him several meters backward. He spat out some blood, seeing with his eyes a man about 2 meters tall, with shoulder-length gray hair. He wore a boy's gakurin, with Greek armor over it. Pericles. Thank you. The 2-meter-tall man flashed a small smile at Jean, preparing another blow against the angel. Naruto watched as the blonde's partner drew back his right fist, while his left fist readied for a hook. He leaned back, evading the first blow, the one with his left arm, while using his forearm to block the right blow. Upon contact, he felt like an explosion that made him grit his teeth. Whoa, this is great, a consummate fighter. Heracles roared, staring at his opponent, who had only moved a meter. Blood trickled slowly from his forearm, dripping onto the ground. Naruto Escanor lowered his arm, letting the blood trickle slowly from his fingers. Steaming, the wound closed, disappearing. Is that all? He asked, not meeting the eyes of Heracles' descendant, showing a slight grimace of amusement, taking a step forward, clenching both fists. You're boring. Heracles let out a mighty laugh, looking at the blonde, turning the thunderous laughter into an amused, defiant smile, directed only at the golden-winged angel. How Cow never told us someone would be so rude, the giant man assured, smiling at the upcoming battle. Naruto, for his part, just snorted at the mention of the wielder of the true Longinus. So this is because of that kid, the blonde muttered, cracking his neck with a movement, staring boredly at the man in front of him. He couldn't reach his full power there, hidden from the sunlight. But there was enough to fight them. It's just the tantrum of a misunderstood child. What arrogance, Heracles muttered, taking a step forward, facing the boy, smiling. Can you back up your words, angel? Naruto let his pride grow within him, increasing his magical aura, causing the entire room to shake. He had the grace of the sun, the sunshine, and the power of a 4-winged angel. He could fight without fully utilizing the power given to him by God at birth. I can. Can you? He leaped to the left, dodging a massive number of holy swords, jerking his head back, looking over his shoulder at Jean, who had launched that move. In that split second he dedicated to Joan of Arc's descendant, Heracles struck him with both fists in a hammer blow, generating a massive explosion, enveloping him in smoke. He shot to the left, crashing into a table. He spat out blood, rising from the splinters, shaking his head without looking at his rival, who smiled with superiority, as if he could not keep up with him. He raised his right arm, clenching it into a fist, panting. He closed his mouth with a sharp movement, grinding his teeth. Blood trickled between his gums, falling from his mouth to the ground, drop by drop, darker than a demon's soul. He sighed and, taking a single step with his head bowed, disappeared from the sight of Heracles and Jean, kicking the woman's chest, slamming her into the wall, and, in a second, he struck the man with his right fist, sending him against a set of tables that fell on him when they creaked, being shattered by his body. He moved his hand, wiping the blood away. Cao is a traitor, he began, thinking of LeFay. He hoped the poor girl hadn't come to any harm, or he would completely destroy the hero faction, all those traitorous bastards. He himself wouldn't be in Caos much longer. But he would never think of killing off his followers. They had treated him like an outsider, and that pained him. You, her followers, are nothing but fleas next to Ouroboros, the dragon of infinity. And Cao is a disgusting leech who must be removed from our leader. I will not allow you to harm her, you bastards. He reached up, summoning Rita with his own mind, hoping to feel the warm steel of her immense axe. But what he felt was a sharp pain, and within seconds, his forearm fell before him, blood trickling down what remained of his arm. He ducked, dodging the blade of a long spear, and, taking hold of his forearm, leaped, dodging the thrust of his enemy, a boy with short black hair, wearing a male gakurin, combined with the lower half of an ancient Chinese outfit. On his shoulder, a blue-shafted spear, with 2 lines of braided gold joining it, was displayed in all its power. The true Longinus emanated power, too, being the first of the 13 Longinus, the most powerful. With a crooked smile, the boy swung the weapon, sending a slingshot of power towards the angel, who didn't even flinch, boring into the gray eyes of the short-haired boy, who wasn't even intimidated despite the aura emanating from the angel. Naruto Escanor, the leader of the hero faction, greeted, flashing a wide smile. It's a pleasure to finally see you. Would you die for the sake of humanity? Cao. Naruto Escanor pulled a vial from his robes, snapping off one end with his teeth as he readjusted his lower arm. He dripped the drops onto the wound, feeling a warmth run through his limb. He threw the empty vial onto the ground, hearing it shatter as it hit the floor, and moved his eyes to Cao's face, who was looking at him in amusement, gripping the shaft of his mighty spear. He moved the blue orbs towards Heracles. The giant had emerged from the wreckage of the tables, grinning in amusement, emanating hostility towards him. He was a seasoned fighter, someone who lusted for battle. Now, he looked across at Jean, who was emerging from the small crater created by her body, bleeding slightly from the corner of her lips. She moved her hand, wiping it, and looked at him with a cold calm. She didn't seem like someone who would worry during a battle. She had taken a powerful blow, yet she remained with that cold calm that few combatants could muster. He focused again on Cao, the largest presence in the room. He exuded power, and he still seemed to have ample room for improvement, along with a hidden balance breaker, a trump card for powerful and complicated battles. Being the first of the 13, the true Longinus, the spear capable of killing God, would undoubtedly have far more power than he was showing him now. Could it be capable of killing a commandment? Would it have power comparable to Shunshine? Those questions brought a faint smile to his face. For the second time, he raised his right arm, and seconds later, with a slight rumble, his sacred treasure flew into his hand, almost as if it were Thor's Mjolnir. As his fingers wrapped around the handle of the immense Rita, he felt a greater power course through his body, making him feel calm, as if he weren't facing 3 enemies at once, secret gear wielders and former members of the Chaos Brigade. He pushed thoughts of fate to the back of his mind, trying not to let them completely occupy his mind and distract him from the battle that was seconds away from starting there. He sniffed the air lightly, noticing the lingering scent of blood. He made a slight grimace. Does the smell of blood bother you? Cao mockingly took a step forward, showing an arrogant smile, without being able to notice the steam coming out of Naruto's right arm, completing the healing of the wound. No. And you, little girl. Cao gritted his teeth, firing his spear at the blonde. He raised Rita, blocking the blade of the true Longinus, and was sent back a few meters, but he didn't seem uncomfortable or worried. His blue eyes never left his enemy's gray ones. You're a good fighter. He didn't reply, instead swinging his axe and slashing down. Cao leaped, evading the blow that shattered the floor and ceiling simultaneously, leaving a furrow too deep in the pavement, surprising Heracles and Jean. Who do you serve, Cao? True Longinus shot out, attempting to pierce through the boy's body. Naruto raised his hand, catching the blade without fear, feeling it cut his palm and send him back several meters. He managed to slow his backward movement, looking at Cao without fear. Blue eyes shone with pride as he stood, exerting force, swinging his right arm, raising Rita above his head, and throwing her. Cao opened his eyes, ready to evade the weapon fired at him. But he couldn't. Naruto tightened his grip on the long Ainz, forcing him to duck, and the ornate axe blade narrowly missed cutting him in two. Taking advantage of that, Naruto leaped over the spear, moving toward the dark-haired man, charging a blow. Cao leaped, dodging the fist that slammed into the ground, creating a huge crater and causing the room to shake. With a grunt, the boy pulled his arm out, letting the dust run down his hand, along with a few drops of blood. "You're too interesting," Kid Cao declared, shifting his spear on his shoulders. Jean and Heracles had moved, forming a triangle with the angel in the center, who looked from side to side, noticing how their magical auras increased, making the brigade base tremble. But it didn't even come close to the power of Zeldris added to the commandments. Although Cao displayed a similar power. HMP, he shook his head, tossing his golden hair, his blue eyes moving toward his enemies. They were preparing for combat, he could tell by the atmosphere. "When are you going to launch your attack, children?" Heracles lunged, as the true long Ainz attempted to pierce through the angel's chest. Naruto blocked the tip with his hands, holding it back. He moved his head, looking behind him, seeing his enemy's companion fall upon him, charging a blow. He pulled toward him, pulling Cao hard. He stepped, grabbing the shaft of the spear and twisting his body, pulling the true long Ainz toward him, forcing the dark-skinned man to rise, crashing into Heracles. He leaped back a few feet, evading a wave of swords that would have pierced him from side to side. He spun, raising his hand, deflecting Jean's rapier, and stomped, whipping his arms back, slamming both hands into the woman's side, sending her slamming into a table that shattered. He cracked the fingers of both hands, shaking his head. Slowly, spitting blood between his lips, Cao revealed himself, clutching his sacred gear tightly, staring with dark eyes at the blonde. He gritted his teeth, panting a little, showing teeth red with blood seeping from his gums. He slid his hand down, gripping the shaft tightly, swinging the true long Ainz above his head, generating a cutting wind against the angel. Naruto swung his own arm, blocking the spear's blade with it, letting droplets fall from his hand, combined with the steam escaping from it as it closed. He hadn't moved a single inch. Cao tried to pull back the spear, but the blonde's hand gripped it tightly, squeezing, hearing how it slowly seemed to creak, forcing the boy to open his eyes in surprise. Before he knew it, Naruto punched him full in the face, moving to the side and slamming his knee into the dark-haired boy's stomach, causing him to spit out blood. "You're not like that time." The two had met weeks ago. Cao had tried to force Lafay to join his group and he himself had faced him without any fear, only to be made a fool of, defeated by the hero, and saved by his half-yokai companion. But now, the angel had real wings with golden feathers, once again occupying his position as Lady Gabriel's ace. Just the thought made him feel too much warmth. And he didn't want to lose that feeling. He pulled out his leg, which had sunk into the ground, and faced the hero, fearless. He had long since left his fears behind to embrace the power of Shunshine. "Of course," he hissed, moving. Out of the corner of his eye, he watched Heracles, who was beginning to move again, and Jean, who had once again taken up her sword. He once again placed his blue orbs on the wielder of the true long Ainz, who was wiping the blood with the back of his hand, glaring at him with spite, with suppressed anger. Fighters like Cao didn't let anger get the better of them easily. "I see you're interesting." He slid his hand down, taking half of the antler, moving it with a dry movement, lacking in elegance, but raising some dust. "Are you going to fight for Fei-chan?" With mockery, the question came out of the brunette's lips, who smiled sideways, charging magic in his sacred gear, ready to launch a direct blow against his rival's chest. At the mention of the little witch, his companion, the one who loved him, Naruto raised his arm, gripping Rita's handle firmly, as the air around him began to bend from the heat emanating from his body, growing only a few inches taller, his hair hovering over his forehead. He cracked his neck with a simple calm movement, drawing the hero's attention to him. There was no sun. Not a single ray of sunlight reached that room, covered with the inert bodies of Cao's brigade members, dripping with their blood. Icy eyes brought a smile to the dark-haired man's face, and he placed the spear on his shoulder, emanating sacred power. Had he been a demon, Naruto would have flinched from such immense power. But he was an angel. The power emanating from that sacred gear couldn't seriously affect him. Moved Rita. Super slash. A slash ripped through the room, splitting it in two, forcing Cao to jump to one side and causing the other two to open their eyes. The floor split, forming an immense furrow from which smoke rose. The embers formed by the heat of the attack could be heard. "Oh, yeah." Heracles smirked, tossing some tables to the other side, along with several inert bodies that were scattered on the floor, bathed in their own blood. The strong hero threw a piece of wood at the blonde, who swung his enormous axe, cutting it in two. In a second, he was forced to raise his arm, blocking Heracles' fist, and was sent backward by the blast. "Yes, someone who can keep up with me." He lowered his arm, enveloped in steam. Slowly, before the astonished eyes of Cao and his subordinates, his wounds healed without a trace. He had a much faster metabolism, thus having an enormous healing factor. This was perfect when your battle style focused on close combat, as in his case. "What have you done with Fei-chan?" the boy whispered, facing Cao Cao, his eyes icy, in contrast to the heat in the room. Slowly, the stone was melting. Cao Cao spat to the side, not seeming too surprised by the boy's power. But inside, he was intrigued. At least a month ago, he had humiliated that boy, and now he surpassed him. Who was he really? To whom did he sell his soul to gain such power? He emanated a magical aura that was twice as powerful as he had been a month ago. "Relax, I'll take good care of her." In a blink of an eye, Naruto appeared before Cao Cao, raising Rita above his head, ready to cut the boy in two. True Longinus blocked the blonde sacred treasure, generating an immense wind that whipped through the entire area, cracking the ground beneath both combatants. "Move aside. I'll take care of the angel," the hero muttered through gritted teeth, being pushed back, while the bearer of the sunshine also stepped back, swinging his golden axe to the side, without taking his eyes off the dark-haired boy. "You're slow, stupid kid." Naruto swung his weapon, blocking the spear's blade and being thrown back a few meters, gritting his teeth. Not being able to use sunshine at full power limited his ability to completely destroy his enemy, who had no limitations on his power. He leaped back, evading a thrust that would have pierced him through and through. Rita raised, blocking True Longinus with some effort, letting out a grunt at the force. Taking advantage of the movement, Cao Cao shot forward, releasing the spear for a few seconds, appearing in front of the blonde, striking him in the stomach with a direct blow, making him slide a few inches, hunching over, spitting saliva. Naruto's grip on Rita seemed to loosen. The hero took the shaft, spinning it, moving True Longinus, ready to cut off the angel's head, watching as the air itself opened, giving way to the whitish blade. Without any fear, Naruto raised his left hand, stopping the blade of his opponent's weapon, letting it cut him, spilling blood on it. He squeezed, strengthening his grip, attracting the dark-skinned man, who evaded the axe, seeing how a few strands of his hair were cut off. He took a few steps back, gripping his spear firmly, trying to pull. The skin tore, allowing more blood to flow from the blonde's hand, but he didn't loosen his grip. He braced his legs, gripping the blade with iron fingers. Feeling a small fleeting pain, Naruto refused to let go of the True Longinus. "I'll tear your hand off, you idiot." "Just try it," the blonde hissed, stomping forward, taking step after step towards the brunette, raising Rita over his head, slashing. Cao Cao released the shaft of the Longinus, passing underneath, re-grabbing it and pulling again, tearing further into his opponent's hand, who didn't back down. "Naruto-sama will destroy you." The angel yanked the Longinus, jolting the hero, who opened his eyes wide in surprise. With a second tug, the dark-haired boy's feet lifted off the ground, making the short-haired boy gasp. He struggled to hold his ground against the blonde's strength, only keeping his hand on the blade of the spear, pulling a couple more times. With the fourth tug, the hero was launched upwards a couple of meters. Naruto swung the axe and slashed at it, hitting him squarely. Cao Cao was launched towards the ceiling, crashing, spitting blood. He let the Longinus fall with a dry sound at his side, taking a couple more steps, watching as the hero's body fell to the ground, with a grunt from the dark-haired man. Cao Cao began to rise, revealing Rita's cut on his torso, bleeding, dripping slowly to the ground. "The bastard," he growled, his left knee on the ground, bringing his hand to the wound. He moved it, seeing the scarlet palm of his blood. He coughed, spitting on the same hand. He tried to get up with effort, moving his eyes to the blonde in front of him, showing a slightly hardened body, with blue eyes showing him, a sea in complete calm, bathed by the sun. That calm with which the angel returned his gaze made him boil with anger. He moved his arm, taking the shaft of his True Longinus, forcing a hard gaze on the blonde. Slightly, a bloody smile appeared on his face, showing red teeth instead of white ones. "An angel like you will not be able to stop what is approaching, the war that will ravage the supernatural world. You will not be able to stop." Drawing back his arm, Naruto slammed his palm into Cao Cao's chest, sending the hero crashing into the other side of the room, embedding himself in the wall, spitting blood onto the floor in a small puddle. Drops of it trickled down his torso from the wound that ran from side to side. "I'm sorry, Cao Cao," the blonde man murmured, moving his hand, sliding it down Rita's handle, looking at his former enemy. He would have boasted of defeating the boy a long time ago, but now he just wanted Lefei back, even if he had to eliminate the boy and his group. He was about to take a step forward, but a powerful dark pressure forced him to his knees, sweating. It was a magical pressure denser than that of the commandments, more powerful than that of the archangels and seraphim of heaven. Beside him, he was nothing but children. He looked over his shoulder, watching as slowly, a silver-haired man came into view, fiddling with a silver cup, displaying a disdainful look, not caring that he had stepped on a cold, lifeless, inert body. "So Cao Cao," the man's thick voice struck his ears, making him sweat, "what is it that keeps you here?" "Rizavum Lebanon Lucifer." He gritted his teeth, forcing his jaw with all the strength he had left in his body after the appearance of that being of dark power. It was dense, he felt it down to his bones, holding him in place like a pillar. Zeldris had only reached a fraction of that power, impossible to match. Not even the commandments together could match the dense magical aura. Who was that guy? Judging by his aura, it was clear he wasn't human, not even an angel or anything similar. The putrid aura of that silver-haired goatee-bearded man resembled a supreme-class demon, more powerful than the current Mao. Michael, Azazel, Surziches, Ajuka, all of them were mere children before that demon who walked through a room full of death, unaffected by their presence. Cao Cao was powerful without a doubt, but that man dwarfed him by a mile. Even he, the wielder of Shunshine, was crushed by the immense power of that man. The one. Maybe that would be the only thing that would defeat him for now. I lament, Rizavum. The silver-haired man poured the contents of his glass over the corpse of a young woman with green hair, not caring, mixing the wine with that girl's blood. He opened his blue eyes, clenching his left fist tightly, feeling the blood boiling beneath his skin. He clenched both fists tightly, turning the skin of his knuckles completely white, bloodless, revealing the veins that seemed to run through them. Who is this monster? He's more powerful than Lord Michael. He gasped, feeling the chieftain's eyes on him for a few seconds. Seconds that seemed to turn into hours as the oar struck him, sending him sprawling downwards, feeling his body buck, letting go of Rita who fell with a constant echo, throwing his body forward and being forced to use both hands to stop his fall, sweating. He saw beads of sweat fall to the pavement as his eyes kept wide open in horror. He gasped again as the weight disappeared. Without thinking twice, he raised his face, his tired eyes resting on the back of the demon, who continued walking towards Cao Cao as if he were not there. He gritted his teeth, forcing down the feeling of fear, the killer instinct, from the subject as a light vapor escaped from his body. In those conditions, Shunshine wasn't accessible. But he could manage a fraction of the power. Not enough to use Cruel Sun or any powerful move. But enough to sustain an open battle. He slid his limb toward Rita, feeling the cold golden steel of it, moving it in an upward, slightly vertical slash, shattering the ground with the movement, watching as a furrow formed. He gasped as the man deflected his movement with his finger, sending it to the left, shattering a pair of pillars, and stopped the blade in mid-motion with only 2 fingers. He tried to pull it back. But within seconds, hundreds of cuts appeared on his body, making him groan, and he was thrown backward, dropping Rita in the process, crashing into the wall behind him. He spat out blood as his body hit the wall. He felt every bone in his being shattered by the impact, ground against the hard wall behind him, making him grit his teeth in suppressed rage. I see, Rizava muttered, looking at the blonde. He dropped the axe, which fell heavily to the ground, leaving a dent in the soil as it sank under its own weight. He couldn't hold it for even a second. As soon as the boy let go of the handle, the weapon took on a weight of tons he couldn't handle, and it burned too much. A very unusual angel. How many wings do you have, kid? The ace gritted his teeth, steam rising from the wounds caused by the wind exerted by the demon, focusing his eyes on those of his enemy, falling to his feet. He shook his head, refusing to answer, clenching his teeth even more, emanating an aura of heat pushed towards that silver-haired man. He couldn't handle the full power of his grace. But he would fight to the death with that stranger. He bent his body. He clenched his fists. He burned the ground. With eyes as blue as the warm, sun-drenched sea itself, Naruto launched himself at Cao Cao's strange leader, appearing in a second, 2 at most, with his fist inches from the demon's face. Rizavum didn't even blink, parrying the blow, feeling the air around him churn, shattering the entire room completely, creating cracks, fissures. The angel leaped, pushing off with his leg, delivering a downward kick against the silver-haired head, hoping to execute the movement completely. Everything shook, sending a second wave of wind that finally shook the room. Using his forearm, the demon blocked Naruto's leg, showing no effort or pain from the blow. However, the angel did seem surprised, seeing that his movements hadn't been able to break through the demon's defenses. This is ridiculous. Rizavum jabbed his enemy in the chest with a finger, sending him tumbling to the ground, roaring in pain, spitting blood that stained his clothes. Michael has created useless people in his ranks. Is that all you can do? He gasped, gritting his teeth, beginning to rise, bleeding between his lips, staring at Rizavum with calm eyes, breathing heavily. Did such a demon really exist? Would the current Lucifer be that powerful? No, Surziches was at least only half that guy's power. If only a ray of sunshine could reach that place. He flew backward, rolling on the ground, ending up with a wooden stake driven through his abdomen from side to side, filling his mouth with blood that trickled down. He tore at the floor, trying to get up, feeling the wood inside his body, creaking, pulling at his skin. He moved his arm, yanking it out. Steam escaping, the wound caused by the piece of wood began to close before the demon's eyes, who looked at him with mocking superiority. "You're the one who killed the commandments," the high-class demon hissed through his teeth, looking somewhat mockingly at the small four-winged angel, his teeth bared in a sneer, as if he were merely a speck of dust in his life. "I expected more from the weapon of God. Definitely a failure." Naruto Escanor took a step forward, raising his right arm, forming a cruel sun in all its splendor. He couldn't form a true cruel sun. But with that fraction of power, he might be able to knock that demon down. He fired the flaming sphere, the small sun, at Rizavum, who seemed undeterred, despite the power emanating from the movement executed by the angel. He raised his right hand and, with his left hand, caught the sphere, grimacing slightly, sweating slightly. Sparks began to melt, his glove splattering. He closed his hand, shattering the sphere as if it were nothing. Meager. A mere mockery of heaven. A mere insect, the demon declared, lowering his arm, looking directly into the angel's eyes. The angel stepped back, feeling a heavy weight fall upon him, making him tremble. Naruto forced himself to stay, staring into the demon's dark eyes, gritting his teeth, trembling, nearly falling to the ground from his enemy's aura. "I don't know how Michael allows you to remain in heaven. You are a light, which I will extinguish with a breath." Naruto gasped, his eyes wide open, watching Rizavum live and Lucifer's power grow, causing the entire place to shake. If they continued to fight, the place would fall upon them. This bastard. He tried to stand up, feeling the weight of his enemy's aura, too dense, knocking him back down again, as if he were carrying a ton on his back. He was sweating, blood trickling between his teeth, coughing softly. "Your destruction will be my satisfaction," the high-class demon assured, forming a magical sphere, pointing it at the agitated angel, his lips twisting into a smile. "You're a flea in my path, kid." And he launched his attack, looking with satisfaction as the boy couldn't move an inch from where he was, sweating profusely as his legs buckled. In seconds that seemed eternal to him, the sparkling sphere struck him, enveloping him in a magical dome of energy that exploded into dense energy, leaving a smoking crater, ultimately destroying that Chaos Brigade base. He waved his hand, dismantling the protective dome he'd created around himself and the hero faction members, looking at the crater that had been the base office had given them. Nothing remained of that place, and all the bodies were buried when it fell upon them. "The squashed insect," the descendant of Lucifer muttered, turning around and looking at the wounded Cao, Jean, and Heracles. He showed displeasure at the state of his followers and, with a gesture, their wounds vanished completely, leaving them as good as new. "You need a new lease of life." Cao didn't reply, remaining on one knee. But he clenched his jaw, holding back the fury that surged within him. A mere demon was giving him orders, something he didn't want. But if he didn't heed Lucifer's commands, his life would expire. "I'm sorry," he muttered through gritted teeth, not allowing himself to raise his face, but wishing he could use the true Longinus on that repugnant being and pierce it through with a simple thrust, make it suffer with the sacred power of his weapon. "He won't come back." "Clearly, it won't happen again, Cao," Lucifer snorted, his gaze fixed solely on the dark-haired man, who trembled slightly before those dark eyes. "You will undergo arduous training, Cao. We cannot allow heaven to disrupt our plans for anything in the world. With the demon and goddess clans on the scene, we must exert greater pressure on the factions. And you will be the spearhead of our movement. The time has come." Then, a surge of energy caught his attention, causing him to turn his head, watching as the golden axe flew toward him, wanting to sever his head. He swung his arm, stopping the weapon with his entire right hand, feeling it move several inches backward. He raised his head, staring at the angel standing before him, his fist ready to strike him. And, incredible as it was, he couldn't dodge the movement, being hit by Naruto's left fist, feeling his jaw shift and being thrown to the left, crashing into a rock in the clearing. Surrounded by steam, breathing heavily, Naruto Escanor stood out, taller, more muscular, radiating immense heat that melted the snow, turning it into water vapor. He walked, grasping the handle of his sacred treasure, revealing 4 golden wings, with the orange lion of the sin of pride shining on his broad back. There was no trace of wounds or broken bones. His eyes were calm, bright. Even on that hard face, a slight arrogant smile appeared. "Is that all, you filthy demon? The commandments gave more play than you, a mere baby, to this world," he assured, leaning back, placing Rita on his shoulder, showing himself powerful to his enemies. Everything around the angel had changed, gaining more strength in the eyes of anyone who saw him now. More confident, more powerful. Rizavum stood up, pushing the debris aside, wiping away the small drop of blood that trickled from the corner of his lips, looking slightly astonished. But this new power emerging in the angel would be nothing compared to his own. But would he use it on a mere 4-winged angel? He raised his aura, surpassing that of the Shunshine wielder by at least 3 times, causing him to frown. "You're nothing, brat," Rizavum hissed, forming another sphere of raw power, aiming at the blue-eyed blonde. "I'll exterminate you now, this moment." Naruto raised his left index finger, forming a small sun with 10 times more power than the previous one, looking down on the demon, not feeling inferior at all, standing firm against the change in the Supreme's aura, not intimidated at all. It will be Naruto-sama who will exterminate you, miserable insect. Rizavum let out a mocking laugh, pumping magic into his sphere, making it grow even larger, doubling the blonde's cruel sun. His dark eyes shone with darkness. A darkness that would have intimidated anyone else, but not him. Cruel Sun shot his sun at the demon, watching as the grass was charred under that sun that emanated power, hoping to hit his target. Stupid boy. Rizavum fired his own sphere of power, blocking the angel's cruel sun and being absorbed by the demon's movement to the silent surprise of the angel, who could not evade the magical attack, being swallowed by it. Lucifer's descendant acknowledged that the change in the boy was surprising and astonished him. But he still had too much time left to be like him, at least thousands of years. No matter how much power he accumulated and used, it wouldn't be enough to stop him in open battle. What did God expect, creating something like that? No, it was impossible for that bearded man's ace up his sleeve to be something so weak. Had he kept something else in store? Whether or not there was something more to that little angel, he couldn't let him leave that place. If he got any stronger, he could be a stumbling block in his path. I just had to eliminate it before it got any stronger. He lifted a leg, ready to advance toward the boy, but a powerful pressure made him stop. A golden glow made him close his eyes, and when he looked inside the crater, there were only golden feathers and blood. The angel had disappeared. Warning. He blinked a few times, staring at the golden ceiling that had welcomed him in the past, when he'd lived in heaven in the service of Seraph Gabriel. It was so similar, with that warmth that flooded his soul. Even the bed where his body rested was as soft as a lint. He'd only felt those sensations in heaven when he'd slept in his own room. But there was something different. Something better. The bed where his shattered body rested was much softer, with more warmth running through his entire body, from his nails to his bones, and it seemed to feel better with each passing second. Where was the Cow's Brigade? Where was that demon who had beaten him up? He decided to try to get up, to disconnect from that warmth in case it was a trap, a mere dream produced by his subconscious. A pale hand stopped him, causing him to focus his eyes on a man no older than 20, with disheveled black hair, strands falling over his gray eyes. He wore a calm smile on a slightly sharp face. He didn't seem much of a fighter, but he gave off a powerful aura, comparable to Michael or Gabriel. No, he was older than the latter, at least twice as much. He was a cut below Michael, but he was extremely powerful. That. Calm down, his voice sounded velvety, completely calm, as if it weren't strange to receive someone extremely injured who had fought with a supreme-class demon and survived it, being barely a four-winged angel, with little time in heaven. You must rest. Your body has suffered severe degradation, and it seemed to be getting worse. Shattered bones, burned skin, torn muscle, severe damage, which would have led to the death of a normal angel, declared that man, turning around. But the movement, from that bed he could see several vials with a watery, bluish substance that seemed to have a life of its own. I'm sorry to have you in this hovel. But it's the best I've achieved in so little time. What do you mean? Through gritted teeth with some discomfort, the question managed to leave his mouth, clearly reaching his doctor's ears. You appeared in a doorway in my secret lair, the dark-haired man replied, amused, scribbling something in his notebook. You were covered in blood, as if you'd been hit by a destructive movement. In fact, you left a large puddle there, he pointed to the entrance, making the blonde look, seeing traces of his own blood. But I managed to save your life, thanks to your healing factor. With such operations, you should be ready in about 2 months, but with your healing, maybe no more than 2 days. Naruto said nothing as the man looked through some things, staring at the ceiling above him, looking confused. Had someone saved him? He knew Rizavum was going to kill him with that move when his cruel son was absorbed, shattered by the demon's move. But he was still breathing, his body throbbing with pain, but alive, as if he hadn't just faced someone immensely stronger than him. He was fine. He noticed his body was slowly improving, and the traces of the battle were disappearing. The doubt of what happened still haunted his mind. He returned to reality, pushing his thoughts aside, looking at the dark-haired man who seemed to be examining some final data. That power, Shunshine. Michael told me about it. Do you feel comfortable using it? He asked, erasing any trace of cordiality, laying his gray eyes on the sapphire eyes of the golden-winged angel, making him blink several times. Did he feel comfortable using the grace of the sun? Yes, too much so. When he reached the one, he felt invincible, as if no one could defeat him. And it was thanks to that he completely defeated the commandments, even though there were more of them, and combined they could have killed him. So why did he ask that question? He frowned, trying to remember what it felt like to use the power of the sun. But all that came to mind was the warmth of it, the immense burning sensation the flames produced in his body as it grew, enlarging, stretching. In a small flash, he remembered. When he used Shunshine, he felt his body seemed to be destroyed to take that form, softened by the power and warmth, making the sensation a small buzz in his mind, which then simply disappeared. And the pain was constant, always there, hidden by the comfort of the power itself. Well, I always feel like my body is destroying itself to accommodate my power. Is that what you meant? It's the only strange thing I find now, sir. Raphael, the man introduced himself, smiling and giving a curt nod. The grace of the sun, the greatest power wielded by an angel, created by God to stop greater threats. But like all great powers, this one has a severe impact. Your body isn't adapted to constant change and is slowly degrading, destroying itself. No matter how much healing you have, it doesn't seem like you can recover if you keep using Shunshine at extreme levels. There it was, something he hadn't expected, something Michael and Gabriel never seemed to know. Shunshine was a double-edged sword. It granted its wielder unimaginable power during the day, making them invincible during the middle of the day. But it also destroyed your body if you used it constantly, and this one wasn't ready for that. It was killing itself with the passage of time, and he hadn't realized it until Raphael had mentioned it to him just seconds ago, creating hundreds of questions in his mind. Did God know the consequences? He was supposed to be an angel, a saint to Lady Gabriel. But he would end up burning himself if he continued down that path, leaving heaven unprotected. Is there any way we can stop this? Raphael looked at the boy, trying to give him some hope to light his dark path. But he couldn't lie to him, he shouldn't. Shunshine would kill him, no matter what. No, he replied simply, moving his gray eyes over the paper, observing some of the runes. He was also trying to find a way to restore the boy, who seemed to have brought joy to his sister after the loss of their father. He felt frustrated. With all the knowledge of medicine, both mortal and magical, there was nothing to stop it. I'm sorry, boy. But it seems you're destined to die. If I could stop the degradation of your body, I would. But I don't know how. She kept her lips pressed together, gripping the sheets tightly, trying to keep the tears from falling down her face. She had sworn never to cry again, and here she was again, on the verge of breaking one of the many promises she had made. Would she really die? Would God be so cruel? It was all so unfair. She didn't want to be separated from Gabriel again. Not when he hadn't even confessed to her. And she still had to get LaFay Pendragon out of Cao Cao's clutches. Where is Lord Michael? Can you call him? Raphael moved his eyes, blinking a little. Communications with Lord Michael and Lady Gabriel have been cut off. A contingent of our most loyal soldiers is marching toward Kuo at this moment to see what's going on. Hey. What are you doing? He tossed the sheets aside, sitting on the edge of the bed, feeling the mattress give way under his weight. He clenched his fists, flexing his fingers slightly. He was fine. Or rather, he'd be fine if his body had been pummeled by an ultimate-class demon and was slowly degrading day by day. He cut the cables connected to his body that restricted his movements and managed to stand up, feeling the cold golden floor in contact with his skin, with his bare feet. He tilted his neck to the right, making it crack, then to the left. He wiggled his shoulders, moving them slightly, making them crack slowly. How many of them are in armor or clothes? She asked, ignoring Raphael's shouts. Her sapphire orbs had found her powerful sacred treasure, the legendary Axe Rita. It wasn't legendary per se. But it held immense power and was created by God. I have to go to my king. Academia Kuo. The simple lecture was too much to ask. It all went down the drain when the Cows Brigade showed up, restraining the little cross-dressing vampire Gasper, using his sacred gear power to stop time. Despite this, Issei and Riaz managed to get the boy and Kaneko, who had been imprisoned by Cow's sorcerers, despite her efforts to stop them, allowing them to use the little boy and stop time. With a small victory, everyone returned to the battlefield as time flowed again, giving balance to the forces of the factions, who faced Kateria Leviathan and her followers, being inferior in number, but not in power. When the descendant of the original Leviathan was crushed, the thing seemed won until Vali Lucifer showed himself on the side of Cows, giving them a leader again, which Issei was forced to face, knowing that the president's op-eye would be reduced to almost nothing. It disgusted me to do this, I really hate Issei. Fact. Vali will have a lot of relevance as a friend of Naruto in the future. I like the character and obtaining a balance breaker that defeated the descendant of Lucifer in a battle of resolutions too ridiculous on the side of the brown-haired. But Vali defeated, it seemed Cows would be defeated there, at least the members attacking the school. But nothing was ever easy for the good guys. A young man with dark skin appeared in the area, wearing black clothing. He radiated no power, at least not detectable to them. But when he took the immense form of an eastern dragon, black as night itself, destroying almost everything in his path, it became clear to those present that he was no ordinary person. He introduced himself as Apophis, the primal eclipse dragon, taking a form with 3 eyes on his head, glowing silver, exuding power and abundance, sending everyone down, except for Azazel, Gabriel, Michael, Serziches and Seraphol, who looked at the immense dragon. Thanks to being in another dimension, Kuo was not actually destroyed. Rizavum's old man sent me to destroy some insects, the immense dragon growled, watching as the rest of the factions fell before his power. He was pleased to see how a few of them seemed able to stand against his might, showing light beads of sweat running down their faces. I hope you will give me battle. It slammed its massive claw into the ground, completely destroying the academy, leaving only ruins in its wake. It shifted its gaze, seeing the figures that remained, forming a dome, protecting those who were unconscious. Great Red Emperor, you disappoint me, your bearer does, Apophis hissed, letting out a cruel laugh that echoed not only throughout that place, but throughout all of Japan itself, making it tremble. The supernatural was striking the world, destroying the biblical factions. And it pleased him far too much. So, who will go first? I know you. She raised her dark paw, bringing it down, sending it crashing down on Gabriel, who had summoned a shield of light. She was sent tumbling down, pinned by the immense talon, feeling the ground creak under the dragon's weight as it tried to tear the golden-haired woman apart. Gabriel, Azazel and Michael each formed golden spears, sending them crashing into the creature's flank. They opened their eyes as the spears vanished completely inside them. Gujajoho? Is that all? Honestly, I expected more. Now, brat, die. Apophis raised his paw again, slashing down at the exhausted archangel, who stood with sweat dripping down her face. A second blow would send her flying. She would be crushed. Nothing would remain but a bloody mess. It seemed that there were destinies that not even the children of God could avoid. He stopped his claw inches away, retreating, one of his eyes moving with surging raw power. A power that made him bare his sword-like teeth, watching as someone shattered the barrier with their presence, as if it were glass. It even sounded like it. An overgrown lizard, a new voice spoke calmly, being the center of attention. He unfurled his 4 golden wings, displaying a halo over his head, moving his trusty weapon to his shoulder, displaying an insect-like stature before the dragon. But imposing towards the faction leaders. His eyes had lost all warmth when they fell on the battlefield, seeing Zenobia and Irina lying on the ground, injured. Michael panting slightly and Gabriel sweating profusely, barely standing. He wandered his blue orbs around that battlefield, observing the 2 Maos and the governor of Grigori, the brother of his king and Lord Michael. Then, as if nothing had happened, he looked at Apophis, that massive dark power, clearly surpassing Rizavum. How did that supreme control him? He himself would not give him a fight. He knew it. He looked at the symbol on his left shoulder. The dragon biting itself, representing the infinite cycle. Would you please leave? Rita slammed the ground, causing a slight tremor that Apophis himself didn't feel. Annoying. Oh, the wielder of the dragon god's power. I knew your aura was similar to those deluded ones, Apophis hissed, focusing solely on the small golden-winged angel, his enormous tongue running across his reptilian snout. A pity our power didn't form the supreme grace of God. He raised one of his blonde eyebrows, looking sideways at the dragon, as if it were merely a lizard before him, and not a reptile at least 100 meters long, exuding power from every inch. Yeah well, I'm not interested, the angel muttered, flapping his golden wings, standing in front of the beast's snout, who let out an immense roar, completely drenching the boy in saliva. Naruto covered his face with his arm, saving himself a little from it. You're disgusting, he waved his hand, wiping away some of the saliva that fell all over his body. But putting that aside. I hope you recognize this. Before the evil dragon's eyes, the symbol of office was present, making him retreat a few meters, whipping the ground. I see you know who it belongs to. Apophis clenched his jaw, staring at the angel. How did you get it, insect? The lowly gave it to me, the boy muttered, hiding the tattoo again, staring into his enemy's glowing eyes. He hoped his connection to the Ouroboros really did subdue that lizard's desires. If not, he'd have to fight, and he wasn't at 100%. And if Gabriel and Michael couldn't defeat him right away, then even less so for him. I see, brats, Apophis growled, focusing on the angel, taking a few steps back to see him fully, showing his immense teeth in what seemed to be a contemptuous mocking smile. Was it a sign that he was going to attack him? You have connections with someone powerful and I really don't want a confrontation with her. That would leave me dead, at best. At worst, I'd be dismembered, he snorted, looking at the young man with golden wings. Look, kid. I recommend you protect Office. That Rizavum doesn't want anything good for her. It's just advice from a potential friend. It all depends on the circumstances and what you do with everything that comes your way. With those commandments at 100% you'll need help. Naruto frowned, looking at the dragon, flapping his feathered wings a few times, letting them fall down to the ground. What do you mean? I killed them, at least 4 of them. And Rizavum stole their commandments from you. Now, they've returned to 10, I believe, with Lucifer's help. But they're more powerful than they were when they left Purgatory. They've undergone arduous training, and their power has multiplied. You don't know how much. The demon clan has returned to the underworld. Everything will fall under their weight, child, and Office will be the key to stopping them. You'll need help. Without further ado, Apophis flapped his wings a little, forcing Naruto to cover himself with his arm, being sent at least 10 meters back, with one eye half open, watching as the evil dragon slowly vanished, leaving only the golden-winged boy in the sky. The evil presence of the dragon disappeared completely, undoing the pressure on those who were in that place, allowing those who had fainted and were lying on the ground to get up, still panting. Naruto descended to the ground, noticing the earth beneath his feet, thoughtful. Could it be that the commandments hadn't used their true power? That would explain how easy it was for him to kill 4 of them. But losing 2 commandments, stolen by Rizavum, was something that bothered him. Hadn't Arthur put them in a safe place? He shook his head, running a hand through his messy golden hair, letting out an exasperated sigh, moving back, twisting his body. Without expecting it, an unidentified object struck his torso, almost knocking him to the ground. He looked down, seeing a blonde head of hair lighter than his own, and couldn't help but blush, remembering that simple, warm embrace. Lady Gabriel was squeezing him, and surely if he had been human, she would have completely broken his spine. As the Archangel uncoiled her arms and separated, Naruto Escanor knelt on the ground, his fist making contact with it, lowering his face, letting loose strands of hair fall down his face to the front. "We, King," he greeted, formally, showing absolute respect. Lightly, in his right hand, the golden symbol of Ace formed, responding to the magical pulse of Lady Gabriel, who smiled at the presence of her beautiful saint, just as father had told her. "My sweet Ace," the seraph returned the greeting, covering her small mouth with her hand, containing a soft giggle that filled the angel's ears, showing himself truly grateful for that sound of bells that he liked. "It is a pleasure to see you again, safe and sound." Naruto shook his head slightly, smiling imperceptibly. Slowly, the others approached, with a grinning Michael. He looked amazed at the boy's golden wings, when only the 7 archangels possessed them. How had he managed it? That was the question swirling in the heaven leader's mind. "Same here, my lady," the 4-winged angel murmured, still prostrating himself submissively, recalling Raphael's words in his mind. They were harsh, too much for him. He didn't want to die, not leaving the one who was his mistress alone. He had to ensure heaven's well-being. "May I rise?" "That's it, Gabriel. Let him stand up and explain himself," the Grigori leader laughed, amused by the scene before him, noticing the slight blush on his sister's face, as well as her dreamy eyes. "I want to know how he managed to push back a dragon without further ado." "Go ahead, Naruto," the archangel murmured, scanning her blue eyes over her subordinate's body, noting the white clothing covering him. Had he been to heaven recently? She noticed the heaven silk on her ace's robes, something impossible if he hadn't appeared in weeks, since his fall due to hatred. But there he was, looking better than when she left. Slowly, the bearer of the sunshine stood up, showing his natural 6 feet tall to everyone, forcing some like Kaneko and Gasper to raise their heads, seeing those blue eyes like 2 sapphires on a calm, but serious face. He lifted his right sleeve, showing the symbol of the Cows Brigade, making some like Issei seem like they wanted to start a fight against him right there, without even asking or knowing about his actions. "I've been in cows for a while, since my fall to hatred," he murmured monotonously, hiding his joy at meeting Gabriel and letting his concern flow over Lefay, who hadn't shown any sign of life yet. "I simply used the mark to dissuade Apophis from continuing to fight. But isn't the dragon on Ouroboros' side? On the brigade's?" "No, Lord Michael. Apophis serves Rizavum Live and Lucifer, the direct descendant of the ancient Lucifer. Even though Office created cows, she is not responsible for what her followers do. She is not evil per se. She is simply procrastinating. She doesn't care about what happens around her. She only wants her home, something I promised to give her in exchange for her help. Which included facing Apophis if necessary." "So, what did you talk to the dragon about?" Surziches looked interested, looking at the blonde-haired boy. Naruto hit his mark again, watching as Issei seemed to want to claim. "He warned me. The commandments have grown completely stronger, despite their defeat at my hands. He's warned us of what Rizavum might do to Office, and of the consequences of the demon clan's growing power. War, it seems, is about to begin. Alliance." He leaned his back against a warm golden wall surrounding him, leaning his head back and smacking the back of his neck against it, staring at the chandelier hanging from the ceiling with his blue eyes. He sighed through his teeth, his thoughts turning over in his mind, the words Apophis had said, his physical condition discovered by Raphael, and Rizavum's appearance and involvement in all of this, with the release of the Purgatory Commandments and the entire demon clan, which were ravaging the supernatural world, skewing the souls of the innocent. He ran his hand over his face and closed his eyes tightly, clenching his teeth and feeling the blood trickle down his gums. He'd started feeling ill a few days ago, and it seemed to be getting worse. Was his body really deteriorating? Sometimes he felt tremors and pains he couldn't handle himself. He closed his right hand, reopening it a couple of times, feeling the tendons in his arm creak with his movements. He ran his tongue over it, wetting his lips, tasting the metallic taste, and spat to the side, moving his face, burying it in his hands. He wanted a break, to be able to handle it all. But his pride seemed to slowly collapse under its own weight. Soon there would be nothing left of him. Was he just a warrior? Was there no time for love? Was there no rest? He gritted his teeth and tried to get up, succeeding slowly, with slight jerks. It seemed that Shunshine had surpassed his limits. His body was going through a rough patch now that it was dusk. It only felt right when the day was forming, growing with the sun in the daytime sky. He grunted, his eyes falling upon the heavy, dusty tome on his bedside table. He took 2 heavy strides, which made him groan a little, and picked it up, opening it down the middle, noting the roughness of the cover and the dust on the pages. It seemed as though dust wouldn't exist in heaven. But that tome showed millennia of disuse, with real traces of dust on it. He moved his hand, flipping the page to the next, seeing a symbol he recognized perfectly. The mark of Ouroboros, of office. Apophis had told him she would be of help, and he was looking for information. "How long have you been around office?" he said to himself, moving the page, flipping to the next one. He tilted his lips, twisting them, showing a weak tired smile. The truth is, the dragon god of infinity wasn't what many would expect. He didn't talk much, and humans were indifferent to him, which was strange. He would have thought Office would be someone haughty, displaying power in abundance. But it almost seemed as if she didn't care what living beings thought of her. And this? He stopped his index finger on the top line, reading about Dragon Albion, the 2 emperor dragons, powerful, combatants. He flipped to the next line, seeing the dragon Tiamat, or rather, Dragoness. Could she be one of those who formed Shunshine? She was a dragon king. Naruto, he blinked a few times, moving his eyes to the person who had interrupted him, cutting off his train of thought. He moved his eyes, looking at Irina in that revealing outfit. "Lord Michael needs you." He closed the book and placed it back on the nightstand, beginning to walk behind the girl. They hadn't spoken much. He didn't want to talk to anyone. After cows, he now needed to relax, to get away from all the fighting, until he could stop the degradation of his body. The question was, would he succeed? Could he stop his impending death? He didn't want to leave that world so unprotected. The commandments. Rid of them. There were too many evils to maintain perpetual peace. And he wanted to destroy those who would break it, send them into non-existence. But he wasn't powerful. Not now, when his body was too broken to continue operating the Shunshine at 100%. The display of power before Apophis was significant to him, breaking him slightly, sending him even further toward the grave. A grave that shouldn't be waiting for him. He should be immortal. But soon, more than he would like, he would leave that world, leave Lady Gabriel. He frowned, closing his hands, clenching them, digging his nails into his palms, noticing drops of blood dripping from them, falling to the ground, staining it. All that weight he felt on his shoulders seemed much heavier than it had been a few days ago. It weighed him down, making him tremble slightly. "We've arrived," Irina's voice brought him back to the present, giving a curt nod and letting out a sigh that escaped the girl's ears, who showed him a small smile on that graceful face. "I'll leave you with Lord Michael." He said nothing and entered that immense room, with pillars supporting a ceiling that seemed made of clouds, obscuring its gilding. He moved his eyes, looking at the immense table Michael used to sign and manage his paperwork. It was his second time in that place, but it was imposing despite his time there. He stopped his feet, letting the echo fade, slowly fading away. He turned his head, first looking to the right, seeing the row of soldiers leaning against the columns on that side. When he moved it to the other side, he saw the same thing. They all displayed their wings, about 6 of them, powerful, white as gold. Golden halos were present above their helmets, radiating immense light. He didn't understand how angels loved gold so much. He himself was dressed in white, with an enormous coat that covered half of his legs, covered by black pants and boots. Black and white, contrasting with the gold of the place. Naruto, Michael's melodious, sweet voice hit his ears, and he turned, looking at the blonde who was looking at him, that calm, small smile present on his slightly elongated face. He showed almost nothing. His power wasn't felt because he compressed it too much. "Thank you for coming, boy." The Ace of Hearts knelt on the ground and bowed his head, closing his eyes a little. He sighed, hearing the Archangel's robes rustling against the cold golden ground as Heaven's leader rose from the throne that had served God himself. "My lord," the boy murmured, not raising his head, showing respect to that man who did nothing to intimidate his sister's saint. Michael didn't recognize him when Naruto showed up in Kuo. But he was truly amazed when the little angel's wings appeared golden instead of white. But how? Only the leader of heaven was supposed to possess those wings, denoting a power greater than the other archangels. "Oh, no need to prostrate yourself," the Lord of Heaven murmured, hiding his pleasure at her display of submission. "You mere eyes, boy." Slowly, Naruto Escanor stood up, facing his lord, staring directly at the most powerful archangel in heaven. Could he be as powerful as Rizavum? He didn't want to think about that ultimate class demon. But he hoped someone could kill him and not have to bear the burden of his death. He wasn't ready to fight someone like that yet. "Thank you, Lord Michael." Michael shook his head, still holding the smile on his face, looking at the boy thousands of years younger than himself, but surely possessing a power far beyond his wildest dreams. "I'm the one who should be thanking you, Naruto. If it weren't for you, Apophis would have killed us." "I doubt it, my lord," the teenager interrupted, staring into the eyes of the leader of the sky, unblinking. "Why did you divide your power? When I appeared in Kuo, I noticed that all of you were weaker than you should be." At the young man's words, Michael couldn't contain a small chuckle, causing Naruto to look at him slightly confused. "I see that not only has your power grown, Naruto-kun, but also your perception of magical auras," the archangel muttered, shaking his head slightly in amusement at the boy's words. "We were forced, both we and the leaders of the other factions, to divide our power, containing it in special containers. As you may have noticed, my power is now at full capacity. We never expected a terrorist attack, much less the appearance of a dragon. Luckily, you kept it in line." "If he had wanted to, Apophis would have killed me," the boy assured, showing no shame. The evil dragons were powerful, more so than he had thought, and surely few could keep them in line. It was clear that the kings could. But above all, Aphis and Rad would kill them, being the two dragon gods in existence. And as powerful as the grace of the sun was, it couldn't keep up with one of those dragons that seemed to serve Rizavum. "Oh, I'm sorry I left you to fend for yourself," the archangel muttered, looking at the four-winged angel with some regret. They could have defeated Apophis if they had maintained their full power. But they hadn't wanted to draw attention to their enemies by all appearing in one place. And they had done so unintentionally. "It was an oversight on our part, something we won't repeat. You're not ready to face everything on your own yet." The boy didn't respond to the words spoken by the leader of the sky, remembering the part Apophis had told him. He needed allies if he wanted to keep the primordials in line and the goddesses out of everything. How could they face Rizavum, the primordials, and the goddesses? Too many enemies, powerful, ancient, and with allies like the evil dragons. They only had the Great Red Emperor, a perverted teenager who thought only about breasts, and himself, who was slowly dying. If they didn't handle it, Surziches and the leaders would have to face them, something that had a high probability of happening. "You mustn't apologize, Lord Michael. No one would have imagined Apophis's appearance even if it were in your minds, my lord. It was an oversight, nothing more." "But several fallen, both demons and angels, died," Michael declared, letting sorrow creep into his voice. "And if your presence hadn't appeared in the battle, my sister probably would have died anyway. Apophis especially wanted to kill her." He'd never admit it, but that statement from his leader enraged him. He unconsciously clenched his left fist, causing it to bleed a little more. A gesture Michael didn't miss. "Fortunately, my king escaped unharmed and not thanks to him. The fear Aphis instilled in her enemies had saved them from utter destruction. Something he himself couldn't instill no matter how hard he tried." Leaving mistakes aside, Michael evaded further talk about what had happened, trying to push down the dark thoughts that had been implanted in his mind. The commandments have taken thousands of souls for themselves, and their powers seem superior to what they were before, he reported, seeing the grimace that appeared on Naruto's face, who didn't want those primordials to return to the game board. If they did, he should take Apophis's warning seriously. Apparently, Apophis was right, armies are preparing for war. A war which we cannot win as we are now. The biblical faction remains slightly divided, with the radicals deeply opposed to peace. We need allies. And fast. I think I know someone, Lord Michael. But can you grant him absolution? Unknown location. He let out a growl, feeling his bones reforming, slowly knitting themselves back together inside his body, with small pops that made him grunt. He was in pain, both physically and mentally. But his disappointment in himself was greater than the pain caused by his enemies' attacks. That perverted bastard had defeated him, and if it hadn't been for Bhikkhu, he would have been wiped off the face of the earth by that disgusting dragon. He groaned, tilting his body, rolling slightly, and falling off his bed. He let out a sigh, standing up with a groan between his teeth. Bandages covered his body, despite having received the healing from that cat. Harem. The boosted gear wielder wasn't what he thought, and he was disappointed for having lost to such a specimen. If it were up to him, he would have killed him right there. But how did Azazel manage to make him reach balance breaker? If it weren't for the old man from Grigori, the brown-haired man wouldn't have beaten him. He hated himself for it and would use rigorous training on himself to overcome that little piece of shit. Volley Lucifer gritted his teeth, pulling the white undershirt over his chest, covering the bandages that crisscrossed it. He felt disgusted at the sight of those wounds, which should have disappeared when the Nekomata healed him using her body. But some of them were persistent and he didn't want to be stuck with that lascivious girl for too long. She brushed a few strands of hair away from her face and decided to leave that place. It stank of blood. Volley, he stopped in the hallway, turning his face, staring with his golden eyes at a blonde, sapphire-eyed boy who was quite tall, perhaps a few inches taller than him, and who radiated holy power. He was certainly a rather unique angel. He also felt a certain dark aura surrounding him. "Can we talk?" "How did you find me?" Lucifer hissed, turning around completely. He sent out a magical pulse, trying to intimidate the boy. But he didn't back down, which made him raise one of his eyebrows. "I've lived here for a month and a half," the boy replied, smiling sideways, seeing the confusion in the White Emperor's eyes, who was surely ready to fight. The Lucifers were driven by power, and Volley would be no different, at least, not too different. He was a half-breed. His human genes kept him in line, for the time being, if he didn't let himself be led by the wrong hands. "Number of cows." "Exactly," he showed the Ouroboros mark, causing the silver-haired man to relax slightly, but still keeping his guard up. "I've come to talk to office." "He's not here." "Well then, with you, Volley Lucifer," the boy declared, not giving in to the attempted murderous intent, standing his ground. He liked the boy more than Issei, the pervert who should definitely die in this war. "I want to propose an alliance between your team and me." Volley raised an eyebrow again, trying to analyze the angel's words, trying to find the lie within them, the trembling in his voice, or the hidden motives. He needed to see if the golden-haired boy could really be trusted, despite being a member of Cows. After Cow's defection, the brigade suffered a devastating blow and was left without any truly useful members. "Okay, I'm listening." "Go students." He dragged his face between his hands, watching with cerulean eyes as the blood trickled down, merging with the water falling from the faucet and draining into the sink. He slowly lifted his head, separating it from his hands and staring at his own reflection in a glass pane. A pale face with sunken eyes and purple marks, a testament to his lack of sleep. Disheveled hair and bloody marks at the corner of his lips completed the image the mirror was reflecting back to him. An image that made him grit his teeth, spitting more blood into the sink. He feverishly moved his right hand, turning on the faucet and allowing the water to clean his mess. He raised his left arm and punched the mirror, hearing the glass crunch as his fist completely shattered his reflection, feeling shards of the same glass embedded in his skin. Blood trickled down his forearm as he lowered it, staring at his own eyes in the shattered glass. He didn't seem to feel any pain. His face was pale and impassive. It had once been cheerful, slightly tanned. What was wrong with his body? Sunshine was pushing him to his physical limits, which were beginning to affect his mind. He didn't want to continue with all this. He let his body fall slowly, resting against the bathroom wall, his head pressing against the cold tiles that decorated the bathroom he was in. It was completely golden. Its brilliance made him close his eyes slightly. Sitting there, breathing heavily, feeling a cold sweat running down his back, he heard the mirror begin to repair itself completely on its own, without his help or that of any angels in the area. Heaven had its own laws, and it was almost impossible to leave anything shattered for more than a minute. He had proven this in the long sparring sessions he had with Dulio, before becoming the full bearer of Sunshine, a double-edged completely toxic power. He noticed his arms were weakening, his body growing completely brittle with every step he took. Ever since Raphael discovered the deterioration of his body, something he kept quiet about as a doctor, the illness that had arisen from using the power given to him by God to the fullest, had been growing while he slowly declined, coughing up more and more blood at more frequent intervals. Because of this, he felt obliged to hide it from Lady Gabriel, who had kept an eye on him, even though he insisted he was fine and didn't need anything. That archangel seemed to smell something. It didn't seem like it. But besides being the most beautiful in heaven, she was one of the most intelligent. Any normal person would think it was just beauty and nothing more. But like his saint, his ace, he had learned not to judge by appearances. He lowered his face, burying it in his hands, and let out a sigh. His body felt heavy, and he couldn't lift it from that spot, no matter how hard he tried. He wanted to close his eyes, keep them completely shut, and sleep for years before waking up again. He needed an immense rest from all the fighting and from that illness that was slowly weakening him, no matter how much he himself wanted to stay alive. He opened his eyes, hearing a slight creaking sound and violet eyes scrutinizing him, revealing a slightly tanned face with two huge brown pigtails framing that face, which showed genuine concern. He tried to speak, but couldn't find his voice, letting out a small grunt. The angel, Ace of Lord Michael, raised her right hand, caressing her fellow saint's cheek. "Naruto," she murmured, completely worried at the sight of those sunken eyes and a face more like a living corpse than a completely healthy angel. "You're not okay." Naruto made Escanor smiled sadly, letting his companion pet him. He felt better with a small caress, noticing the girl's warm skin. They hadn't spoken much since he returned to heaven, but she didn't seem to blame him. "I just have one foot in the grave, I'm afraid." Marina opened her mouth, moving a few inches away from the saint, still looking at him with her violet eyes. A treacherous tear trickled down her cheek, falling to the ground from her thin chin. That image made him feel worse than he had been. Irina's crystallized eyes pierced the depths of his soul and were worse than the illness he was suffering from. He grunted as he began to rise, dragging himself up the wall to his feet. He let out a heavy gasp and looked at the girl. He took a couple of steps forward and cupped Irina's face, wiping the girl's tears with his left hand and flashed her a more vibrant smile. The sun was beginning to rise and he was recovering. He was now linked to the same star. "Now I feel better," he murmured through gritted teeth, running his tongue over his lower lip, wiping away traces of her blood. He swallowed and let out another sigh, wiping away more of the girl's tears. "Don't cry. I'm sorry." But. He shook his head, lowering his arms, looking over his companion, stepping back and bowing. Lady Gabriel, the Ace of Hearts, greeted his king, showing a smile plastered on his sharp face when he raised it, facing those two orbs like the sea itself, looking at him doubtfully, then moving on to the girl at his side, who was hiding her own eyes with her arm. "My beautiful saint, little Irina," the archangel greeted, showing them both a small smile that warmed the heart of the sapphire-eyed blonde, who allowed himself to smile sideways. "I hope you're ready for your new role by then." Naruto blinked in confusion, staring straight into Gabriel's eyes, who was smiling back at him with a genuine smile, as always. That smile brought back memories of little Faye, which made his gaze darken for a few brief moments. Moments in which the archangel looked at her saint, the smile on her face fading just enough for him not to notice. "What is needed from us, Lady Gabriel?" Interrupting her train of thought, Irina's voice forced the archangel to look at her, blinking a couple of times, widening her lips again, showing her perfect white teeth. "Sorry, I digressed," the archangel murmured, smiling embarrassingly as she scratched her cheek with one of her fingers. She shook her head, looking at the two saints in front of her. "To strengthen the union between the factions, we have agreed to send our emissaries to Kuo Academy as students, so that they may foster ties with the other members there under Azazul's supervision." "Ugh. Old drunk," Naruto muttered, wincing slightly as he remembered the older man with the blonde locks. "We will send 3 emissaries to foster relations," the angel said, tilting her head and flashing her signature smile. "You are 2 of them." The sunshine bearer choked, coughing several times and trying to clear his throat. He blinked several times and, comically, pointed at himself. "Me too." Gabriel gave a single nod, still smiling, making his saint gulp, remembering that fight he started while visiting, accompanying the same Irina and Zenobia. How would the demons react? It was because of his own unnecessary anger that a battle broke out, separating him from his king, who was now looking at him, showing in that sea of eyes a somewhat exaggerated concern. Naruto himself didn't notice, but a light pink dusting had bathed the cheeks of that blonde woman. "Yes, along with Irina and your other companion," Michael's sister declared, clasping her hands as if she were praying, interlacing her white fingers. "I hope they leave heaven in the top spot, sweet saints." Naruto sighed, knowing there was nothing he could do to get himself kicked off that mission. It looked like he'd end up in that academy, on Earth, alongside the boosted gear wielder, a pervert who only thought about a woman's breasts, with a libido that was too high for his own liking. He unconsciously made a face of disgust, not knowing if it was because he himself was an angel, someone who had to be pure in order to remain in heaven, or because he was simply a former human who hated perverts. His hatred, his anger towards that brown-haired teenager, was too high with each passing second, and he was truly afraid of letting himself go when he saw him. The warm hand squeezing his brought him back to reality. He moved his head, blinking a few times, staring directly into the blue eyes of the blonde standing in front of him, her hands clasped in front of him, inches from his face. Their breaths intertwined, and a deep blush appeared on Irina's face, followed by a flush of color in the case of the golden-haired saint. That image was engraved in Irina's violet eyes, who let out a sigh loud enough to make King and A separate, one looking away and the other simply smiling sweetly, slightly showing her snow-white teeth. No one would know anymore what both king and servant had felt. 2 days later, Kuo Academy. He lightly covered his mouth with a handkerchief, coughing a little on the same cloth, staining it with his blood. He checked it as soon as he removed the handkerchief from his mouth, watching the blood flow from it. He clenched it tightly, tossing it into a trash can, and leaned against the back of the small bridge, positioning his backpack firmly on his shoulder. He ran his hand through his hair, pushing it back and looking toward the other end with his blue eyes hidden behind black metallic glasses. He wasn't too comfortable with the same glasses, noticing how they slightly fell down the bridge of his nose, reaching the tip, and he was forced to adjust them using his thumb and index finger. He had been doing this for several minutes straight. At least they hid his magical signature from any enemies who might be there during the day. He rested both hands on the railing, looking down at his shoes. He fiddled with his feet, feeling the strands of hair hitting his forehead, while he thought about the events he'd experienced. The 10 Commandments, Rizavum, the hero faction, the deaths of various cow soldiers who had treated him too kindly. Afterward, he was defeated by that supreme demon and discovered that his body was slowly degrading, that he was dying, and that using his power would be a more direct path to the grave, which was already waiting for him, wide open. His condition worsened with each passing day, and no matter how many books he had searched, he hadn't found anything to cure him. It simply seemed that his body wasn't adapted to that power, precisely. He rubbed the bridge of his nose with the same fingers he used to push up his glasses, closing his eyes slightly. He was feeling a severe headache. Was it because of that pervert? Because of his hatred? Because of being in demon territory? Through gritted teeth, he let out a growl. He wished he were anywhere but in Kuo. Even a battle against the Demon King would be a better option than teaching in a place that flooded him with bad memories. With his right hand, he rubbed his left hand vigorously, caressing the scar caused by a cigarette. Would he see his stepbrothers there? His adoptive mother? The man who should have been his father? He didn't know it, nor did he realize it, but his body began to tremble slightly, recalling every episode of his human life. Episodes he wished he could forget completely, but never quite managed to. They were burned into his memory and remained etched in his mind. Slow footsteps caught his attention, and he noticed a boy with dark silver hair, a look of boredom and interest falling on him as he raised his right hand. His left hand was hidden in the pocket of his uniform pants. Bali Lucifer walked slowly, being the center of attention of both girls and boys, when he stopped in front of the golden-winged angel, giving him a small smile. "Is this my penance? Part of the agreement?" he asked, shaking his head and setting his eyes on the academy entrance. Though he had tried, the boy didn't notice any hidden anger in the hybrid's voice. Rather, a small playful tone. "Being next to the security of this era is really annoying, you know," the Hakuryuku declared, clicking his tongue as it hit his lower teeth. At that gesture, Naruto raised one of his eyebrows, looking at him doubtfully, waiting for some explanation from him. Volley shook his head and looked back at him. "It's just annoying," Lucifer muttered through gritted teeth, lowering his head, completely resigned to being next to that perverted young brown-haired boy he hated so much. He had fallen for him, and that simple memory couldn't undo him. He chuckled, pushing away from the railing. "I'm sorry I did this to you," the golden-winged angel assured, giving a small bow to the half-breed, who only shrugged. "I'd rather do this than deal with Kuroka. You know that cat's in heat, I think. She's worse than Haim when she's in heat." "Is it a complete cat?" Naruto, not believing it, let the question slip out of his mouth. He knew that yokai had animal or demonic aspects, but he didn't know that they had psychological traits. Bali shook his head several times, laughing weakly. If Bikram found out that Naruto made him smile, he'd be reminded of it for the rest of his life, something he didn't want for anything in the world. "At least in mating methods, it is," the half-blood demon declared, letting out a groan at the consequences of a Nekomata in heat. "All that aside, how do you think they'll react? Haim probably wants a second match, I'm afraid." Naruto Escanor took his neck with one hand, making it crack with a small movement. "Oh, please no," the golden-haired man grunted, smiling nervously at the sight. "It would be annoying and unnecessary. I'd rather have some of that crazy Nekomata you're carrying." They both laughed out loud, walking slowly toward the academy. That first day could go worse than that moment. It was too heavy for both of them. Scars. He glanced several times at the door in front of him. That was his class. And, to his misfortune, Volley was demoted to a higher grade while he remained in the second grade, completely alone without any moral male support. Irina had walked past him, flashing the inherent smile that always cheered all the angels in heaven, in the midst of the chaos that was about to explode on their faces. The Ancient Ones, the Goddesses, and Rizavum were all out there mobilizing to become stronger, and they were still divided, resorting to pacts to form alliances with foreign pantheons. "If only I weren't sick," he scolded himself as he waited for the professor, frowning and adopting a wrinkled face. He was upset by the degradation of his own body. Every day as the sun fell below the horizon, giving way to night, the pain returned, multiplied, and he began to cough up blood as if he had tuberculosis. His chest ached, and every fiber of his body burned as if a hot iron were pressing against it. The symbol of heaven was destined for death. He didn't know how much longer he had. If Lord Michael was assuming they would defeat Rizavum and the others with him, he would be leading that alliance to its own doom. He was dying. He could never again face the commandments and Cao with the power he had. He was ash, a mere shadow of what he had been, projected by a sun that was burning him. Soon he would be no more. Would it be his end? He could rest from the shadows that surrounded him with every blink. His past, those scars that had tormented him for years, still burned with the same force that he summoned a cruel sun against his enemies. The pain he couldn't bear another day. It sent him reeling. It made his legs unable to move and his soul yearned to leave his body, to get as far away from him as possible, abandoning him to his fate. Compared to the degradation of her body caused by sunshine, the pain of the scars was immensely worse, permanent. Happens. He took a step forward, entering that second-year classroom at Kuo Academy, his eyes moving to the seats in that room, observing the students. It wasn't his class. His was a different one. But small fragments of a recent past returned to his mind, making him imperceptibly grind his teeth. The pain and loneliness will continue forever. He scanned his blue orbs, finding the blonde Asia Argento sitting next to a girl with pigtails and glasses and Zenobia Quarta, the former exorcist of the church who was too greedy when it came to battle with her Excalibur Durandal. They seemed to get along well, despite the fact that months ago that girl had almost decapitated the former. He glanced at Irina, who sat next to her former exorcist partner and seemed to engage in light conversation under Asia's surprised and happy gaze. He turned his body completely to face his companions, looking at them without much interest, appearing disinterested in everyone's eyes. He felt Irina's violets and his former companion's browns on him, piercing his body almost to his soul. Before, he would have blushed. Now, with the sun in the sky, its rays shining down on Kuo, he felt all the courage and pride that power gave him, and he wasn't intimidated by two girls. Apophis was worse than them. "Please, young man, introduce yourself." For a few seconds, his eyes rested on that young brown-haired man wearing the boosted gear. He pressed his lips together, his eyes darting over Irina and Zenobia, who were still interested in him. One out of concern, the other out of confusion that another angel was there and one with greater power. Aside from the sunshine, he had more experience and wings than Irina, which made him stronger. And, if that wasn't enough, his wings were golden. Only Michael showed those wings, with a number of 12. I'd say Irina and Zenovia's eyes were annoying, but I'd be lying. My sister's piercing gaze was worse. He placed his eyes on a girl with black hair and green eyes, who was staring at him piercingly, her lips pursed. It didn't take a genius to see the irritation in the student. But no one else was looking at her but him. A long time ago, a few months to be exact, I would have trembled and run out of that classroom and thrown myself down the stairs. But now. "My name is Naruto M. Escanor," he introduced himself, completely visualizing his classmates, ignoring the eyes of that dark-haired girl. She wasn't his sister. She never was. She wouldn't be. Not now. I've been to Kuo Academy before, in case anyone remembers me. Those words were for his stepsister. For family reasons I left, but I was back a few days ago. I hope to get along with everyone. He bowed his body in a reverence. When he stood up again, his eyes fell upon the green ones he would never forget. Recess. He slumped against a tree planted in the school's courtyard, hearing the laughter and insults that flowed through the area. He wasn't particularly keen on cooperating with his teammates in a team game, so playing soccer and basketball was out of the question for him. And not knowing where volley was, he was completely alone during those breaks, he and his inner demons. He unwrapped his lunchbox and removed the lid, letting the smell of rice and beef reach his nostrils. He smiled a little, remembering how Lady Gabriel had wrecked a kitchen in heaven to prepare such a simple meal for him. She was a seraph, an archangel with 12 wings he'd never seen, and he could feel a bit of her power when she was angry. Powerful, beautiful, and kind, but too absent-minded, careless, and with an immense heart of gold. He would never blame her for sending him to that place when she knew nothing about it. She'd taken it upon herself to erase every trace of his existence from the world. Although having the surname Escanor helped with that. After all, he'd always gone from foster home to foster home until he ended up in that city. He was also a disaster with food. He chewed a bit of the rice, finding it a little salty, more than it should be, and hearing it crunch against his molars. Was it raw? That was new. But he smiled. At least someone was there for him. "So you're still alive, monster." He closed his eyes, letting out a sigh through his teeth, controlling the annoyance that poisonous voice caused him. He put aside the empty lunchbox and the wooden chopsticks and raised his head, meeting those green eyes that seemed to want to see him dead. "Hello, Miss Eiko," he greeted calmly, starting to stand up. Ayakura Miss Eiko was his stepsister when he finally returned to his father, a drunken man who had scarred him with that cigarette. He didn't understand how the government had returned him to a man of that character, especially when his current partner, Fayakura Hana, was worse than he was. She, that woman with slanted green eyes like her daughter's, was the one who raped him. Seeing Miss Eiko's eyes was like seeing Hana's eyes, and at the same time, seeing those eyes was like remembering her father's face, if that was the word she could use to address him. "Do you dare to call me by my name, little brother?" "Of course," he replied, remaining calm. He had promised not to cause trouble, but it was becoming too difficult for him to stay out of it. His hands were shaking. "What do you want from me?" Misako clicked her tongue, pointing at him. "I thought father killed you." "I couldn't. He just left me out in the open and someone else picked me up," the boy declared, now standing. He was at least a head taller than the girl, who was forced to tilt her head so she could look into the blue eyes that were watching her. Calm eyes, but hiding a storm about to erupt. "Did you get tired of having a pet?" "You're not even good enough for that," the girl hissed, sharpening her gaze. He didn't understand how his parent, one of them, had left him in a foster home and then, years later, had subjected him to that hell he didn't want anyone to go through. Misako was the one who rejected him, making no one in Kuo want to be around him. Hana was the one who destroyed him psychologically every night during those years he spent with that monster's family. And his pa, no, he didn't deserve that name. The man who fathered him destroyed him physically. He had to endure the degradation of his body, his own death. And the pain of the past returned to open the scar and destroy him completely. He tried to open his mouth. If that giggle stopped him, hearing soft footsteps that forced Misako to turn her head, finding herself facing a teenager with hair as black as the wings of a crow itself, with violet eyes that seemed to hide something, a painful past. "I finally found you, Naruto-kun." He saw a look of disgust on Misako's face and at the same time, a look of satisfaction on the girl's. Looking at her better, he understood who she was. Himejima Akeno, the queen of Ria's Gremory. "Akeno-san," the boy greeted, showing his teeth with a small smile that the demon herself returned. "Naruto." He blinked at the shout, watching as a figure stood in front of him, looking tired. The boy was panting slightly. He recognized him by his silver hair. "This is horrible. I don't want any more math." Bali Lucifer, a half-breed with the blood of the first demon, possessor of divine dividing, seemed to fear classes. His hazel eyes displayed a true terror that should only be displayed when faced with the enemies who awaited them. "If Vali seems to be afraid of math," Naruto-kun laughed, the sadistic queen of Gremory, covering her mouth with the back of her hand, preventing anyone from fully seeing the girl's face when she laughed. He shook his head, looking at the defeated Lucifer. His eyes were crystalline, as if the very word mathematics caused the half-breed great pain. It all seemed like a joke. He moved his eyes towards the one who was, unfortunately for him, his stepsister, seeing Misako's green eyes glued to Vali, who seemed to want to disappear from that place to never return or use his power to destroy the academy and the fearful mathematics. Would Rizavam act the same? Just imagining the supreme demon fearful of sums and square roots made him chuckle silently, with the sound of Vali's cries in the background. "This is fun," he said to himself. He wasn't used to moments of calm and laughter, but he treasured them like nothing else in the world. There was only one element he wanted to erase from that memory, and it wasn't Vali or the Gremory follower. "Do you want anything else, Misako?" he asked, feeling the girl's eyes on him again, piercing him to his very soul. He felt a chill run through his body, reaching the tips of his hair. "Please no," he growled, turning his venomous eyes away from the blonde, who didn't seem affected by those eyes, at least on the outside. Vali looked at the girl intensely, causing a huge blush to appear on her face, before turning his hazel eyes to his companion. "Why does he stink like a skunk? Seriously, he smells awful. Girl, do you know what a shower is? You know, that thing where water falls on your body to clean it." Misako opened her eyes wide, completely red, clenching her teeth so hard that Naruto swore he heard them seem to crunch from the force she was exerting. "You." He hadn't finished that sentence when he started walking away with his back to the three of them, walking away with his gaze completely lost, as if he were a mannequin, a puppet controlled by invisible strings. The angel blinked. "You know, being a demon isn't so bad." Vali made a V shape with his right hand, smiling sideways at his friend, who couldn't understand the third-year student's intervention. "I'm sorry to say it, but we heard your little dialogue." Naruto, Akeno cut off any words that might have come out of his mouth. "You don't need to tell us anything if you don't want to. I myself don't know you very well. When you were at the academy, my interest in humans wasn't high. And when you showed yourself as an angel in service to heaven, I considered you as an enemy too powerful. You proved to be superior to us by far," the girl declared, lowering her face slightly. "I don't deserve an explanation of what has happened in your life. But if later you wish, I would like to be able to help you with anything you need." Those words surprised a four-winged angel, who stood for several seconds with his eyes wide open, staring at the girl with raven-like hair. Akeno didn't blink, displaying a brief smile. Irina's concern. Akeno's smile. Vali's friendship. Gabriel's lunchbox. Those little things, which to a human would have been insignificant, were, to him, the best thing that had ever happened to him. She felt something warm trickle down her cheeks, and when she ran her hand over her face, she noticed tears falling. Was she crying? She didn't want to look weak in front of Lucifer, in front of a Gremory. Naruto, Volley spoke to him, making him hiccup. He turned around, seeing the half-breed's crystalline eyes. You made dust get in my eyes. Volley Lucifer crying that was new. Fear. The school day had ended, leaving him the entire afternoon free. At the very least, he would have liked to be able to enjoy the ramen he hadn't tried in so long and forget about his stepsister, but Azazel had appeared in the classroom looking for him and Irina, cutting short his afternoon's rest, something that really annoyed him. He needed a real break to find a way to regain his body's healthy state. He was tired, and any use of his power would be detrimental to his current state. He was like a rope. Strand by strand, his body was slowly being destroyed, reaching the point where it creaked loudly and there was no turning back. He was supposed to be an angel, and he would die in a way no one wanted. At his side, with his hands in his pockets, was Volley Lucifer, another one called by Azazel to the meeting with the Gremories and the Securite, as an all-powerful pawn of Rias herself, something that didn't seem to please Lucifer himself too much, who, behind his completely calm face, hid one of pure disgust directed towards who would be his rival. After all, Issei loved breasts and women, which was an evolutionary factor in his own power from what Volley himself told him during the break, something that disgusted the four-winged angel. Was it because he was an angel? Or because Issei was a disgrace to mankind? If this whole situation were on Haim's shoulders, he had no doubt they'd all be dead in seconds. Rizvam wasn't Kakabul or even Volley. And certainly the Demon King and the Supreme Deity weren't mere fallen angels. The three of them were priority enemies, capable of eliminating a god. It was something that bothered Naruto himself, who didn't know how to make his companions grow in power for the coming war. Dulio and a handful of his brothers would be able to fight a commandment, but the others would fall to the simple pressure that the demon clan's elite emanated in a simple one-on-one fight. The mere sight of Zeldris and the others made him clench his fists, knowing his foot was in the grave. Volley could take on Zeldris, but I doubt he could go any further at his current level. They needed urgent training, more than just staying in that academy to maintain the alliance between the biblical factions. Naruto. He blinked once, seeing the old man from the academy in front of him. He wrinkled his nose at the demonic stench emanating from the place. He could sense the presence of a Nekomata as well as Rias and her entourage. Was that the best the devils had? They couldn't possibly want to leave the future of the world in the hands of some of the worst fighters he'd ever seen, leaving aside Zenobia and maybe the transvestite vampire he'd seen for a few seconds when she saved them. This is idiocy, he declared, lowering his face in complete defeat at being forced to go somewhere he didn't want to. But he had to follow his mistress's orders, after all. But the pain in his body increased as the sun sank lower and lower in the darkening sky. I agree, Volley said through gritted teeth, somewhat annoyed by the Securite's still unintelligible presence, gripping the strap of his backpack tightly. Can we go see a Marvel movie? Do you want to watch Endgame again? I don't want to cry. It's better than what we're going to do, the hybrid declared, raising his right eyebrow, then snapping his teeth. Azazel has already arrived and has detected us. With a soft creak, the doors in front of them swung open, revealing a hallway of dirty, cracked wood before their eyes. A new floor and a refinishing would make the dilapidated place in front of them look like new. Was that a headquarters? At the sight their eyes saw, both friends began to walk towards the room where certain voices, mostly female, came from, and from where Irina's voice came out with its melodious tone, making the golden-winged angel smile. A smile that was instantly erased, remembering the little witch to whom he didn't say goodbye. He stopped his feet in front of the door. Wait. Lucifer stopped his arm, moving his hazel eyes towards the boy with golden hair and blue eyes. What's happening? How's LaFay? He asked, swallowing the lump that had formed in his throat from his own nerves. All pride was disappearing from him as the sun began to fade away. Many times his mind wandered to the little witch with blue eyes and golden hair, hoping she was okay, wanting to know what she was doing. But his physical condition had prevented him from making long journeys, from being able to search for her. He assumed she was with her brother, who had sworn his sword at Volley's feet as their new leader. And now he was the only one who could tell him about the little witch. Fine, he replied simply. But he didn't open the door. His hand was inches from the knob. He thinks of you a lot, Naruto male Escanor. Before Volley could respond to his friend's words, he grabbed the doorknob and turned it fully open, revealing before his eyes Azazel sitting in the seat behind the small table with Gremory's entire entourage in front of that immense mahogany desk. The fallen governor of Grigori had his feet up on the desk, with a bottle of whiskey at his side, just a few inches from his right foot. Ah. Finally, he clapped a couple of times, his eyes drawn to the door with his huge smile. Some blonde and some black locks were before his eyes. Finally, the two long-awaited fighters in this conflict arrive. The White Emperor and the God's Weapon. Simply wonderful. He shifted his eyes, noticing the Gremory's gaze on him specifically. After all, he himself had nearly destroyed that place a few months ago. Beautiful Akeno. "Pour illustrious companions one of your cups of tea," the fallen one requested, rising from his seat, raising both arms and clapping again. Well. As you know, the alliance has been launched, something that has attracted somewhat unwanted attention in this time of crisis, he muttered, moving his index finger from side to side, while giving a small wink. Naruto and Vali had sat together, looking at the governor of Grigori. The fact is that worse enemies than cows have emerged. The commandments. Zenovia's somewhat cold voice was heard throughout the room. Chief Rotgal, the boy said to himself, remembering the incident in the Vatican itself, when that 4-meter-tall demon almost killed both girls using his power. Not just them. Angel followers of the supreme deity have appeared in the world, forming the faithful followers, cruel fighters who aren't afraid to kill innocents. The exorcists themselves have crossed swords with them. The governor's previously cheerful voice had taken on a serious tone that stopped any whispers. The supernatural world is in crisis with 3 enemy factions. The commandments, the faithful followers, and cows. Cows isn't too much of a problem, really, beyond my grandfather and the hero faction, Vali declared, sipping on the tea that had been served to him, earning suspicious looks from most of those in the room, something that didn't seem to bother him too much. The evil dragons are a problem too, Akeno's soft voice sounded now, causing everyone to shift their eyes to the Thunder Priestess. Naruto noticed the Red Emperor's lascivious eyes and grimaced in annoyance. Apophis wouldn't be the only one by Cow's side. If anyone else is awake. Ascalon could be of help. Energetic, Issei showed everyone the blade of the sword used for killing dragons, displaying a huge smile on his slightly beaked face. He had to admit that any trace of fat had disappeared from that boy. I just need to be able to use Balance Breaker with much more power, and in this way I will cause serious damage to the dragon. Not to sound pessimistic, he slowly lowered his teacup and let the words fall from his mouth, the center of attention at the gathering in a demon's lair, but it's truly impossible for you to match the power of an evil dragon when they've pushed the faction leaders to their limits. You can barely use Balance Breaker by cheating. He placed the cup on the table, returning to his initial pose, with his back completely straight and without looking at the boosted gear wearer, who had remained completely silent, with his mouth open and his eyes fixed, surely, on him. Naruto, you've already faced the commandments. How strong are they? He moved his eyes to Azazel, who was looking at him seriously. Was that a faction leader? He knew the perverted side of that angel with 12 wings as black as the night itself. Women, alcohol. It almost seemed like a joke. Of the 10 commandments, there must be about 6 left alive after our first confrontation. He moved his mouth, uttering those words that left many of those present with their mouths open, who were incredulous. But I highly doubt they're like they were back then. Purgatory is the perfect place to improve in a single day, and I don't doubt they've increased their power under the Demon King's command. Honestly. In this room, only you, Azazel, Vali, and I could hold a stand against them at any given time. He had told the truth. He would never lie in that case, not that he could, being an angel. Although he highly doubted his golden wings would turn black. Are they that strong? Showing genuine seriousness, Ria's Gremory looked serious at his words and seemed worried about what might happen to her precious pieces. He saw it in her slightly greenish blue eyes, which flickered with genuine concern for her followers. As he spoke slowly, to impress upon the mind of the Mau Lucifer's sister, the true danger of those primordial demons who had escaped from the prison of the underworld. Just one of those elite demons could be capable of eliminating an entire detachment of your brother's best soldiers, he clarified, smiling darkly. He was an angel. He wielded the legendary power of Shunshine. He had experienced combat with those subjects who were better than any fighter he had ever seen, except perhaps his master Dulio. But that little speech directed specifically at the Gremory girl, uncertainty had fallen over the room. Even the silver-haired Lucifer's slurping had stopped. He looked directly at Azazel, who was lightly stroking his chin, perhaps searching for something to even the odds against the enemies in the war that was imminent. It was felt even in the human world. Thousands of people disappeared, and the Mau were forced to hide it. I understand, Azazel showed a somewhat tired face due to the situation, looking at the entire group in front of him, knowing that the gravity of the matter was, to say the least, excessive. Heeding Naruto's warnings, we must get going as soon as possible. Riaz, does your brother have everything ready for the holidays? Gremory brushed aside his blood-colored hair, fully revealing his pale face. Yes. He's gotten everyone's help to find a place to train before the young demon's meeting, where my brother will also forge ties with Norse mythology, she assured, appearing somewhat more relaxed. But Naruto simply slumped his shoulders, staring at his empty cup. The pain had fully returned. His muscles were burning, and blood had reached his mouth, creating a metallic taste that disgusted him. He wanted to spit it out, but the presence of all the Gremories, Azazel, Irina, and Vali prevented him. He could almost feel his heart pounding in his chest, wanting to burst out of his mouth and fall to the floor. Soon, he would leave the world altogether. With that, this little meeting is dismissed. We will meet here every afternoon to finalize a few things, including the addition of Naruto and Vali, who will be our companions from now on, like young Arena, declared the governor of Grigori, clapping his hands a few times and displaying a crooked smile, slightly perverse for the sapphire-eyed blonde's own liking. I hope you get along. The current situation requires some unexpected alliances. They stood up after the man's last words and bowed goodbye. He imitated Vali and then followed him without saying a word, his mind lost miles away from that place, feeling something he hadn't felt before. Fear had been forged by fire in his soul, while a terrifying image appeared in his mind. That presence that darkened everything was too close. The original demon. Real demons. He ran his hand over his face, noticing light beads of sweat running down it, while with his finger, he slightly moved the collar of his shirt, trying to breathe more easily. He needed oxygen. He was overwhelmed by so many demons at that party to which he had been invited by the Mao Lucifer himself, along with Arena, to show the visitors that peace was on the way, being the first angels to be together with demons in the underworld. But he didn't like the amount of vengeance some of the nobles let loose, trying to intimidate him. And he couldn't spill blood, strike the first blow. It would be an affront to his guests and to Lady Gabriel, who expected too much from him, the weapon of God, the most powerful of the angels, as Seraphil had dropped among the young men present, feeling within seconds their gazes on him, making him uncomfortable and forcing him to leave the room. Seeking the bathroom so she could soak his skin with something cold. He let out a grunt as he left his tie next to the faucet, turning it on and hearing the water dripping in a torrent. He dipped both hands in the colorless liquid and rubbed the back of his neck with his soaked hands, observing his face reflected in the mirror before him, showing him his slightly pale skin and the glasses covering his sapphire blue eyes that returned a tired, exhausted gaze. As the days passed, not even the sun could soothe the ache that ran through his body from the tips of his fingers to the tips of his golden hair. Closing his fingers into a fist hurt. Taking a step forward hurt. Blinking even once hurt. Every action that had previously been simple was now a true ordeal for him, forced to hide his discomfort from all those visitors to maintain the disguise of the strongest angel, when it was anything but. Michael, Gabriel, and his siblings were more powerful at their base power. Showing their 12 wings to everyone would make them disappear. He only had 4 wings, and now the sunshine was killing him. That post of the strongest angel was far from him. He sighed happily, feeling better at the cool touch of her fingers as they touched the skin at the nape of his neck, massaging it, letting a few drops trickle down his back, dripping into his pants, disappearing completely. He felt far too pleased at the feel of his own fingertips brushing against his warm skin, cooling it slightly. He wet his hands again in that water, seeing how it had slowly turned red with his eyes behind those glasses that his king had given him. Slowly, with the fingers of his right hand, he touched the left corner of his lips, feeling something wet. He raised his hand, seeing the bloodstain on it, dripping slowly. His eyes opened wide at the sight of the blood. He furiously moved his arm, completely wiping away the traces of it, moving his hands through the water and noticing drops of blood hitting the back of his hand. In that place, filled with potential enemies for his home, he didn't want to be seen as weak, on the verge of death, with one foot in his creator's grave. He still didn't understand how God had left such a loose end. He didn't understand how he, an angel, could die like a mere human. Could it be because he was a reincarnated angel? Did he already have Shunshine as a human? Those two possibilities were the only ones that fit with the fact that he was approaching death. He had spent almost the entire summer there, in the underworld, training alongside Vali Lucifer, and this was the last day, when the Mao Lucifer would throw a party for the young demons and, furthermore, for any potential allies. Loki's presence hadn't pleased him too much, nor had that demon guy who had flirted with the former nun, Asia Argento. He didn't like either of them. He didn't have bloodhound genes and he wasn't a censor, but being a follower of Office had made him susceptible to the presence of former companions who had been marked. Both the Norse god and the young demon who had created his harem of saints had the infinity mark on their bodies as followers of Office, or rather, Rizavum. Ouroboros herself left Kao's decisions to others. Would he have been angry about the 100 deaths caused by the supreme demon? He removed his hand from the back of his neck, turning off the faucet. He sighed, noticing the metallic taste in his mouth. He ran his tongue over his lip, removing all possible traces of that same blood as he lifted his head and saw a few strands of hair above his eyes. The gold had given way to a somewhat sickly blonde, as if the sun itself had given its color to those unruly golden hair. I almost seemed to be linked to the same star. He shook both of his hands, drying them with the abrupt movements, and took a wipe just in case, finishing drying any traces of water on them. Neither blood nor water remained on Naruto Escanor's hands. He picked up the tie he'd left on the sink and began to arrange it around his neck. With a few simple movements, he tied a small knot and adjusted the maroon tie over his white shirt. He tugged the knot up and felt it beneath his collar, completely perfect. If he took away the color from his unhealthy skin and hair, he had no doubt he'd look better even wearing those metallic glasses that were a magnet for dust. He hoped Raphael wouldn't tell Michael about his demotion. But most of all, he hoped none of it would reach Lady Gabriel, who would truly care too much for him, her saint. Fluffing his straw-lightened hair and straightening his collar, he left the bathroom, forced to wrinkle his nose, smelling the full stench of the devil the room itself gave off. The angelic scent his companion, Saint, emanated was lost among so many demons. He made a face of disgust and began to walk slowly, moving his eyes around the room, searching for the presence of Irene or Vali, while trying to find the grimoires. Then, without meaning to, she collided with a young man with a persistent smile on his slightly beaky face. With dark green hair, he used the hair from the anime falling over his forehead in spikes that no longer went down, and his eyes slightly closed at the presence of the smile on his happy face. "Angel Sand," he greeted calmly, while the blonde man showed a grimace of displeasure. Not because of that demon, but because of what he himself was hiding. "In this small meeting, I have heard, from the mouth of Seraphiel-sama, of your great power and your important position in heaven," the demon declared, being completely affable towards the man with eyes as blue as two sapphires. That melodious calm tone the young man displayed before him didn't please him very much. It was too sweet toward an enemy, and not even he would act that way. Lord Michael and Lady Gabriel would. But he, a saint, wouldn't be so calm before a possible demon who gave off a stench of evil that was too persistent. "I'm not that relevant to heaven," the boy declared as he ran his eyes over the demon's body, discovering that he was shorter than him, although he didn't use his sunshine power. "Seraphiel-sama is too kind to me." He frowned as that annoying smile grew on the young demon's face, while the dark presence he expelled grew slightly larger, heavier, as if it were a warning directed only at him. No one else seemed to notice. "Oh. You're as modest as my brother said," the demon smiled at the angel, who kept his eyes on the boy for a few seconds longer, moving them towards the podium when Loki's voice had risen a few decibels, angry with his father. He placed them back on his interlocutor without much interest, but not showing the subject that he was uncomfortable with his presence and that he would prefer to tear his head off with his precious axe Rita, which always came to his call. "But what manners of mine. Pardon my rudeness and allow me to introduce myself. Diodora Astaroth at your service, my great friend." The young man bowed his body in a perfect reverence, causing his eyebrow to twitch slightly. Such hypocrisy sickened him more than using the sun's own power. At least Loki had always been against the alliance with the Biblicals and would never hide it behind a mask. But that boy. He removed his tie again, unbuttoning the collar of his shirt, revealing his pale neck, revealing eyes as calm as the sea itself, bathed by the sun that gave him strength throughout the day. He dropped the garment used for his neck to the ground, while the fingers of his left hand closed several times and then opened again, making his tendons crack a little. "You're annoying demon," the angel hissed. Diodora opened his eyes, shedding any trace of affability he'd been able to show the others seconds before. "I don't like you. Your smell of office is too strong, kid." "I see," Diodora murmured, bringing his hand up to cover his mouth as he let out a light chuckle, exasperating the angel himself. He'd been seconds away from taking off his glasses and slamming the young man's face into the ground, even if it meant ruining the peace treaty. "The rumors of your time with cows are true, I suppose. You were on the right path, and now, you've been wasted, dear angel. I suggest you shut your mouth," he declared, cracking his neck with emotion, looking down at the small figure of Diodora, who didn't seem intimidated. "I don't want to rip your head off that small, deformed body of yours." Beelzebub's brother let out a small chuckle at the chatter the surrounding demons were carrying on, paying no attention to them, as if they were nothing. Brazen words coming from the mouth of an angel. "Something I never expected to hear unless they were from Gabriel," the boy assured, smiling calmly. He bared his teeth in a superior grin. Even if the sunshine was killing him, he'd use it to take that kid to the grave with him if necessary. Could it last a single blow? He wanted to see. "I'm no ordinary angel," he retorted, taking a step forward, forcing Diodora to retreat from the heat that had begun to emanate. By this point, several guests were watching them, separated from them, whispering. "I can kill you if I want, little insect in my path." In front of the mass. Everyone was now looking at them. Although that question would have put someone else off, it made Naruto smile proudly as he grew a few inches in the presence of the demons, slightly burning his tuxedo. "Your demon leaders don't matter to me. This piece doesn't matter to me. If anyone wants to challenge me, as you surely intended, let them do it face to face, you insolent brat." At that moment, Loki had closed his mouth, observing his cow's companion. He knew perfectly well that the Norseman would act sooner rather than later, and that would either be the trigger or shut him up for the rest of the day. "Be a demon man. Or I will tear your hypocritical head from that body and give it to your lord whom you serve, who, as far as I know, is not Lucifer or another Mao." He returned to his normal size, now with his clothes stretched out and slightly burned by his own skin. The heat had disappeared from the place, but the attention was on the golden-winged angel. He showed an annoyed grimace, putting his hands in the pockets of his sagging pants, and began walking towards where Volley was, leaning against a pillar with a glass in his hands, sending him a slight smile for his performance. Would Lucifer's descendant have known about Diodora? Why wouldn't he have acted? Surely the hybrid was hoping for a bit of fun, creating a fight between them and cows. He knew full well that Volley loved fighting and was only on their side for him. During that summer of training, the two had fought hand to hand, one using his longinus and the other the power of the sun. They demonstrated immense power, until the sun reached a point where Shunshine shattered the White Emperor's armor, leaving him completely shattered, his bones turned to ash and his muscles torn from the effort. Lucifer declared the next day that he felt stronger than before the practice match, which led to more sessions between the two throughout that summer, always under the overly annoying tutelage of Azazel, who always wore that slightly wicked smile with a full glass of alcohol that he kept drinking every few minutes and then refilling from an antique-looking bottle. Although sometimes he was nice and funny, like a perverted teacher. "You've put them in their place," with those words, raising the glass of summer wine, Volley greeted him, hiding a slight smile on his lips with a glass from which he drank lightly to leave it empty. Diodora Astaroth is not a good ally, I'm afraid. His entire entourage of pure holy girls who had served some kind of god seduced them with his pretty smile to take their virginity. Disgusted, he took a sip of the punch, tasting it. He had to admit it was good, and he wouldn't hesitate to drink some more, even though it contained some alcohol. "I see. From what I heard Issair ranting, that guy was the one who caused the church to take it out on Sweet Asia." With a crunch, the glass she had been holding was completely shattered, the liquid dripping down her hand. "Oh, you've gotten upset." He forced down the anger building inside him, turning it into an uncontrollable mass that would have made him lose all concentration and crushed the Beelzebub's younger brother. He had already threatened to kill him in front of everyone there, under the watchful eyes of the four leaders of the underworld in Aden. He grabbed a napkin from beside him and wiped away the remnants of the punch and the glass that had become embedded in his hand. He didn't bother to show pain when he hadn't even felt an itch. "I will truly kill Diodora for such an affront to heaven." He put down his napkin, taking a corner of the black jacket of his prized discarded tuxedo, and placed it on the back of his seat, next to the tie, charred at the tip. Any retribution he had felt for returning that suit was forgotten when he gave it away and burned it with his heat-filled aura. That little bastard really. Before he could finish his words, as he was still rolling up both sleeves of his white t-shirt, the glass shattered and a heavy aura hit everyone in the room, while several guards were sent tumbling to the floor, turning completely into ashes. He lowered his arm, completely covered in pieces of glass. Steam was coming out of the minor wounds. "It seems Loki has brought allies," Volley's voice caught his attention. He moved his eyes around the room until he reached the dais where he felt the cruel presence of the god, seeing Chaos soldiers at his side battling with the Mao Lucifer. And Diodora is next to another not very friendly guy. Shalba Beelzebub is present, sending his presence everywhere. He moved his hands unbuttoning his shirt, letting it fall at his feet as his muscles grew slightly, and a heat began to radiate from his body, slightly melting Volley's clothes, who showed an amused grimace. "Hiroka would love you," Lucifer declared, displaying his longinus's wings, exuding power. "I can take out Shalba and Diodora with a balance breaker." He stretched his arm upward, concentrating the power of light in a single finger as his power grew slightly, increasing at the same time as his size, and his skin seemed to regain its initial color, as well as his hair. "Do it." With a karate chop, he smashed the floor of the room set up for the meeting, drawing the attention of the Cow's members, who were amazed to see them. Seconds later, just as All Might did, the weaker soldiers were completely unconscious, both on the ground and embedded in the walls. He flexed his left arm and slammed a direct blow into the last of the awake soldiers. "No, they're not from cows. They're from God's weapon." He struck a piece of ice, shattering it, observing the face of that silver blue-haired golden-eyed god who looked at him with supreme arrogance. "I thought I'd never see you in person." He dropped the soldier, fully facing the son of Aden, heat emanating from his own body. "You ruined a good party," he declared, cracking the knuckles on both hands. "Loki, I suppose. So the Ace of Heaven knows me. Should I be grateful for it? A mere angel is the weapon of an entire faction." Slowly, the Norse god placed both hands behind his back as he sent a slingshot of power, attempting to send the ace down. Sensing the ace's poor attempt to humiliate him, he took another step forward, exuding even more heat. I see you're powerful. Just like they said. Well, it's time for a little fun between the old faction and these insolent little brats." The god raised his right hand, baring his teeth in an arrogant grin, and snapped his fingers. A simple threatening snap, and the whole place changed completely. He blinked, his head searching the barren land for Volley or the Grimory clan members, finding only a blazing sun and leafless trees, black as night itself. Loki had vanished completely, leaving him alone. That bastard. He took a step forward, advancing towards the hill in front of him, showing a frown and leaving his footprints in the greenish grass. Loki brought him to us. He stopped in his tracks and turned his head, looking at two men behind him. One was elderly, with completely white hair and beard, being very short and with the mark of the demon on his face. The other was taller, lanky and thin, with a thin, long black mustache and straight black hair tied in a long ponytail that fell down his back, with a tattoo on his right shoulder, while under his left eye, he had some marks. The small god kept his promise. He increased his size, trying to intimidate his enemies, who showed slight smiles. "Are you trying to intimidate us, Cusack?" the shorter man asked, lightly stroking his thick white beard as he looked at the angel, who didn't flinch from the dark smiles of both demons. "How cute. Chandler. This guy destroyed most of the commandments. But now I can get rid of him for the damage he caused his Elder-sama," the dark-haired man declared, taking a step forward. Naruto clenched his right fist, increasing the heat of his body until the grass burned. "It doesn't matter who you are," he said, raising his hand as a small sun formed in the palm of his hand, radiating even more heat. "It will be an honor to eliminate you. Cruel sun." He fired the burning sphere at both men who stood there, watching the sun march towards them, burning everything in its path, leaving its mark beneath it. Chandler smirked. "Full counter." He struck the cruel sun with his staff, returning it with double the power to its creator, who stood still. He raised both hands and stopped the sphere, knocking himself back several steps. He growled, doing his best to halt the advance of his own attack. The same movement as that commandment. He rolled his eyes, seeing Cusack beside him forming a completely dark fist and punching him in the face, causing him to fall to his right knee, spitting blood. He tried to get up to strike back at the two demons. But the dark-skinned man attacked him again, making several cuts along his body and moved away. Cruel Sun exploded against himself, completely engulfing him in orange flames. He kicked the ground and appeared in front of Cusack, grabbing the mustachioed man's face and slamming it into the ground, creating a huge crater under the demon's head. He stood over him with his other arm back, ready to strike the same demon. "I'll crush your head." Really surprising. He reacted too late. When he tried to throw the dark-haired man down, a spike of dark matter pierced his left abdomen. He grunted loudly, spitting blood and pulling away from the lanky man, surprised by the movement against him. He stepped back, walking slowly as he closed his eyes, breathing heavily. Blood trickled down his left side as steam shot up into the sky, enveloping himself in the dark atmosphere, through which rays of sunlight could be seen reaching him. "I didn't see him move," he reproached himself. He moved his eyes towards the small figure, who was still stroking that bushy mustache while leaning on his wooden cane, which didn't seem to have lost any pieces when it hit the sun he created with the intention of destroying them. "He's fast and strong." Cusack jumped up, brushing the dust off his extravagant clothes. There was no trace of the blow left on his body. "But I'll take him out." Resonant. He opened his eyes, remaining completely still, his arms at his sides and his mouth tightly closed. His legs were slightly bent, his body facing forward. "No, I don't feel my body." No matter how hard he tried to lift a single finger from his limbs, no one paid any attention to his mind, which seemed completely blank, as if nothing existed, none of his thoughts. Orders dissolved before the demon's eyes, and he seemed to pay no attention to anything. "You're going to do it." Cusack raised his arm and the angel imitated him, expressing surprise at what was happening, astonished at what was happening. He was being controlled by that demon and couldn't do anything. "I'll be merciful this time," Cusack declared, smiling a little as he quickly brought his arm down and pierced one of his 7 hearts, waiting for him to do the same. Hum. Heat escaped from every pore of his skin, causing the grass to bend down, as if they were sad, dejected, and began to char in the heat emanating from it. "What is it that? Who dares to give me orders?" Helpless, his chest bleeding, Cusack pinned himself to the ground for the second time, spitting out blood in torrents. He turned his head, his blazing eyes flashing to Chandler, who unleashed dark matter on him. He raised his hand and stopped the attack, displaying a blazing sun that he shot at the old man without any fear, watching as it hit him and sent him backward, leaving a trail of burnt or completely charred grass. He quickly lifted Cusack off the ground with his grip, seeing the demon's right eye between his thick fingers. "So resonant doesn't affect you," the dark-haired man muttered, spitting out some blood and realizing the mistake he'd made. By wanting to finish off the little angel quickly, he'd made a fatal error that could have cost him his life. "I would never let myself be controlled by someone unworthy of my presence, fly." He lifted the demon and slammed it into the ground without flinching. He pressed his hand down on it and swung his opposite arm, striking the demon's chest with all his might, creating a sizable crater beneath the demon's body, and he heard it groan in pain. He pulled back and kicked Cusack's side, sending him slamming into what appeared to be a rock. The rock cracked and shattered into fragments. He ran his hand over his lips and saw the blood on it. Every time the effect of the disease comes even during the day. He coughed a little, seeing more blood stains on his skin. The pain was excruciating, almost impossible to bear. His legs trembled slightly and he was forced to fall heavily to one knee, his vision slightly blurred. He felt the fibers of his body slowly being destroyed, burned by the sun itself. He gasped softly and stood up again. He turned around when he felt a dark presence, more powerful than Rizavum's. "Show my true appearance to a miserable angel from among the dark trees," Chandler showed himself to a surprised Naruto. The old appearance of that little demon had been left aside, showing a Chandler with hair as black as the night itself, a completely muscular torso and arms, and what seemed to be dark matter towards his legs, while the same matter ran through his arms. Immense wings were shown on his back, with which he raised a dense wind, making him take a few steps back. "But I want to please my king and destroy the one who has delayed our plans and led Meliodas-sama away from the true path." Another dark presence, alongside Chandler's, appeared. It moved its head, revealing Cusack in a new guise, revealing huge wings on his back and grayish skin with slightly coppery hair. A flicker and blood flowed from the angel's right arm, his eyes widening at the speed of Cusack in his true state. "I feel like my power has fallen." But that thought, he shook his head and saw the harsh reality. The sun had been extinguished by the darkness that both demons seemed to bring, leaving him without the power of sunshine. "Are you scared without the sun, brat?" Chandler slowly walked toward the angel, piercing his chest with dark matter. He fell to his knees, spitting blood at the movement. Seconds later, he was embedded in a pile of rocks that fell on him, burying him. "Without the sun, you are nothing." He spat blood out from between the rocks. He felt the warm liquid trickle down his temple, dripping to the ground below. "Why am I shaking?" He gritted his teeth and raised his face. In front of him, revealing pitch-black eyes, Chandler stared at him with a truly demonic grin, radiating a power greater than Rizavum himself. Sunshine had run out. His body was deteriorating. They were real demons. Original demon. He moved swiftly, evading the movements of Beelzebub's descendant, who attacked him fervently, looking for a moment to land a simple attack against him. He maneuvered in the air, evading several spells from the old faction man, remaining in the air, expelling power. He was wrapped in the Sailmail, the balance breaker of divine dividing, exposing its power. He was white, with the blue gems shining completely. Divide. 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 But the sweep of his right arm, he completely reduced Shalba Beelzebub's movement and with the other, he deflected the spell, making it disappear completely. He gritted his teeth and spread his powerful wings, releasing some of the power he had received. The old faction has made its move by taking advantage of Loki's own movement. Diodora has vanished and I can't find him, I'm afraid, but Shalba is willing to keep me here for something. He stopped the pure demon's fist, feeling a shock wave send him back several meters. He wasn't too surprised by the blow. Naruto, in his the One form, delivered even more powerful blows and with a mere finger, he would have left the demon in front of him on the ground, completely defeated. Inside the hut, he allowed himself to smile, feeling Shalba's sharp eyes on him, while the echoes of battle echoed across the barren wasteland of hills and dirt. He hadn't sensed Naruto's presence anywhere, which was worrying him even more. He didn't want to think that the illness had spread so far, making it impossible for him to defend himself. Then it hit him. The sun had completely disappeared, leaving over their heads a blanket as black as the night itself, without stars or moon. "Naruto." He turned his attention to Shalba, who was preparing a new move against him. He closed his fist, preparing to launch himself at the demon. His armor felt much lighter. "I'm sorry for doing this, Volley," Shalba assured, showing that small smile that irritated him so much. He focused more magic on the armor's central gem, focusing his eyes on the member of the old faction, trying to intimidate him, something that didn't seem to have the desired effect. "But you've left the true path." He tried not to laugh at Beelzebub's words, who seemed too focused on his political speech to notice the change in the air, bending slightly at his presence. He could see, with his own eyes, a drop trickling down his opponent's chin. "I'm not interested in what you're going to say," he declared. He scanned the area, hoping to see Diodora Astaroth somewhere. He felt a strange tingling on the back of his neck, as if something was warning him of movement from the enemy he couldn't see. "I'm on the right side this once." Shalba hissed, waving her arms to the sky. "Your grandfather was right. You'll never understand the true essence of the old faction," he grumbled, pointing his index finger at her. She didn't flinch at the gesture, but instead moved forward a meter, the gems gleaming faintly. "I don't want to listen to you, Shalba." "Well, you will. When I'm done with you, you'll pray to return to our side, little Volley," the member of the old faction assured, beginning to gather magical energy. Inside his armor, he smiled slightly. "I carry the divine dividing," he boasted, exuding more power and forcing Beelzebub back, slightly surprised at the power he displayed. He had stopped worrying about Diodora and decided to take Shalba to destroy him now. In the blink of an eye, Shalba Beelzebub's body was embedded in a rocky outcrop, spewing blood, the echo of broken bones ringing through the air. A few meters away, Lucifer showed his right fist, which left small blood stains visible. How? I had expected Volley to be strong, but not this much. He flexed his fingers, smiling broadly, paying no attention to the demon. Apparently, every day of training alongside his friend had helped him master scale mail to a much higher level. He wasn't at his grandfather's level, but with his new power, Issei certainly wouldn't surprise him again. He moved his eyes toward his enemy, appearing completely calm. He raised his hand, allowing fine strands of magic to emerge from his body. He felt his own aura grow with each second, while the ground seemed to tremble slightly. Had he become that strong? It only made him enjoy the fight, the desperation reflected in the eyes of Shalba Beelzebub, the pure-blooded demon who wanted the power of Mag for himself. "You can't win, Shalba," he declared, feeling the words spill out of his mouth on their own, completely firm and unafraid. He'd never felt so confident, not even when he'd attacked his archenemy with words. "I'm sorry. That you'd throw your life away like this, it's just ridiculous, Shalba." The member of the old faction stepped back, horror in his eyes as he felt his enemy's magic fluctuating through the air, coming towards him. "Why, you wouldn't kill an old comrade, would you?" Volley Lucifer removed his white helmet, revealing his hazel eyes, while strands of his hair stirred in the wind. In the distance, cries of pain could be heard, carried by the wind itself to the ears of Lucifer's descendant. He hadn't had any friends. His father was dead. He barely remembered his mother. Azazel had been the one who'd taken care of him until he was a teenager, and he'd never thanked him. Hitting him from behind seemed better than a simple thank you. But everything changed for him when Naruto had presented himself with that offer. He had hesitated. Why would heaven allow him to continue living and be on their side after what he had done? There was no forgiveness left for him, and Naruto had gotten it. And he had enjoyed seeing the suppressed anger in Haim Misei's brown eyes when he had first seen him after the battle, walking alongside Akeno through Kuo Academy. He had to thank his friend for that. He raised his right arm, pointing his palm towards Shalba without even blinking. "You're nothing to me, compression divider." Naruto male Escanor. He was thrown backward, feeling trees and rocks crumble to nothingness as his body collided with him. He revealed his precious golden wings and took flight again, dodging the second attack. He revealed the Rita blade in his hand and swung it, blocking both blades of one of his two enemies. He gritted his teeth, feeling blood trickle down the edge of his lips. Within seconds, both of them swung powerful blows that completely devastated the barren land, raising waves of powerful wind that tore down trees and raised dust. One careless moment and he ended up feeling a leaf brushing against his skin, forcing him to move away from it. "Without the sun you're nothing, I'm afraid. This is a waste of time." He descended to the ground, releasing Rita, who fell heavily to the ground, becoming embedded in a rock. Slowly, blood trickled down her right arm, dripping to the ground, as red as summer wine itself. None of his wounds seemed to want to close anytime soon. "I won't let you out of here," he roared, showing sharp eyes that would have intimidated others, but not the masters of the Demon King's children, who were the original demon, the most powerful being after the king in the clan. "Or I will die taking you with me." He fired several golden flashes, hoping his light magic would affect them. He opened his eyes as Cusack took them full on, unaffected and unafraid of being hit. Zeldris's master only widened his smile, stepping forward with both swords ready to execute him. Annoying little bird. One movement and hundreds of wounds crisscrossed his body, dripping blood onto the ground. He fell to his back, panting heavily, feeling every muscle in his body burning, as if they were being squeezed dry. He had encountered a world his angel powers alone couldn't bring down. Is this the end for me? He closed his eyes, shifting his weight onto one knee. He gasped, his lips tightening. He spat out a mouthful of bloody phlegm and, with a struggle, stood up, revealing his golden wings, radiating a golden light that would have made any demon flinch. "The most annoying little bird in the world," Chandler declared, taking a couple of steps forward. Naruto knew it. His power against them was completely useless, non-existent without a mere ray of sunlight. Even sunshine itself was paltry against both demons, who had proven superior to him when they took their true forms. Die. He received several full-blown cuts on his body again, feeling his bones being ground down to a mere calcium slurry alongside his own muscles. He screamed, spitting blood between his lips. He felt every cut in his skin, in his muscles. Every cut in his skin oozed blood that slowly trickled down his torso, arms, and legs. It was a miracle he was still standing, feeling the blood trickle down his body, his ripped pants, his ground bones, and his liquefied muscles. His pale skin had returned, and the gold in his hair was completely gone, leaving it an ashy color too light to belong to someone who was healthy. He wasn't. His body was slowly degrading and he would soon suffer the ravages of the disease that would send him to his grave. He could see his own body turning to ash, as if the sun itself had destroyed him from the inside out. Nothing would remain of him. But he would take those two demons with him with his own strength, without using Sunshine's power any further than he had already. There was no the one he could use. There was no heat power with which to scorch the ground beneath his feet. There was no extra strength. There was just him. It's time. Chandler slowly raised his arm as a cruel smile spread across his face. His grotesque muscles looked like a copy of what he had created after seeing Naruto's own, who had proven strong against the immense sea of dark power that both primordials possessed and with which they had tried to send the boy down. Goodbye, little bird. Disappear. Dark matter formed in the short demon's hand and shot out toward a tired blonde man who couldn't even move a single muscle to pierce it. That was the end of him. He would leave the world the instant that projectile pierced him. I would leave heaven in the hands of Michael and Gabriel. Arc. In front of the three combatants, an immense white light filled the entire space, pushing back the shadows that had formed the attack, completely dissolving it. Slowly, rays from the sun began to filter through Chandler's dark cloak. An archangel. Light dust rose as a muscular figure's feet touched the ground in front of Naruto, revealing 12 wings. I know in Nanatsu, I think there are 4, but I'm going to stick to DXD as white as snow, dropping a few feathers to the ground. His straight, slightly curly hair fell to his broad shoulders, like a silver waterfall. His body was covered by a white trench coat with matching pants, slightly revealing his boots of the same color. There were no extravagant designs beyond a golden sun on his right shoulder that looked like it was made of gold thread. He gracefully swept his arm, sending out a pulse of magic that dispelled all darkness, allowing the sunlight to lightly hit Naruto's face. Naruto-sama. The blonde missile hugged the boy, who opened his eyes at the sweet female voice that filled his eardrums. With his eyes cleared, he could see Lefay Pendragon hugging him, shedding a few small tears. Pei-chan. He sighed, falling back onto the ground. He could rest a little before continuing to fight. He felt his head being picked up and placed in a warm place. Take care of my dear grandson, little one. The archangel showed a sweet smile that made the little golden-haired girl blush fervently, who moved her face to hide it. I will deal with this matter. Who are you? You bear my name and don't know it. I'm male of the 4 archangels of the supreme deity. And of course, I'm your grandfather, the silver-haired man declared, his smile widening as his golden eyes fell on Cusack and Chandler, who took a step back. Now, I'll take care of them. You won't be able to take us on alone, Archangel. Words that passed through one of Male's ears and out the other, showing confidence in his own power. I could, but I still didn't come alone, I'm afraid. I brought a good friend with me for this moment. Clink clink. Naruto blinked, as did Lefay. Both teens shook their heads and looked at a scrawny figure emerging from the dark trees, wearing glasses on his face, with a thick orange mustache and short hair of the same color, and completely calm blue eyes behind the glasses. The golden armor covered his body with 2 blue shield-like shoulder pads and a gray lion on them. Wait for me, Male. Archangel laughed softly, looking at the small, scrawny figure that could barely carry the armor from the days of the Holy War. He still didn't understand how it had survived millennia of wars. Sweaty, the orange-haired boy arrived at the young men's side, resting his hands on their legs, letting out heavy pants, and letting thick drops of sweat fall from his face. All good? Why yes. Chandler clicked his tongue against his teeth in annoyance. Will that human be your companion? It's your end, Male, the demon declared, laughing sinisterly at the presence of the weak-looking human who didn't seem to have any muscles in his own body. Male ignored Chandler's words and looked at his partner. Let's help our grandson, dear friend. The man turned around, scratching the back of his neck as he looked nervously at Naruto and Lefay. Can I borrow that axe? Hesitating at the armored man's request, he simply nodded, thinking afterward that it would be impossible for him to grasp the weapon that only he could. But he gasped in amazement as the man's hand firmly gripped the axe handle and slowly grew, his muscles growing. Glasses creaked at the man's change. That change in the human alerted Cusack, who widened his eyes in pure astonishment, recoiling at the heat emanating from him. That brought a smile to the orange-haired man's face. Now everything will be fine. He carried Rita over his shoulder, raising his left hand and pointing the same index finger upwards. A small sun formed, astonishing Gabriel's ace, discovering that it was the power of sunshine. Escanor-sama will take care of all the evil in the world. My other grandfather. Escanor smiled at his grandson's astonishment, unraveling the small cruel sun he had formed. He moved his head over his shoulder, calmly looking at the blonde. Naruto. Trust us, Male pleaded, letting some of his own power escape to match that of the 2 demons in the king's service. They weren't going to let their grandson die. Young lady. Make sure this boy doesn't do anything stupid. You know perfectly well he'll do them. Escanor stepped forward, smiling, showing those white teeth beneath his bushy mustache, the color of fire itself. He's the grandson of the hero among heroes and the most powerful archangel in the world. Clearly, he'll do stupid things, male. Don't remind me that he's your grandson too. Dark mass launched itself at them. Rita moved, smashing everything in front of them, slicing the tentacles Chandler had formed in two, leaving him amazed. I'll take care of the lanky one. I'll get the muscle one. Naruto was speechless. His grandparents were watching over him. Male versus Chandler. Male, the wielder of the grace of the sun, stepped forward, deflecting the tentacles sent by Meliodas' master. He raised his hand and summoned an arc with which he destroyed the darkness, disappearing completely to strike the chin of the ancient demon, who recoiled in surprise at the speed of the archangel himself, who was now behind the demon, raising his right fist. But the simple blow without magic, Chandler ended up slammed into the ground, generating a slight tremor and a cloud of dust that rose, moving towards Male. He flapped his wings and completely dispelled the cloud, looking at an unharmed Chandler who looked at him, slightly irritated. He raised his hand at the same time as the demon, and both attacks collided, generating an immense wind that whipped the entire place. I hadn't lost practice at all. So the supreme deity has also been freed from his seal. Why do you help those insects when your lady has been purged by God? May looked calmly at Chandler, showing no irritation at the demon's words. They weren't affecting him much either. He wasn't here for the supreme deity or his brothers. Not even for revenge when Naruto killed one of their own. I'm not interested in the supreme deity, he declared, firing a magical pulse that forced Chandler to take flight, dodging the archangel's movement. I'm for my grandson. He vanished, slamming his elbow into the dwarf demon's stomach, sending him sprawling backward. He vanished again, slamming his knee into Chandler's backhand with a cruel sun blast, slamming it into the demon's abdomen, slamming it back into the ground, cracking the ground and widening the crater the demon had previously formed. He angled his body, dodging dark matter spikes that would have pierced him, and flapped his wings vigorously to avoid further attacks. He raised his hand, stopping Chandler's fist inches from his chin. He braced himself and, using his other arm, summoned an arc, completely destroying the dark matter that was about to attack him from the side. He separated from the demon, looking at him with his golden eyes. Oh. You came for the little bird, the old man squeaked, causing Male to raise an eyebrow at the tone of that wretch who dared to harm his precious family. A shame we didn't kill him sooner. That won't happen, he assured her, sending a wave of wind against Chandler, watching him cover himself with his arm. I'll kill you first. He couldn't dodge it. Opening his eyes in astonishment, a fiery sphere struck him full on, completely surrounding him with fire, causing him to roar. Summoning dark magic, he used dark matter to dissipate the burning mass surrounding him, leaving him in full view of Male, who was staring at the demon from a safe distance. Will you let anger control you? He gritted his teeth, raising his arm. Within seconds, Chandler felt light magic strike him, completely shattering his right arm, breaking it into a bloody mess that fell to the ground, slowly disintegrating. It's not anger, demon. It's pity for you will never see your beloved king again, the archangel hissed, sweeping his left arm aside. Hundreds of golden flashes struck it, causing Chandler to open his eyes, feeling his body being sliced 100 times over with that simple gesture. I will disintegrate your putrid soul. He raised his left arm above his head. Magic began to gather as heat began to rise in the area, turning any grass or tree in the area into ash, surprising Meliodas' old master. Do you think you can kill me with your grandson's attacks, insect? No measly angel will kill me. Male smiled. I am an archangel, demon calmly, the bearer of the grace of the sun showed his golden eyes to a shadow Chandler who stepped back, surprised and scared at the magic that emanated from him, and you are a mosquito in my path. Greatest son. He lowered his arm, causing the flaming sphere to follow him seconds later, radiating an immense heat that made even Naruto sweat. He watched in amazement and confusion as his grandfather, the archangel, demonstrated magnificent handling of sunshine and a power of heaven superior to his own. He was an archangel for a reason, after all. Chandler concentrated all the dark magic he could, using his dark matter to stop the sun from advancing toward him, wanting to destroy him. His jaw dropped as the immense sun completely destroyed his dark matter and struck him, crashing him for the third time into the crater he had formed, and he was completely engulfed in the fiery mass Male had formed. And that isn't even half of the power. Male observed the destruction caused by his movement, seeing a huge hole where Chandler's disintegrated body should have been. There was not a single trace of the demon himself. His body would have fallen to the bottom of that hole. He flexed the fingers of his right hand, feeling the tendons a little tense. He should increase his own training regimen so he wouldn't become obsolete in future battles. Escanor vs. Cusack. Ashes could be seen on the ground, on the rocks, on the shattered trees, and the sound of clashing metal made any inhabitant of that dead forest flee. Two figures moved, one long and thin, the other tall and broad. One carried two blades darkened by their own darkness, and the other an immense golden axe that had belonged to Naruto himself, who could only hear the clash of the two combatants' weapons. The muscular figure showed itself, revealing some blood running down his right arm, dripping to the ground. He wasn't very good at defending himself against his enemy's movements. He was a direct attack tank against anyone. Light steam escaped from the wounds, and they closed completely. He raised his face, seeing Cusack's slender gargoyle descending upon him, swinging the two dark-bladed swords with which he attempted to decapitate the man. He raised Rita and blocked his opponent's movement. Wind formed, stirring the leaves of the trees. Escanor used the strength of his entire torso and sent a powerful slash, sending Cusack tumbling backward, spitting blood as the sharp blade of the immense axe sliced into his torso. Slowly, the dark matter healed any wounds left by the knight's sharp weapon. "You're an interesting human. I'll enjoy destroying you completely." The strongest man didn't respond to the demon's jabs. He carried Rita over his shoulder and raised his left hand, palm facing the sky. Slowly, a sun began to form in his palm, radiating heat like a true sun. "No one can destroy Escanor-sama," he declared haughtily, taking a step forward, towering over the demon himself, who was forced to step back and raise his face, looking into the human's gleaming eyes. "I will destroy you. Cruel son." Without being able to move, Cusack received the hero's blow in his chest, forcing him to retreat several meters. He used his hands to grasp the burning sphere, hissing at the heat emitted by the sphere, which burned his skin. He strained and threw the sphere into the sky, leaving his arms stretched out, completely defenseless. He spat out blood and was thrown back. Red drops fell from Rita's blade as Escanor stroked his mustache, appearing completely calm. He shifted his eyes to his side, lifting Rita and blocking the blades that would have cut him. "Die once and for all." HMP Escanor flexed his legs lightly, letting Cusack's body pass over him, and stared at him, unleashing a powerful slash that I sent against the ground, with an immense cut on his chest. The demon spat out blood, noticing the ground creak and blood run from the wound caused by Rita. "Better die by the hand of Escanor-sama." Cusack rolled on the floor, lying there in a pool of his own blood. He coughed a little, making the pool that had formed beneath him even bigger. Insolent human, he began to rise, sending a dark glare toward the orange-haired man, who didn't even flinch from the bloodlust emanating from the demon himself. "I will destroy you." He raised both blades, generating a sharp wind that hit Escanor full on, completely enveloping him in dust. Small stones could be heard slowly falling to the ground. Super slash. He opened his eyes. He felt his body being cut in two. He coughed blood, watching as the dust slowly settled back to the ground, revealing the imperious figure of Escanor, staring mockingly at him, as if he were a mere fly in his soup bowl. "You? What?" He took Cusack's head in his left hand and lifted the demon's torso. The legs lay on the ground, slowly leaking dark blood. "Shut your filthy mouth," he hissed, glaring darkly at the demon. Without caring about anything, the hero of heroes threw the body against a rock, watching as it fractured and blood trickled between its fragments, completely dark. 10 minutes later. Mail and Escanor walked together, showing no signs of damage from the short confrontation with their respective enemies. Not even their magical reserves seemed to have decreased. Naruto was amazed at the sight of his two grandfathers slowly approaching them, taking calm steps, talking to each other. Mail was the one speaking more, while Escanor only listened to the words of the archangel who walked by his side, showing off his 12 snow-white wings, and the same human showing his eyes as powerful as the ocean that surrounded the earth itself. Both had used skills that he had used before, but were superior. Even an axe blow from Escanor was more destructive than his own, which made him look bigger in his eyes. He was relieved to have been saved by both of them. He still had a lot to learn if he could find a way to survive. He sat up slightly, noticing how thanks to the sun the wounds had closed completely, and looked at the archangel, and the hero, now stopped a few steps from him and Lefay, who had been watching over him the whole time. "Here she is." Escanor effortlessly placed Rita beside his grandson, showing a brief smile as she shrank, revealing her thin, flabby form. A form that didn't inspire much fear or respect in his enemies. "It's been wonderful to use sunshine again." Flicker. "Wait, didn't God create sunshine? I'm supposed to be its first bearer?" he asked, confused. He had too much on his mind, discovering that both of his grandfathers seemed to have used the grace before him and still carried it. May laughed lightly. "Yes. But you weren't the first. I was the first user of sunshine, followed by Escanor when the holy war began again," the archangel declared, looking at his grandson affectionately. "That would be a story for another time, I'm afraid. We must go to the underworld and see what Loki has done. We cannot allow your friends to suffer the power of a second-class god. Our time with sunshine will be answered at another time." Naruto nodded, letting out a sigh. He was somewhat tired from all the fighting he'd endured. A break wouldn't hurt him. He'd grown tired of being God's weapon, as the demons and even the angels had dubbed him, thanks to the power of grace. "Thank you for saving me, grandparents." "Oh, it's a pleasure," the archangel assured, the smile falling slightly on his face. "I'm sorry I'm so late. My decisions have caused a power fluctuation between heaven and the territory of the supreme deity, who wants to take over heaven completely. Soon, sooner than I'd like, the angels on his side will create chaos in heaven. By then, I believe you'll be able to fight fully." "Wait. Do you know about?" Escanor raised his trembling hand, silencing the golden-haired boy and causing Mael and LaFay to look at him with interest. The hero's own interactions were sparse in his standard form, with his thin arms and body barely showing any visible muscles. "You're sick," he declared, looking at his grandson with sympathetic eyes, causing LaFay to lower her face, completely sad, revealing crystalline eyes. "But your illness can be stopped with a ritual of the three suns. A ritual that..." "Prakuam?" Arc thunder struck the ground, generating a pressure that forced LaFay to gasp, at the same time that Naruto opened his eyes and his grandparents looked towards a completely dark dome, filled with demonic power. That pressure was undoubtedly greater than that of Mael and Escanor. What happened? Worried, the archangel spread his wings, trying to take flight. He was forced to move his arm, casting an arc to dispel the dark energy, surprised. He looked at his palm, seeing blood trickling down it. "This is... a simple bird will lose its wings while the bones of the filthy human dance in our mouths." They saw a dark figure walk toward them with soft steps, making its dark presence known. It resembled a centaur, with one arm holding a shield, another a staff, and the upper right and lower left arms, each holding a sword made of darkness, while a dark flame crowned its head. The centaur's body resembled that of a lion more than a horse. That's... Mael swallowed hard, displaying his 12 wings and creating a dome of energy to avoid being damaged by the recent movement of the being in front of them. Like thousands of years ago, Cusack and Chandler have joined, thus forming the original demon, the first to be created by the Demon King, the archangel gasped, closing both hands, raising his own aura to its zenith. "We must work together, Escanor." He lightly brushed Rita's handle with his slightly growing hand. He placed the axe on his shoulder and looked toward the strange centaur. He snorted, carefully picking at a few strands of his bushy mustache. The hero of heroes didn't seem worried, taking a step forward. "Escanor-sama will defeat that strange horse," he declared, clenching his left hand tightly. He smiled mockingly, showing himself powerful before a dark being like the original demon. "As long as the sun shines in the sky, I will do my best to protect you." He walked slowly, stepping out of the magic dome created by Mael himself. "The filthy human wishes to fight us," original demon let out an immense and dark laugh, standing in front of Escanor, forcing the hero to raise his eyes for the first time. Escanor moved Rita, blocking both of the centaur's blades, being sent back about 10 meters, leaving marks on the ground. "You will be the perfect food for us." He raised his hand, stopping the demon's right blade, feeling an immense wind whipping around the entire place. Blood fell to the ground as he felt the wound seem to burn slightly. He tried to move elsewhere, but original demon lunged with his lower left arm, piercing his shoulder from side to side. Cough. Original demon smirked, raising the other blade, pointing the tip at the same sun, forming a shadow over Escanor himself, who had dropped the heavy axe after being pierced by the blade. "The just sentence will fall upon you, human." He swiftly brought his sword down, slashing at the hero's neck. He opened his eyes, hidden by the strange butterfly-shaped mask, when the orange-haired man's gloved hand stopped his sword, making a soft crunching sound as he grasped it. Slowly, the man's face lifted, revealing blue eyes that shone with amusement and a hint of pride. The original demon would be pleased with his own abilities. But so was he. During the Holy War, he had been a holy knight, a hero, and former prince of a country he had destroyed using Shunshine when fighting a powerful enemy. His grandson was standing behind him, completely devastated and wishing he wouldn't die. He wouldn't allow a centaur cat to kill him when he was supposed to be destroying the commandments like they had done thousands of years ago. In the moment of greatest need, Escanor, the sin of pride, would show himself in all his splendor. "The sun is consumed." Escanor tightened his grip on the original demon's blade, taking a step forward against the four-legged centaur cat, looking down at it with his eyes from under the blade of the demon's right sword. He stamped down, swinging his left arm in an attempt to strike. But the original demon was faster, firing a blow with his other blade, creating a lacerating wound on the Sin of Pride's chest, forcing it to take a few steps back, still holding the blade of the sword with which it tried to decapitate it. He spat blood onto the same flaming blade and shifted his body slightly, striking at the centaur cat demon. The original demon is supposed to have feline paws, and forcing it to retreat as he himself was moved backward by the force executed. He grabbed Rita tightly, pinning her to the ground, and swung a blow at the original demon, hoping to cut him from the waist to the chest. However, the demon blocked the move with his two swords, generating a light wind that stirred Escanor's hair and the original demon's flame. He dropped Rita down at the same time the centaur demon did the same. Escanor raised his face, looking haughtily at the demon before him. His blue eyes showed an intense light like the sun itself. On the other hand, the original demon showed his teeth, sharp as razors, letting saliva drip between them. Both combatants were surrounded by a land now barren and lifeless, with ash on the ground, indicating the presence of fire. This fire had been present until the wind generated by the battle extinguished it. Behind the hero of heroes were Mail, Lefay, and Naruto, watching the fight between Escanor and the original demon, two of them surprised by the quality of the fight itself. This was on another level, and Naruto recognized it. He possessed Shunshine like his two grandfathers, but he had never achieved control to that level, being able to face someone like that demon. Escanor cracked his neck with a sideways nod, using his left hand for support. "Your breath stinks," deformed Cad. Escanor raised one of his eyebrows, smiling arrogantly. "You're definitely not like that little bird." "Oh no, you're much tastier than that kid," the original demon hissed, swinging his sword arms, creating a dark flare. Escanor patted his shoulder, making those annoying flames disappear like they were nothing more than mosquitoes. "I'll be able to get my teeth into you." The original demon swung a sickle at Escanor, and he dodged a blade by throwing his body to the side, letting the flaming blade pass by. The orange-haired man opened his eyes and felt something pierce him. He lowered his face, watching the demon's right blade pierce his stomach from behind. Cough. "Now that's just pitiful," the original demon declared, withdrawing his sword and preparing a slash with his left. He opened his eyes as his enemy's axe forced him to take cover, sending him hurtling backward, leaving marks in the ground. "This is what I expected." Escanor stared at his enemy with dark amusement, with Rita standing before him, letting the sun shine on her blade. Slowly, the wound on her body had healed, until only dried blood remained on her armor. Oh, this was unexpected," declared the Rita wielder, lowering his axe and looking the demon in the eye. "Well, I think we should save the warm-up for another time." The ground beneath his feet cracked as he began to grow a little, letting heat escape from his body, rippling the air. In a single second, Escanor swung his axe, launching a slash that was blocked by both of the demon's blades, but it was sent back a meter. As the centaur brought his swords down, Escanor leaped, lifting Rita over his head and slashing at the demon. The original demon swung his right blade, blocking the hero's axe lash, generating an immense wind, and slashed with the blade of his left arm, being blocked by the orange-haired man with his forearm, generating some steam as the blade pierced the armor and cut the skin that had been covered. Escanor yanked his arm, forcing the demon's arm towards him, and launched a powerful kick, striking the centaur cat's torso squarely. The demon growled, feeling his ribsage seemed to want to sink as deep as possible. It almost seemed as if some of his ribs had been shattered by the blow itself. He raised his face, looking directly into the face of the human attacking him. He swung the blade back and slashed directly at the man. Escanor saw the movement and fired a small cruel sun against the sword and moved to the side, getting into a blind spot of the demon, moving Rita behind him. In the second, he fired a slash at his enemy, being blocked by the shield of the original demon himself, who repelled the slash and sent it crashing into the hero himself, who was thrown backward. "I must admit, you're interesting, human. But your time has come," declared the original demon, brandishing both swords, sending a powerful blast of purgatory lightning toward Escanor. Just as the flames were about to reach the hero, a shield of magic blocked the flames, creating an explosion, sending smoke into the sky itself. "Now, this is not a game." Mail lowered his arm, flapping his 12 white wings, sending some feathers to the ground as he watched the demon with his golden eyes, his silver hair fluttering. Mail, the original demon, greeted, lowering both blades, looking from Escanor to Mail, smiling creepily. "You're going to take me seriously now." "We've always done it," the archangel declared, looking seriously at his enemy, slowly building up his magic to reach Escanor's level. They couldn't just play it cool. Not when their enemy was at the level of the Demon King. "I'm glad to hear that, Mail. But my power is greater than you can imagine. You won't be able to defeat me unless you give up your life," the demon reported calmly. The earth seemed to tremble from the immense aura the three combatants seemed to gather within their bodies. In just an instant, the original demon unleashed a blast of purgatory fire, forcing Mail to generate his shield to protect himself and Escanor from the attack. The latter slashed upward at the demon, attempting to counter him. But the demon vanished in a blur, reappearing behind the shield, raising both swords, and unleashing a double slash. With a crunch, the ground beneath the shield split, shattering fractures within it, causing Mail to open his eyes, feeling the demon's power flood the blades of his swords. Gritting his teeth, he fired an arc at the original demon, landing a blow and being knocked back, leaving Escanor unprotected. Escanor raised his axe with lightning speed and began slashing at the quadruped demon, creating fractures in the ground and the sound of clashing metal. Ripples of wind seemed to linger, small but persistent. Escanor jumped to the side, letting Male fire his Heliosphere at the demon, having the blow redirected by the original demon's shield, forcing both Shunshine wielders to jump out of the way. In the air, the hero of heroes moved Rita to the side and threw it, hoping to hit his enemy in the side. The original demon swung his other sword and deflected Rita, creating a break in its defense that Male took advantage of, firing a powerful beam of light at the quadruped, knocking it back. The demon's torso showed a light smoke, but the dark matter had begun to heal the wound that Male's own magic could have caused. But he got no respite. He raised both blades, blocking Escanor's direct blow, feeling himself pushed back by the human's growing strength. He gritted his teeth, forming a sinister and annoyed smile, hearing his sword seem to want to give way under the blow. He pumped more magic, generating a blanket of flames that forced the knight to retreat. The moment the demon took advantage of to strike Escanor in the chest and send him tumbling elsewhere, while simultaneously swinging his other blade and deflecting a blast of light magic that Male sent his way. He swung his staff, deflecting the last bit of light magic from the Archangel, and pointed his staff. Death drive, the demon growled. An invisible force struck the Archangel, sending him hurtling backward, crashing heavily into the ground as it seemed to give way. Male spat out blood, feeling his bones crushed by the power. "I'm sorry to say this, little Male. But my power continues to grow." It reared up on two legs and slammed its front paws into the ground, sending a sea of dark flames toward the Archangel. Dive. 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 Male fired a cruel sun at the weaker flames, creating an explosion that covered almost everything in dark orange flames. He shook his head and saw Volley Lucifer above him in his scale mail, blasting away the excess power through his wings. Slowly the Archangel stood up, recovered from the demon's powerful movement, but with traces of blood on the corner of his lips. "So, a demon cat, or something?" Volley asked, looking condescendingly at the one who seemed to be the enemy, slightly increasing his own aura. "You could say," Male smoothed his clothes, looking at the original demon with his golden eyes, slowly accumulating power. "Are you?" Volley Lucifer. Male. The Archangel launched himself at the original demon, conjuring a spear in his hand and firing it, causing his enemy to slightly move his torso and one of his blades to deflect the attack. A moment Escanor took advantage of to fire a super slash at the enemy, hitting the demon's right side, creating a fatal wound that showed blood dripping to the ground. The original demon smirked, seeing his three enemies now. He focused demonic magic on both blades, boosting the fire within them, and brought down a dark blazing sickle at the trio. Male dodged to the right, and Volley blasted it away with divine dividing, finding the power too much to contain, and being forced to expel quite a bit of it. Escanor simply moved Rita and took the attack upon himself, being pushed back and feeling like the flames were about to devour him. The demon launched another death drive, pushing the three away from him, feeling less pressured and beginning to summon power and release it in one go, destroying everything in its path about 100 meters from the roundabout, creating a flaming chaos. Escanor, Male and Volley began to get up, the last one showing cracks in his wide armor, which began to recompose. "I'll grant you something for your efforts. But as you wound me, my power will grow. And the sun won't be in the sky forever," the demon assured him, smiling grimly, seeing himself as the victor on that small crossbar for him. Volley stood up, focusing his power on rebuilding his armor, while he stabilized himself again. "Stop meowing, little kitten. How disrespectful of you, little hybrid demon. Now you will take a bit of my power directly." "No, it was for you." Original demon evaded a crescent staff, moving his head slightly, but was forced back by the powerful blow of a dark-haired Nekishim using Senjutsu. Ikm swung the BM staff with force as he slid down it, sending a double kick against the demon's face, making it flinch, and earning a second blow from Kuroka against his ribsage, being displaced backwards by the powerful blow pushed against him, thanks to the natural energy. The original demon moved, sending a wave of power against both Yaokai, forcing Sun Wukong's descendant to take several steps back, but the Nekishim was hit by the movement, being smashed against the ground, engulfed in flames. "Kuroka. I see, more ants joining their imminent death," the quadruped demon hissed, beginning to walk towards the fallen Nekishim, stopping when a young blonde man stood in front of Kuroka herself, moving the Excalibur rule until the tip was placed against the ground, while a shield emerged over both the Nekishim and the knight. "Oh, another fun human. Now, by the power of Excalibur rule I command you to stop and bow down before me." Arthur Pendragon roared, slamming the sword into the ground, sending all his power into the sword, executing his command with force. Original demon said nothing, remaining completely calm, looking at the boy in front of the Yaokai. It seemed the Excalibur fragment had achieved its goal, but then, the demon's mocking laughter echoed across the battlefield. Arthur opened his eyes wide, watching as the original demon raised its sword and was seconds away from striking him. Escanor moved, pushing the Pendragon and the Nekishim, getting the blow to himself, being sent against the ground, leaving a fairly wide crater. This is fun. Excalibur. No, it doesn't even come close to the true power of the King of Britain's sword, the demon declared, looking at the new combatants. The entire volley team, along with volley, Mail, and Escanor. He felt honored to be facing so many of them at once. They were truly taking him seriously, and that made him happy in a way. But his time was running out. Soon the sun would reach its zenith, and then Mail and Escanor would be nothing. And he could handle the others with just a finger. Now, I believe it will be a real pleasure to take you all on, to eliminate you. I wouldn't be so sure. Escanor cast aside the breastplate of his armor, leaving only the lower portion, showing a drastic increase in his power, in his muscles. Slowly, the knight advanced towards the demon, showing eyes full of fire. He raised his hand and sent a wave of scorching wind against the demon, forcing it to retreat. The one. Now, without holding back for a second, Escanor slammed into his enemy's shield, watching as it was shattered by the blow and sent tumbling backward, overwhelmed. The original demon raised his face in time to receive a right hook that shattered his jaw and then a blow from Rita to his right side, nearly cutting him in half. Without realizing it, the human began to overcome him with direct powerful blows, being sent backward by the knight's onslaught, feeling the strength and speed increase with each blow thrown. For his part, Escanor didn't stop for a second. Not even when one of the original demon's swords pierced him through and through, creating a fatal wound that spurted blood onto the ground beneath his feet. Keep it, Escanor. Without saying anything, Escanor increased his punching power, unleashing them on the enemy, leaving him no room to think. The original demon was overwhelmed, forced into a defensive stance, becoming the human's punching bag. He spat blood against the 100th blow, feeling his bones seemed to be ground down by the blows he received. Male. Greatest son. Escanor leaped out of the close combat zone, now separated from the demon, watching as an immense sun fell upon the original demon, who raised his arms to stop it. But was overcome by the Archangel's movement, which sent him down, feeling his skin burn at the same speed as it regenerated. That area was completely destroyed, engulfed in flames before the eyes of Volley, his team and Naruto, who watched the fight from the sidelines, along with Lefay, who hadn't let go of him for a second, hiding her face in his chest. Mail descended, standing next to a small, battered Escanor, a mustache dangling slightly over his upper lip. Both wielders of the sunshine, they stared at the pillar of smoke emerging from the same crater where the original demon's remains lay, completely charred. Or at least that was what the Archangel hoped. He had used all the power of the sun gathered during midday to create the greatest sun at maximum power and had launched it at his enemy, causing all the havoc. I hope this helps, the winged one declared, retracting the 12 snow-white wings into his body, making them disappear. He noticed how his power had diminished due to the setting of the sun. Although he, unlike Escanor, could still use the power of sunshine at a great level. He had nothing to fear in combat. But, on the other hand, his partner could not fight now. He had used a one against his enemy, and the sun had completely vanished, diminishing his power even further, until he became a mere human without anything remarkable. All his muscles had disappeared, leaving in view a thin and trembling body. As surely he will, Escanor hesitated, letting Rita rest beside him, radiating some power. The man looked tired, sweating slightly, with thick drops falling down his face, soaking his bare chest. I wouldn't be so sure, Mail. He only had time to activate a shield. But the wave of power sent them both back, surprised by the now overwhelming presence of the original demon, who displayed a perfect body and an aura 1,000 times greater than his previous one, forcing everyone around him to fall to their knees, feeling the aura the demon emanated. Mail breathed heavily, staring at his enemy with his golden eyes. His white suit showed tears, and there was dried blood on it. Escanor, he turned his head, looking at the hero completely on the ground, panting, surely being crushed by the magical power of that being. He glanced around, finding that Volley and Bikm were getting up, but that Arthur had taken a direct hit from the wave, surely while trying to protect Kuroka, who showed burns from the flames of purgatory. He turned his eyes forward, facing the original demon. How? With each wound your attacks inflicted upon me, my power only grew and grew to this new point, with which I will dispose of you in a way not pleasant, declared the demon, swinging both blades back, unleashing a beam of flames against the wounded. Mail forced himself to summon a barrier that blocked said flames. But it began to fracture, and the silver-haired Archangel himself noticed how his body gave way under the pressure of the flames, sweating down the right side of his face. He won't hold out much longer. He gritted his teeth and swung his opposite arm, launching an arc at the demon. But the druid spell was deflected by the demon's upper left arm, where the shield had been. Seeing his enemy's superiority, Mail fell to his knees, panting, feeling his magic drained by the barrier. That's shit. An angel cursing. It's such a funny thing, the demon laughed, walking toward the defeated, exuding power with every step he took, cracking his neck with every step. He stood before the archangel, swinging his right sword and placing it at Male's neck. It's nothing personal, Male. But I must execute you. He raised his sword and prepared to launch a final slash at the archangel, who sighed in defeat, realizing that he had almost no magic left to counter his enemy. The end of the BM staff deflected the sword blade, causing the demon to face to the side. He took a right jab from volley with his scale mail, unleashing a second blow, this one blocked by his upper left arm. Original demon threw Lucifer's air away from him, blocking the tip of the BM with his arm, as Bikm attempted a second strike, failing. He pulled towards himself, drawing the half-ape towards him, and slashed down. Sun Wukong's descendant leaped to the side, evading the flaming blade. Hekakek. You can't hit me, Centaur Cat laughed the Imkai, jumping to the other side, evading a second slash, this one destroying the ground where Bikm had been. The original demon launched a death drive at the Yaokai, sending it flying backward and crashing into the ground. He swung his staff and stopped a hammer blow from the wielder of Divine Dividing. Volley opened his eyes inside his helmet and was slammed into the ground. He spat out blood, feeling his bones seemed to be ground apart by the direct blow. Honestly, this is disappointing. Without the sun above our heads, the power of these two, he pointed at a downed Escanor and a defeated Male, is completely null. And you're just simple children that I'll devour for the simple pleasure. The original demon slashed twice, sending flames scorching everything in its path. Bikm tried to move, but he couldn't. If he did, Kuroka and Arthur would be engulfed in flames. He growled through gritted teeth, looking helpless. An explosion engulfed him, covering the Imkai in smoke. When it faded, the original demon was forced to raise his face, staring at an immense golem with blue eyes staring down at the four-legged demon. Fa. On her broom, LaFay Pendragon stood behind the immense golem that seemed to be her ally, looking towards where the demon was, looking at the immense being. Interesting. A being from the dimensional gap. He bared his teeth in a slight creepy, mocking smile, as more magic began to gather. It will be an honor to destroy you. Golem raised his arm, ready to strike at the four-legged demon. But the demon swung the blade of his flaming sword faster than the golem could move, shattering the breached creature with a single blow, engulfing it in black and purple flames. Dogs. Now, you foolish little witch, it's your turn. Die. LaFay. Arthur tried to stand on his feet but failed miserably, finding himself on the ground, face to the earth, panting. Damn it. No. Original demon swung both swords in an arc, slashing down at the defenseless girl, while flames of purgatory burned everything in their path, creating a completely barren land, devoid of any life except for the people who were there. Black flames with purple edges surrounded the girl in a student uniform and golden hair, making her disappear completely from the sight of those present, leaving before them only a flaming mass. Nuo. Sister. Now, enough of these games, declared the being in front of them, more powerful than at the beginning of the fight, bending everyone before him, while the sun was hidden by the darkness he himself began to invoke. The shield destroyed by Escanor was back in its place, completely new, as if it had not been shattered. I will erase you from this world, once and for all. Any last words? Male. Escanor. No. Well, it's not like it would be too necessary to hear you speak, to be honest. It is your end, declared the quadruped, raising his right sword, concentrating immense power in it, fanning the flames that formed the blade. At that instant, the original demon lowered his sword, watching as an immense beam of light advanced toward him, and he moved to the right, surprised by the growing power that sent his darkness back. He swung the blade, stopping a blade of light inches from slicing his head off. I think I haven't fought yet, hissed a figure wrapped in an orange light, like the sun itself, which began to become clear, showing Naruto shirtless, only in his pants, and with orange markings all over his body like Deku when using the full cowl with the 4 golden wings present on his back and clear calm blue eyes. On his left arm was LaFay, blinking. Before the demon could do anything, the ace moved, appearing in front of Arthur and depositing the teenager on the ground, standing up. She moved her head, looking directly at the original demon, while her body seemed to be engulfed in flames. The little bird has taken flight. Absolutely, the boy declared in agreement, looking at his 2 grandparents, who nodded. I hope you're ready. Always, child. Naruto grabbed Rita from the ground and slashed, forcing the original demon to cover himself with his shield, which shattered, surprising everyone in the area. Even the demon seemed amazed. Sure. The original demon appeared behind the Uzumaki, unleashing a double slash at the boy. He jumped, doing a backflip, evading the movement gracefully, almost resembling a gymnast. He moved Rita and unleashed a downward slash, causing his enemy to cover himself with both swords, sending him sprawling downwards, his front legs giving way. How? Don't get distracted, please. The original demon was thrown backward, being subdued by a single punch from the four-winged angel himself, who appeared calm, burning everything he stepped on. His skin had returned to its original color, and his body seemed in perfect physical condition. "Naruto. You don't have much time. Don't play around. Once you're done you know what will happen." He brought the axe down, slashing Rita into the ground beneath him, sending the voice of his mind, sweet, calm, feminine, deep into the air as he looked down at his enemy, who was slowly beginning to rise. He raised his left hand, beginning to create a cruel sun that radiated power, far in comparison to its own size. "That won't do anything to me, kid." Naruto smirked, mockingly, as he compressed that sphere of fire into a simple tennis ball. "I'm not the one who will finish you off. Not even this technique. It's everything behind it that will kill you," he declared, as all the power that seemed to emanate from his body passed into that sphere, now resembling a miniature sun. Slowly, his clothes seemed to burn. "Every wound makes me stronger." "You're not a Saiyan, Catman," Naruto said, ironic, shifting his right foot back, leaning forward. Overbroke. Enveloped in an orange glow, Naruto launched himself at the demon, his gaze blazing with intense fire. The original demon exuded power and charged at the four-winged golden angel, swinging his swords at the boy, ready to slice him in two. The teen swung his arm, aiming the sphere at the two swords, which made contact with the sphere of power itself, generating an immense wind that whipped through the area, while also creating a tremor that sent those unable to hold on to the ground, like Lafay, who shrieked and fell on her butt. "Die, child." Naruto said nothing. He pumped more power into that sphere, the last drops, while the voice in his mind reminded him of time. This was the last thing he could do for an indefinite amount of time. And he owed thanks to his grandparents, who had passed their powers to him slowly while they fought, so he could execute one last move in case of an extreme emergency, as this one was. He stood his ground, slamming his over broke down on the demon's leaves, not showing for a second that he was going to back down. Crack. Both swords yielded, allowing the angel to strike that miniature sun against the chest, over the harder hearts, of the demon himself, while he looked at him with his bright calm blue eyes. "Die." And the massive dome of solar fire completely covered the original demon, preventing anyone from seeing what was happening inside. Within seconds, that dome transformed into a pillar of flame that rose into the sky, disappearing beyond the world itself. And just as quickly as it had appeared, that pillar vanished, leaving only a crater filled with ash, with Naruto standing completely still, his arm extended, completely black up to the elbow, resembling coal. But there was no trace of the original demon. "Naruto-sama." The blonde turned around, and everyone's eyes widened, except for Escanor and Mail, who knew something like this was going to happen. Slowly, the Uzumaki's body began to burn, consuming itself slowly but steadily. Lafay Pendragon ran down the slope and clung to the boy tightly, crying into his chest. Naruto looked at her calmly and patted her head a few times. "Hey, Fei-chan," the Uzumaki greeted, lowering his arm and seeing the tears running down both of the witch's cheeks. "Your brother is going to kill me. But I don't think there's another time. Naruto-sama." Without further ado, Naruto placed his lips on Fai's, earning a surprised moan from the teenager, who now showed flushed cheeks, feeling her face burn from that. "This is how it is done, Naruto." Everyone, including Escanor, watched a happy male, who gave his grandson a thumbs up, even though he knew what was coming. Slowly, Naruto pulled away from Fai Pendragon, watching as the girl looked down at her feet, completely blushing, still with traces of tears on her cheeks. He reached up and stroked her head, now looking directly at Vali. "I leave everything to you, brother." Vali closed his eyes, and before he could say anything, Naruto had vanished into fire, ash that the wind blew away from the landscape. The sun always ends up burning out. Let me know in the comments below if you guys want the next part. Also check out my other video that has been shown and left. Thank you for watching. If you enjoyed this video please like and share this video. And have a fantastic day. Bye.